At the outset, with the power of Super Saiyan Rose 3, Black Wukong effortlessly dominates the battle against the significantly more experienced little Wukong and Vegeta, mercilessly overpowering them as if they were mere playthings. However, Black Wukong's ambitions extend beyond this realm. He is not content and traverses the dimensional barriers to engage in fierce combat with a myriad of anime characters. On the vast green plains, little Wukong gazes seriously at the figure before him. A Black Wukong who bears an uncanny resemblance to himself, fear etched across his face. Today marks the day of your annihilation, Science. Black Wukong declares with a smile as he transforms into Super Saiyan. Chapter 1. The beginning of Super Saiyan Rose 3. Son Goku, you truly are immensely powerful. Let's engage in a glorious battle. You too seem as eager for combat as I am. Then let us fight with all our might. Beneath the azure sky of Earth, Black Wukong and the main universe's Dragon Ball Super Son Goku exchange blows with ferocity, each strike lethal and merciless. The battlefield engulfed in chaos until a time rift suddenly swallows Black Wukong. Toward the stars, in the abyss, congratulations, adventurer. You have soul transcended into the Dragon Ball timeline, inhabiting Black Wukong. Huh, what is happening? Where's my kangaroo? My dog is still submerged in water. At this moment, Black Wukong's soul is swapped, taken over by a man named Goku, who is battling a kangaroo in the real world. Confused and disoriented, Black Wukong, now in this new body, is abruptly yanked away by the time rift before he can comprehend the situation. Wait, I haven't rescued my dog yet. With that final exclamation, Black Wukong is forcibly pulled from the timeline. In the blink of an eye, Black Wukong finds himself in a boiling habitat on the lush green plains. What is going on? Where am I? Have I crossed over? Goku inquires, perplexed. Just then, the voice of the system resonates in his mind. Due to the host's exemplary display of fearlessness in the present world, the system has brought you to an alternate realm for adventure. You are currently experiencing this journey as Black Wukong. Upon hearing this, Black Wukong inspects his attire and touches his face, realizing that the voice in his mind is speaking the truth. Yet, as a devoted Dragon Ball fan, he is not filled with joy. Rather, he is anxious about the reality that awaits him. My dog is still in danger. Ding. Rest assured, the host pet is safe. There is no need for concern. Safe? That is a relief. Black Wukong exhales deeply, attempting to mentally organize the events unfolding before him. Upon learning that he has crossed into the Dragon Ball universe, inhabiting the body of his extreme enemy Zamasu, also known as Black Wukong, he is taken aback. Having read fanfiction before, he understands the potential narrative that may unfold from inhabiting such a character, as well as the story of the character he now embodies. Zamasu is a person of exceedingly extreme beliefs. Upon witnessing humanity's brutal plundering of resources, he hastily decrees a plan for the extermination of all humankind. In truth, not all humans are like this. There are hardworking office workers striving for a better life, or middle-aged individuals burdened by mortgages, car loans, and the expenses of raising children, all of whom harbor beautiful dreams for the future. Additionally, there are brave firefighters charging into flames, soldiers defending their country, and doctors working tirelessly to save lives, none of whom embody such barbarism. Son Goku is a person with pure ideals, not one who is easily distracted by beauty. Thus he possesses a profound understanding of Zamasu's narrative. Eradicating all of humanity to create a world solely for deities? This is utterly ludicrous. It is akin to annihilating all life for the mistakes of a few. Resorting to violence and hatred will yield nothing but further violence. How foolish. Black Wukong scoffs at the one who has seized this body. Ding. Noting the host's virtuous character, this system rewards you with a small token of appreciation. Super Saiyan God, full power in Rose 3 form. The pinnacle of Black Wukong's appearance, which encompasses all Saiyan forms. Wow, I merely speak a few words and am granted such a splendid reward. You are indeed a magnanimous being. Black Wukong exclaims in astonishment. No need for flattery. As you humans say, an unsolicited gift is bound to have ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Black Wukong realizes the intent behind the gesture, recognizing that it is a sweet treat to prepare him for the forthcoming trials. Resigned to his fate, he accepts this grand gift. In an instant, Black Wukong feels an overwhelming surge of power, as if he has been reborn, a powerful aura erupting around him. Black Wukong can distinctly sense that his base strength has increased significantly, and it is no exaggeration to say that this character's power peak in Dragon Ball is unparalleled. No matter how you look at it, experiencing this power firsthand is incomparable. Black Wukong reflects, clenching his fists in realization. Immersed in the euphoria of newfound strength, he inadvertently loses control, causing his aura to be sensed by little Wukong far in the distance. This energy, so familiar yet different. I must check it out. What are you planning to do, Wukong? Chi-Chi, an enemy approaches. I must leave now. Don't wait for me for dinner. But Chi-Chi attempts to protest, yet little Wukong has already flown away. Back with Black Wukong, he gradually adapts to the overwhelming power coursing through him. With the previous strength combined with his newfound abilities, he finds himself merely lacking in combat experience and the tactical intellect that comes with prolonged training. Although this body grants him skills, it is not his own, and thus he feels a degree of unfamiliarity. Despite some control, there remains untapped potential within him. However, Black Wukong is unperturbed, recalling how, at 17, he was overpowered by a frail kangaroo and submerged in water, a surge of indignation igniting within him. With this power, I shall return and ensure he is submerged in water. Black Wukong vows silently, gathering an energy wave and launching it towards a nearby gathering of kangaroos. Perfect. I shall unleash my fury upon you, kangaroos. Black Wukong expertly controls the force, launching a pink energy blast that creates a massive crater in the ground, sending the kangaroo horde scattering in all directions. Witnessing this, Black Wukong grins wickedly. Haha, feel my pain. Just as Black Wukong revels in his triumph, a figure suddenly appears before him in an instant. Who are you? The voice bore a hint of seriousness and a touch of mystery. Yet Wukong knew without looking who it was. Finally encountered a living soul, Suin Wukong. Wukong turned his head with a devilish charm, his face brimming with audacity. Who are you? Upon seeing the Wukong, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, Xiao Wukong's face was etched with astonishment. Xiao Wukong, welcome to the Dragon Ball GT timeline. Ding. Yes, host, you have inadvertently arrived in the Dragon Ball GT timeline. Is that so? Just in time, for I am eager to witness the true strength of the Super Saiyan 4, which has been glorified online. Wukong cracked his neck and gestured challengingly towards Xiao Wukong. An aura of malevolence emanated from Wukong, casting a shadow over the sky. You scoundrel! Realizing that this individual bore his likeness, yet possessed an intimidating aura, Xiao Wukong immediately assumed a battle stance. When strong warriors meet, they do not hesitate to clash, and Wukong was no exception. Since I have become Wukong, I shall embrace that name. However, before anything else, allow me to gauge the strength of this body. With that, Wukong suddenly dashed towards Xiao Wukong, and a fierce battle commenced. Chapter 2. The Norm of the Super Saiyan Tournament. The sky resonated with a resounding clash as two Gokus engaged in an aerial duel. Lacking combat experience, Black Goku found himself forced to engage in a preliminary spar with the youthful Goku before him. Observing Black Goku's unfamiliarity with battle, the young Goku chuckled. With such strength and speed, you seem to lack practical experience. Black Goku candidly admitted, indeed, this is my second time engaging in a fist fight, and I find myself somewhat unaccustomed. Thus, I can only exchange a few moves with you at the outset. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, Black Goku harnessed his innate physical prowess to learn and adapt during the skirmish with the young Goku, gradually finding his rhythm in combat. Feeling ready, Black Goku unleashed a punch at remarkable speed. The young Goku, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the face and sent hurtling backward. Anticipating further assault, he instinctively raised his arm to block Black Goku's follow-up kick. With a knowing smile, Black Goku executed a swift instant transmission, placing himself directly behind the young Goku. You've miscalculated, he remarked, and with a flicker of cold light, he delivered a nonchalant elbow strike that sent the young Goku crashing to the ground. A resounding thud echoed as the young Goku, coughing blood and visibly disheveled, lay sprawled on the earth. Black Goku stood triumphantly in the air, exuding an alluring charm. It seems your learning ability is commendable, but you are struggling to cope with my normal state. The young Goku, dazed and disoriented, rose unsteadily from the ground. Instead of marveling at my prowess, you should contemplate how you intend to confront me, Saiyan. With a dismissive chuckle, Black Goku felt invigorated, no longer burdened by previous frustrations. Power is unleashed through a roar, the young Goku bellowed, causing his hair to stand on end and his eyes to glimmer a vibrant green as his aura surged. In mere moments, the sky crackled with lightning as the young Goku's hair oscillated between black and yellow. Another furious roar erupted as he transformed entirely, embodying the fierce, an untamed essence of a Super Saiyan. At this juncture, the young Goku's power escalated dramatically, shedding his previous gentleness for a raw and brutish ferocity. Nevertheless, Black Goku remained unfazed, leisurely hovering in the air. He beckoned to the young Goku. "Come forth." Round 2. Momentarily taken aback, the young Goku ultimately charged forward without further contemplation. Little did he realize that in his Super Saiyan form, he would struggle to match even Black Goku's normal state. With a flurry of swift punches, the young Goku's speed intensified, doubling the number of strikes he unleashed. Black Goku found himself momentarily overwhelmed, absorbing a few hits. Yet he quickly adapted. Before long, the strikes landing on Black Goku diminished, and he began to retaliate effortlessly, exchanging blows with "you rascal." As Black Goku effortlessly engaged in battle, little Goku felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Despite both being Saiyans, he could not seem to gain an advantage even after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Could it be due to his shorter stature? Once he found his rhythm, Black Goku began to taunt him. "Your attacks have become rather sluggish. Has your transformation into a Super Saiyan rendered you less agile than a kangaroo?" With a single hand, Black Goku intercepted little Goku's powerful punch and delivered a swift kick in return. How fast? Little Goku managed to block with one arm, but was forced to stagger backwards. Black Goku's gaze was malevolent as he performed a familiar maneuver. Could it be that same technique from before? Little Goku braced himself, yet Black Goku diverged from expectation, yanking him forward and landing a solid elbow strike to his nose. In an instant, little Goku was caught off guard, blood gushing from his nostrils. "Did you think I would resort to the same tactics? You're indeed clever." With that, Black Goku conjured a sphere of dark energy in his palm, and then thrust it against little Goku's face. A cacophony of explosions erupted as black smoke billowed around them, sending little Goku hurtling away. As the smoke began to dissipate, Black Goku's figure emerged, standing majestically amidst the haze, looking down upon the disheveled little Goku. Unwilling to admit defeat, little Goku sprang to his feet, ready for another round, but was left momentarily dumbfounded. Black Goku bent slightly, clasping his hands together before moving them apart, slowly gathering energy. A brilliant blue light flickered. Kamehameha. The blue energy transformed into a sphere within Black Goku's hands. And with a final utterance, it surged forth as a beam aimed directly at little Goku. "You know this technique?" Little Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Yet time offered him no respite. Reluctantly, he mimicked the stance and unleashed his own Kamehameha. Two colossal beams of blue light collided, radiating an intense brilliance that illuminated the sky in an instant. A gentle breeze swept through, and little Goku's Kamehameha began to diminish, while Black Goku's expanded, tilting the balance decidedly in favor of one combatant. Facing the pressure of Black Goku's Kamehameha, little Goku felt his arms grow numb and his energy waning. Yet he resolutely held his ground. In stark contrast, Black Goku appeared utterly unfazed, devoid of any sign of fatigue. "You are indeed formidable, but I shall not concede," little Goku shouted defiantly, summoning even greater strength. With a fierce cry, his hair crackled with electricity, and his muscles began to swell, amplifying his power. In no time, he managed to push Black Goku's Kamehameha back. Sensing the surge of strength in little Goku's arms, Black Goku realized that his opponent had begun to unleash his full potential. The confrontation with the Sun family proved to be a miscalculation. Black Goku's expression darkened as he exerted his strength to reclaim the lost advantage. In an instant, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave was forcefully pushed back by Black Goku, racing towards little Wukong, unexpectedly returning the attack. Little Wukong, stunned and gritting his teeth, prepared to unleash the full power of Super Saiyan 2. A dazzling display of lightning crackled through his hair as he fully unleashed the might of Super Saiyan 2 without reservation. In a fleeting moment, the imminent Kamehameha wave was abruptly thrust back by this overwhelming force, hurtling directly towards Black Goku. Caught off guard, Black Goku was met with the full force of the Kamehameha wave crashing against his face. A painful wail escaped him as he was engulfed by the colossal energy, akin to a minuscule ant being gradually stripped away by this terrifying power, until his figure began to fade from view. A violent explosion erupted in the air, enveloping the surroundings in thick smoke. The sound of the explosion resonated with the might of a nuclear bomb, creating a dense mushroom cloud over the desolate grassland. The thunderous sound of the blast soon reached Vegeta, who was leisurely basking in the sun far away. This noise did not resemble that of a weapon. It was the sound of a Kamehameha wave's explosion. What transpired? Listening to the echoes reminiscent of battle, Vegeta's anxious gaze turned towards the source. Perhaps I should investigate. Out of caution, Vegeta took flight to ascertain the situation. Meanwhile, little Wukong, slightly disheveled and panting, bent over as the mushroom cloud dissipated, revealing no trace of Black Goku and devoid of his presence. Gradually, he began to relax. It was over, a thoroughly exhilarating battle. Little Wukong smiled. Although the fight had been intense, it felt more like a controlled release of his power rather than a full-fledged engagement. With the threat seemingly neutralized, he reverted to his normal state, preparing to return home. However, in the next moment, another crisis loomed. I'm not dead. The story has only just begun. A blade of energy pierced through little Wukong's waist as Black Goku's figure appeared behind him like a specter. Cough, you're still alive. Little Wukong exclaimed in shock, turning to face Black Goku. The third round begins. As the words left his mouth, the very fabric of the world trembled. A black golden aura erupted around Black Goku, heralding the emergence of Super Saiyan Black Goku. Are you a monster? Little Wukong questioned, anguish etched across his face. I'm no monster. I am a demon. With that declaration, Black Goku delivered a powerful kick, sending little Wukong flying, while he withdrew the purple-red energy blade he had gathered in his right hand. As the energy blade dissipated, Black Goku flashed a sinister smile. Cough, cough, it seems I must resort to Super Saiyan 3 to confront you. Goku, with a pained expression, steadied himself while clutching his wound, and then began to unleash his energy. In an instant, the world around him grew dark, the ground trembled, and thick clouds began to converge around him. The rushing rivers, the howling winds of the desert, and the snowflakes drifting from the snowy mountains all coalesced into a formidable aura surrounding Goku. After a series of exclamations, his hair began to lengthen and his eyebrows faded, marking the emergence of Super Saiyan 3. The transformation was indeed impressive, Black Goku remarked with an intrigued applause. Goku shot him a disdainful glance. In this form, I shall not be defeated again. Your end is nigh, he declared with a commanding tone. Black Goku remained silent, lowering his clapping hands. With a swift motion, Black Goku appeared before Goku, catching him by surprise. As Goku prepared to retaliate, Black Goku moved faster, merely teasingly placing a finger beneath Goku's chin. Your physique is quite impressive. In this form, your strength, speed, explosive power, and endurance surpass your previous state, though not as visually appealing. It is indeed a facade of strength, he taunted. Remove your hand, Goku bellowed, launching a swift and ferocious punch at Black Goku. Your temper seems to have flared. Is it because you wish to reclaim your dignity after being humiliated? Black Goku remarked nonchalantly, sidestepping the attack effortlessly. He then instantaneously appeared behind Goku, tapping him on the shoulder. Such a robust body. Alas, this cannot be your full power, can it? What? How do you know that? Goku, filled with rage, was momentarily stunned, turning his head in disbelief. How do I know? Are you really that dull? Have you never wondered why I resemble you so closely? Black Goku inquired enigmatically. Why? Goku swallowed, perplexed. Observing his confusion, Black Goku patiently elucidated, because I am you. The moment those words left his lips, Black Goku's hand rested on Goku's temple. You are me. You are me. Kakarot, you fool, be careful. Vegeta shouted, arriving just in time. Upon hearing this, Goku felt an ominous premonition, but it was too late. Black Goku swiftly pressed a finger against Goku, who, caught off guard by such overwhelming force, began to fall helplessly toward the ground. Kakarot, you fool! Vegeta exclaimed in frustration, rushing forward. Just as Goku was about to crash to the earth, Vegeta caught him with care, cradling him securely. When do you plan to awaken? Super Saiyan 3 should not be so easily defeated. You've brought shame upon us all. Vegeta, with an expression of utter disbelief, shouted at Goku. The familiar scolding echoed in Goku's ears, pulling him back to reality. As he felt the throbbing pain in his temples, Goku trembled and, with Vegeta's support, managed to stand up. Ah, my head aches terribly. This fellow is ridiculously powerful. Despite our identical appearances, how can there be such a vast disparity in strength? Goku pondered, raising his gaze to the dark version of himself hovering in the sky. Looking down upon him, everyone is gathered now. This saves me the trouble of seeking out the two Saiyan duo to dish out some punishment. Who are you? And why do you resemble Kakarot so closely? Vegeta demanded. In response, Dark Goku casually introduced himself as the harbinger of your demise. Arrogant. unaware of Dark Goku's true strength. Vegeta immediately erupted in fury, swiftly transforming into Super Saiyan and charging forward. Vegeta! Goku attempted to call out to him, but it was too late. You exhibit such fearlessness. I commend you for that, yet you are far too arrogant. In an instant, Vegeta reached Dark Goku and launched his attack. Dark Goku merely used a single finger to block the onslaught. Top, top, top! Despite numerous strikes from Vegeta, Dark Goku effortlessly parried them, even teasingly tapping Vegeta's chin. You pervert! Vegeta roared, delivering a powerful kick. Dark Goku neither dodged nor evaded, simply raising his arm to block it with ease. After such prolonged combat, it seems I'm gradually acclimating, Dark Goku remarked. Acclimated? Then allow this prince to assist you. Vegeta, indignant, folded his arms behind his back and concentrated a violet energy blast aimed at Dark Goku. Gallic Gun. The immense purple energy surged toward Dark Goku, who, unfazed, defended himself with just a single finger. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the blast struck, sending thick clouds of dust swirling. The smoke was substantial, yet Dark Goku emerged unscathed, his attire untouched by the chaos. Remarkably unscathed, Vegeta exclaimed, somewhat astonished, although he anticipated that the previous strike might not harm Dark Goku. Witnessing his immaculate appearance was hard to believe. Even Goku would have sustained minor injuries from that Gallic Gun. Unleash some of your power, Vegeta. If you continue to underestimate me, you may find yourself losing face. TCH, I do not require your reminders. Vegeta clenched his waist, releasing an aura of energy, and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Upon his emergence, Vegeta's power surged to new heights, his form crackling with blue lightning as if favored by the storm itself. Super Saiyan 2, not even Super Saiyan 4. I truly underestimated you, Dark Goku scoffed. Super Saiyan 4? How do you know about that? Are you one of the Super One-Star Dragon's minions? Vegeta, his face contorted with rage, demanded an answer. However, Black Goku remained silent, clenching his fists and launching an attack. In an instant, Vegeta became the embodiment of tragedy. Black Goku's speed was so astonishing that Vegeta was struck unconscious in the blink of an eye, tumbling to the ground in a manner reminiscent of the helpless little Goku. Witnessing this turn of events, the younger Goku understood that he could no longer afford to be reckless. The moment he caught Vegeta's body, he unleashed a surge of energy, preparing himself for a desperate struggle against Black Goku. In a flash, the Super Saiyan Goku radiated a brilliant golden light, his physique expanding as a feral ferocity gleamed in his eyes. The sky blazed crimson as Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His red fur enveloped his lower half, while his upper body remained bare, showcasing perfectly sculpted muscles. His long black hair flowed freely in the air, and a similarly vibrant red tail swayed behind him. Super Saiyan 4 Goku stood before Black Goku like a fierce red-haired monkey. Had you revealed this form earlier, we could have concluded this sooner. Why watch your ally fall to my fist? Enough of your prattle. Listen closely, your end is nigh. Goku, emboldened by his newfound stature, no longer cowered before Black Goku and boldly pointed a finger at him. You're finished, Black Goku chuckled, utterly oblivious to the meaning of the phrase. Faced with Goku's overwhelming beastly aura, he remained unfazed, remarking that arrogance often accompanies an increase in power. Yet, he cautioned that excessive arrogance could lead to a decline in one's intellect, especially in critical situations. If you believe your newfound strength enables you to easily defeat me, you are sorely mistaken. With a calm demeanor, Black Goku spread his arms confidently. In response, Goku ceased his words, ensuring Vegeta was secured before charging toward Black Goku. A flash of red light marked Goku's swift approach, delivering a powerful punch directly to Black Goku's face. The speed was too great. Black Goku failed to react in time and was struck hard. You boast with such arrogance. It seems you lack the strength to back it up. Goku followed up with a kick to Black Goku's abdomen, sending him crashing into the rocks. Without hesitation, Goku followed up with a heavy punch. But Black Goku managed to block it with his arms. How can you be so certain at the onset? Let us see how this unfolds. Black Goku retaliated with a burst of energy, pushing Goku's arms away before launching a flurry of punches. Although fast, Goku, in his Super Saiyan 4 form, reacted even quicker, dodging each attack effortlessly. Such a simplistic brute. Goku scoffed, evading Black Goku's strike and countering with a devastating punch that landed squarely on his opponent. The impact left Black Goku wide-eyed and speechless from the pain. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Black Goku attempted a side elbow strike, but to Goku, it appeared sluggish, and he easily sidestepped it. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong assumed a formidable stance and bellowed, unleashing the Kamehameha wave that shot forth from his hands, striking the Dark Wukong directly. Overwhelmed, the Dark Wukong was sent hurtling away, collapsing like a marionette with severed strings upon a distant mountain. A swirling cloud of dust enveloped him as he lay sprawled beneath a heap of rubble. Undeterred by the excruciating pain, the Dark Wukong rose to his feet and charged at Sun Wukong. This time, however, he approached with a cunning strategy, opting for a tentative strike instead of a full-force assault, preparing to deceive his opponent. Sun Wukong, taken aback, nonetheless maintained his composure and retaliated effectively. Their exchanges became a tedious cycle of missed punches and laborious kicks, with neither yielding ground. Unbeknownst to them, the Dark Wukong was rapidly evolving. Sun Wukong would soon lament not having concluded the battle swiftly. The Dark Wukong's resilience was formidable. Even when faced with the might of Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan form, he continued to rise and fight. In a mere 6 minutes, Sun Wukong had fallen hundreds of times, yet the Dark Wukong pressed on with unwavering determination. Initially, Sun Wukong believed the Dark Wukong was simply unwilling to concede defeat. However, as the protracted conflict wore on, he realized that the Dark Wukong was adapting to his new form, his attacks becoming increasingly strategic and complex. As if his combat intelligence was awakening, his overall attributes seemed to be gradually coming to life. Recognizing that prolonging the fight would ultimately lead to his own exhaustion, Sun Wukong seized the moment as the Dark Wukong launched another punch, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. Seizing this opportunity, he concentrated his energy to unleash a final Kamehameha wave, intending to conclude the battle decisively. Final Kamehameha. The blue energy in Sun Wukong's hand swelled, growing immense enough to engulf a structure hundreds of meters high. In this climactic moment, the Dark Wukong resolved not to evade the wave, but to withstand it with his physical form, striving to break his limits and acclimate to his new body. Aware that he would inevitably lose to the Kamehameha, he unleashed all his power in a desperate attempt to resist. Like an indomitable cockroach, the Dark Wukong engaged the final Kamehameha with sheer physical tenacity, not only enduring the onslaught, but even counterattacking, forcing the energy wave back several meters. What monster! Sun Wukong could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Realizing that his current output was insufficient to subdue the Dark Wukong, he immediately intensified his efforts, augmenting the Kamehameha's power to unprecedented levels. This must end. With a radiant red glow enveloping him, Sun Wukong unleashed his full Super Saiyan form might. Against the backdrop of a crimson sky, the Kamehameha wave thickened, expanding fivefold. In an instant, the Dark Wukong found himself overwhelmed, swept away by the energy wave. As if he were a microscopic organism crushed beneath the ocean's weight, bursting into a spectacular display in the vastness of space. A thunderous roar reverberated through the seventh universe, a sound potent enough to obliterate several planets. Now it is over, Sun Wukong thought. Though he did not feel the ease of victory, instead he cast a wary glance around his surroundings. Recalling the moment when Black Goku was defeated by his Kamehameha and suddenly appeared to stab him in the kidney. A sense of trepidation compelled Sun Wukong to glance around cautiously. After a few minutes, once he confirmed that Black Goku had completely vanished, he finally relaxed. It was a hard-fought battle, barely overcoming the formidable foe. What Vegeta, though? As he remembered that Vegeta was still unconscious. Sun Wukong began to scan the area for his companion. However, upon looking, he was startled to discover that Vegeta was nowhere to be found. Vegeta, in a flurry of anxiety, Sun Wukong frantically searched his surroundings. Just as his worry peaked, a voice that he wished not to hear a third time resonated in his ears. "Are you looking for him, little one?" As the voice faded, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Through the flash, Sun Wukong was astonished to see a man adorned with green earrings standing behind him. The fourth round begins. Chapter 4. Mastering Adaptation. What a Super Saiyan for. Recognizing the familiar voice, Sun Wukong realized his fate was sealed. "You scoundrel!" He swiftly turned, delivering an elbow strike aimed at Black Goku's face, only for Black Goku to effortlessly catch it with a single finger. It's time to let me take the lead in this narrative. A dark luminescence flickered around Black Goku as he assumed his normal stance before Sun Wukong. Normal stance? What on earth is happening? Sun Wukong pondered in confusion. How should he articulate this? Perhaps it could be said that he barely escaped death through the protagonist's aura of survival. Or perhaps it was more reasonable to consider that his body's adept adaptation, when on the brink of demise, played a crucial role. Black Goku seized Sun Wukong's arm with one hand, exerting pressure. In that instant, Sun Wukong felt as if he were being preyed upon, his arm aching unbearably as if caught in a bear trap, forcing him to bend at the waist. He attempted to muster his strength to resist. Yet Black Goku's force overwhelmed him. A flash of golden light enveloped Black Goku as he reverted to his Super Saiyan form. Empowered, Black Goku's strength surged, and with a gentle grip, he caused Sun Wukong to howl in pain. How had he grown so strong? Isn't it natural to gain strength after perfect adaptation? Just as one's power significantly increases upon fully mastering a form. Damn it! Sun Wukong, unwilling to concede, raised his arm to strike Black Goku. However, Black Goku did not even flinch. Instead, he used the unconscious Vegeta as a human shield. Vegeta, Sun Wukong, taken aback, slowed his punch, which played right into Black Goku's hands. All's fair and more. With a powerful throw, Black Goku hurled Vegeta into Sun Wukong's face, sending him flying. In an instant, both Vegeta and Sun Wukong were sent crashing into the rocks behind them. A thunderous crash echoed. A dull thud resounded, and the scene shifted dramatically. Black Goku now loomed above, while Super Saiyan 4 Goku found himself in a dire predicament. With a swift motion, Son Goku pushed Vegeta aside, placing him behind, and charged towards Black Goku, employing a series of royal combat techniques. Numerous golden energy blasts surged forth. Unfazed, Black Goku casually deflected each energy blast with a single hand. In an instant, the serene green plains erupted into chaos, as the energy blasts, dismissed by Black Goku, left the landscape in ruins. Goku shouted as he launched a powerful punch at Black Goku, who remained undeterred, catching the blow with a single hand. Observing this, Goku immediately resorted to a rapid succession of strikes. A tempest of fists descended upon Black Goku, who, with remarkable composure, deftly parried each blow using the back of his hand. Left hooks, uppercuts, right hooks, and jabs were all effortlessly neutralized by Black Goku. With immense force, Goku aimed for Black Goku's face. TSK, you haven't had enough yet, Black Goku retorted, delivering a swift kick that struck Goku before his punch could land, causing him to cough up blood in pain. So easily done. Goku gasped, attempting to retaliate, but Black Goku anticipated his moves. As Goku lifted his fist, Black Goku's punch landed squarely on his face. Withdrawing his leg, Black Goku executed a powerful blow to Goku's visage. But this was not the end. Black Goku accelerated his punches, unleashing a flurry akin to Wing Chun. In that first moment, his fist struck Goku's head, chest, and abdomen in a meticulously orchestrated assault. Boom, boom, boom. Goku's body resonated as if lit by firecrackers, each punch from Black Goku echoing through him. This is the final punch. Black Goku's hair stood on end, lightning crackling as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. With a thunderous crash, he sent Super Saiyan 4 Goku flying, who crashed back into the rocky pit, colliding with the unconscious Vegeta. The impact jolted Vegeta awake, his vision clouded with pain. Kakarot, Vegeta shouted, kicking Goku away with considerable force. Vegeta, it hurts. Goku replied weakly. What happened to you? You look utterly defeated. Wait, you transformed into Super Saiyan 4. And don't tell me you were bested by that imposter in the sky who resembles you. Well, Goku hesitated, but before he could fabricate a lie, Black Goku appeared behind him. This is no fault of his, for the enemy is me. As those words fell, Goku's eyes glazed over, and he reverted from Super Saiyan 4 to his normal state, collapsing heavily towards the ground. Kakarot, witnessing this, Vegeta surged forward, but a sudden black and gold energy blast intercepted him, stopping his advance. The enemy remains unresolved. Black Goku remarked with a smile as he concentrated an energy blast in his hand. You scoundrel! Vegeta exclaimed, filled with fury. In an instant, the sky began to darken, soon turning a blood-red hue, enhancing the sinister allure of the already crimson heavens. At that moment, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form to confront the threat. The atmosphere trembled under the force of their power as the appearance of two Super Saiyan 4s caused the earth to shake, instilling a sense of dread among the Z warriors far away. Can you feel it, Gohan? Yes, Uncle Piccolo, it's the energy of Vegeta and my father. What would be happening? On Black Goku's side, he remarked, Super Saiyan 4, You are not at full power either. He gazed down at Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 4 form. Enough with the banter. I do not require such frivolities. One strike is all it takes to annihilate you. What Kakarot cannot accomplish, I, Super Vegeta, shall. Vegeta struck a dramatic pose as he declared this. Upon hearing this, Black Goku could only chuckle derisively. Such arrogance, he sneered, raising a finger to his forehead. Suddenly, Black Goku vanished. Here, Vegeta reacted swiftly, executing a side kick aimed at Black Goku's previous position. However, Black Goku deftly sidestepped the attack. Quick reflexes, but Black Goku swiftly launched a punch, which Vegeta easily blocked. Yet in the next moment, Vegeta found himself in dire straits as Black Goku, disregarding conventional tactics, opened his palm and detonated the energy he had been holding. With a thunderous boom, Vegeta was sent flying backward, his face covered in dust. You scoundrel, employing underhanded tricks. In war, deceit is a valid strategy. Those who can adapt are the true warriors. Black Goku retorted, a smirk on his face. Enough of your chatter. Vegeta clasped his hands in front of his chest and immediately gathered an energy wave aimed at Black Goku. Ultimate Flash. The golden energy surged from the center of Vegeta's palm, targeting Black Goku directly. With a fierce yell, Vegeta intensified the blast, its power rivaling that of the Kamehameha. Unfazed, Black Goku caught it with one hand. A tremendous crash resonated as Vegeta's ultimate flash struck him, yet it failed to inflict even the slightest harm. Black Goku casually held it back, his clothing undisturbed. Vegeta escalated his assault, but it was futile. With a mere squeeze, Black Goku dismantled the ultimate flash as if it were mere chocolate. How is this possible? What have you done? Vegeta's heart sank in despair, utterly incredulous. Black Goku remained silent. Vegeta's face was etched with urgency. In that moment, he realized just how powerless his Super Saiyan 4 form appeared before his opponent's Super Saiyan 2, despite his earnest efforts in battle. However, under the terrifying force of his adversary's relentless onslaught, he felt utterly ineffective. The playful exchange had come to a definitive end. With a swift motion, Black Goku materialized before Vegeta. Nanny! Vegeta attempted to launch an attack, but in the blink of an eye, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Black Goku. This aura, it is the aura of Super Saiyan 2, yet I'm a Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta was rendered speechless by shock. Be quiet, Black Goku spoke softly, his demeanor calm. With your current strength, defeating me is no easy feat. It would be wise to accept your limitations. As he spoke, he entered a full-power Super Saiyan 2 state. In an instant, Black Goku's aura surged to a new height, overwhelming Vegeta to the point where even breathing became a struggle. Seizing the moment, Black Goku pressed his finger against Vegeta's chin. You are a delectable appetizer, Vegeta. Your worth far exceeds your power. I greatly admire your unwavering spirit in defending the pride of the Saiyans. But alas, your arrogance is your downfall. Pride has led you to miss countless opportunities to vanquish your foes, and it has resulted in numerous disadvantages for yourself. You are far too reckless. A stark contrast to me. In the face of any adversary, I maintain a vigilant stance, as I can clearly observe your fists aimed at me, even while conversing. You saw through it. Vegeta reluctantly unclenched his fists. Black Goku continued. Arrogance is human nature, yet excessive pride can become a burden to your success. Humility may lead to exclusion, while arrogance invites failure. A lack of ambition and heedless acceptance of deceit can plunge one into despair. Individuals devoid of clear goals and principles, no matter how strong, are destined to fail. Will, belief, and conviction are the principles that forge a person's strength. Conversely, those lacking them are fated to be weak. What are you trying to convey? I have nothing specific to express, merely the insights gleaned from acquiring power, Black Goku clarified. You insolent fool. Vegeta, defiant and unwilling to heed the words, launched a fierce punch at Black Goku. Yet, in the next instant, a blade of energy pierced through his abdomen. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Black Goku. In times of necessity, I will employ necessary measures, Black Goku stated softly, withdrawing the energy blade. You. Vegeta attempted to articulate his thoughts, but the searing pain enveloped him, rendering him immobile. Farewell, Super Saiyan, Black Goku declared, and with that, Vegeta fell heavily to the ground like a deflated balloon. Observing this scene, Black Goku wore a tranquil expression. I have adapted sufficiently. Now it is time to harness this power to fulfill my ambitions. He adjusted the Kaioshin time ring on his finger, a smirk of satisfaction crossing his face. Vegeta slowly rose to his feet, utterly disheveled, glaring at Black Goku. Do you still wish to fight? Your Super Saiyan 4 form is utterly ineffective against my full-power Super Saiyan 2, you scoundrel. Witnessing the audacious expression on Black Goku's face, Vegeta felt an intense surge of rage, ready to charge once more. However, in the next instant, a hand grasped him firmly. Vegeta, stop this reckless solo endeavor. Admit it, you cannot defeat him in Super Saiyan 4. The voice belonged to Goku, who appeared equally disheveled as he stood behind Vegeta. Chapter 5, Full Power Super Saiyan 2 versus 2 Super Saiyan 4s. What nonsense! I will never allow myself to be defeated by a counterfeit who looks exactly like you. Enraged, Vegeta readied himself to launch at Black Goku, but in the blink of an eye, he received a painful blow to his lower back, causing him to collapse to his knees before he could even take flight. You are in such a pitiful state and still harbor thoughts of defeating me. How stubborn you are, Vegeta, Black Goku taunted, laughter echoing painfully in the air. Damn it, Vegeta seethed, gritting his teeth. Enough, Vegeta. This is not the time for childish tantrums. We must fight side by side. You do not wish to lose to this wretch, do you? Goku's expression was grave as he extended a hand, attempting to pull Vegeta up. Kakarot. Vegeta hesitated internally, but after much contemplation, he chose to ally with Goku. We can cooperate, but do not let my daughter find out. His face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, how noble of you to start acting like a father in front of the children. This is truly unlike you, Vegeta. Kakarot you, Goku jested, then tossed a Senzu bean to Vegeta before consuming one himself. TCH, Vegeta grimaced but ultimately swallowed it. The moment the Senzu bean settled in his stomach, both Goku and Vegeta felt revitalized, their strength and condition restored to peak performance. Once at their zenith, Vegeta pointed his finger toward the sky at the smirking Black Goku. Now, prepare yourself. You imposter. You shall no longer wear that arrogant grin. Merely boasting would not suffice. Action was required. Black Goku remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and collected. Vegeta ceased his banter and, utilizing the instant transmission technique, propelled himself toward Black Goku, aware that a direct confrontation would be futile. Vegeta promptly employed a strategy befitting a prince. In an instant, a barrage of golden energy blasts surged toward Black Goku, realizing he could not match him in physical prowess. It appeared Vegeta had learned from his previous mistakes. Seeing this, Black Goku did not retreat. Instead, he extended his hand to gather a dark energy wave, launching it directly at the incoming storm of energy blasts. With a single wave, Vegeta's energy projectiles were reduced to ash beneath the black radiance. As the darkness dissipated, Vegeta swiftly closed the distance, executing a powerful downward left hook. The strike landed with a resounding impact. With a single punch, a resounding impact resonated from Black Goku, yet he remained unscathed. He effortlessly caught the blow with one hand. Is this the extent of Super Saiyan 4's power? Black Goku scoffed, delivering a swift kick in response. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Is Super Saiyan 2's speed this sluggish? Vegeta evaded the kick and retaliated with a side kick aimed at Black Goku. Just as Black Goku intended to dodge, Goku's figure unexpectedly appeared behind him. You're finished, Goku shouted, bringing his hands together to strike down towards Black Goku as head. Instant transmission. You arrived at my side in the blink of an eye, taking advantage of Vegeta's attack to launch a surprise assault during my moment of evasion. Quite clever indeed. Black Goku smiled faintly, and in the next instant, his figure became illusory. Goku's punch met only air. Oh no! Goku realized the peril and swiftly turned to throw a punch. With a dull thud, Black Goku was struck through, yet peculiarly, he transformed into an apparition. Not the real body, apparently. Indeed, right behind you. The true Black Goku materialized behind Goku, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding impact, Black Goku's smug grin faltered as Vegeta stepped in front of Goku, absorbing the blow. I warned you that I'd make you stop smiling, so no more gloating. Vegeta roared, his aura erupting fiercely. The overwhelming energy sent Black Goku flying, and before he could regain his footing, Vegeta charged at him. In an instant, fists and feet collided like a tempest, raining down upon Black Goku. TCH, Black Goku, refusing to yield, extended his hands, ready to intercept. However, Vegeta's speed intensified, and before Black Goku could react, several punches landed on his face and abdomen. The speed has increased. Black Goku gasped, disregarding the pain as he charged a punch towards Vegeta. Yet in the next moment, Goku appeared beside him, delivering a side kick. With a heavy impact, a footprint marked Black Goku's face as he was sent flying. Now's your chance, Vegeta. You don't need to direct me, Kakarot. Goku and Vegeta, their figures intertwining, raced toward the airborne Black Goku, still hoping to land a decisive strike. Do not let pride blind you. Black Goku pointed 2 fingers to his forehead, instantly becoming illusory, and in a fleeting moment, he reappeared before Vegeta and Goku. With explosive force, Black Goku unleashed rapid punches towards both Goku and Vegeta. Yet, they were not idle, retaliating in kind. As their attacks clashed, both sides exchanged blows, each spitting out blood. Goku took a punch to the abdomen, while Vegeta suffered the same fate. Black Goku fared worse, receiving punches on both of his handsome cheeks. Ignoring their wounds, the combatants continued, their movements a blur of reality and illusion, never lingering in one place for too long as they danced around each other. Above the vast ocean, a fierce confrontation unfolds. Take this, imposter. I unleash a powerful energy blast, Vegeta declares, channeling a mighty energy beam towards the dark Goku soaring above the sea's surface. Unperturbed, the dark Goku retaliates, launching a Kamehameha wave in kind. The cerulean energy collides with the violet force, creating a tremendous splash that sends waves cascading outward. Suddenly, a figure materializes behind the dark Goku. Kamehameha. It is none other than Son Goku himself, unleashing his own wave. Sensing the ominous blue glow approaching from behind, the dark Goku turns, only to find the Kamehameha wave barreling toward him. In a flash, he attempts to teleport away, yet it seems he was anticipated as he shifts. The dark Goku finds himself at a cliff, with Son Goku following closely. Kamehameha. Son Goku fires the beam straight at the dark Goku. The latter tries to teleport again, but it's too late. The Kamehameha expands and accelerates, reaching him just as he places a finger to his forehead. In an instant, the dark Goku is engulfed, crashing back into the ocean and disappearing beneath the waves. Concerned, Son Goku immediately follows. With a swift motion, Son Goku returns to Vegeta's side. That guy fell into the water. We must be cautious. I cannot guarantee that Kamehameha didn't harm him. Vegeta, he says, a look of anxiety on his face. I understand. If he surfaces, I shall give him an ultimate flash. Vegeta responds dismissive. Yet, in the next moment, a dark figure appears before him. Give me an ultimate flash, and I shall return the favor with a Kamehameha. The dark Goku bellows, fury etched across his face, drenched in seawater and reeking of fish, a kelp crown adding to his disheveled appearance. As the Kamehameha surges forward, Vegeta hastily gathers energy for his ultimate flash, but the preparation is too slow. Just as the golden energy coalesces, the dark Goku's wave is upon him. In a moment of tension, Vegeta vanishes from sight. Phew, just in time. You owe me one. Vegeta, Son Goku exclaims, having successfully teleported Vegeta away. The dark Goku's Kamehameha misses its target, instead obliterating the clouds in the atmosphere and ruthlessly destroying neighboring planets like Mars, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. In an instant, the Earth's surface erupts in a spectacular display of fireworks. Witnessing this, the rescued Vegeta breathes a sigh of relief, but, in his typical prideful manner, refrains from thanking Son Goku, instead chastising him for meddling. I require your assistance, though it may seem intrusive. Vegeta and Goku maintain their distance, looking down upon the wrathful Black Goku, who sported a seaweed crown. This time it was Black Goku's rage that took center stage, while Vegeta wore a devilish smirk. I have proclaimed that your smile shall vanish, and it appears we are nearing the conclusion of this bout. Out of mercy, I shall grant you one more chance. Will you choose to continue this fight and face your demise at the hands of this prince? Or will you kneel and acknowledge that I am the strongest in the world? Choose wisely. Vegeta, with an air of arrogance, dismissed the furious Black Goku, completely oblivious to the memory of his recent, overwhelming defeat. Is that so? I must admit, I find myself rather eager for what is to come. Black Goku initially contemplated a fit of rage, but quickly regained his composure, a sinister smile returning to his face. Casting aside the seaweed atop his head, Black Goku, now serious, charged once more at Vegeta and Goku, reigniting their battle. After the previous confrontation, Black Goku's fighting techniques had become increasingly adept, enabling him to hold his own against the combined efforts of Goku and Vegeta. Suddenly, his expression shifted. With a fierce glare, he unleashed his power. With 2 resounding roars, Black Goku sent Vegeta and Goku sprawling, positioning them on either side of him. Allow me to enlighten you on the tactics of Prince. With a fierce demeanor, Black Goku raised his hands, channeling energy into powerful blasts directed at the two warriors. The energy blasts erupted from his palms like bullets from an assault rifle, swiftly hurtling towards Vegeta and Goku. The duo managed to deflect the energy orbs with relative ease, delivering a few well-placed strikes. However, Black Goku continued to unleash a seemingly inexhaustible stream of energy blasts from his palms. Vegeta and Goku, barely managing to evade and block the onslaught, witnessed the sky illuminated with countless golden sparks, realizing that if this continued, their stamina would ultimately wane and they would succumb to Black Goku's relentless energy attacks. They hastily gathered their strength to retaliate with their own energy wave. Kamehameha, Ultimate Flash. The blue and golden energies surged towards one another. Are you resorting to an energy wave? Black Goku sensed impending danger and prepared to teleport. Yet, as he placed his finger to his forehead, he hesitated. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Goku mirroring his action, awaiting his own teleportation. Black Goku recognized the gravity of the situation. Although his physical prowess was exceptional, he knew that Goku's Kamehameha, amplified tenfold in Super Saiyan form, could very well overwhelm him, especially after sustaining injuries that had yet to heal. Therefore, he hesitated, contemplating the consequences of engaging in this relentless exchange once more. Since there's no way to evade, I shall simply embrace the confrontation. Dark Goku, with a wild expression, gathered his energy, forming a tiger's mouth with his hands, relinquishing the use of the Kamehameha. Kamehameha. The azure energy coalesced in the palms of Dark Goku, rapidly surging towards Vegeta's final flash, as Goku's Kamehameha surged forth. In that fleeting moment, Dark Goku carved a path through the chaos. His aura erupted, reaching the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2's full power, and in a mere instant, he managed to tilt the balance against two Super Saiyan 4s. How infuriating! This imposter dares to challenge me in such a state. Vegeta glared fiercely at Dark Goku, feeling a weight of pressure. Truly a madman, he has the audacity to unleash two Kamehamehas with one hand to counter the attacks of two Saiyans. Goku, too, was taken aback, yet undeterred, he intensified his power to reach the zenith of his current state. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, matched his resolve. In an instant, golden and crimson energies clashed, creating a stalemate. I shall not yield to you, imposter. Recalling his previous thrashing at the hands of Dark Goku, Vegeta's rage surged, fueling a more formidable force. Dark Goku, already straining to resist, felt his palms tremble against the onslaught of the final flash. He sought to withstand it, but Goku unleashed his tremendous power. Kamehameha 20 times. The blue Kamehameha expanded 20-fold, hurtling towards Dark Goku. Already struggling, Dark Goku's hands began to shake under the combined might of Goku and Vegeta. At that moment, he was at his limit, powerless against the onslaught of both Super Saiyan 4s. You two Saiyans. With a reluctant roar, Dark Goku's figure began to fade away. Chapter 6, Complete Adaptation. Dark Goku's Super Saiyan 3 emerges. A gentle breeze swept through as the brilliance dissipated, leaving Vegeta and Goku, fatigued, to kneel on the ground. This imposter, it seems, possesses considerable skill. Vegeta, gripping his left arm and gasping for breath, could not help but marvel. Truly a formidable opponent, identical in appearance, yet difficult to contend with. Goku felt similarly, but unlike Vegeta's labored breaths, Goku's face reflected agony. That recent 20-fold Kamehameha had left him feeling nauseous. Typically, increasing his transformation by an additional 10-fold was his limit, but 20-fold was a reckless breach of thresholds. That 20-fold Kamehameha had nearly cost Goku his life, akin to the excruciating experience of unleashing a 5-fold Kaioken against Vegeta in the past. As his stomach churned, Goku yearned to collapse onto the ground and succumb to slumber, disregarding any semblance of dignity. Vegeta harbored a similar thought, yet his pride compelled him to rise, despite feeling utterly drained, akin to a withered leaf. Do not collapse, Kakarot. You are Saiyan. Do not display such disgraceful weakness. Preserve your dignity, Vegeta admonished. I apologize, Vegeta, but I am truly exhausted. Allow me a moment to consume a Senza bean, Goku replied as he retrieved the bean from his pocket and placed it into his mouth. The crunching sound echoed as Goku savored the bean, revitalizing his energy, and he sprang back to his feet, brimming with vitality. Observing Goku's exuberance, Vegeta felt a wave of childishness wash over him. Vegeta, you should have one as well. Goku tossed a Senza bean to him. Oof. Vegeta, reluctant to appear weak, begrudgingly consumed the bean. As it settled in his stomach, an invigorating surge coursed through him, restoring him to his peak condition. Clenching his fists, reveling in his newfound strength, Vegeta was elated. This is what it means to be a Super Saiyan 4, he mused with a satisfied smile, readying himself to depart. However, upon sensing the absence of Black Goku's energy, Vegeta, like Goku, assumed the ordeal was concluded. Yet, in the next moment, a formidable energy erupted from the ground, halting Vegeta in his tracks. The sky grew dim, the earth trembled, and a familiar, terrifying aura enveloped the small domain once more. That bastard is still alive. Vegeta could hardly believe it. Indeed, it is not over yet, Goku remarked, his expression a mix of disbelief and despair. After witnessing Black Goku survive numerous crises, Goku's fighting spirit was waning. Round 4 is it? If I recall correctly, Saiyan, Black Goku's voice resonated as a golden light ascended to the heavens, his form emerging from the depths with an air of confidence, landing gracefully on the ground. At that moment, Black Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan 3. His hair flowed elegantly, exuding a golden radiance as it danced in the wind. A gust swept through, slamming Black Goku's overwhelming presence into Goku and Vegeta's faces. He has grown stronger again. Is this fiend truly indestructible, perpetually increasing in power? Goku seethed, while Vegeta seethed with frustration. After battling for nearly half an hour, not only was Black Goku unharmed, but he had also grown more powerful, shattering the resolve of both warriors and tempting them to concede. Black Goku suddenly appeared beside Goku, delivering a swift punch. Before Goku could react, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Kakarot, you, Vegeta barely managed to utter before Black Goku sent him sprawling as well. Now I am the protagonist. With a resounding thud, Vegeta was propelled backward, his face burning, and he lay on the ground beside Goku, both utterly defeated. Is this still possible? Sun Wukong questioned the meaning of life. Cough, 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 how infuriating. This prince has, astonishingly, allowed this impostor to defeat me 3 times in succession. What a disgrace. Vegeta, filled with rage, grasped a handful of dirt in frustration. The comical scene unfolded before Black Wukong's eyes, who beamed at the disheveled duo, laughing radiantly. Weren't you supposed to render me incapable of laughter? Didn't you say I was finished? Have you succeeded? It seems so indeed. His laughter erupted with manic fervor, and his presence surged once more. Under the watchful gazes of Vegeta and Sun Wukong, Black Wukong instantaneously transitioned into his full-power Super Saiyan 3 state. Is it truly this simple to reach full power? The lips of Sun Wukong and Vegeta trembled, utterly disbelieving that the Black Wukong before them was still human. A torrent of strength surged within him. Reaching its zenith, this was complete adaptation. The recent battle had enabled him to fully acclimate to this body and master its power. Perfect control, perfect adaptation. With excitement, Black Wukong clenched his fists, fully capable of unleashing his entire might, but choosing not to do so. Instead, he prepared to engage in combat with the Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong and Vegeta, utilizing his temporarily activated full power of Super Saiyan 3, perfectly attuned to his body. Perfect control, perfect adaptation. Do you, imposter, think you can win just by activating Super Saiyan 3? Watch as I flatten your face. Vegeta, unwilling to concede, charged at Black Wukong. However, in the next moment, Black Wukong appeared before him, returning him to his original position without so much as lifting a foot. You are merely an appetizer. An ominous aura enveloped the scene. Vegeta, Sun Wukong, sensed impending doom and attempted to warn Vegeta, but it was too late. A blue radiance emanated as Black Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha without any prior movement. Under complete adaptation, Black Wukong, now in full power Super Saiyan 3, delivered a single strike that sent Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan 4 form, crashing back to his normal state. Vegeta flew back, his eyes glazing over as he collapsed to the ground. Proud fool. Slowly, Black Wukong raised his hand, poised to strike Vegeta's shoulder. Vegeta, witnessing this, Sun Wukong sprang to his feet and rushed towards Black Wukong. As Sun Wukong launched a rapid punch, Black Wukong did not flinch, shoving Vegeta aside and absorbing the blow with his abdomen. The impact echoed with a cracking sound. Yet Black Wukong wore an expression of indifference while Sun Wukong was drenched in sweat. Is your body made of cement? Sun Wukong winced, shaking his hand in pain. In response, Black Wukong chuckled dismissively, raising his arm. Son Wukong, you are a formidable opponent. If fate permits, let us engage in battle again in the future. In an instant, Black Goku's fist struck directly at Son Wukong's abdomen. With that blow, Son Wukong widened his eyes in shock, bent over, and coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Even in his Super Saiyan 4 state, he found himself unable to withstand the impact, reverting to his youthful form. As he lay there, Black Goku's eyes glinted with malice, and Son Wukong, drained of strength, collapsed onto the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden task. Reward: Legendary Saiyan Bloodline. Ding! The fusion of the Ultra Bloodline awakens the host's new form, Super Saiyan Deep Rose, among other deep-level forms. Under the Ultra Bloodline, the deep form surpasses the base form by a factor of 100. A gentle reminder, currently, the host forms, excluding deep, each possess tenfold increased strength. At that moment, Black Goku was enveloped in a deep crimson glow. In an instant, he sensed his attributes becoming significantly more potent. The Ultra Bloodline had granted him such a bountiful reward merely for defeating Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Son Wukong. Feeling the surging power within, Black Goku relished the moment. Returning to normalcy, soaring into the sky like a deity, surveying the world below. Father, old Sunday. Just then, two figures suddenly flew into the scene. Hearing the sound, Black Goku cast a wicked glance in their direction, and a mere look sent Shun Gohan and Piccolo trembling in fear. This malevolent aura was unlike old Sunday. Shun Gohan sensed the distinct difference between Black Goku and Son Wukong and quickly assumed a battle stance. Before long, Shun Gohan also sensed the anomaly. The evil energy emanating from Black Goku was so potent that it rivaled the sinister aura he had felt during the battle on Namek against Frieza. Oh, my dear son, what brings you here? Missing daddy? Come, let me give you a hug. Black Goku attempted to feign innocence. However, the sharp-eyed Shun Gohan spotted the unconscious Son Wukong lying on the ground beside Vegeta. You are not my father. The one lying there is. What have you done to them? Shun Gohan exclaimed, brimming with rage as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. What have I done to them? Realizing his ruse had been uncovered, Black Goku dropped the pretense. I've sent them to a place where you will never see them again, he said, his eyes flashing with a sinister glint. You, Shun Gohan, filled with impulsive fury, was ready to engage Black Goku in battle. Thankfully, Piccolo remained composed and quickly discerned the nuances in Black Goku's words. Gohan, calm down. Old Son is still alive, and he bears no killing intent. Vegeta and the others are merely unconscious. Piccolo positioned himself protectively in front of Shun Gohan. Uncle Piccolo. Listening to Piccolo's words, Shun Gohan gritted his teeth and regained his composure. Witnessing the impending clash dissolve, the cold light in Black Goku's eyes gradually faded away. It is futile to continue this battle. Persisting merely wastes time. I have now perfectly adapted to this body, and further conflict would yield no progress. Farewell, Zoyors. Black Goku placed his hand upon the time ring on his left index finger, and his form began to gradually dissipate. Halt! Where do you think you're going? I have not granted you permission to leave. Gohan broke free from Piccolo and charged toward Black Goku. Oh, you wish to fight me? How delightful. A father-son battle indeed. Black Goku cast a sinister glance at Gohan, then raised a finger and lightly gestured through the air, coincidentally pinpointing Gohan, who was momentarily suspended in place. With a subtle flick of his finger, Gohan was plunged into darkness before reverting from Super Saiyan to his normal state, plummeting towards the ground. Whoosh! Gohan! Piccolo rushed forward in alarm. Until we meet again, Z Warriors. With that, Black Goku vanished into the GT timeline. Chapter 7, The Android Saga, featuring the grand entrance of the androids. Within the dark expanse of the time tunnel, having defeated Son Goku and Vegeta from the GT timeline, where should he go next? Gazing around at the myriad portals traversing various Dragon Ball timelines, Black Goku found himself momentarily directionless. Should he venture into the Z timeline? He regarded the first entrance. Or perhaps the Super timeline. His gaze shifted to the second portal. Alternatively, should he return to the origin of it all, the Dragon Ball timeline? As he beheld the dazzling array of temporal entrances, after a brief hesitation, Black Goku finally focused his attention on the Z timeline's Super Saiyan saga. Perhaps this would be a fortuitous destination. With a wicked smile, he prepared to enter, only for an invisible barrier to suddenly obstruct his path. What is this? Ding. Host, please wait. A mission has been issued. Is this your reason for hindering my journey? Step aside. With a sweeping gesture, Black Goku shattered the invisible barrier and soared toward the Z timeline's entrance. Wait, there are substantial rewards. Another invisible wall materialized before him. Black Goku was speechless. What mission? Defeat Android 17 and 18 in the Cell timeline, as well as the perfect form Cell with no time limit. Hoa, destruction god est technique. The Cell timeline. Is that not the Z timeline directly before me? Why do you obstruct me? Black Goku forcefully dismantled the invisible barrier and continued toward the Z timeline's entrance. At least allow me to finish speaking. Within the Z timeline, atop a vast cliff, a colossal spaceship slowly descended. Upon landing, the massive vessel opened its bay doors, and several figures emerged. Is this Earth, Father? A resonant voice echoed as a cosmic overlord, adorned with mechanical parts and a face etched with resentment, stepped out from the spaceship. Is this truly Earth? It seems devoid of formidable fighters. Where's that Super Saiyan, Son Goku? A colossal figure, resembling the Universe King, emerged next, revealing himself to be none other than Frieza, the Universe King of the Z Dimension, alongside his father, King Cold. Perhaps they had not yet arrived on Earth. After all, following the battle on Namek, Goku had vanished, making it exceedingly difficult for him to return from such a distant realm. Frieza smirked, flicking his tail with an air of arrogance as he gazed at the azure sky before him. Earth? The scenery is rather splendid. It could fetch a handsome price if sold, but alas, is the homeland of Goku. With a wicked grin, Frieza watched the birds soaring overhead. He casually unleashed a violet beam of energy from his hand, piercing the body of a bird and sending it plummeting to the ground. Frieza, what are we lingering for? Surely you haven't forgotten? Don't be so leisurely. Since Goku is absent, let us capture his companions on Earth. One by one, don't act as if nothing is amiss. Suddenly, a blue figure, strikingly similar to Frieza, boldly stepped out from the spaceship, standing firmly between King Cold and Frieza, exuding an overwhelming presence. Cooler. Vegeta, who had been lurking in the shadows, was startled into a cold sweat upon seeing this formidable presence. Frieza, King Cold, Cooler. How infuriating. The entire family has come. Vegeta was on high alert, beads of sweat trickling down his back. What's the matter, Vegeta? Bulma curiously approached, sensing his tension. Swallowing his anxiety for the sake of his pride, Vegeta replied, "This planet is doomed. Just wait and see." He offered a peculiar, relaxed smile. Upon hearing Vegeta's proclamation, Gohan, who had been eavesdropping, exclaimed, "Doomed? No, Dad will definitely return." His outburst immediately drew Frieza's attention. "Is someone there?" Frieza queried, puzzled as he turned his gaze. "Shut up, you brat," Vegeta scolded, quickly retracting his head. "Have you gone blind?" Frieza remarked, feeling uneasy when he realized no one was present. "Frieza, did you hear what I said?" Cooler, somewhat displeased, placed a hand on Frieza's shoulder, his demeanor instantly turning fierce, eyes blazing with indignation. Frieza, who had been distracted, felt a jolt of fear and quickly turned to bow deeply before Cooler, apologizing profusely. "My apologies, dear brother. I was rather entranced by this planet." "What were you saying?" "Huh, what is so interesting? Soon it will all be scorched earth." You seem frightened, perhaps even desperate for relief. Cooler shot Frieza a scathing glance. "Indeed, you are correct. Brother," Frieza conceded, clenching his fists, his body trembling with suppressed rage. "What are you still standing there for? Did you not hear what I said? Call for them." Gula cast a fierce glare at Frieza, as if commanding a mere servant. Frieza was compelled to respond with a smile, suppressing any hint of dissent, and instructed his subordinates to venture into the nearby city to pillage, burn, and seize hostages. "Why are you all standing there? Surely you heard my brother's command," he said with an eerie smile, exuding an intimidating presence without raising his voice. Upon hearing this, the small Kalami warriors, filled with trepidation, complied and soared towards the nearby city. However, in the next moment, a swift whoosh echoed through the air. "You intend to leave without my consent?" As the words fell, a purple-haired youth wielding a long blade appeared before Frieza, King Cold, and Gula. "Who dares to attack?" A soldier warily regarded Trunks, but in an instant, Trunks struck, slaying the man. In a flash, countless soldiers trained by Frieza crumbled into nothingness, falling behind the purple-haired youth. "Who is this?" Frieza's expression turned to one of astonishment at the sight. The purple-haired boy remained unresponsive, coldly fixated on Frieza. The ability to eliminate so many minions in a single moment showcased his formidable power. King Cold and Gula exchanged intrigued glances. At that moment, several soldiers behind Frieza were taken aback by the rapid execution of their comrades and hastily activated their power level detectors to assess the the purple-haired youth's capabilities. Beep, beep, beep. As the device chimed, the youth's power level materialized before their eyes. Upon seeing the number, all present were left utterly speechless. A power level of merely 5. What is happening? The last wave of attackers boasted power levels of at least 6,000. The soldiers were astonished, their jaws agape. Only 5? How intriguing. Let a few more approach to gauge her power further. Frieza chuckled, clapping his hands and instructing others to continue the assessment. Reluctantly, the soldiers braced themselves and advanced. But in an instant, the purple-haired youth, with a power level of merely 5, dispatched them with such ease that they could hardly recognize their own mothers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several flashes of cold light appeared as the youth effortlessly eliminated the soldiers one by one. Observing the spectacle, Frieza's interest was piqued. To possess only a power level of 5, yet be capable of vanquishing my subordinates. How fascinating. Frieza, intrigued, extended an olive branch to the boy. How interesting. In light of your remarkable strength, I shall overlook your earlier transgressions. Would you care to join my ranks? I can offer you many benefits with your prowess. I could even create a special operations team just for you. Not interested. The youth flatly rejected Frieza's proposal, showing no interest whatsoever. Undeterred, Frieza persisted. But the boy's subsequent words left him profoundly disappointed. If you choose to join, I would. I disdain to associate with a wretch like you. Despite being nearly beaten to death by others, still has the audacity to return. Upon hearing this, Frieza was taken aback, while King Cold and Gula burst into laughter. My dear son, it appears your defeat at the hands of the Saiyans is now common knowledge. Your authority diminished to the point where even the weakest can challenge you. Indeed, my beloved brother, your dignity is nothing more than a doormat. King Cold and Gula continued to exchange jests, reveling in their mirth, while Frieza's face turned shade of green with rage. Although I am uncertain how you became aware of this, since you have rejected my grace. Do not blame me for ending your life here. Frieza clenched his fingers tightly, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. Yet the violet-haired youth remained undaunted, exuding an air of nonchalance. Frieza pointed at the boy, preparing to allow him a final utterance before his demise. Tell me your name, and perhaps a last word, so that when I take your life, you may find peace in your next incarnation. Frieza's fingernail coalesced with purple energy, emanating an aura of impending death. Trunks, remember the Saiyan name. And it is you who must prepare your final words for the King of Hell. As he spoke, Trunks erupted with energy. Saiyan? Ha! Foul monkey! Frieza, dismissing the taunt, raised his hand to unleash the amassed energy upon Trunks. However, a formidable aura emanated from Trunks, halting Frieza in his tracks. In an instant, the atmosphere was upheaved, transforming into a colossal vortex swirling around Trunks. Do you think the Super Saiyan exists solely in Goku? Foolish. Trunks' power surged, strong enough to cause Frieza's gathered purple energy to wane and dissipate in its presence. This energy, this essence, is reminiscent of that deceased monkey's transformation into a Super Saiyan. A familiar scene unfolded before Frieza's widened eyes. He felt as though he were facing the Super Saiyan, Goku himself. This déjà vu now manifested in Trunks, causing Frieza to instinctively retreat a few steps. It was not only Frieza who was alarmed. Even King Cold and Gula, watching from afar, displayed expressions of astonishment, their eyes fixated on Trunks. On a distant hillside, Vegeta trembled, unable to fathom the spectacle before him. As he watched, Trunks' aura expanded, his muscles became more defined, and his presence grew ever more formidable. In mere seconds, Trunks, who once possessed a power level of 5, surged into the hundreds of millions, gradually surpassing that threshold. With a flash of golden light, Trunks' hair stood on end, and his pupils transformed to a vivid green. The Super Saiyan Trunks has arrived. Chapter 8. Instantaneously vanquishing Frieza and King Cold. Super Saiyan. Both parties were taken aback, the warriors displaying expressions of shock, as did King Cold and his companions. Frieza was utterly terrified of Date's Super Saiyan form. The aura emanating from Trunks was undeniably comparable, if not superior, to the energy he had sensed from Goku on Namek. Super Saiyan, you scoundrel! The magnitude of Date's strength ignited Frieza's fury, and as he gazed into those emerald green eyes, memories of his defeat at the hands of Goku flooded back, accompanied by Goku's contemptuous stare. Damn monkey! Frieza, in a fit of rage, gathered a purple energy sphere and hurled it swiftly toward Trunks. The energy shot forth directly at Trunks, who stood his ground, unflinching, until the energy reached him. Futile, Trunks remarked, exhaling softly, and with a mere breath, he sent the energy careening away, causing it to explode upon hitting the cliffs with a resounding boom. The explosion's might rivaled that of a nuclear blast, flattening mountains over 50 meters high within a 200-kilometer radius in an instant. "You're finished, Frieza," Trunks declared disdainfully as he rushed toward him. In the blink of an eye, Date had arrived before Frieza. "What?" Frieza barely had time to register his shock before Trunks drove a blade into his abdomen. "Ugh!" Frieza's eyes widened in agony as the searing pain radiated from his stomach. Frieza clenched his fists in fury and swung at Trunks. Whoosh! Trunks deftly evaded, reappearing behind Frieza, his face betraying nothing but indifference. "Frieza!" King Cold attempted to warn him. But in the next moment, a glint of cold steel flashed as Trunks delivered a heavy strike. The blow sent Frieza tumbling through the air, his abdomen and back ablaze with pain, eliciting cries of distress and anger, his eyes bloodshot with rage. "How dare you injure me, you wretched monkey!" Frieza retaliated with a wave of energy, to which Trunks responded with his ultimate flash. "Ha! Ha!" Their voices rang out as Trunks' ultimate flash collided with Frieza's energy wave. In that fleeting moment of contact between their forces, Frieza staggered back several steps, his legs trembling from the shockwave of the impact. "How can I be bested by that filthy monkey?" Stung by pride, Frieza resolutely planted his legs into the ground to withstand the aftermath of their clash. Observing this, Trunks relaxed one hand and engaged Frieza in a battle of energies with a single hand. Even with one hand, Frieza found himself reeling from the force of Trunks' ultimate flash, unable to withstand the overwhelming power that sent him retreating without any means of defense. Frieza, with unwavering determination, unleashed 100% of his power against Trunks. In an instant, Frieza's energy surged dramatically, his muscles expanding with newfound strength. This remarkable enhancement allowed Frieza to turn the tide of battle, pushing back Trunks' ultimate attack with overwhelming force. With a smug expression, Frieza began to float, taunting, "Oh dear, why is your strength diminished? Did your shoelaces come undone? Or has your mother called you home for dinner?" Trunks, initially struggling, felt invigorated by Frieza's mockery and swiftly regained control of the situation. In but a moment, Frieza found himself at a disadvantage once more. "Have you taken some sort of drug, you wretched monkey? How is your strength restored?" Frieza exclaimed in disbelief, yet he pressed on with renewed vigor. Alas! The disparity in power was insurmountable. Despite Frieza's full exertion, he could only watch as Trunks' ultimate attack consumed his energy wave, hurtling towards him. Frieza had the opportunity to evade, but the pride instilled in him after Goku's transformation compelled him to confront the loathed Saiyans' power, even at the cost of his own life. Bent and battered, Frieza stubbornly refused to retreat, choosing instead to stand his ground. Frieza fought valiantly, yet he was no match for Trunks in his Super Saiyan form. With a resounding boom, Frieza was engulfed by the energy wave, disappearing from sight. The outcome was clear. "Frieza!" King Cold attempted to call out. But all that remained was the ravaged battlefield, devoid of Frieza's presence. The unexpected demise of Frieza left everyone in shock, with King Cold feeling a sense of absurdity, unable to comprehend how Frieza had been defeated, until he himself became the next victim. Suddenly, Trunks appeared before King Cold, striking with a single, decisive blow. In an instant, King Cold was wounded, a long gash appearing on his chest. In agony, he swung a fist at Trunks, but Trunks, with astonishing reflexes, countered before King Cold could fully react. In the blink of an eye, another wound marred King Cold's chest, forming a cross-shaped cut. "Damn Saiyan! Have the audacity to give me your blade!" King Cold glared at Trunks, clutching his wound. Trunks, calm and composed, ceased his assault and tossed his weapon to King Cold. King Cold, bewildered, caught the blade. "This fool is so easily deceived," he chuckled sinisterly. "I should have taken this sooner." With a cunning grin, King Cold lunged at Trunks with a swift strike. In response, Trunks did not flinch or evade. Instead, he boldly spread his arms wide, inviting the assault. With a swift strike, Trunks sliced through the fabric of his opponent's clothing, yet no injury nor blood was evident. King Cold's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Trunks, who wore a mischievous grin upon his face. "Now you have no regrets about dying, do you?" Trunks proclaimed. His fist clenched as he delivered a powerful blow to King Cold, causing the towering figure to bend at the waist and lower his grand head before Trunks. It was time for the conclusion. Trunks patted King Cold's shoulder and unleashed an energy wave toward him. In an instant, King Cold's enormous form vanished, leaving only Trunks and the sword that fell from the skies. Trunks bent slightly and expertly caught the blade in its sheath. The scene of Trunks vanquishing both Frieza and King Cold left Vegeta's mouth agape in astonishment. The Z warriors stared wide-eyed, and amidst the shock of Frieza and King Cold's demise, Cooler, who had been observing, clapped his hands with an odd smile. Indeed, the power of a Super Saiyan is truly remarkable, Cooler exclaimed excitedly. The nearby minions expressed their bewilderment. Lord Cooler, that man has slain your father and brother. Should you not be enraged? Upon hearing this, Cooler laughed even louder. Anger? Sadness? A demon possesses none of these emotions. As for my father's and brother's deaths, I merely feel embarrassed. Moreover, I must thank Trunks for ridding me of these two relatives. The notion of gratitude left Cooler's audience confused. However, what Cooler said next shattered their understanding. My father, brother, and I have always been rivals. Although we share blood, we have occupied our respective territories without interference. To put it nicely, we are family. In reality, we are merely enemies bound by blood, each wishing for the other's demise. Do you know why we are called the Ice Demons? Because we harbor no familial affection, only immediate and far-reaching interests. Truly a madman, Trunks thought disdainfully, feeling a strong aversion towards Cooler's nature. Without further ado, he struck again with his blade. I forgot to mention, I possess one more transformation than my brother, and I came prepared. In an instant, a purple-blue radiance enveloped Cooler. As the chilling light flashed, Trunks delivered a decisive cut, producing a loud sound yet inflicting no harm. Cooler effortlessly blocked it with one hand. Surprised, Trunks watched as Cooler smiled faintly. I would not be foolish enough to come unprepared, unlike my father and Frieza, who walked to their deaths. Cooler deflected Trunks' attack with a single hand and countered with a punch. Trunks managed to catch the blow, but was forced to retreat a few steps. This individual possesses strength surpassing that of Frieza and King Cold. How could someone whose mother has never spoken of them be so formidable? Trunks felt a twinge of confusion. Suddenly, Gula struck with a punch, catching Trunks off guard and landing a solid blow to his face. Goog! Ah! The impact made Trunks' nose sting and blood gushed forth. With wide eyes, Trunks quickly rolled to regain his footing and raise his blade, swiftly slashing towards Gula. Gula deftly evaded and retaliated with a punch aimed at Trunks. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, neither able to land a hit, locked in a stalemate. However, it wasn't long before Trunks unleashed his strength, delivering a cut that wounded Gula. Whoosh! The blade sliced through Gula's chest, leaving a deep gash. You dead monkey! Gula gathered his energy for a punch aimed at Trunks. Unfazed, Trunks countered with a slash of his own towards Gula. Bang! Uffed! Trunks took a punch to the head, while Gula endured a cut from Trunks' blade. Come on! Again! Come on! Again! Neither party yielded, forsaking evasion and defense to absorb the blows, exchanging a punch for a strike. With each clash, Trunks' fighting spirit soared, his strikes growing more powerful, inflicting further wounds on Gula. Conversely, Gula appeared increasingly fatigued, his frequent attacks and injuries leaving him gasping for breath. Hasn't this form been perfected yet? Damn it! Gula, filled with rage, unleashed a full-force punch. The impact struck Trunks in the abdomen, causing him to double over. Goog! Ah! He winced in pain, but soon broke into laughter. What is so funny? Gula asked, his expression tense. Oh, nothing, just amused by the sight of you covered in blood. You wretched monkey! Gula, seething with anger, aimed a punch at Trunks' forehead. The blow sent Trunks flying away. Now you, before Gula could finish his sentence. A sharp pain surged through his abdomen. Looking down, he noticed another long scar appearing. Did Trunks manage to cut me before being sent flying? Gula, in agony, collapsed to one knee. Lord Gula! Several minions rushed forward to check on him. I won't die. Retreat, be cautious not to get hurt. Gula gently urged the minions back as he slowly rose to his feet. Observing this scene, Trunks felt a jolt of surprise. He had never anticipated Gula, so cold-blooded towards his kin, would exhibit tenderness towards his subordinates. Yet, upon reflection, Trunks understood. Indeed, self-interest reigned supreme. Trunks steadily rose, poised and ready to continue the battle. You Science, I truly am a naturally resilient monkey. How many punches must I deliver before you fall? Gula chuckled slyly. Trunks also smiled. It is I who should be asking you, how many slashes will it take before you succumb? Gula's smile vanished. Let's proceed. In a fit of rage, Gula charged at Trunks. Observing this, Trunks too unleashed his fury and charged back at Gula. A fierce battle was imminent, but an unexpected guest suddenly arrived. You seem to be enjoying yourselves, Science, and you, the Frost Demon. Enter Black Goku, clad in a dark GI. Chapter 9. The Transcendence of Bloodlines, Super Saiyan 1. Gula, what is happening? Is this not before the era of the androids? How is Gula here? Shouldn't it be Frieza and King Cold? Black Goku's expression turned serious as he instantaneously appeared before the Z fighters, Trunks, and Gula. Gula clenched his teeth. Uncle Goku. Trunks turned his head, surprised to see Goku. Simultaneously, not only Gula, but also the Z fighters gazed at Black Goku, failing to discern any difference between him and Goku, believing Black Goku to be the very same. In their eyes, Goku was a calming presence amidst calamity. Just a single call of his name would resolve one enemy after another. Returning to the matter at hand. Is this a temporal distortion? What is occurring, system? Black Goku focused intently on questioning the system, expecting an explanation. Yet the system remained as silent as a mute. No matter how he attempted to engage, it remained unresponsive. TSK, in crucial moments, one must rely on oneself. Black Goku, disinterested in further discourse, resolved to confront the immediate challenge with his fists. Are you Goku? He, not particularly strong, I see. Sensing the faint aura emanating from Black Goku, Gula audaciously mocked him. The frustration from the system's silence ignited Black Goku's fury upon hearing Gula's taunt. Ha. His output reliant solely on his roar. Black Goku's body radiated a golden aura that soared towards the heavens. In an instant, the entire solar system trembled as Black Goku's power intensified, causing the very ground beneath him to shatter under the weight of his overwhelming energy. This aura, the Z fighters and Gula were taken aback. Is this truly Mr. Goku? Trunks was so frightened that he reverted from Super Saiyan. At this moment, Gula regretted his earlier words, trembling as he retrieved a power-level scouter from his pocket to assess Black Goku's strength. This aura, what power level could it possibly possess? Gula struggled to maintain his composure amidst the quaking ground. Upon closer examination, 1's composure shatters. 15 million, 20 million, 32 million, 40 million, 45 million, 55 million, 82 million, an overwhelming surge of numbers. In an instant, the combat power detector affixed to Gula's eye malfunctioned, unable to register the escalating power of Black Goku, followed by a violent explosion. Boom! The device detonated upon Gula's eye. What is happening? Is this individual's combat power truly unfathomably high? Gula trembled as he gazed upon Black Goku before him. Wasn't Son Goku's aura previously rather weak? How has it escalated to such an extent? And it continues to rise. In fear, Gula ascended into the sky. The heavens, once azure, were now enveloped in the deep golden aura emanating from Black Goku. Super Saiyan, the legacy of transcendent bloodlines, the appearance of the Super Saiyan with deep golden radiance. Whoosh! A gust of wind swirled around Black Goku, creating an eerie stillness. At that moment, Black Goku, adorned with a deep golden Super Saiyan hairstyle, stood before all. Super Saiyan. Vegeta's lips quivered, compared to Trunks' transformation into a Super Saiyan. Black Goku's metamorphosis was akin to the legendary Super Saiyan, his entire being radiating a deep golden aura that darkened the skies. It was as if a mortal had ascended to holiness before their eyes. Who now is weak? Black Goku slowly lifted his head, his gaze icy as he looked at Gula. Gula, now thoroughly frightened, trembled in response. Whoosh! Black Goku extended a finger towards Gula, his countenance somber. Today marks the day of your demise. In an instant, Black Goku was upon Gula, moving with a speed that defied comprehension. What? How dare you? Gula, regaining his wits, retaliated with a punch. Bang! The strike landed squarely on Black Goku's chest, yet his expression remained unperturbed, his form unyielding. Gula was taken aback. In the next moment, Black Goku slowly reached out to grasp him. Though Black Goku's movements appeared languid, they were astonishingly swift. Before Gula could react, he found himself seized by the ear, lifted like a chick. How dare you toy with me? Gula's fury reached its peak as he unleashed a powerful wave towards Black Goku. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as a purple energy wave struck Black Goku, stirring clouds of dust around him. The force seemed formidable, yet bore no real harm. As the dust settled, Black Goku stood before Gula, his golden hair billowing, wholly unscathed. Have you activated some cheat? Gula couldn't help but mutter. Black Goku remained silent, gradually raising his palm towards Gula. Realizing the dire situation, Gula attempted to struggle, but it was too late. A black golden wave of light erupted from Black Goku's palm, hurtling towards him. Boom! A muffled thud resounded as Gula plummeted from the sky like a kite severed from its thread, crashing helplessly to the ground. Whoosh! Once again, a radiant wave surged forth. With a thunderous sound, Gula dissipated into the air like smoke. Witnessing Gula's demise, the remaining soldiers hurried forward to inspect the scene. Upon confirming Gula's death, they turned to Black Goku with expressions of shock and fury. Black Goku wore a wicked grin, adhering to the principle of eradicating the roots of the problem, as he raised his hand to conjure another radiant wave aimed at them. Although I abhor slaughter, I hold no compassion for you, the bloodstained members of the Cosmic Pirate Organization. Whoosh! As the wave struck, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted. Black Goku relentlessly annihilated the remaining remnants, ending their lives amidst their desperate screams. After the carnage, Trunks, nearly dropping his jaw in shock at Black Goku's murderous aura, recalled how Bulma had once told him that Black Goku was a kind and just individual, a hero willing to sacrifice himself for his companions. Consequently, Trunks had idolized Son Goku in his youth, particularly under Gohan's guidance in the future. Yet, upon encountering the true form of Goku, Trunks was struck by the realization that the Son Goku before him was far from the benevolent hero his mother had described, who shunned violence. Instead, he appeared as an extreme yet principled hero, transcending the very notion of heroism. Not just Trunks, but all onlookers felt the weight of the moment. Vegeta was drenched in sweat, while Krillin shook his head in disbelief. Piccolo broke out in a cold sweat, Gohan wore a look of shock, and Yamcha and Bulma gaped like stunned figures. Black Goku's decisive demeanor made it difficult for them to recognize him as the kind-hearted Saiyan who lived on Earth. Buzz! As the golden radiance enveloping Black Goku faded, he descended to the ground in a state of calm. Mr. Son Goku. Trunks stammered. Trunks, hello there. Black Goku replied with a charmingly sinister smile, turning to face him with an amiable demeanor. How do you know my name? Trunks asked, astonished. Black Goku merely smiled in response, remaining silent. The two locked eyes in an awkward silence, the tension palpable, until the Z-Warriors stepped in to alleviate the atmosphere. Son Goku has returned. Bulma was the first to approach. Long time no see, Bulma. Black Goku greeted her warmly. Following Bulma's lead, Gohan and Krillin, who shared a close bond with Son Goku, also approached Black Goku. Old man, it's been a while, Piccolo stuttered. Father. Gohan stepped forward to stand before Black Goku. My dear son, it has been so long since I've seen you. Come here and let your father embrace you. Black Goku said with a benevolent smile, opening his arms to Gohan, who was filled with longing. As Black Goku prepared to embrace him, Gohan felt a wave of confusion, yet still extended his arms towards Black Goku. Thus, without a shred of shame, Black Goku took on the role of Gohan's father for a brief moment. Welcome back, Goku. Tien and Yamcha approached to greet him. Tien, Yamcha, how have you been? Tien asked first. I've been well, haha. Black Goku replied with a sinister grin. Kakarot, when did you become so powerful? Vegeta approached, forcefully pushing aside Tien and Yamcha. Oh, Vegeta, long time no see. Oh wait, I just recently left you half dead, so perhaps long time is inappropriate. How are you? Black Goku greeted Vegeta with a wicked smile. Vegeta, perplexed, chose to remain silent. Come down, Gohan. Let me hold you a little longer. Goodbye, Mr. Son Goku. I feel quite embarrassed. Black Goku ruffled Gohan's dark hair. Dad, you're right here? What do you mean? Gohan, still bewildered, slowly descended from Black Goku's embrace. Not just he, but many others were equally puzzled, particularly by the phrase about Goku arriving shortly. Kakarot, what did you mean by that? What do you mean by you'll be here shortly? Vegeta demanded angrily. Black Goku, with an enigmatic smile, remained silent and calm. This demeanor of Black Goku ignited Vegeta's fury, recalling how he had been surpassed by two others to become a Super Saiyan and burdened with the title of the eternally third strongest. Enraged, Vegeta, already in a foul mood, glared at Black Goku's smiling face, his anger boiling over as he seized Black Goku by the collar. The atmosphere grew tense. Mr. Vegeta. Trunks, observing the scene, attempted to intervene. However, seeing that Trunks was about to involve himself only further fueled Vegeta's ire, causing his brows to furrow deeply. Do you think you can casually look down on me? Vegeta, in a state of agitation, released Black Goku, ready to confront Trunks instead, his fists raised. In an instant, Black Goku swiftly caught Vegeta's swinging fist, using his immense strength to restrain the impulsive Saiyan. You! Vegeta scowled. Vegeta, calm down, Black Goku urged earnestly. Calm down. Do you think transforming into a Super Saiyan grants you the liberty to do as you please? Vegeta retorted. Bulma attempted to mediate, but was met with Vegeta's harsh rebuke. Get lost, you ugly Earth woman. Vegeta, you... Piccolo tried to interject, but Vegeta shot back with another tirade. What? Do you also oppose me? Beerus, watching the scene unfold, looked at everyone like a rabid dog ready to bite. Upon witnessing Black Goku's unyielding demeanor, Vegeta felt the pressure of his grip on his wrist intensify. In an instant, Vegeta found himself compelled to kneel, overwhelmed by this brute force. What? He gazed at Black Goku in sheer disbelief. Vegeta, I wish to convey to you that whether in the present or as that purple-haired youth from the past, you stand no chance against me. Your former self was merely a fleeting shadow. Chapter 10. Two Son Gokus. You. Listening to Black Goku's taunts, veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead in fury. Black Goku, indifferent to his rage, released his grip without a second thought. He had no intention of tolerating Vegeta's arrogant disregard for anyone around him, choosing instead to completely ignore him. Infuriated, Vegeta reached out, ready to confront Black Goku, but as he did, Black Goku effortlessly sidestepped, as if employing a technique of supreme mastery. What is this? Vegeta stood there, bewildered, while Black Goku wore a sinister grin, paying no heed to him. Thus, Black Goku, Trunks, and the Z-Warriors sat in their respective corners, maintaining a delicate distance, exchanging glances without uttering a word. Kakarot. Vegeta glared furiously at Black Goku. The Z-Warriors were perplexed as to why they lingered here, yet Black Goku informed them that Goku would return shortly. They wished to inquire further, but Black Goku chose to remain unresponsive. This strange scene compelled them to wait in silence. Mr. Goku, what do you mean by saying Goku will return soon? Trunks suddenly spoke up. You will find out shortly, Black Goku replied with a cryptic smile, evading a direct answer. Dazed, Trunks had no choice but to remain seated in anticipation. Hey, purple-haired youth, the emblem on your arm resembles our Capsule Corporation logo. Is your attire a testament to your affiliation with our company? You seem rather unfamiliar, Bulma interjected unexpectedly. What? Trunks panicked, but dared not elaborate, opting instead to evade the topic. Observing this, Bulma was left with a heart full of questions. Not only Bulma, but Tin, Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and others received similarly vague responses, reminiscent of the original tale. What's there to flaunt? One day, I shall surpass you all, Vegeta scoffed, turning his gaze toward Black Goku with disdain. Unfazed by Vegeta's piercing stare, Black Goku met his gaze defiantly. After a while, a purple beam of light streaked across the sky, and before the Z-Warriors' eyes, an alien spacecraft descended, crashing down to the earth. With a thunderous roar, a plume of black smoke billowed upwards. Here it comes, Black Goku observed, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. In the fleeting moment following the arrival of Black Goku's voice, the Z-Warriors curiously gathered to investigate the situation. As the dust settled, to their astonishment, a Son Goku clad in traditional Indian attire emerged from the spaceship that had created a deep crater. Kakarot, Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. A sentiment echoed among all present. What on earth is happening? Why are you all here, and why those expressions? Son Goku scratched his head in confusion. Two Gokus? Trunks gasped, turning to glance at Black Goku, who was sitting nearby, observing the unfolding drama. That expression is rather unappealing, Black Goku remarked, as the wind gently tousled his hair, giving it a flowing grace. What's going on? Why are there two fathers? Gohan questioned, bewildered as he looked between Black Goku and Son Goku. The original Son Goku slowly emerged from the deep pit, and upon stepping onto solid ground and catching sight of Black Goku, he too was taken aback, uncertain of the circumstances and bewildered by the presence of someone who bore his likeness. Vegeta was the first to sense something amiss. Between the two Gokus, the original exhibited a touch of naivety and innocence, while Black Goku appeared decisively mature. This stark contrast in demeanor triggered Vegeta's keen perception, prompting him to stand tall and point at Black Goku, demanding to know his identity. I sensed something was off with you earlier. Who exactly are you? Vegeta questioned, his expression fierce. His outburst captured everyone's attention. Initially, the group struggled to distinguish between Black Goku and Son Goku, yet after a comparative analysis of their auras, the discrepancies became apparent. Gohan, filled with indignation, clenched his fists and directed his ire at Black Goku. You, impersonating my father and robbing me of my emotions, are utterly unforgivable. Gohan seethed, The thought of being toyed with by Black Goku igniting his fury. Unfazed, Black Goku shamelessly taunted. Earlier, you called me dad so affectionately. And now you're so cold. What a heartbreak, my dear son. Oh. You. Gohan started to retort, but Son Goku stepped in front of him, blocking his path. Father, that person who resembles me possesses an immense aura. Gohan, do not provoke him. If he decides to fight, I fear it would be difficult to protect everyone. Son Goku stated gravely. Despite Black Goku suppressing his own formidable energy, his inherent strength could not be entirely concealed, and it radiated outward, detectable by Son Goku. A master of sensing energy. It has been quite some time since we last met. Son Goku, Black Goku casually remarked, running a hand through his hair. Who are you? What brings you here, and why do we bear such a striking resemblance? Son Wukong, with a serious demeanor, emitted a subtle golden aura. Do you wish to transform into a Super Saiyan? Sensing Son Wukong's impending transformation, Black Wukong ceased to wear the displeasing smile that had adorned his face. Who am I? A jester who was submerged in water by a kangaroo while trying to save a dog. A thief who has usurped another's body. A combat enthusiast whose prowess surpasses that of the original in the GT timeline. I possess many identities, yet I am but one. Son Wukong. I am you, and you are me. I am another version of you, and you are another version of me. Black Wukong's expression was grave, emanating a dark, obsidian aura. Son Wukong, perplexed, could sense the overwhelming strength radiating from Black Wukong, far surpassing any foe he had previously encountered. Damn it, Vegeta muttered under his breath, addressing Black Wukong with a tone laced with dissatisfaction, before charging forward to unleash his power. However, the moment Vegeta launched himself, Black Wukong was already aware. Are you attempting to mask your fear with an offensive, Vegeta? Black Wukong's eyes narrowed, fingers splayed as he gestured toward Vegeta with a simple upward motion. In an instant, Vegeta's head jerked back, and he executed a bizarre backward somersault, crashing to the ground. The sight of Vegeta's awkward fall left everyone bewildered, as if questioning the absurdity of his posture. No one could fathom how he could have fallen in such a manner unless his head had been filled with glue. What happened? What did you do? Vegeta glared at Black Wukong. Your control over your aura is vastly superior, and you exhibit a commendable degree of restraint. Black Wukong nonchalantly lowered his hand. Enraged, Vegeta stood up, determined to confront Black Wukong once more, only to stumble again, toppling forward. Black Wukong raised his hand, fingers outstretched, sliding them downwards. Are you jesting, Vegeta? Is the ground truly that slippery? The bald man nearby could not contain his laughter. Damn it, Vegeta seethed, his frustration boiling over as he quickly rose to his feet again. Dare you rise once more? Do you not fear? Black Wukong made the same gesture again. Ugh, Vegeta, eyes wide with anxiety, assumed a fighting stance. You certainly provide some amusement, Vegeta, Black Wukong remarked, deciding to cease his mockery of Vegeta. With Vegeta's current level of strength, which was less than that of a Super Saiyan, Black Wukong found little amusement in the situation. After all, even a Black Wukong, who was not solely driven by thirst for battle, was on a path to avoid conflict whenever possible. Do not approach. That being is formidable, Son Wukong cautioned. Mind your own business. This prince requires no interference. Vegeta retorted, teeth clenched in frustration, with a slight twist of his neck. Black Wukong cast a devilish glance at Son Wukong. If given the opportunity, I would truly relish a heartfelt conversation with you. Alas, I am not the protagonist of this encounter. You bear a striking resemblance to me and possess formidable strength. Who, pray tell, are you? Son Wukong, intrigued, scrutinized the figure of Black Wukong. However, before delving further into that, perhaps you should attend to the matter at hand with the violet-haired boy beside you. Black Wukong directed his gaze towards Trunks. Son Wukong, with a puzzled expression, followed Black Wukong's line of sight to Trunks. It was only now, amidst his heightened tension directed at Black Wukong, that he noticed the presence of another remarkably powerful Saiyan nearby. Chapter 11. The Android Saga begins. So who are you? Son Wukong inquired, still perplexed as he looked at Trunks. Let's find a more suitable place to converse, Trunks suggested, gesturing toward a distant rocky outcrop. Before proceeding in that direction, initially hesitant, Son Wukong reluctantly followed Trunks after observing his departure. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Son Wukong and Trunks arrived at their destination to commence their dialogue. The distance rendered their conversation inaudible to all but those with exceptional hearing, such as Dend and Black Wukong, whose perceptive abilities were heightened by their level of mastery. What on earth is happening? Bulma gazed intently towards Trunks, beside the rocky outcrop. Trunks bowed slightly, apologizing. I apologize for bringing you here, Mr. Sun Wukong. It's quite all right. However, I am curious about your intentions in summoning me here. Sun Wukong scratched his cheek in contemplation. Well, I wish to witness the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate? Huh? Who are you? How do you know about this? You and that other person who resembles me are rather peculiar, appearing suddenly and possessing such knowledge. Sun Wukong chuckled innocently. I beseech you, Mr. Sun Wukong, please demonstrate, Trunks insisted earnestly. Seeing Trunks' earnestness, Wukong resignedly agreed to showcase the Super Saiyan transformation. Watch closely, he instructed. With a fierce concentration, Black Wukong's demeanor shifted, and a golden aura erupted from within him. In an instant, the ground beneath Sun Wukong began to crack, as a tremendous energy surged forth from his being. Buzzing, a radiant golden light enveloped Sun Wukong as his hair stood on end, transforming him into a Super Saiyan before the astonished eyes of all present. The very earth trembled beneath him as his power surged forth. The Super Saiyan. Everyone stared in awe, their hearts racing at the sight of Sun Wukong in this formidable state. Bulma, unable to sense the energy, gazed at Sun Wukong's golden-haired form, suddenly reminded of Black Wukong, who had once appeared in a similar guise. Why is Wukong's hair color so much lighter than that of that other individual? Gohan swallowed nervously, his gaze fixed anxiously upon Sun Wukong. The aura emanating from this individual surpassed even that of his father in Super Saiyan form. What could possibly be happening? Gohan's eyes intently scrutinized Black Goku, while Bulma, equally intrigued, cast a glance in his direction. At that very moment, Black Goku fortuitously lifted his head, locking eyes with Bulma and Gohan. Ah, a Saiyan, he smirked, casting a meaningful glance towards the distant Sun Wukong and Trunks before oddly turning his head away. Why does he look so terrifying, despite resembling Goku so closely? Bulma muttered through clenched teeth, anxiously brushing her unruly hair, retreating a few steps in fear. Over by the rocks, Sun Wukong regarded Trunks with a serious expression. This is indeed the Super Saiyan form. Yes, without a doubt, it is the Super Saiyan transformation. Now that I am satisfied, Sun Wukong declared, preparing to revert to his normal state. Then I shall transform into a Super Saiyan too. Suddenly, Trunks interjected, gathering energy. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Under Vegeta's envious gaze, Trunks also transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power level nearly equal to Wukong's. One day, I too shall surpass all of you. Vegeta crossed his arms, feigning indifference, though internally he felt a pang of jealousy and closed his eyes. How can you transform into a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong asked, utterly bewildered. I will explain shortly, but first, pardon my rudeness. Trunks positioned his hand behind him and, before Sun Wukong, drew forth the Sword of Hope. What do you intend to do? Sun Wukong inquired, still somewhat dazed, but soon clarity dawned upon him. Allow me to witness your strength, Sun Wukong. Without further adu, Trunks launched a vertical strike at Wukong. Swish! To the astonishment of onlookers, Trunks aimed a downward slash at Wukong's head. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed as he instinctively raised a finger to defend himself. Swish! The blade made contact with Wukong's fingertip. Yet he appeared unfazed. Swish, swish, swish. Trunks unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks. Sun Wukong chuckled, maintaining his defensive posture. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong, seemingly at ease, fended off Trunks' relentless strikes with his finger, the blade clanging against him as if it were striking iron, effortlessly repelled by Wukong. You are quite strong, young man. Sun Wukong remarked with a slight smile, his eyes suddenly widening. With just a glance, Trunks was sent hurtling away, struggling to regain his footing. Trunks witnessed Sun Wukong charging toward him once more. Is this a surprise attack? Trunks raised his sword in defense. But Sun Wukong halted before him instead of launching an assault. Are you not going to strike? Trunks gulped nervously, gradually lowering his weapon. Let's end this exchange here. Do tell me, who are you? Sun Wukong smiled faintly. The golden aura surrounding him dissipated, and he casually reverted to his normal state. I see, well then. Trunks exhaled, sheathing his sword, and similarly returned to his usual demeanor. The battle concluded, and everything resumed its normalcy, yet the sky, once tinged with yellow from the onset of their confrontation, remained unchanged. It was not until the two had completely suppressed their auras that Trunks respectfully bowed to Sun Wukong. My apologies, Mr. Wukong. I do not mind, but may I inquire, who exactly are you? How do you possess the bloodline of a Saiyan and transform into a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Well, Trunks took a deep breath and began his explanation. My name is Trunks, and I hail from a future timeline 20 years hence. As for my Saiyan lineage, it is all due to my father, Vegeta, the man clad in a pink shirt with a fierce demeanor. Huh? What? You are Vegeta's son? Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. Repeatedly glancing back at Vegeta, Trunks, feeling a bit awkward, continued, in 2 years on a small island to the east, 2 formidable foes will emerge. Stronger than any adversaries you have faced thus far. They are the creations of Dr. Gero from the Red Ribbon Army, an android pair, 1 male and 1 female. Their strength is immense and their ruthlessness unparalleled. In the near future, they will decimate half of Earth's population, despite numerous military attempts to thwart them. However, all efforts will prove futile against such powerful androids, as even the Z-Warriors will struggle. At this point, Trunks' expression turned grave. What has happened? Sun Wukong asked, his face marked with concern. All perished in that battle. Uncle Piccolo, Krillin, Tin, Kaiatsu, my father Vegeta, and my mentor Gohan all lost their lives that day. Trunks suddenly bowed his head in silence. And what of me? What will become of me? Did I too fall? Sun Wukong inquired, curiosity etched on his face. You did not participate. You succumbed to a rare heart disease before the war began, one that the sins of beings could not heal. You ultimately perished from the torment of that ailment. Sun Wukong fell silent, his expression reflecting words he wished to speak, but could not. Sensing Wukong's distress, Trunks promptly produced a pill and tossed it to him. You need not worry. My mother has developed a special medication that effectively treats your heart condition. Here, take it. Trunks smiled gently as he tossed the green pill. Upon receiving it, Sun Wukong inspected it curiously, eager to swallow it immediately. Wait, the medicine is not for immediate consumption. During a heart attack, Mr. Sun Wukong was abruptly halted by Trunks, who appeared anxious. Ah, I see, my apologies, Trunks. Sun Wukong responded with a silly grin. By the way, who is your mother? She seems quite formidable, he inquired with curiosity. Trunks hesitated, casting a furtive glance toward Bulma in the distance, and then, in Sun Wukong's presence, identified her. Bulma? Are you jesting, Trunks? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Bulma is my mother, Trunks shyly reiterated. Observing this, Wukong cautiously glanced at Bulma and Vegeta, confirming their identities through shared glances. Although taken aback, he found it somewhat reasonable. With a sigh, he laughed heartily, dismissing the surprise. I have shared all I need to say, Mr. Sun Wukong. Please do not forget my words. And do not disclose to anyone that I am the child of Vegeta and Bulma. I am quite apprehensive about that. Rest assured, I will keep your secret. Wukong assured him with an okay gesture. Then, I must take my leave. I cannot linger here. My mother awaits news from me. Until next time, Mr. Sun Wukong. Trunks waved and turned to depart. Oh wait, Trunks, I have another question for you. Sun Wukong suddenly interjected, stopping him in his tracks. What is it? Trunks turned back. I must ask, is that individual over there, who bears a striking resemblance to me, one of your companions? It seems you have never publicly revealed your identity. How does he know you have matters to discuss with me? Upon hearing this, Trunks realized he had been preoccupied with cautioning Sun Wukong about the androids, and had momentarily forgotten about the formidable presence beside him. With a serious expression, Trunks turned to face Black Goku, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. At that moment, Black Goku, eyes closed, sat on a flat stone, lost in meditation, adapting to the sudden evolution of his bloodline. Sensing a gaze upon him, he lifted his head. Ding! The fusion of his super bloodline has been enhanced. Current host base form combat power has increased by 10 to 15 times. Who is it? Black Goku slowly opened his eyes to regard Trunks, a formidable aura emanating from him. Chapter 12. If you wish to be born. This presence is truly terrifying. Both Piccolo and Vegeta broke into a cold sweat. Hey, sharp gaze there, young one, Black Goku remarked, a magenta light flickering through his hair, momentarily transforming into a Super Saiyan form. In that brief second, Black Goku's aura transcended the realm of mortals. What is happening? Why has his power suddenly vanished? Trunks swallowed hard, his grip on the sword's hilt beginning to tremble. Incredibly strong, indeed, laughed Sun Wukong, his expression a blend of seriousness and excitement. Realizing the significant risk of failure in his attack, Trunks gritted his teeth and abandoned his offensive. At that moment, Black Goku spoke. Come, young one. I'm not here to fight, but to assist you. Black Goku slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his garments. Assist me? You hardly seem like a benevolent figure. And how do you know about my circumstances? Trunks regarded him with suspicion. Why is that? Black Goku's response was akin to pondering the essence of existence itself. Why one becomes aware of life rather than death. He remained silent, his demeanor calm. Trunks, tense, maintained a vigilant gaze upon Black Goku, who reciprocated with a steady stare. Fortunately, Sun Wukong stepped forward to alleviate the tension. Oi, shouldn't we properly introduce ourselves? I know nothing about you. Sun Wukong flexed his fists, eager for engagement. Upon hearing this, Black Goku turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong, observing the latter's smug expression. Black Goku chuckled, recalling how in the GT timeline, the younger Goku bore a similar demeanor, defenseless against his full-powered Super Saiyan 2 form, and how both he and Vegeta were equally powerless against his full-powered Super Saiyan 3. Indeed, it is time for introductions. To differentiate us, you may refer to me as Black Goku. The fierce winds billowed, and Black Goku's hair danced elegantly as he exuded an aura of dark charm. I am Sun Wukong, though you may already know that. I've heard of your strength and wish to engage in a friendly spar. Sun Wukong beckoned provocatively. Observing this, Black Goku narrowed his eyes and smirked nonchalantly. Indeed, the cries of those whose lives are claimed by sharp weapons tend to be quite loud. In an instant, the atmosphere darkened, and Black Goku's hair stood on end, his aura steadily rising to the heavens. The skies swirled ominously, engulfing the surrounding clouds. This spectacle caused palpable tension among the onlookers, who braced themselves for an impending eruption from Black Goku. Buzz! The crowd swallowed hard, yet soon after, the skies brightened once more as Black Goku retracted the menacing energy he had just unleashed. Never mind, I possess no interest in fighting. My sole desire is to save lives. Black Goku smiled faintly before turning his serious gaze back to Trunks. Young man, if you trust me, lead me to your timeline, so I may rescue the Earth ravaged by the androids. His tone was calm. What androids? Yamcha scratched his head in confusion. How do you know about them? Trunks clenched his jaw, while Sun Wukong anxiously wiped his brow. The enigmatic demeanor of Black Goku truly left them perplexed and incredulous. Just as Trunks was engulfed in confusion, Black Goku suddenly issued a menacing threat. If you wish to survive, take me along with you. I heard every word you exchanged with Son Goku. Should you doubt this, feel free to test your fortune. Black Goku turned his gaze, fixating on Bulma with an intensity that sent her recoiling as if confronted by a malevolent specter. In an instant, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan, along with the previously unobtrusive Kairatsu, rushed forward to shield Bulma from harm. What are you scheming, you scoundrel? Yamcha seethed, gritting his teeth. Should you harbor any ill intentions, I would not hesitate to unleash the spirit bomb upon you. Tien Shinhan assumed a stance ready to launch his attack at Black Goku, with Kairatsu preparing to conjure a spirit ball alongside him. In a fleeting moment, Bulma was treated like a cherished princess, cocooned in their protection. Typically, at such a juncture, the villainous Son Goku would acquiesce to the narrative and retreat. However, the unyielding Black Goku, disinterested in adhering to the plot's conventions, brusquely repelled Tien Shinhan and the others with a mere glance. Do you all wish to meet your end as well? Whoosh. 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 In an instant, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Kairatsu were struck by an unseen force, collapsing in disarray. Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Kairatsu. Bulma cried out in terror. From a young age, I had witnessed the necessary sacrifices made for the greater good. I watched in horror as a commoner was subjected to humiliation by a wealthy local politician, merely to relieve his own pressures while claiming to serve the populace. That man bore the weight of burdens akin to an overinflated balloon, perpetually laden with stress. His inability to serve the people well earned him the title of an irresponsible sluggard. To maintain his reputation, the politician discovered a method to alleviate his stress by relentlessly tormenting another individual. Initially, he rejected this vile approach, yet through repeated, unintentional attempts, he relinquished his resentment and began to rationalize his actions under the guise of serving the greater good. It is undeniable that once relieved of his burdens, he did indeed serve others well, yet he was equally cruel to the innocent victim, compelling him to leap into fire pits and construction sites as if he were walking a dog. In those moments, I pondered the essence of righteousness and justice. What constitutes the greater good? Is it akin to that politician's service to the people, where he alleviated his own pressures by inflicting suffering on others? I have long sought answers to these questions, yet clarity remains elusive. As Black Goku spoke, he inadvertently stepped closer to Bulma. What do you intend to do? Trunks exclaimed anxiously. To justify the release of one's own malice under the guise of righteousness, do you deem it just? Or perhaps refraining from unleashing one's own darkness? Enduring the daily discontent of the populace in the name of justice is also a form of righteousness? Black Goku turned to face Trunks. I promise you. Do not harm her. I implore you, Trunks shouted desperately. Head, do you understand? When confronted with such dilemmas, I often abandon reason and irrationally eliminate those who pose the problem. I recall my first act of murder at the tender age of 4, when that corrupt official abused my only teacher at the orphanage until her demise. Snap! Black Goku snapped his fingers. Trunks could surmise what Black Goku would say next. All misfortune stems from the folly and inadequacy of those in power. Grasp this truth well. Do not forget that fateful day, Saiyan. Black Goku chuckled. TSK. Reluctantly, Trunks, feeling powerless, complied and boarded the ship with Black Goku to return to his timeline. On the ship, Black Goku sat leisurely behind Trunks. Farewell. Only Son Goku bid them goodbye, while the others anxiously gazed at the ship. Thank you, Trunks expressed gratitude, not holding a grudge, as the ominous presence behind him left him speechless. Buzz. The ship powered up. Whoosh. It emitted a radiant white glow and vanished in the blink of an eye. Whoosh. Once Trunks and Black Goku departed, silence enveloped the scene. They have left, those two who appeared so suddenly, along with that peculiar individual, Bulma said, swallowing nervously. Ouch, ouch. Piccolo, ease up. Yamcha exclaimed, feeling sore from Piccolo's grip. You fell with just a glance. Is this how weak you have become? Piccolo scoffed, pulling Yamcha and Tien up. Thank you, Tien said with hands clasped in gratitude, then turned to lift the dumplings behind him. Kakarot, what did that boy say to you? Speak honestly. Vegeta questioned bluntly as he approached Son Goku. In response, Son Goku grinned. Nothing much, he just wanted to see me, ha ha ha. Merely wished to witness my Super Saiyan form. He laughed while weaving a tail. This clumsy performance left Piccolo speechless, prompting him to interject. Let me handle this. Let me tell everyone. Old Son, let me take over, Piccolo said. Son Goku appeared resistant, and Piccolo quickly reassured him. Fear not, old Son. I know what to say and what to withhold. I won't utter anything that could lead to complications. Ahem. Piccolo cleared his throat and began to recount all he had heard regarding the androids. Upon learning that in 2 years, formidable artificial beings would emerge capable of vanquishing them, the Z warriors were enveloped in an air of apprehension. Yamcha, still nursing the pain in his rear, suddenly felt a pang of anxiety about his handsome visage potentially bearing new scars, much to his dismay. He considered himself already striking enough. Would there truly be new adversaries? Tien's expression turned grave. If that were the case, how could we possibly cope? The future versions of ourselves are already perished. Krillin appeared somewhat timid. In response, Gohan stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Uncle Krillin, do not lose hope. As long as we strive, there remains a chance. Well, all right then. Krillin mustered his spirits. Vegeta, exuding indifference, seemed utterly unconcerned. The coward can simply hide when the artificial beings arrive. I shall confront them alone. I will make it abundantly clear that the Saiyans are the true masters of this planet. With resolute determination, Vegeta cast a jealous glance at Goku. Kakarot, I shall surpass you, along with that purple-haired fellow and the identical Black Kakarot. Once I transform into a Super Saiyan, you shall all lag behind me. His words ignited a fierce spirit in the previously timid Z warriors. However, having traversed the gates of death once more, what was there to fear? After all, resurrection was still an option. Ha ha ha. Krillin chuckled awkwardly. Speaking of which, the scene shifted to Piccolo. Goku turned to Piccolo, sensing he had something to share. Old man, could you enlighten us about your experiences after defeating Frieza? Experiences, you say? It's quite a lengthy tale. With patience, Goku recounted to Piccolo and the others how he narrowly escaped death on planet Namek. The details are omitted here. Is that so? You are indeed fortunate. That spacecraft's next destination happens to be that very planet. Vegeta smirked with a hint of malice. Speaking of which, Kakarot, you wouldn't return empty-handed, would you? Given your nature. Vegeta suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Skills? Surely I possess some, but I cannot reveal them too easily. Unleashing them might frighten you. The scene shifted back to Vegeta. What? So you're quite bold, then? Goku replied nonchalantly. Just kidding. I'm incredibly brave, you know? Let me see just how brave you are. After a brief introduction, Goku placed his fingers on his forehead and demonstrated instant transmission before Vegeta and the others. swiftly arriving at Master Roshi's place, gathering colorful books and returning in a flash. In that instant, Goku reappeared before the group, laden with treasures. Wow, you must be cheating. Upon witnessing Goku's impressive instant transmission, the others were left in awe. Their spirits lifted as they felt more confident in facing the artificial beings that would arrive 2 years hence. Thus, the crowd dispersed like the original text, embarking on their respective training to confront the arrival of androids 2 years hence. Meanwhile, in the future timeline, the narrative surrounding Trunks began to unfold. Who are you? Why are you so powerful? Android 17. In the shadows, Black Goku emerged with a sinister expression, gripping a scythe formed from purple flames, advancing menacingly toward the almost lifeless android siblings. Your strength is palpable. Fear me, ha ha ha. Black Goku's smile was malevolent, and with a swift motion, he struck down like a reaper of the night. Chapter 13. The Android Saga within the time-space tunnel. How much longer until we arrive? Black Goku reclined leisurely in his seat, slowly opening his eyes. We are almost there. We have arrived in the future timeline. As the light dissipated, Trunks, alongside Black Goku, found themselves in a future world ravaged and desolate, where all were displaced and suffering. With a crack of his fingers, Black Goku stood and gazed out the window. Upon witnessing the devastation of the future world, his expression turned grave, devoid of any mirth. What's wrong? Through the mirror, Trunks caught sight of the seriousness etched on Black Goku's face. Nothing. I just suddenly remembered that I no longer find joy in laughter. Black Goku's demeanor shifted from playful to increasingly cold. Observing this, Trunks adopted a cautious approach, choosing to focus on piloting the ship. He selected a location somewhat distant from the masses and began to descend. Shall we land? Trunks turned to Black Goku. After a moment of silence, Black Goku followed him outside. After a series of maneuvers transforming the spacecraft back into a capsule, Trunks inquired, "Are we going to my home?" "No." "Then where?" Trunks frowned. "We're going to find the androids. That is the purpose of my arrival." Black Goku's tone was somber as he gazed into the distance. "Are you certain?" "The androids are not as weak as Frieza and his ilk. Even I have been defeated by them." Trunks' expression was serious. "So what? Your inability to defeat them does not reflect my own potential. Enough with the chatter. Take me to them." Black Goku ignored Trunks' caution, hands in pockets, as he strode forward. Sighing in resignation, Trunks acquiesced and led Black Goku in search of the androids. Their footsteps faltered as they soon reached the nearby city streets. Walking through the thoroughfare, Black Goku and Trunks could clearly see the once thriving city now engulfed in the dark smoke of warfare, with towering buildings nearby pockmarked by gaping holes. They also observed well-dressed individuals, seemingly soulless, clutching skeletal remains, their vacant gazes fixed upon heaps of refuse. At this very moment, the streets are devoid of any signs of life. Everywhere one looks, there are corpses of various individuals, some with unclosed eyes, still bearing the agony of their untimely demise, while others, with wide-open eyes, reflect despair and the pain of separation. There are also ordinary citizens who succumbed to fear so quickly that they did not have the chance to express it. Had this place just endured an assault by artificial beings? Witnessing such a scene, Trunks was engulfed in a fury, his anger boiling over. In stark contrast, Black Goku gazed upon the devastation and despair surrounding him with an outward calm, though his inner turmoil was profound. If one were to behold such a scene, could they still find it in their hearts to forgive those who are handsome? If you can, then you truly are a swan among the ugly ducklings, unable to rise above the malevolence of those who act without remorse. Black Goku cast a fleeting glance at the grim tableau before him, unwilling to linger any longer, and hastily departed. The two continued their journey and soon arrived in another city. This time, while free from the tragedies of before, it still bore no trace of life, as it had been reduced to a smoldering ruin, engulfed in flames and black smoke, with no survivors in sight. Were they all dead? Black Goku's expression turned grave as he surveyed the surroundings, devoid of any semblance of a smile. He raised his left hand, placing his index and middle fingers on his forehead, beginning to scan the area for a particular presence. Buzzing with concentration, Black Goku immersed himself in the exploration of the surrounding energies. This one feels faint, and that one is not strong enough. This one too, TSK, is not it. Is that fiend named Cell concealing his energy? Black Goku's brow furrowed in contemplation, the weight of the search evident upon him. Could it be that he was unable to locate it? Wait a moment, could it be this? Indeed, there it is. A sudden, devilish smile spread across Black Goku's face. What is it? Trunks inquired, puzzled. Nothing. Follow me. I shall introduce you to the perpetrator responsible for this silence. Black Goku replied with a sly grin, extending his hand toward Trunks. What are you planning? Instant transmission, come with me. Black Goku grasped Trunks' hand, and with a sharp focus in his eyes, he transported them away from their original location. On the other side of the city, a corpulent man, replete with excess flesh, pleaded earnestly before a 17-year-old boy with jet black hair. Please, don't kill me. I've never smoked in my life, nor have I dealt drugs, gambled, or engaged in any vice. I've never committed a single wrongdoing. I would never allow an 18-year-old girl to return home alive from my hands. I'm a good person. If you hadn't said all that, I might have considered sparing you. However, now that you have, I find that killing you would serve as a fitting act of justice, came the reply, resonating why as the black smoke dissipated. The figures of androids 17 and 18 emerged in the vicinity. Enough of the chatter, 18. Such a being hardly qualifies as a person. If he is to perish, then let it be, 17 remarked nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders with indifference. There is no reasoning with you. Since you have broken your own code, I shall do the same. With a playful smile, 18 effortlessly conjured an energy blast and directed it towards a rocky outcrop. A resounding explosion echoed, sending debris swirling into the air. As the dust settled, a boy, around 7 years old, scarred and with white hair, appeared before them. Oh, we have a little thief, 17 chuckled, preparing to unleash a wave of energy aimed at the boy. Do not kill him. I wish to have some fun first, 18 interjected, placing herself protectively in front of 17 to shield the boy from harm. With a faint smile, she approached the trembling child, who was visibly shaken. Please don't kill me. The boy pleaded desperately. Dear little brother, how could I possibly harm you? I am here to play a game with you. Answer my questions, and tell me how you came to hide here, 18 said, her hand resting playfully on the boy's shoulder. Because my mother told me not to run away, that I should stay here to distract the bad people who are destroying the city, the boy stammered, shaking uncontrollably. I see, 18 replied with a sinister smile. What does your mother look like? Let me help you find her. My mother has long white hair, just like mine, and she has blue eyes, just like you. Big sister, the boy responded, his voice quivering. White hair, long hair, blue eyes. You mentioned that your mother went missing while trying to divert the villains. Do you remember what she looked like? 18 turned to 17, curiosity piqued. Her mother, you say, 17 pondered, resting his chin on his hand. White hair, long hair. Around 18 years old. Could it be the woman I choked to death? Suddenly, a realization struck him, though it was far from good news. Choked to death? Huh. I still wish to play the role of the good guy. This is all your fault. Since it has come to this, child, I am afraid I must eliminate you, 17 declared, his tone abruptly shifting to one of cold detachment. With that, 18's demeanor turned icy, and the hand that had rested on the boy's shoulder began to exert pressure. What has happened to my mother? What do you mean she is dead? What are you talking about? The boy, oh dear, he fled, yet he has not completely escaped. Subject 18 raised his finger slightly, channeling a beam of radiant energy directed towards the boy. Whoosh! The light shot forth, piercing the boy's calf and leaving a gaping wound, causing him to tumble to the ground. It hurts, it hurts! The boy, enduring the agony, slowly rose to his feet, limping as he continued to retreat. What resilience! Alas! It was in vain. Whoosh! Another beam of light was unleashed, striking the boy's other leg and sending him crashing down once more. The boy cried out, tears streaming down his face, his eyes wide with pain as he screamed. However, realizing that ceasing his escape would lead to his demise at the hands of the automaton, he hastily scrambled to his feet. Yet, as he exerted his right hand, he had scarcely moved when another beam of light surged toward him. Thud! As expected, the boy's right hand was struck, creating yet another wound. This scene elicited cries of anguish from the boy, who felt as though despair was enveloping him. Should he continue to crawl? Subject 18 taunted, poised to unleash another beam. I shall not perish here. My mother awaits my return. The boy gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain, and extended his left hand to crawl forward. Whoosh! Just as he made a move, Subject 18 launched an attack, mockingly toying with the boy who desperately sought to escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden light flickered at Subject 18's fingertips, and the boy's wounds multiplied swiftly, transforming his body into a veritable hive of injuries, rendering him silent. Mother! Whispering his final words, the boy closed his eyes and relinquished his attempt to crawl outward. The wind gently swept across the ruins, the last of the living inhabitants slaughtered by the automatons, totaling 10,002 souls. Or let us depart. Subject 18, with a disdainful glance, turned away, declaring the city devoid of life, thus uninteresting. Subject 17, too, felt a wave of ennui and prepared to leave. The wind swept again over the city, shrouding the boy's corpse beneath a veil of swirling mist. Just as it had done for the previous 10,001 unfortunate souls, quietly departing. Mother, the boy, suddenly closing his eyes, called out in a fleeting moment of clarity. TSK, still alive? Then perish. Whoosh. Enraged, Subject 18, witnessing the boy's tenacity, concentrated a beam of golden energy capable of obliterating the city and sent it forth. Clang. Suddenly, two figures descended from the heavens, propelled by a fierce, rose-hued gale that deflected the energy wave, simultaneously dispersing the ominous black smoke shrouding the corpses. Who goes there? The automaton duo, Subjects 17 and 18, curiously turned to behold the two figures that had emerged behind them. Black Goku and Trunks arrived, fashionably late. In an instant, upon seeing androids 17 and 18, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, bracing himself to confront them head-on. You scoundrels! Protect the children. They are entrusted to me. Suddenly, Black Goku extended his arm, blocking Trunks from advancing. You! Trunks attempted to voice his thoughts, but words faltered on his lips. There was still a breath of life left. Do not allow a vibrant soul to perish so easily, nor let the last vestige of justice fade away. Black Goku's tone was somber, his expression menacing as he turned his head away. Son Goku, tank. Android 17 and 18 gazed in astonishment, their eyes fixated on Black Goku. His demeanor was sinister, devoid of any hint of a smile, only exuding ferocity. He pointed a finger, his expression twisted in disdain as he glared at androids 17 and 18. Today marks the day you sacrifice your lives to atone for the souls that have perished. The dark energy surrounding Black Goku surged, a golden aura erupting from him. Chapter 14. Transformation in a state of utter fury. The legendary Super Saiyan makes his appearance. A deep golden radiance burst forth from Black Goku, soaring into the heavens. The intensity of this aura was overwhelming, surpassing what Trunks had felt before. He swallowed nervously. How could a Super Saiyan possess such strength? Android 17 trembled under the weight of Black Goku's immense power. It's merely a change in hair color. It's still flimsy, he scoffed. Android 18 maintained her disdainful demeanor. Perhaps, sometimes, I should be a bit more ruthless. Black Goku's expression turned icy as he clenched his fist. In an instant, a purple flame began to coalesce, rapidly igniting and swiftly taking form, elongating until it transformed into a colossal scythe. Gripping the energy scythe, Black Goku cast a cold, indifferent glance at androids 17 and 18 hovering above. To wield such a massive weapon against us? How absurd. Do you think we were blind? Android 17 laughed heartily. Indeed, with something that large, anyone could evade it. Do you take us for fools? Android 18 echoed, equally unimpressed. The next moment, a swift motion ensued. Whoosh! 17! At Android 18's startled exclamation, Black Goku's scythe struck 17, carving a hollow arc across his chest. You! 17's eyes widened in disbelief. Underestimating an opponent on the battlefield is a grave error. This is not a novel, and no one will spare you based on your popularity. Black Goku spun rapidly, resembling a top, swirling around Android 17 in an instant, delivering blow after blow. 17 had no chance to retaliate, and soon he was left bloodied and battered, collapsing to the ground. 17! You! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Black Goku appeared before Android 18. Swish! A massive scythe was swung down heavily by Black Goku, creating a large gash before Android 18 in mere moments. Shortly thereafter, both Android 17 and 18 fell to the ground, lying together. The scene began to darken abruptly as Black Goku descended like a reaper of the night into a desolate ruin, scythe in hand, approaching the fallen duo. Today marks the day of your blood sacrifice for all the lives that have perished at your hands, androids. The scythe in Black Goku's grasp dissipated into myriad beams of light. Black Goku's body erupted with overwhelming energy, his hair suddenly standing on end, as he entered his next transformation before the shocked gazes of 17, 18, and Trunks. Full power Super Saiyan. In an instant, the world began to dim. and a more potent golden aura enveloped Black Goku as he faced everyone in his full-powered Super Saiyan form. What is this aura? Why has the Super Saiyan form become even stronger? Trunks swallowed nervously, fear etched on his face. 17 and 18 were rendered speechless by terror. Black Goku unleashed a formidable golden aura and charged violently towards the two. In the blink of an eye, he stood before 17 and 18. So fast. 17 gasped in fear, ready to evade, but the next moment, whoosh, Black Goku teleported behind 17, casually placing a hand on his shoulder. A chill ran down 17's spine. What are you doing? He stammered, trembling, unable to turn around. Black Goku remained silent, merely exerting pressure with his palm. A scream erupted as 17 was suddenly enveloped in black smoke, which then violently swelled before disintegrating into dust that scattered into the air. Son Goku! 18 shouted furiously, glaring at Black Goku with rage. You're next. Black Goku, seemingly indifferent, advanced toward 18. Panic-stricken, 18 opted for a preemptive strike, swiftly delivering a kick. Whoosh! 18 appeared before Black Goku, her foot descending rapidly. Although her kick connected, it did not land fully, as Black Goku's form suddenly became illusory, lacking physicality. What is happening? 18 gasped in shock. In the next moment, Black Goku's hand reached for her. Swish! Before 18 could retract her leg, Black Goku pinned her to the ground with immense force, rendering her immobile. Such strength, what is going on? Black Goku's expression was cold as he threw 18 aside, then swiftly launched a ki blast. You arrogant fool! With her anger at its peak, 18 steadied herself in midair, raising her hand to gather a ki blast of her own to retaliate. Whoosh! The energy blasts collided. It was not long before Black Goku's energy sphere overwhelmed and submerged that of Android 18. In disbelief, she hastily gathered her own energy wave in a bid to defend herself. The yellow energy wave was unleashed, but soon enough, it was pierced through by Black Goku's energy blast, creating a gaping hole as it advanced. Android 18 was tragically struck, her body hurtling backward and crashing helplessly to the ground, struggling to rise. Black Goku approached her with an expression devoid of emotion. Cough, 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 cough. Trembling, Android 18 extended her hand to crawl forward. Suddenly, another energy blast was unleashed. Android 18, feeling the torment she had inflicted upon the boy, cried out in agony. In response, Black Goku remained impassive and showed not a shred of sympathy. In desperation, Android 18 began to gather energy blasts, aiming them at Black Goku. Whoosh! A multitude of energy spheres surged forth, yet Black Goku did not flinch. He continued his slow, heavy-footed advance. The energy blasts struck him, enveloping him in dark smoke that reeked of char, yet miraculously, not a single wound marred his body. Fear gripped Android 18, and upon realizing her attacks bore no fruit, she immediately concentrated her most powerful energy wave and launched it at Black Goku. Whoosh! The golden energy wave coalesced swiftly in her hands, racing towards Black Goku, and, in no time, it struck him squarely in the chest. Boom! A dull thud resonated as the energy wave hit, its tremendous force dispersing the black smoke that clung to Black Goku's attire. Feeling the impact coursing through him, Black Goku glanced down at the energy wave upon his chest. Is this your final gambit? His expression remained icy as he bore the energy wave and continued to advance towards Android 18. Are you jesting? Unbelievably, not even his clothing was harmed. Android 18 stared in awe, unable to comprehend the situation. A blue light ignited. Black Goku, with one hand, gathered the Kamehameha wave, remaining utterly silent throughout. Witnessing this, Android 18's face contorted with fear, prompting her to spring up and flee in panic. Can you escape? Whoosh! Suddenly, Black Goku appeared before her. No matter where you hide, there is but one outcome, death at my hands. Whoosh! 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 Android 18 evaded desperately. But Black Goku pursued relentlessly, no matter where she fled. He was always right on her heels. Whatever tactics she employed, Black Goku remained steadfast, undeterred. His energy glowing blue without a hint of waning. No! Android 18 cried out defiantly. Kamehameha! The Kamehameha wave was released from Black Goku's hands, swiftly striking Android 18. In a fleeting moment, a torrent of azure energy engulfed Android 18, gradually erasing her presence along with the desolate ruins, burying them in impenetrable darkness. As the dust settled, tranquility returned. Trunks, astonished, found himself unable to close his gaping mouth. With the haze dissipating, Black Goku slowly reverted to his normal state, while the peculiar weather phenomena began to calm. In a mere 2.5 minutes, Black Goku had obliterated both androids 17 and 18. Trunks, drenched in sweat, could scarcely believe the spectacle before him. At that moment, Black Goku stood before Trunks like a deity, his presence surpassing that of any Super Saiyan, even without transforming. "You shall be next, Cell," Black Goku declared, his fierce gaze fixed on the horizon. Not far off, a city lay in wait. "You shall sacrifice your lives for my ascendance to perfection." The cries of despair echoed as Cell ruthlessly annihilated all inhabitants of the city, reveling in the exhilarating rush of energy. "Ah, this is true power. Ha ha ha." A chill swept through the air, abruptly halting Cell's exhilaration. Whose presence is this? It's so strong. Is that Goku? Was he not dead? What is happening? Cell's face twisted in confusion and fear. If I were to confront this energy head-on, I would surely perish. Chapter 15. This Black Goku bears some resemblance to Goku. Has he suppressed his energy? "You coward who dares to act, yet trembles within, Cell." Black Goku's expression turned icy as he grew increasingly agitated, searching for Cell's elusive presence. Suddenly, the voice of a small child pierced the air. "I want to go home." Under Black Goku's watchful gaze, the boy's energy waned, his voice growing faint until it faded entirely. Witnessing this, Black Goku felt a surge of urgency, momentarily putting aside his pursuit of Cell to focus on the child. He had nearly forgotten about his healing ability. Muttering to himself, Black Goku amplified his energy output. After a vigorous infusion of life force, the boy emerged from the brink of death, his breathing stabilizing. Yet, he could no longer bound about with the vivacity he once possessed, nor could he open his eyes to behold the world or even twitch his ears to listen. Trapped in an endless slumber, he had become a mere shell of his former self. Has he become a vegetable? How could these fiends be so cruel to a child? Black Goku seethed with rage, a black gold aura emanating from him. "Cell, I will find you." Resolute, Black Goku ceased his energy output. Ding. Task progress 1. 2. Keep up the good work, host. The system's prompt chimed in. Paying no heed, Black Goku redirected his focus back to Trunks. The little rascal is beyond redemption. He is now in your hands, and you may deal with him as you see fit. Black Goku turned away, his expression one of indifference. Noticing Black Goku's intent to depart, Trunks expressed his confusion. "What are you planning to do? The androids have been dealt with. Everything should be over now." "It is not over. There remains one who lurks in the shadows. Only by eliminating him can we claim true victory," Black Goku replied solemnly. "Eliminate him? What do you mean?" Trunks questioned, perplexed. Black Goku chose not to elaborate, having no desire to disclose the existence of another android named Cell, in addition to androids 17 and 18. "I'm leaving," Black Goku stated, preparing to depart when an awkward occurrence interrupted him. Gurgle. Suddenly, a loud rumble emerged from his stomach, akin to the grumbling of one who is ravenously hungry. Of all times, Black Goku thought in exasperation, mortified by his body's betrayal at such a moment. "You must be hungry, Mr. Goku," Trunks remarked, pointing at him. Black Goku wished to remain silent. Yet the incessant growling from his stomach rendered him flush with embarrassment. "Why not come to my house for a meal? Clearly, your stomach is calling out," Trunks suggested with a smile, scratching his head. "I." Gurgle. Faced with Trunks' warm invitation, Black Goku attempted to voice his thoughts, but his stomach's protestations thwarted him, leaving him no choice but to graciously accept Trunks' offer. "All right, but first, let us make sure this little rascal is settled," Black Goku said, unable to lift his head in shame. "Okay." At Bulma's residence, she prayed silently. "Trunks, when will you return? The androids are wreaking havoc outside, and you must come back safely from past." Now, in her middle years, Bulma had aged considerably, her once youthful visage now adorned with wrinkles and signs of maturity, exuding an aura reminiscent of an elderly woman. The android incident had stripped away the remnants of the carefree girl she once was, replacing them with the weighty responsibilities of motherhood. The vanity she once held regarding her beauty and figure had long since faded. Her sole concern was the safety of her son, Trunks. "Please, do not let anything happen to you, Trunks," Bulma implored, her expression heavy with worry. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open broke the tension. "I'm back, Mother," came the voice as Trunks stepped into view. "Trunks, thank goodness you have returned," Bulma exclaimed with relief. With tears welling in her eyes, Bulma rushed toward Trunks, yearning to embrace him. However, after taking a few steps, she abruptly halted, her gaze drawn to a familiar figure lurking behind Trunks, observing her intently. It was Goku. Bulma stared in astonishment at Black Goku. Noticing her focus shift to Black Goku, Trunks swiftly made the introduction. Mother, this is Mr. Black Goku. Hello, Bulma, Black Goku replied. His demeanor cold, yet managing a faint smile as he acknowledged Trunks. Black Goku, you seem just like Goku, Bulma stammered, swallowing hard as she examined the striking resemblance. By the way, have you managed everything in the past? She inquired, her concern evident. Yes, all is settled. I have one more thing to tell you. Mother, the androids have been eliminated, Trunks stated with grave seriousness. Ah, the androids have been destroyed? Are you referring to the timeline of the past? I recall that when you traveled back, the androids hadn't yet come into existence. Do you mean the androids in the present have been eradicated? Bulma's shock was palpable. Trunks, without evasion, candidly revealed the truth. Indeed, Mother, the androids have been eliminated. All effortlessly dispatched by Mr. Black Goku just moments ago. Bulma looked at Black Goku with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Sensing this, Trunks discreetly stepped aside, allowing Bulma and Black Goku to face each other without obstruction. Goku. Gazing at Black Goku, Bulma still perceived him as the naive Goku she knew, their likeness rendering differentiation nearly impossible. It was only after a careful observation that she noticed the malice and murderous intent in Black Goku's eyes, starkly contrasting with the peaceful nature of the Goku she cherished. You look just like Goku, as if you were the same person, Bulma exclaimed, extending her hand toward Black Goku warmly. I am akin to him, yet I am not he. I regret any disappointment, Black Goku replied, extending his hand to courteously shake hers. Goku, feeling the familiar warmth of his palm, Bulma couldn't help but call out his name. Perhaps overwhelmed by nostalgia, she reached out to caress Black Goku's face. He did not resist, bowing his head, allowing her to tenderly touch his cheek. As her fingers grazed his cold skin, memories of their past adventures in search of the Dragon Balls surged within Bulma. The thought of the innocent Goku succumbing to heart disease stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her. If you were Goku, I would truly love to have a heartfelt conversation with you. A tear escaped Bulma's eye. Black Goku remained silent, lost in contemplation. Gurgle, gurgle. The dark Goku suddenly felt hunger pangs once more, causing an unexpected burst of laughter from Bulma, who had been feeling somewhat melancholic. Hungry, are you? Allow me to prepare a meal for you, Bulma said with a warm invitation. Dark Goku, showing respect, complied, and they all made their way to the living room. Before long, Bulma had prepared the meal. Due to the recent android crisis, many of the surviving humans struggled to afford food, and even a wealthy family like Bulma's could only offer some meager rations to Dark Goku. However, he did not seem to mind and eagerly dug into the meal. I apologize for the limited offerings, Bulma expressed with a hint of regret. It's quite all right, I am not picky. Please, join me, Dark Goku replied with a smile, then lowered his head to savor the food. This scene reminded Bulma of Goku. He used to eat just like this, and a wave of nostalgia washed over her. If only you were truly Goku, she mused. By the way, since you've defeated the androids, that should be the end of it, right? She inquired. Not quite. There's still one more to deal with, Dark Goku stated candidly. Who else remains? 17 and 18 have been defeated, haven't they? Bulma asked, puzzled. There's still one android left, Cell, Dark Goku replied, swallowing a mouthful of rice. The unfamiliar name piqued Trunks' curiosity. Is Cell strong? Is he stronger than 17 and 18? Trunks queried. Dark Goku, unreserved, responded, he is stronger than both 17 and 18 combined. Although he is not in his perfect form yet, his strength has likely surpassed at least one of them. When I was searching for energy signatures earlier, I was specifically looking for his. He has become adept at suppressing his energy to the point where it is difficult for me to detect him, indicating that he has grown stronger and more troublesome. What are we going to do now? It's infuriating that we have just managed to resolve one disaster. Trunks gritted his teeth. Noticing Trunks' distress, Dark Goku continued to eat, seemingly unfazed. After a while, he finished several large bowls, having not eaten for an extended period and requiring significant energy. Thank you for the hospitality, Bulma, Trunks, Dark Goku said, his eyes narrowing in contentment. You have an appetite, just like Goku. Thankfully, I prepared extra food, Bulma remarked in astonishment, gazing at the numerous empty bowls on the table. Once the meal was finished, Dark Goku intended to leave to confront Cell. Wait, Mr. Goku. I want to go with you. Trunks suddenly interjected. What can you possibly do against Cell, who is stronger than the androids you couldn't even defeat? In front of Bulma, Black Goku unceremoniously doused Trunks with a bucket of cold water. Trunks, suddenly resolute, declared, "In that case, I humbly request that you, Mr. Black Goku, a figure of such remarkable strength, guide me in my training. I wish to contribute to the protection of those I hold dear. Please, I implore you to mentor me." He stood up and bowed earnestly to Black Goku. Bulma, taken aback, could only exclaim, "What is going on?" Hearing Trunks' earnest plea, Black Goku fell silent for a moment. "Are you digging your own grave here, kid? Are you certain? Training with me is no easy feat," he finally responded. "I fear no hardship. I will endure any struggle as long as I can grow stronger," Trunks replied with unwavering determination. "Very well, consider this an opportunity for your development. To acquire the ability to protect others," Black Goku conceded, not rejecting Trunks' request, especially with the delicious meals Bulma prepared. "You agree?" Trunks exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "I suppose so," Black Goku replied with a sly grin, crossing his arms. "Excellent." Trunks nearly leaped for joy, eliciting laughter from both Bulma and Black Goku, who shook his head in disbelief. "You truly are easily pleased, kid." Meanwhile, on the coast, in a strange city, Cell glared at the innocent citizens before him, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Number 17 and number 18 are dead. How infuriating! How dare they? The disappearance of their energy signatures sent tremors of fury coursing through him. The horrifying aura that had appeared alongside the demise of 17 and 18 left Cell trembling, as he deduced that their end had come at the hands of that ominous presence. In a fit of rage, the realization that he could not attain his perfect form drove Cell to unleash his fury upon the civilians, transforming the streets into a scene of carnage and despair. "All of you shall become my nourishment, you worthless beings," he roared, like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, relentlessly hunting down those attempting to flee from him. Chapter 16, Special Training for Trunks. On a distant mountain peak, Black Goku clenched his fists, teeth gritted. "Cell is probably killing again, isn't he? TCH. Once I finish here, I will make him regret ever being born." "Mr. Black Goku, shall we begin now?" Trunks cautiously inquired, sensing the tension in Black Goku's demeanor. The inquiry momentarily calmed Black Goku's turbulent mind, leading him to some realizations. "Indeed, I am merely a transient traveler in this realm. The future belongs to you. Rather than succumbing to impotent anger, I would prefer to nurture your growth so that you may safeguard the future here." The Dark Goku spoke softly to himself, achieving a profound tranquility. "How shall we proceed with the training?" Trunks inquired with curiosity. "Transform into a Super Saiyan first. I wish to witness the full extent of your power, so I can devise a tailored training regimen for you." "Certainly, Mr. Goku," Trunks replied without hesitation, unleashing his energy and commencing his transformation into a brilliant Super Saiyan. In an instant, Trunks' energy surged, causing the surrounding cliffs to tremble. "Can you elevate your energy further?" The Dark Goku gazed intently at Trunks, eagerly questioning. "Yes, but it will require some time." Trunks clenched his fists, continuing to amplify his energy, drawing upon every ounce of strength within him. Soon, his energy doubled compared to before. While it appeared faint, the impact was significant. His once lean physique began to exhibit robust musculature, and his slender limbs transformed into more formidable appendages, though the changes were subtle. "This is my utmost effort," Trunks sighed, his expression serious. "Are you nearing the peak of the initial Super Saiyan transformation? Though somewhat expected, it is commendable that you have achieved this level without guidance." The Dark Goku mused internally, swiftly formulating a specialized training plan for Trunks. "Have you ever contemplated surpassing the Super Saiyan?" The Dark Goku asked. "Surpassing the Super Saiyan? I have not, for my father could not accomplish it during his lifetime, and I have always believed that the Super Saiyan represents the pinnacle of our race." Trunks responded honestly, tightening his powerful fist. "Allow me to enlighten you. Being a Super Saiyan is merely the beginning." Son Goku grinned mischievously. "Beginning? What do you mean? Do you possess a method to transcend the Super Saiyan state? Do you not recall the moment during my battle with the androids when my Super Saiyan form experienced an extraordinary surge of power? That was the Super Saiyan beyond the ordinary, commonly referred to as the Super Saiyan full power. However, due to my inherent strength and bloodline enhancement, my full power exceeds that of a typical Super Saiyan." As he spoke, a glimmer of light flickered in the Dark Goku's eyes. Under Trunks' watchful gaze, he instantaneously transitioned into the state of Super Saiyan full power. The sheer force radiating from him for just a moment dimmed Trunks' golden aura. Trunks was astounded. The energy exuded by the Dark Goku was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond his imagination. This is the Super Saiyan full power, yet it is not the ultimate limit. There is more. Suddenly, The dark Goku's energy surged once more, causing his hair to stand on end like a porcupine's quills. In an instant, a golden aura swept across the cliffs and the earth, scattering the surrounding white clouds. Under Trunks' fearful gaze, Black Goku ascended to the form of Super Saiyan 2. This transformation surpassed the full power of the traditional Super Saiyan, embodying a state that transcended the limits of Super Saiyan 2. My intention is to guide you towards achieving this form, ensuring that you attain it. Black Goku's energy began to wane as he reverted to the full power of the traditional Super Saiyan state. Suddenly, his aura surged once more, reaching an entirely new state under the watchful eyes of the heavens. This was the ultimate limit of the full power of the traditional Super Saiyan. A breakthrough that rivaled the strength of Super Saiyan 2, albeit with certain advantages that fell short compared to Super Saiyan 2. Overall, its foundation was greater than full power, representing the pinnacle of that state. This breakthrough form, developed by myself, serves as a stepping stone to help you attain a new form, solidifying your strength while simultaneously being less taxing than the new form, yet more substantial than the full power state. With his hair flowing and an expression of calm assurance, Black Goku explained to Trunks. Trunks was utterly astonished by Black Goku's power, although he had anticipated Black Goku's strength. Witnessing it firsthand made him realize that the might displayed before him exceeded his expectations. The previous performances, when juxtaposed with his imagination and Black Goku's reality, appeared trivial by comparison. The training I will provide is straightforward, guiding you from the initial stage of Super Saiyan to the intermediate stage, then to full power, followed by a breakthrough to transcend your limits and achieve a new form. I do not expect you to reach this new form in a short time. Rather, my aim is to help you break through your current bottlenecks. You have no objections to this, do you? Black Goku's tone remained calm, his demeanor serious. I understand. I will do my best, Trunks replied, eager to learn. Upon hearing this, Black Goku smiled with satisfaction. Now that's the spirit of a learner, he said. And in an instant, he appeared before Trunks, delivering a swift punch. Caught off guard, Trunks took the blow head on, and with that single strike, he was sent reeling back to his normal state, while Black Goku also reverted to his original form. Before we proceed, I will first develop your potential by sparring with you. Throughout this process, I will linger at the edge of your limits, continuously refining your willpower and training your foundational attributes through real combat. Prepare yourself. I understand, Trunks said, clutching his stomach and stepping back into a fighting stance. Black Goku smiled knowingly and tightened his fists, unleashing a flurry of relentless blows upon Trunks. After a session of intense training, Trunks lay helplessly on the ground, unable to move, exclaiming, it hurts. The reaction speed has improved compared to before, yet strength and velocity remain lacking. In the context of Saiyan lore, where they grow stronger with each blow endured, it is indeed prudent to continue your development. Rise and persist in the battle. Black Goku extended his hand towards Trunks, encouraging him to stand and fight on. I am here, cried Trunks, rallying himself with a fierce shout. He rose again, fists clenched, charging forward. Black Goku tempered his power, reducing it to a level just slightly above Trunks so they could engage in combat, gradually guiding Trunks towards his limits. With each successive confrontation, Trunks grew bolder. Initially overwhelmed by Black Goku's relentless assault, he transitioned from mere defense to parrying a few blows. And now he was able to hold his ground against a Black Goku who was deliberately holding back. The speed of his growth astonished even Black Goku, who thrived on battle. Had it truly only been 3 hours before Trunks reached a level comparable to his normal power during the Z Saga, then it was time to unleash the power of the GT era. Black Goku roared, summoning nearly half of his full strength to engage Trunks. Under the full power of GT Goku, Trunks, who had previously been evenly matched, was suddenly at a disadvantage, nearly sent flying. Trunks, keep up, Black Goku commanded. As the day wore on, time seemed to slip away. Ding! Host bloodline enhancement increased by 15 to 25, with an overall power boost of 250 times in various forms. Through the night, Black Goku grew stronger once more, and Trunks similarly advanced. Although he struggled to match Black Goku's speed in his restrained state, he managed to withstand 3 or 4 melee strikes. With a hearty laugh, Black Goku once again infused Trunks with energy, a ritual that had become all too familiar. Countless times, Trunks had faced near annihilation only to return to the realm of the living, the sun having set as he battled through the day. Let's assess the results, Black Goku said, feeling a wave of exhaustion as he wiped the sweat from his brow. All right, Trunks replied, slowly standing and once again unleashing a powerful aura. After a day of relentless training, a tremendous energy erupted from him, swiftly elevating him from the initial stage to the intermediate stage, and soon surpassing it to reach the pinnacle of mid-level power, nearing full capacity. Yet, after a day of intense combat, he still had not reached full power. Was it possible that he had held back too much? Black Goku pondered, recalling the days when he faced GT, Goku, and Vegeta. If he had had this kind of time to endure and recover, perhaps defeating a non-full-powered Vegeta would not have been a mere fantasy. This was only the first day, and achieving such results was commendable. Indeed, it was a faster progress than in the original narrative. Regardless, Black Goku felt a sense of satisfaction as he acknowledged Trunks' efforts with a nod of approval. Soon, the two companions returned home, but Black Goku suddenly paused, his foot retracting as he stepped inside. Had that cursed fellow arrived? A glimmer of cold light flashed before Black Goku's eyes. In an instant, Trunks, who was about to enter, stepped back in fright, casting a puzzled glance at the stern-faced Black Goku. "What's wrong?" Trunks inquired. At this, Black Goku regained his composure and, with a playful smile, replied, "It's nothing. You head inside first. I have something to attend to, but I'll be back shortly." He patted Trunks on the shoulder. "Oh, then make it quick. Don't be gone too long. Mom has probably finished cooking," Trunks said, not thinking much of it, and allowed Black Goku to leave. "Understood," Black Goku said, leveraging the moment to unleash his energy and swiftly departed. Trunks immediately entered the house. "So, that terrifying aura belonged to Son Goku, huh? Isn't that guy supposed to be dead?" "No matter, while Son Goku is away. I shall find a time machine from Trunks and return to the past. I am eager to see who could possibly stand in my way without Son Goku." The sinister voice echoed in the darkness, as the unseen conspiracy stealthily extended its claws. Chapter 17. The Justice overflowing Trunks upon entering the house. Trunks immediately spotted Bulma bustling about in the kitchen, preparing a meal. "Is that you, Trunks?" Hearing his footsteps, Bulma rushed out from the kitchen. "Hey, I'm busy here, Mom," Trunks said, standing obediently before her. The moment Bulma laid eyes on Trunks, she was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. Observing Trunks' tattered appearance, she inquired curiously, "What have you been up to, Trunks? You look quite disheveled, and how have you suddenly become so muscular?" "Well, it's all thanks to Mr. Black Goku's rigorous training. He is putting considerable effort to help me surpass Super Saiyan," Trunks replied with a smile, scratching his head. "Black Goku's training? Speaking of which, where is he?" Bulma looked around, searching for Black Goku's presence. "Don't look for him, Mom. He has gone out for something," Trunks explained. "He is out again? Just like Goku, always with unfinished business. Honestly, I feel as if he is Goku, perhaps having gone through something that prevents him from revealing himself to us," Bulma thought, her heart filled with mixed emotions as memories of Goku flooded her mind. "Mom, Black Goku is not Son Goku. I've seen it with my own eyes. Furthermore, he is genuinely good and not hiding his identity, as you think. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't even aspire to surpass Super Saiyan. He has taught me so much, and I owe my strength to him," Trunks declared. Listening to Trunks, Bulma fell silent for a long while. Indeed, a person like Wukong, despite his sorrow, would never resort to such ruthless actions. Perhaps even the dark Wukong would refrain from it. Speaking of which, it seems the dish has burned. I shall check on it first. Bulma, with a look of alarm, hurried back to the kitchen to stir the contents of the frying pan. Trunks, with a broad smile, admired his mother's carefree demeanor. "By the way, it appears I must retrieve the time capsule and prepare the energy needed for our next journey back to the past." With that thought, Trunks dashed outside, seeking an open space where he could cast the capsule containing the future time machine onto the ground. In an instant, white smoke billowed forth, and the time machine materialized out of thin air. Now, all that remains is for the person to arrive. Trunks stood there grinning mischievously. Meanwhile, someone lurking in the shadows began to plot malevolently. "No one. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, a dark figure emerged, lunging at Trunks from behind. "I have awaited you for a long time, Cell." The glint of blades flashed as Trunks swiftly drew the sword of the hero from behind him, raising it quickly and slashing at the unscrupulous Cell. In the blink of an eye, Cell, having failed to catch him off guard, found himself struck down, collapsing to the ground, chilled to the core. "So you're Cell? Quite an ugly sight indeed," Trunks remarked disdainfully. "What is happening? How did you know I was behind you?" Cell inquired, astonished. "Would you like to know? Just take a look at what's on my shoulder," Trunks replied proudly, tugging at the spot where dark Wukong had struck him. A phrase appeared before Cell. Set the time machine in an open space and lure the thief into the trap. Be wary of Cell. When did this happen? I recall that after Son Goku left, he should not have left you any information, Cell responded, perplexed. Did you forget that little tap on the shoulder? Trunks clarified. What? How infuriating. Cell clenched his fists, charging forward in fury. Unfazed, Trunks stood his ground, brimming with energy. Huh. The Super Saiyan makes his entrance. A golden aura erupted around Trunks. As Cell launched his surprise attack, Trunks, with visibly enhanced speed, clenched his fists and charged at Cell. The two fists collided. In a mere moment, Trunks, with a single punch, overpowered Cell, sending him sprawling to the ground. What is happening? How have you suddenly become so strong? Cell inquired, bewildered from his position on the ground. While you were busy wreaking havoc upon others, I have endured considerable hardship under Mr. Dark Wukong's tutelage. Trunks retorted, his words laced with disdain. Without further ado, he gathered energy for a powerful blast and aimed it at Cell. Cell, regaining his footing, stood cautiously and prepared to counter with his own attack. Final flash. Evil flash. The violet energy and the golden energy collided, producing a fierce spark in just 2.5 minutes. A multitude of sparks erupted around the two combatants, transforming the open ground into a fiery arena reminiscent of a duel. The blazing flames mirrored Trunks' indomitable spirit. Trunks intensified his power, elevating his energy to its peak, launching a formidable assault against Cell. Damn it, you little brat, Cell responded with a furrowed brow, matching Trunks' energy with his own. In that moment, the violet energy pressed against the golden, then the golden energy surged over the violet, ultimately reaching a stalemate. At this juncture, their explosive powers were equal, and what remained was a contest of endurance. Observing this, Cell chuckled derisively. Although I am unaware of your growing strength, I am well aware that after the demise of Android 17 and 18, I have eliminated a staggering 30,000 people to enhance my own power. Even without 17 and 18, I am but a step away from my second form. 30,000. You bastard. In pursuit of your selfish desires, you indiscriminately slay the innocent. Do you take pleasure in this carnage, Cell? Trunks' fury reached its zenith. In the face of Trunks' accusation, Cell merely chuckled, responding with his own warped moral philosophy. Everyone has their time to die. No matter how beautiful the journey, the end is always death. I merely expedite their arrival at that inevitable conclusion. Upon hearing this, Trunks' rage surged, veins bulging. Is this truly your justification for murder? How dare you trivialize the lives of others? Just because the outcome is the same, you destroy their happiness in the process. Do you understand how many innocent families you have shattered? Children, merely 7 years old, weep daily for the loss of their parents because of scum like you. Those who are on the cusp of marriage and a stable life have been left desolate, while the elderly, who sought only to enjoy their twilight years, are left in ruin due to your selfish desires. Why must such blissful lives be so ruthlessly obliterated? Trunks grit his teeth, his energy surging once more. Feeling the intensity radiating from his chest, Cell broke into a sweat, yet he remained unfazed. Is this how you perceive strength? You speak of righteousness, yet are you any better? Have you ever betrayed your own conscience for the sake of survival? Have you forsaken those who love you for your own desires? Have you abandoned family for personal gain? In my eyes, no matter how virtuous or noble you may appear, humanity is fundamentally selfish. What talk of defending one's homeland? What notions of freedom? All of it is merely a guise for collective selfishness. Trunks, you are but a puppet standing on the pedestal of justice, and someone like you, who has never experienced true evil, is unworthy of being called a hero. Cell sneered disdainfully, completely disregarding Trunks' accusations. You are beyond redemption. I shall undoubtedly end your life. Trunks' eyes glimmered with determination, and in an instant, his aura surged once more, reaching the heights he had attained during his training with Black Goku. In an instant, the formidable aura of Trunks surged to its zenith, amplifying the might of his energy wave to unprecedented heights. The already formidable Cell found himself rendered weak and unable to resist under the overwhelming pressure radiating from Trunks. What is happening? How has your strength increased so dramatically, you wretched boy? Cell exclaimed in shock. Having incessantly taken lives and evaded justice, you, who prey upon the happiness of others, shall face my wrath. I, Trunks, will drag you into the depths of hell, even if it costs me my existence. Trunks' energy surged once more, fueled by a blend of indignation and the humiliation he had endured over the years. As Cell looked on in astonishment, Trunks' aura intensified further, growing ever stronger as if boundless. If you possess enough power, you can protect those you cherish. The words of Black Goku echoed in Trunks' mind. Reflecting on the guidance he received during training, Trunks fell into a deep contemplation. So many had perished, and it was due to my inadequacies as a hero, my resolve faltering. Had I been stronger, I could have thwarted the tragedies inflicted by Cell during his rampage. If I had possessed sufficient strength, Father, Uncle Piccolo, Yamcha, Master Roshi, Uncle Krillin, and Gohan, I could have prevented it all. Damn the androids, damn this world, and damn those self-righteous hypocrites who toy with the lives of others. I shall see you all brought to justice. Trunks ceased his focus on the energy wave and concentrated solely on his fury. In that moment, Cell's pressure vanished completely, and the deadly energy beam shot forth towards Trunks. Yet, Trunks stood resolute, allowing the energy beam to strike him without flinching. With a thunderous roar, he was engulfed in dark smoke, but emerged unscathed. Gohan, heroes of justice, from this moment forth, I swear that regardless of whom I protect, even if they harbor darkness within them, I shall hold accountable those who use such justifications to harm others. Trunks' resolve crystallized as he harnessed his profound anger and unwavering belief, breaking through his limitations. Super Saiyan at full power. The surge continued unabated. Is it not finished yet, Trunks? Cell's expression twisted in fear as he witnessed Trunks' energy escalating to its maximum without sign of halting, causing him to tremble with the instinct to flee. The earth quaked, debris flying as Trunks roared, transcending full power and shattering his limits. Super Saiyan limit break had arrived. In an instant, Trunks' hair stood upright, crackling with energy, radiating an aura that rivaled that of a fully realized Super Saiyan 2 before Cell. Trunks' energy stabilized, no longer needing to escalate further. The tumultuous eruption has now transformed into tranquility. Who are you? Salu's lips trembled. In response to the inquiry, as the black smoke dissipated, Trunks slowly raised his palm, gathering energy for a powerful attack. I am no one of significance, neither a prominent figure nor a high-ranking authority, but rather the righteous hero here to bring you to justice. With those words, Trunks unleashed his energy wave. Salu, in a desperate attempt to retaliate, began to gather his own energy, but it was too late. Trunks' attack was swift, already upon him before he could complete his defense. As thoughts of resistance lingered in his mind, everything came to an end. Under Trunks' cold gaze, Salu's eyelids fell, fading into nothingness. A righteous hero, you say? How naive? With a resounding crash, the earth trembled, and silence enveloped Salu. Meanwhile, on a distant mountaintop, a figure pondered, has the boundary been breached? My effort were not in vain after all. A gentle breeze swept by, and Black Goku, standing atop the peak, felt his heart finally at ease. The pink energy sphere he had been gathering slowly diminished as he refrained from intervening. Chapter 18, Return. The pastime. On the following morning, I have returned. Black Goku, appearing weary, knocked on Bulma's door. Who is it? So early in the morning. Bulma, still groggy, approached the door. As she opened it, the figure of Black Goku, who had not returned for the night, came into view. Goku, Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Hearing her voice, Trunks rushed out from the kitchen. Phew, you finally made it back, Mr. Black Goku. Trunks was sweating profusely. Everything is taken care of, Black Goku asked knowingly. Yes, it's all over. There will be no more androids. Trunks smiled, his youthful eyes radiating warmth. Hee, I knew you could resolve it. My training wasn't in vain. Black Goku flashed a charming smile. What are you two discussing? Bulma inquired, puzzled. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Trunks and Black Goku exchanged knowing smiles. Their harmonious morning concluding amidst the remnants of charred smoke from the cooking. On a familiar cliff, swoosh. Ultimate flash. Trunks suddenly unleashed his attack towards Black Goku. I have a technique, but Black Goku merely pointed his fingers to his forehead, instantly appearing behind Trunks just as the ultimate flash was about to make contact. Still young. Yeah. Black Goku smirked disdainfully and kicked forward, yet the kick met only air. Trunks' figure shimmered, his true self stealthily positioning above Black Goku's head in a moment of undetected brilliance. Taking advantage of the moment, Trunks swiftly drew his sword and struck at Black Goku while he was momentarily distracted. Caught off guard, Black Goku received a shallow cut on his face, causing blood to flow. Mr. Black Goku, I have indeed grown stronger. Show me your true strength, Trunks proclaimed proudly, in response to the pain on his face. Black Goku chuckled with delight. Trunks, since you insist, do not blame me for delivering a harsher blow. Black Goku resolved to engage earnestly, unleashing a portion of his usual power to combat Trunks, who had transcended the limits of Super Saiyan. The ground shook with thunderous impacts as their fierce training unfolded. After an arduous afternoon, their session concluded. Even with the transformation into Super Saiyan's advanced form, I still cannot compel you to transform. Mr. Black Goku, Trunks gasped. Sprawled on the ground, exhausted. A notification chimed. Host's bloodline adaptation increased 25-30. All basic attributes and forms enhanced by 300 times. While you grow stronger. I too am evolving, my boy, Black Goku remarked, brushing dust from his face. The battle is not finished. Do not lie down just yet. Until you achieve Super Saiyan 2, my rigorous training will not conclude so easily. Come, let us continue. Black Goku urged Trunks to rise and prepare for another round. All right. Trunks, invigorated, transformed once more into the advanced Super Saiyan form, ready to collide with Black Goku. Their fists met with fervor as the training resumed. Thus, the two spent 2 arduous yet joyful years together. Trunks concentrated his energy, initiating a powerful surge before Black Goku. In one swift motion, he transitioned from his base form to Super Saiyan, and then to full power, ultimately reaching his limit-breaking form. It's been 2 years, Trunks. Let me witness your achievements. Black Goku said, his expression serious as he scrutinized Trunks, who was still surging with energy. I understand. Trunks continued to harness his power, roaring with fervor under Black Goku's watchful gaze. After nearly 2.5 minutes, a transformation occurred. Trunks' hair altered, becoming more resolute, with only a tuft remaining at the front, styled back and apart. The lightning surrounding him intensified, creating an almost miniature thunderstorm. Witnessing the spectacle, Black Goku smiled. Trunks had once again surpassed his limits. The hardships of the past 2 years had not been in vain, as he finally attained Super Saiyan 2. The crackling of electricity resonated as Super Saiyan 2 Trunks emerged. At last, success. Though lacking in innate talent, the potential cultivated through effort is immeasurable. I may be a tad slower than Goku and Gohan, but it is sufficient, Black Goku thought with a knowing smile, gently ruffling Trunks' hair. Now, noticeably taller and significantly more powerful. Transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Trunks gazed at Black Goku with palpable excitement. Now, can I return to the past? Black Goku chuckled with a hint of exasperation. You are quite persistent. Even after 2 years, you still dwell on the past. Despite my constant reminders that your timeline has become disordered and no longer belongs to a single continuum, your stubbornness remains unwavering. Nevertheless, those people over there are undeniably real. I cannot stand idly by as they perish, especially now that I have grown stronger, Trunks declared with unwavering resolve. Black Goku, resigned, acquiesced to Trunks' decision. After all, his own progress during these 2 years had been minimal. He had anticipated achieving a 50 awakening of his bloodline, yet the reality was disappointingly different. As he endeavored to unlock his lineage further, he realized a troubling truth. The difficulty of development had intensified. Beyond the 40 threshold, the pace of progress had visibly slowed. For an entire year, his advancement had stagnated, akin to a diligent worker toiling for years, yet receiving naught but obligatory overtime without remuneration. Fortunately, there were still gains to be had. Upon reaching the 40 mark, the enhancements to Black Goku's attributes and forms were no longer gradual, but instead surged exponentially. The adaptation of his bloodline at 40 brought about an astonishing 800-fold increase in various attributes, and a staggering 850-fold elevation in deep form patents. The original 400-fold increment had begun to double its growth rate. Though the speed had diminished, the quality had improved, both losses and gains intertwined. With this, the breakthrough into Super Saiyan 2 would surely allow him to contend with those 2 adversaries, he mused with a devilish grin. With a sigh, Trunks resumed his normal state. Time is of the essence. We should head over now, and we might just encounter androids 17 and 18. At that moment, we can destroy them. Come along, mister. Black Goku. Taken aback, Black Goku inquired, are we leaving now? Shouldn't you inform your mother? No need. I spoke with her last night, Trunks replied. I see. You certainly handle your affairs with remarkable efficiency. I had planned to meander a bit longer, but since you are so eager, let us depart. Casting one last glance at the future city, now thriving in the absence of androids, Black Goku followed Trunks into the time machine, leaving his worries behind. Fasten your seatbelt. We're off, Trunks said as they began their temporal journey. In an instant, darkness enveloped them, and the surroundings morphed into a surreal tapestry of clocks and timepieces. What a hassle. Using the time ring would have been swifter, Black Goku remarked, adjusting the time ring on his left index finger. What's the time ring? Trunks asked. Curiosity piqued. Do not concern yourself with it. You will understand in due time. Black Goku was reluctant to provide an answer, merely informing Trunks that this was a divine gift bestowed upon him through soul transmigration. Understanding the significance, Trunks refrained from probing further, guiding Black Goku through the temporal tunnel in silence. As they traversed the journey, the two remained quiet, gazing ahead and around, navigating through the appropriate spaces and times in search of their destined timeline. Time stretched on, and unbeknownst to him, Black Goku dozed off for a moment within the time machine, while Trunks, piloting the vessel, began to feel weary. Are we there yet? Black Goku inquired, his expression drowsy. Not yet. I'm not quite sure what's wrong. I seem to have lost the way to the time of Uncle's son Goku. I distinctly remember the route. Yet now it eludes me, Trunks confessed with a frustrated scratch of his head. Is it possible that you took a wrong turn? Black Goku questioned. Absolutely not. I remember it clearly. When my mother instructed me on how to operate this machine, I committed the journey to memory. I wouldn't stray from the path unless the temporal routes were in disarray, Trunks asserted with conviction. If that is the case, the disruption of temporal routes suggests that someone is meddling with the fabric of time, altering the paths that should have remained unchanged, resulting in our current predicament. This likely stems from both our actions. You altered the past, and I have changed the future. The outcomes are not predetermined, yet incompatible endings create new timelines. The emergence of a new timeline indicates the influx of new populations, which consequently narrows the paths. This explains why we seem to be going in circles. Black Goku analyzed with clarity. What should we do then? Trunks asked, panic evident on his face as he realized the gravity of the situation brought about by his time travel. In contrast, Black Goku remained composed. After all, no matter the direction, it was all related to Dragon Balls. At worst, they could select a timeline connected to their existence to traverse. Do not panic. If the route is incorrect, we can simply change it. You need not blame yourself, such is the nature of time and space. Trust me, let us retrace our original path, and we shall find our destination, he reassured. Really? Trunks exclaimed, newfound excitement lighting up his expression. Would I deceive you? Let's go. Black Goku replied. All right. With Black Goku providing assurance, Trunks cast aside his fear and accelerated along the detour. Following Black Goku's guidance, Trunks soon discovered the intersection of the timeline where both he and Black Goku had once appeared, precisely 2 years later. We truly found it. Uncle Black Goku, you are remarkable, Trunks exclaimed, admiration evident on his face. Just a minor feat, Black Goku said with a proud smile. Now let us embark. Hold on tight. Trunks was preparing to accelerate towards the timeline of the Dragon Ball Z Android saga. Just as he was about to enter, a sudden voice erupted with anger, commanding, You two who recklessly traverse time, halt. As the voice faded, two familiar figures emerged. Chapter 19. A reunion with Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta. Trunks gazed in confusion at Goku and Vegeta, clad in their time patrol uniforms. Goku and Vegeta. Ding. A sudden mission was issued. Defeat the time patrol Goku and Vegeta by any means necessary. Mission reward. The initial stage of the Wuzai Extreme Skill. What is the Wuzai Extreme Skill? The Wuzai Extreme Skill is a system-customized ability for the host, akin to the Zai Extreme Skill, yet differing fundamentally in its operation. It requires the host to possess a powerful, unwavering emotional intent that maintains a high degree of purposefulness to drive it. In contrast to the Zai Extreme Skill, which enhances evasion, reaction, and flexibility, the Wuzai Extreme Skill offers a more individualized enhancement in technique. Upon initial activation, it allows the host's attacks to be more precise, their techniques more adaptable, and their energy manipulation significantly heightened, amplifying the power of divine techniques. The initial enhancement of the Zai Extreme Skill augments energy manipulation and combat techniques, multiplying the host's physical attributes by over 5 times, with stronger bloodlines yielding a more potent foundation for the Wuzai Extreme Skill. The greater the emotional intent, the more formidable the power unleashed. As for the subsequent enhancements, they depend on the host's ability to develop their emotional intent further. Oh, what about the consumption? That depends on the host's emotional intent and their future adaptability. Gaining knowledge, Black Goku listened intently to the system's explanation. However, when he recalled that the mission reward required him to confront the time patrol Goku and Vegeta, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait, Super Saiyan 4 familiar phrases flooded his mind, and Black Goku quickly turned his head. Upon seeing the Time Patrol Goku and Vegeta, a scene flashed in his mind, reminiscent of a previous encounter. Another Super Saiyan 4 storyline? How ironic that the reward leads to such an adversary. Thinking of fighting these two rivals to grow stronger. Black Goku suddenly broke into a wicked grin. Goku, Trunks, no, Black Goku is the one we seek. Pursue him. Recognizing the two as Goku and Trunks, the Time Patrol Goku and Vegeta were momentarily bewildered, but their expressions quickly turned serious as they gave chase. Without allowing Trunks to question what was happening, Black Goku immediately pressed the accelerator. Let us go. In an instant, Black Goku and Trunks entered the time tunnel. Don't run. The Time Patrol Goku and Vegeta, regaining their senses, instantly pursued them. Thus, a thrilling chase unfolded in the Z timeline, a veritable display of speed and excitement. Why are we running, Uncle Goku? Trunks inquired. Are we running to eat peanuts? The two individuals are time-space patrol officers, tasked with monitoring unlicensed individuals like you who recklessly drive without a ticket on the temporal roads. Do you realize you have just committed an offense? The Dark Goku seized the steering wheel, careening wildly. What? Is it that serious? I owe my life to you, Mr. Dark Goku. Trunks wore a foolish grin. Silly child. The Dark Goku pressed the accelerator, charging ahead. Don't run. Suddenly, a voice rang out, followed by a beam of light swiftly striking the time machine. In an instant, the Dark Goku, who was on the verge of entering the timeline of the artificial being's saga, narrowly avoided the energy blast. Damn it, foolish patrol officers. The Dark Goku turned his head to glare at the pursuing time-space officers, Goku and Vegeta, who unleashed a torrent of expletives. Why is it shaking so violently? Trunks struggled to maintain his balance, nearly tumbling over. At this moment, the time-space officers Goku and Vegeta spoke once more. I shall grant you one final opportunity. If you do not exit the vehicle for an investigation, we will be forced to take lethal action against you. Goku and Vegeta spoke in unison. What troublesome fellows. Just wait until I land, and you shall see how I handle you. The Dark Goku turned his head, casting a fierce glare at the time-space officers Goku and Vegeta, then slammed the accelerator to surge forward. Disobedient fools. Goku's face flushed with anger, and he immediately gathered his energy to unleash a Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha. The Kamehameha wave was launched, a colossal blue energy beam aimed at the Dark Goku and Trunks. Feeling the blue radiance on his back, the Dark Goku abruptly halted his driving. Trunks, you take over. I will deal with them first. The Dark Goku vacated his seat, lifting the cover to engage Goku in a power clash. All right, Trunks, without further ado, quickly assumed the driver's position. Kamehameha. The two beams collided as the Dark Goku and Goku, these adversaries, reignited their confrontation. Feeling the force coursing through his hands, Goku was taken aback. Such immense power. In his astonishment, the Dark Goku immediately amplified the Kamehameha wave's intensity. In that instant, Goku was caught off guard and was forcefully propelled backward. Yet he swiftly regained his composure. It appears they are quite formidable. In that case, I must unleash my full strength. The time-space officer Goku's expression grew serious, and he began to radiate energy. Under the gaze of the Dark Goku, the time-space officer Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4, a form that was all too familiar to the Dark Goku. As the time-space officer Goku revealed his Super Saiyan 4 form, Trunks was nearly startled enough to release the accelerator. Such powerful energy. How can it be so strong? Trunks turned his head, curiosity etched upon his face. Upon witnessing the Super Saiyan 4 form of Sun Wukong, Trunks nervously swallowed. What transformation is this? It exudes the essence of Super Saiyan, yet possesses such overwhelming power. Trunks was utterly astonished. Noticing Trunks lost in thought, Black Goku immediately reprimanded him. Stop staring, accelerate. I'll handle these two. Focus on driving, do not hesitate. Yes. At Black Goku's command, Trunks obediently concentrated on operating the vehicle. Under Trunks' adept control, the time machine sped forth, but Sun Wukong and Vegeta were relentless in their pursuit. Realizing their speed was lacking, the normally composed Vegeta swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, instantly enveloping the entire time-space tunnel with his formidable aura. The emergence of two Super Saiyan 4s dealt a tremendous blow to Trunks' youthful psyche, as he felt a wave of inferiority upon realizing he was merely a Super Saiyan 2. Damn, that's Super Saiyan 4. Watching the approaching Super Saiyan 4s of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Black Goku's eyes glimmered with a chilling light akin to that of a deep freeze. Can you go any faster, Trunks? Black Uncle Goku. This is the fastest I can go. I cannot accelerate further, Trunks replied. I see. Then there is no alternative, Black Goku said with a sinister smile. At this moment, the time-space patrols, Goku and Vegeta, were closing in on Black Goku and Trunks, nearing them swiftly. Surrender, and perhaps we can treat you leniently. You who bear such a striking resemblance to me. The time-space patrol, Goku, issued his final warning. Leniency? Apologies, but I have many matters to attend to. I shall not be taken willingly, Black Goku declared, his body radiating a crimson glow. What do you intend to do? Are you refusing to cooperate? Vegeta questioned. Refusing to cooperate? When have I ever complied? Suddenly, Black Goku appeared before Vegeta in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Vegeta effortlessly blocked it with one arm. You scoundrel. Vegeta seethed with clenched teeth. Now let us reminisce about the battle between me, Black Goku, and the Super Saiyan 4s, Goku and Vegeta. Black Goku unleashed his punches with utmost seriousness. With a resounding impact, Black Goku's strength surged, sending Vegeta flying backward, leaving Goku standing by. Seizing the opportunity, Black Goku delivered a swift kick. In an instant, Goku too received a solid blow, bending at the waist. That hurt. I was just joking with you. The Patrol Goku grinned mischievously. Under Black Goku's astonished gaze, Goku retaliated by redirecting the force of his kickback. In a moment, Black Goku was sent hurtling several meters away. As Black Goku regained his footing, Goku quickly gathered energy for the Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha! The Kamehameha wave surged forward. It is merely overestimating one's abilities. I can vanquish both of you in one encounter, and again in the next. Unfazed by the onslaught of the Time Patrol Goku, Black Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 2. In an instant, his aura surges dramatically. Energy scythe, as the words resonate. A colossal purple aura coalesces into a scythe, towering above Black Goku's height. Grasping the scythe firmly, he lunges towards the Time Patrol, Goku's Kamehameha wave. In that fleeting moment, the Kamehameha and the energy scythe collide, generating a cascade of sparks. However, it isn't long before Black Goku, wielding the scythe, finds himself forced to retreat abruptly. Foolish brute. The Time Patrol Goku scoffs, intensifying the output of his Kamehameha. Uncle Black Goku. Witnessing the fierce battle, Trunks anxiously prepares to leap from the time machine to assist. But in the next moment, Black Goku's voice resounds. Trunks, you must leave without concern for me. Do not forget your mission. I will hold them off. Do not let the past repeat the future, understand? Black Goku steadies himself, turning to face Trunks. Yet, Trunks hesitates. Observing this, Black Goku immediately channels more energy into his palm, forcefully countering the Kamehameha wave launched by the Time Patrol Goku. There's no but. Hurry and go. Do not make me raise my voice at you. Black Goku's gaze is resolute as he stares down Trunks. Uncle Black Goku, TSK, I understand. You hold on. Despite his reluctance, Trunks, unable to defy Black Goku's command, accelerates the time machine forward. We must escape. Vegeta, intercept him. As Trunks attempts to flee, the Time Patrol Goku urgently calls out to the approaching Vegeta. I know. There's no need for your orders, Kakarot. Vegeta hastens, intensifying his speed towards the time machine piloted by Trunks. You think you can just go, Vegeta? Have you forgotten I still have one hand? Black Goku raises his palm, aiming at the pursuing Vegeta. Careful, Vegeta! The Time Patrol Goku senses the impending danger and swiftly warns him. Hearing the warning, Vegeta turns his head immediately. Upon turning, he finds Black Goku before him, scythe in hand, one palm gathering a blue energy wave. Kamehameha! In an instant, Vegeta finds himself unable to evade, taking the full force of Black Goku's Kamehameha directly to the face, sending him reeling backward in a disheveled state, smoke billowing from his visage. Vegeta, witnessing this, the Patrol Goku reacts hastily, placing a finger to his forehead to teleport. Whoosh! The Time Patrol Goku catches Vegeta in his arms. TCH, release me. I'm not that feeble. Vegeta, with his pride intact, pushes away the concerned Time Patrol Goku and stands defiantly against Black Goku. Vegeta is unharmed, though his face feels scorched and his patrol attire is somewhat damaged. Observing this scene, Black Goku was taken aback. Even with the overwhelming enhancement of the Super Saiyan 2 form, augmented by a factor of 800, he was unable to inflict harm upon the Time Patrol officers. Vegeta and Son Goku, in their Super Saiyan 4 state. It appeared that their strength could not be gauged by GT standards. A different measure was required. Black Goku, his expression tense, continually glanced in Trunks' direction, and upon realizing that Trunks had departed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Now, he need not worry about collateral damage. It was time to unleash his full power. A sinister smile spread across Black Goku's face as he regained his confidence. In response, Vegeta, visibly displeased, extended his middle finger toward Black Goku. "TCH, you fleeing criminal. Just wait until I make you regret running away. Let us see you try." The crimson aura enveloped Black Goku, exuding an alluring malevolence. A familiar battle was on the verge of erupting once more. The first round began. Chapter 20. The long-awaited Crimson Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Shadows darted through the vast cosmos, ultimately converging upon an immense, oceanic planet. A troublesome foe indeed. Black Goku stood on the surface of the ocean, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Surrender. No matter where you run. We will find you in no time." Two beams of red light suddenly appeared on the opposite shore of the ocean, heralding the arrival of time patrol officers. Son Goku and Vegeta. "TCH, when did I ever say I intended to flee? Even if you transform into Vegeta, I fear you not. For me, fleeing merely serves to locate a more suitable battlefield." Black Goku scoffed dismissively. Upon hearing this, Vegeta let out a derisive laugh. "Is that so? I am quite curious to see what strength you possess to warrant such arrogance, you fugitive." Vegeta held no belief that Black Goku could stand as a worthy adversary. In light of this, Black Goku decided to hold nothing back, immediately transforming into his Super Saiyan 2 full power state. In an instant, a golden aura shimmered upon the ocean's surface, and Black Goku ascended to Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3? Is this it? Vegeta chuckled. "This is merely the beginning." Black Goku retorted, unhurried in his resolve, continuing to amplify his energy. Suddenly, the aura of Black Goku in Super Saiyan 3 surged even higher, reaching full potency in mere moments. The sea began to churn violently, as vast quantities of water coalesced around Black Goku, forming a colossal vortex that spun incessantly. This compelled Vegeta and Son Goku to utilize their flight techniques to ascend into the sky. Is he still escalating? Son Goku, observing the spiraling energy beneath him, felt a surge of tension. Under the watchful eyes of the Time Patrol officers, Black Goku's power escalated once more, breaking through the limits of Super Saiyan 3. As his form emerged, the ocean erupted in tremendous waves, encircling Black Goku and reaching skyward. Yet, this was not the end. Black Goku continued to unleash his energy. Next comes the trump card. The crimson eyes of Black Wukong began to wither, and his entire form underwent a transformation. Within the reflection of his pupils, he found himself in a void, gazing upon a swirling mass of black mist, which bore a pair of misty white eyes. As he scrutinized the enigmatic fog before him, Black Wukong perceived that the eyes mirrored a struggle between a shadowy figure and a luminous one. Initially, the two figures appeared diminutive, akin to the size of infants. Yet they commenced their battle. Gradually, they grew larger, persistently engaging in fierce combat, until, upon reaching full maturity, their clash continued unabated. Ultimately, they vanquished one another, only to merge into each other's essence. The interplay of black and white transformed into a vast cosmos of countless shimmering stars, illuminating the myriad facets of existence under the cloak of darkness, while all narrative elements and conceptual structures were revealed in the radiant white light. The black and white entities, both repelling and amalgamating, gradually coalesced into a single silhouette, which shimmered with a resplendent magenta glow. Behind this brilliance was the visage of Black Wukong. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from him, his aura surging as if propelled beyond the realms of Super Saiyan, continually escalating in intensity. At that moment, the ocean boiled like water coming to a rolling boil, enveloping Black Wukong in a cloud of steam that ascended skyward. His aura flared, the magenta light radiating outward like an unending plume of steam. Sensing the overwhelming surge of energy emanating from Black Wukong, both Son Wukong and Vegeta were struck with trepidation. The power of a divine aura. How formidable! Son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Quite impressive, Vegeta remarked, arms crossed, maintaining an outward calm while grappling with his inner turmoil. With a resounding explosion, the magenta light erupted like a vibrant firework, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. As the luminescence faded, the tides of the ocean receded to unveil the figure of Black Wukong, now transformed into Super Saiyan Rose Black Wukong. "I apologize for the wait. I am experiencing this transformation for the first time," he said with a devilish grin, twisting his neck. "Is this the transformation of a god?" Such overwhelming energy. Sun Wukong responded gravely. In an instant, Black Wukong's form surged forward, appearing before Sun Wukong and Vegeta, not through a skillful teleportation, but rather a deceptive illusion created by his incredible speed. So fast! Vegeta gasped, tension etched across his face. Now, let the battle commence. Black Wukong placed his index and middle fingers gently beneath Vegeta's chin, tilting his head upward. You monstrous fiend! Vegeta, gathering his strength, launched a punch toward Black Wukong. With a swift motion, Vegeta's fist met only air. Bang! Black Goku charged up and delivered a powerful punch, striking Vegeta squarely in the abdomen and sending him flying. Vegeta! Goku exclaimed in alarm. Don't worry, there's still you. Suddenly, Black Goku teleported in front of Goku and launched a swift kick. Goku attempted to defend himself, but Black Goku's speed was overwhelming. Before he could even register the motion, he was struck and sent hurtling away. Aya! The time patrol, Goku tumbled through the air, coughing up blood. Black Goku relentlessly pursued him, appearing before him once more to deliver another punch. The speed was so astonishing that Goku could not even perceive it, and he felt the force of a fist collide with his face. In that moment, he experienced a brief sensation of unconsciousness. As the second passed, Goku saw Black Goku's figure multiply into hundreds. In truth, Black Goku's velocity had created countless afterimages. Bam! 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 The onslaught of punches rained down upon Goku like a tempest, and though he tried to defend himself, each time he lifted his arms to shield. Another blow landed with ferocity. Black Goku's relentless barrage left Goku disoriented and teetering on the brink of collapse. And this is not my limit, Saiyan! Black Goku roared, his hair transforming into a deep crimson. The sky shifted hues, abandoning its blue for a vibrant magenta. The Super Saiyan Rose had arrived. The familiar scene unfolded as Black Goku's speed and strength surged to 800 times their previous levels, delivering a flurry of devastating kicks upon Goku. Bam! Bam! Goku! The Time Patrol officer was struck down toward the sea, only to be kicked back up into the air, and then back down again. This relentless cycle repeated hundreds of times, each action executed with blinding speed, as if mere moments. In the blink of an eye, Goku found himself spinning uncontrollably. Feel the pain. It will be over soon. Black Goku formed an energy blade in his hand and delivered a fierce kick that sent Goku soaring into the sky, before swiftly stabbing downwards. With a sickening thrust, blood gushed as Black Goku plunged the blade into Goku's lower back. The pain jolted Goku awake, and he cried out, "Ah, you fiend!" gritting his teeth against the agony. Goku gathered his energy to fire a blast at Black Goku. Unfazed, Black Goku smirked and lightly tapped his forehead with 2 fingers. Instantly, he vanished. He deftly evaded Goku's attack and resumed his merciless assault. In a fraction of a second, Black Goku unleashed a barrage of over 100 slashes upon Goku. A torrent of blood erupted from the myriad wounds adorning Sun Wukong, resembling a fountain in its chaotic spray. In the next moment, Black Wukong sheathed his blade. Instantly, an intense rose-colored radiance enveloped Sun Wukong, followed by a series of explosive detonations that ultimately sent him plummeting into the ocean. At that juncture, Vegeta rushed onto the scene, his eyes wide with shock, which quickly morphed into seething rage. That imbecile Kakarot, his one eye alone, can vanquish. Vegeta leaped into action, charging towards Black Wukong. But it was all in vain. With a swift motion, Black Wukong appeared before Vegeta and unleashed a devastating energy slash. As the sound reverberated, a deep gash appeared across Vegeta's chest, causing blood to spew forth. Vegeta, eyes aflame, turned to glare at Black Wukong, but was suddenly overtaken by a wave of nausea, leading him to retch violently, his blood mingling with the ocean's depths. It's merely a matter of speed. Watch how this prince dismantles you. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Vegeta defiantly charged at Black Wukong, who met him with equal ferocity. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their fists and feet colliding with relentless fervor. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became clear that only Vegeta was on the receiving end of the punishment. His assaults were effortlessly evaded by Black Wukong, while Vegeta found himself overwhelmed and battered. In mere moments, the tide turned against him, as he was subjected to a flurry of punches and kicks, his vision blurring from the impact, culminating in a powerful kick from Black Wukong that sent him hurtling away. In a flash, Black Wukong teleported behind Vegeta, delivering a crushing kick that sent him flying forward. Again, Black Wukong vanished and reappeared before Vegeta, striking him with a brutal elbow to the chest, propelling him backward once more. This relentless barrage continued, with Black Wukong treating Vegeta as if he were a mere ball in a game, effortlessly tossing him through the air, inflicting injury upon injury, rendering Vegeta entirely defenseless. Employing the same merciless technique, Black Wukong pummeled Vegeta mercilessly, delivering a final, thunderous kick that sent him crashing into the sea alongside Sun Wukong. The ocean erupted into a tumultuous frenzy, waves surging to engulf both warriors beneath the surface. Witnessing the spectacle, Black Wukong smirked, mocking, "Is this what a Time Patrol agent amounts to? A mere mortal like me has reduced you to this pitiful state. How utterly disgraceful." With a casual flick of dust from his attire, Black Wukong hovered in the air, patiently awaiting the emergence of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Fully aware that his previous attack had not been lethal, thus he chose to bide his time. After a lengthy wait, perseverance bore fruit as Sun Wukong and Vegeta, having gulped down an astonishing amount of seawater, emerged from the ocean, entwined in strands of seaweed, and ascended into the sky, shaking off the seaweed from their heads. Both Vegeta and Sun Wukong glared furiously at Black Wukong. Unfazed by their wrath, Black Wukong scoffed and spread his arms wide. "Are you ready to join forces? Or perhaps, shall we merge?" Spitting out seawater, Vegeta yanked off the earring from one ear, declaring, "You will regret this." His gaze, filled with fury, shifted to Sun Wukong. The two exchanged glances, silently comprehending each other's intentions. "Since you agree, I have nothing more to say. This doppelganger of mine is formidable. So it's time for Vegeta to step in." Sun Wukong mirrored Vegeta's action, removing his own earring in response. In an instant, a brilliant red light flared as their bodies collided, initiating their fusion. Observing this, Black Wukong remained unperturbed, maintaining his divine demeanor as he surveyed the scene. Chapter 21. The Battle Against Vegeta. With a burst of white light, Vegeta emerged, brimming with rage. "Now, your misfortune begins," Vegeta proclaimed, unleashing his energy. The sky transformed into a crimson hue as Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta made his grand entrance. The very ocean beneath him expanded outward for 1,000 meters, creating a natural landmass. The sheer force of his presence overwhelmed Black Wukong. "It's just a fusion. What is there to be so arrogant about?" "This isn't over yet," Black Wukong retorted, unleashing his own energy as he transitioned into Super Saiyan Rose 2, engaging Vegeta in fierce combat. A symphony of fists and feet clashed in an intense struggle. The sound of their collisions reverberated, generating sonic booms that unleashed destructive energy, causing the entire planet to tremble. The vast ocean roiled violently, resembling boiling water erupting into the sky. The very heavens shook and the seas roared, yet the two combatants reveled in their heated exchange. Suddenly, Vegeta lunged towards Black Wukong, who swiftly countered with a grasp of his own. Their palms clasped together, and Vegeta, frustrated at his failed maneuver, extended his other hand towards Black Wukong. However, Black Wukong was quick to react, capturing that hand as well. They engaged in a contest of strength, their palms locked in a fierce struggle. Feeling the power emanating from Black Wukong, Vegeta smirked disdainfully. "Is this truly your full strength, villain? I still have power hidden away," Vegeta declared with arrogance. In response, Black Wukong retorted stubbornly, "Don't flatter yourself. I assure you, I possess even more hidden strength than you." As Black Goku exerted force from his palm, a surge of energy erupted from his entire being. In an instant, his aura expanded, and a crimson glow of full power ignited. At that moment, as the aura intensified, Vegeta felt his previously diminished strength wane, causing him to lean backward. "You possess such formidable power. Indeed, I underestimated you. Very well, I shall engage you earnestly." Vegeta thrust his palm forcefully, pushing Black Goku aside as he began to unleash his own energy. In a flash, the battlefield was drenched in a scarlet hue, heralding the arrival of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Faced with Vegeta's heightened presence, Black Goku exhibited no fear. Rather, his excitement was palpable. "Now, this is a battle." Black Goku surged forth, enveloped in a fiery aura, charging towards Vegeta. In the next moment, bang, Vegeta struck Black Goku's face with astonishing speed, sending him flying without a moment's respite to react. "Your arrogance shall meet its end in my hands." Vegeta pursued Black Goku, delivering another punch. This time, Black Goku managed to raise his arm in defense. A thunderous sound resonated as he was sent crashing into the ocean. However, Black Goku quickly emerged from the water, charging back at Vegeta. Once again, a flurry of punches and kicks ensued, with both combatants exchanging blows in a fierce contest of strength. Yet, Black Goku fought alone, while Vegeta, embodying the power of two, possessed a significantly higher defensive capability. Before long, Vegeta landed a painful strike to Black Goku's abdomen. A resounding thud echoed as Vegeta's fist connected, causing Black Goku to double over in pain. With another heavy hit, Vegeta unleashed a hook to Black Goku's face. Despite sustaining multiple injuries, Black Goku not only refused to retreat, but also wore a devilish grin, seemingly awakened to a thirst for battle, and retaliated with a punch aimed at Vegeta's abdomen. Bang! The impact bent Vegeta over as well. Bang! Another hook landed, causing Vegeta to turn his head in response. How can you still stand? Just how strong are you? Vegeta, witnessing Black Goku's resilience, unleashed a torrent of aggressive strikes. In the face of Vegeta's relentless assault, Black Goku spread his arms wide and braced himself. Bang! 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 The relentless barrage of fists rained down upon Black Goku, echoing like royal cannon fire, twisting his expression and drawing blood. Yet, even in his battered state, with a face bruised and his nose resembling a crumpled mess, he steadfastly maintained his open-arm stance. Since you can withstand so much punishment then, Vegeta clenched his fist, bent down, and unleashed a powerful punch directed at Black Goku, who chose not to dodge, but to withstand the blow with his body. A golden light suddenly erupted. With a single punch, the dragon fist manifested as a golden dragon surged through Black Goku, leaving him resembling a helpless wretch, gasping and clutching his abdomen, blood spilling from his lips. How was that blow? If it wasn't sufficient, allow me to deliver another. I am quite eager to see how many of my punches you can endure. Vegeta proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Oh, really? Did I hear you correctly? You believe that by landing a few blows upon me, you can ascertain your victory? Black Goku let out a manic laugh amid his incessant coughing. Still laughing, are we? In that case, I shall send you to your demise. Vegeta aura surgi. Intensifying in a moment, the full power of Super Saiyan 4 emerged. Dragon Fist. The golden radiance coalesced in Vegeta's hands as he struck fiercely towards Black Goku. In the face of this excruciating blow, Black Goku smirked disdainfully, closing his eyes and spreading his arms wide, opting to withstand the attack without evasion. Witnessing this, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly delivered his punch. Ha! A resounding boom echoed. With the impact, Black Goku bent forward as the massive golden dragon tore through his chest, soaring towards the heavens once more. Just as Vegeta was about to boast, he found himself momentarily speechless. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. As the white smoke dissipated, a gaping hole appeared in Black Goku's chest. Having endured Vegeta's Dragon Fist at full power in Super Saiyan 4 form. Ding! Bloodline adaptation enhanced 45. Basic form attributes increased by 1,000 times. Deep form attributes enhanced by 1,200 times. Currently, the host's attributes in forms other than deep form have been elevated to 2,370 times, while deep form attributes have surged to 2,720 times. Now, it appears I have grown stronger than 1,000-fold of my previous perfect adaptation. Truth be told, if I allow you to continue pummeling me, the audience will undoubtedly take issue with that. Black Goku gathered his strength, his aura escalating as his magenta hair in Super Saiyan began to darken to a deep red. The second limit-breaking form of the transcendent Super Saiyan has arrived. Begone. Worthless fool. Black Goku ruthlessly delivered a kick toward Vegeta. The impact sent Vegeta hurtling backward, crashing heavily into the sea. After a considerable delay, Vegeta emerged from the water. Pain etched across his face as he clutched his abdomen, nearly having had a lung punctured by the force of Black Goku's kick. That hurt immensely, Vegeta grimaced, a sneer creeping onto his face. Hurt? How could I not notice? All I see is you laughing, not crying. With that, Black Goku approached Vegeta, delivering another heavy punch with a swift motion. With a swift strike, Vegeta attempted to defend himself, but Black Goku's speed was unparalleled, and before he could react, the blow landed. A thunderous punch struck Vegeta's shoulder, eliciting a cry of anguish as the force of the hit overwhelmed him. Are you a monster? He gasped, feeling the intensity of Black Goku's newfound strength, a desire to flee from him creeping into his thoughts. Monster? To be precise, I am a demon, Black Goku proclaimed. arms spread, wide like a deity. In an instant, Black Goku appeared before Vegeta, delivering a devastating punch. Vegeta, unable to evade, felt the full force of the blow to his face, sending him crashing into the ocean, the only land beneath him. Upon landing, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as multiple shadows of fists began to manifest around him. The relentless barrage of Black Goku's attacks rained down upon him until he could no longer withstand the assault, his internal organs damaged and bones grievously injured. Collapsing to the ground in utter defeat, coughing and gasping for breath, Vegeta struggled to regain his composure. "Will you continue to fight, Vegeta?" Black Goku taunted, teleporting in an instant to deliver a crushing kick to Vegeta's abdomen. The impact caused Vegeta to spit blood, teetering on the brink of death. "You demon, with such strength, you do not protect others, but instead continue to shatter the fabric of time. What is your purpose?" Vegeta shouted, blood spilling from his mouth. "Destroying time? You have misdirected your inquiry. I admit to traversing time and disturbing certain timelines, but I am not as catastrophic as you claim," Black Goku retorted, releasing his foot from Vegeta's body and grabbing him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. "Who else could it be but you? Your visage has been etched into our Time Patrol's wanted list, Dark Goku." Vegeta grimaced in pain, clutching his abdomen. "Huh, wanted list? What nonsense are you spouting?" Black Goku replied, confusion etched on his face. Vegeta tried to articulate further, but the pain from Black Goku's relentless assault rendered him speechless. The battle was decided. The proud warrior, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, had met his defeat. Ding! The reward for the initial stage of Ultra Instinct was granted. At that moment, Black Goku felt an influx of power surge through him. The pinnacle of technique is drawing ever closer, he mused, excitement dancing in his eyes as he clenched his fists. But as his exhilaration peaked, the crimson aura enveloping him dissipated, replaced by a boiling white flame as he entered Ultra Instinct. Oh, just as I surmised, an intense focus triggers this form. Should my mind waver? Then, as these words left his lips, the white aura surrounding Black Goku vanished, and he exited Ultra Instinct. As the essence of the Infinite Realm technique departed, Black Goku suddenly felt an unsettling emptiness within his body, as if his strength had been siphoned away. The exhaustion was considerable. It seemed he would need to experiment further after a while. Shaking his head, he cast aside the thought of revisiting the Infinite Realm technique and redirected his focus to Vegeta. Gazing at the weary Vegeta, who was gasping for breath and unable to continue the fight, Black Goku's eyes glinted with a cold light, a fleeting glimpse of murderous intent crossing his features. As he concentrated, a blade of energy formed, resting against Vegeta's neck. "There may be some misunderstanding between us, but for one who seeks my life, I have but one intention: execution." With a steely gaze, Black Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan Rose form in an instant, and the energy blade swiftly sliced toward Vegeta's neck. A crimson gash appeared upon Vegeta's carotid artery, and in that moment, blood gushed forth violently. Vegeta felt a wave of suffocation wash over him, accompanied by a searing pain that made him roll his eyes in agony. As he struggled against the torment inflicted by Black Goku, "I'm not interested in destruction, combat, status, or wealth. Rather, I cherish peace, justice, and happiness. My ideal is to establish an order devoid of war. Would you care to join me?" Black Goku inquired with a devilish grin. "Impossible, Vegeta coughed, suppressing the blood spilling from his artery and the encroaching sensation of asphyxiation as he firmly rejected the offer. "I anticipated your response, since you choose not to join me." With a swift motion, Black Goku unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending Vegeta flying before pursuing him relentlessly. He raised the energy blade and plunged it 3 times into Vegeta's heart, struck his knees twice, pierced his lungs once, and finally delivered a fatal blow to his forehead. "Perish," he declared. With a dazzling explosion of purple light, Black Goku descended gracefully to the ground. As he touched down, a torrent of purple energy erupted from Vegeta, bursting forth like fireworks in a vibrant display before he collapsed to the earth. "Today marks the end of your breath," Black Goku proclaimed, gathering a blue energy wave aimed at the descending Vegeta. Kamehameha! The azure beam surged toward Vegeta, engulfing him entirely. As the brilliance faded, tranquility returned, and Vegeta's form vanished without a trace. After witnessing Vegeta's undeniable disappearance, Black Goku exhaled in relief, yet remained vigilant, carefully surveying his surroundings. Only when he was assured that Vegeta was truly gone did he feel completely at ease. As the purple light dissipated, Black Goku ascended cautiously into the sky, leaving behind a final energy blast capable of obliterating everything. With a swift motion, the energy sphere struck the ocean's surface, unleashing a tempest that churned the waters violently. The vast expanse of the sea evaporated, leaving only the dazzling spectacle of the explosion in its wake. In this final round, I emerged victorious. Chapter 22, The Obedient Android. The explosion of the planet was a dazzling spectacle, and standing in the vastness of space, Black Goku marveled at the sight before him. As the radiant light faded, everything inevitably settled into a state of finality. No matter how powerful the protagonist's aura may be, it was time for this silent Saiyan to seek out Trunks. Black Goku, filled with intense energy, activated the time ring to traverse through time and space. Meanwhile, in the Z timeline, Trunks pondered, how is Uncle Black Goku faring? Those two beings resembling Uncle Son Wukong and my father. Who are they? Their power is astonishing. Will Uncle Black Goku be alright? Suddenly, a blinding light enveloped him, and Trunks found himself disoriented as he traveled back to a coastal area on Earth. Upon landing in the past timeline, Trunks immediately exited the time machine. No matter what, I will not allow the androids to reenact their tragic tale in the past. His face a mask of fury, he began to search for the energy signatures of the Z warriors. After calming himself, Trunks, having trained for 2.5 years, swiftly detected their presence. Found them. Wait, this energy belongs to the androids. Damn it, I'm too late. Wait for me, everyone. Bending down in urgency, Trunks took off, soaring towards the location of the Z warriors. Meanwhile, among the Z warriors, Dr. Gero, in a state of disarray, muttered as he approached a cave. Standing before a large red door, he opened it with haste, then slammed it shut, locking it in fear of being followed. Just as Dr. Gero entered, the Z warriors arrived on his heels. Quite the sprinter, old man. You've made this prince search for far too long. Let us see how you assuage my wrath. Vegeta proclaimed, bursting onto the scene with arrogance. Have you forgotten what that boy said? The androids are incredibly powerful. Be cautious. Piccolo cautioned, closely trailing behind. Following them were Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien, who all joined the fray. Upon seeing everyone gathered, Vegeta's expression soured. Did I not instruct you to return home for milk and television? I alone will handle them. So why are you here? Is the show unappealing? Or has your milk expired, prompting you to come and make a mess? Vegeta, you've gone too far. Krillin exclaimed, fists clenched, eyes ablaze with fury. The others mirrored his outrage, their faces devoid of any semblance of joy. Unfazed, Vegeta continued dismissively, a heap of worthless beings remains worthless. Your presence merely complicates matters. With a disdainful frown, Vegeta concentrated a ki blast in one hand and aimed it at the imposing door before him. With a thunderous explosion, the heavy door shattered into fragments, revealing Dr. Gero's figure within the laboratory. Vegeta! Dr. Gero gasped in shock, trembling, and lost his footing, collapsing to the ground. Oh, the old man. This prince has come to pay his respects at your grave. Vegeta, exuding an aura of malevolence, stood with an imposing presence. Curse Science, relentlessly pursuing me. Since you have driven me into a corner, do not blame me for forcing you into one as well. Grollo, enraged and humiliated, swiftly approached the 2 storage capsules. What do you intend to do? Did you not see that I was speaking to you? Upon realizing that, Dr. Grollo dared to ignore him. Vegeta's confidence surged, and he, in a fit of fury, unleashed a ki blast with one hand, disregarding the nearby Krillin and others as it exploded outward. Vegeta! At Krillin's desperate shout, the cave was instantly reduced to rubble, revealing the laboratory within. This scene terrified Dr. Grollo, as well as the Z warriors beside him. Vegeta, do you comprehend what you are doing? You nearly brought us to our demise, Krillin exclaimed. Frustration etched across his face. Indeed, we were almost obliterated by your recklessness. You lack a sense of responsibility, Tien Shinhan added, reproaching him. Vegeta retorted. Why are you all so bothersome? Did I force you here? Before Yamcha could interject, Vegeta, unable to contain his irritation, glared at the group. His gaze, filled with an overwhelming intensity, bore down on Krillin and the others as if they were mere vermin, rendering them speechless. Do as you wish, Piccolo stated, devoid of objection. With Piccolo's remark, Krillin and the others fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Observing this scene, Vegeta's mood brightened. This was the ambience he desired, a display of deference from those he deemed weak, befitting the self-proclaimed strongest in the universe. Very well, I am in a good mood. So I shall not hold this against you, Vegeta remarked with a smirk, turning his attention to Dr. Grollo. At that moment, Dr. Grollo's heart raced. His previously furious demeanor replaced with sheer terror. Reluctantly, he retrieved a remote from his waist and pressed a button, releasing the long-sealed true androids, Android 17 and 18. A low hum resonated as the covers of their capsules opened. As the lids lifted, the long-slumbering androids 17 and 18 awakened. In the gaze of Vegeta, a compliant girl and an innocuous-looking young woman stepped into view. The emergence of new androids left Piccolo and the others dumbfounded. Another pair of androids? Was it not stated that there were only two? Piccolo swallowed hard, disbelief etched on his face. Could it be that the information provided by that purple-haired boy was flawed? Krillin, wide-eyed, stared intently at androids 17 and 18. As they emerged from their confinement, 17 and 18 stood obediently beside Drive Grollo, exuding an air of compliance. Welcome back. Dr. Grollo, 17 greeted with a smile, bowing respectfully. Ah, do you not harbor any resentment towards me? I have confined you to slumber, Dr. Gero exclaimed in astonishment. How can this be? You are our master, and we are your servants. How could a servant harbor grievances against their master? Number 17 appeared obedient. Dr. Gero, moved to tears, believed him wholeheartedly. Number 17 feigned sincerity, resembling a dutiful son as he opened his arms wide and embraced Dr. Gero deeply in front of everyone. Father. Number 17 called with profound affection. In that instant, Dr. Gero found himself lost in a garden of tenderness, completely forgetting number 17's past malevolence. Reveling in the warmth he currently offered. Is it permissible for me to address you as such, my creator? Number 17 asked with a gentle tone. Of course, number 17. I cherish this. May I call you my dear son as well? Certainly, father, number 17 replied with a tender expression. Ah, splendid. Dr. Gero laughed joyfully. And what of me, dear father? Have you forgotten your lovely daughter? Do not neglect your sweet girl in favor of your son, number 18 teased, slightly envious as she pulled Dr. Gero away from number 17. Number 18, you too. What is it, father? Ah, splendid indeed. Dr. Gero beamed with joy. Observing the intimate scene between Dr. Gero and the androids, number 17 and number 18, Vegeta spat disdainfully. Useless bonds, he scoffed, rolling his eyes. The filial piety exhibited by numbers 17 and 18 appeared genuine to all, yet only these two were aware of the truth. Sensing the warmth, Dr. Gero lowered his guard against number 17 and number 18, hastily instructing them to deal with the present Vegeta. My good son, my dutiful daughter, eliminate that high-haired scion who has harmed your father, that green paint-like Piccolo, the bald monk, the fickle carrot, and the three-eyed donkey. None shall remain. Dr. Gero commanded with fury, gripping the remote that could detonate the bombs within number 17 and number 18's bodies, directing his beloved children. Yes, father, they replied in unison, rushing towards Vegeta and the others. This scene startled everyone, prompting them to prepare for battle. Come on, androids. Let this prince see whether you live up to your reputation. Vegeta declared, excitement gleaming in his eyes. However, in the next moment, thud, with two resounding crashes. Number 17 and number 18 suddenly pivoted and delivered powerful elbows to the bewildered Dr. Gero, who stood in shock. Dr. Gero exclaimed, stunned. The Z fighters were equally bewildered. Old fool, you took advantage of me. On the 17th, the obedient facade was discarded as she transformed into a rebellious spirit, seizing the detonation device from Dr. Gero's hands and crushing it. 17U. Dr. Gero was taken aback, unable to comprehend how the situation had shifted so abruptly. Before he could grasp the reality, 18 kicked him, demonstrating the contempt of ungrateful offspring toward their elder after inheriting a fortune. With a resounding thud, Dr. Gero fell to the side, his cervical issues exacerbated by 18's blow. This is the consequence of underestimating a lady, old man. Dr. Gero seethed, his frustration boiling over. The words failed him. Vegeta, initially disgusted by the scene of filial piety, found amusement in the ensuing chaos as the rebellious duo unleashed their fury upon their father. This is the spectacle I wish to witness, he chuckled. With the troublesome elements eliminated, the constraints dissolved, didn't they? 17, now fully embracing her true self, swayed her waist with a sense of liberation. Indeed, had it not been for that wretched old man wielding the detonator, I wouldn't have feigned such nauseating behavior. This feels much more comfortable. 18 agreed, stretching her limbs with an air of ease. You ungrateful wretches, do you think this is justifiable? Dr. Gero, infuriated, rose to his feet. The old man still possesses some resilience, does he? Remarkably, after enduring a strike from both me and 18, you remain standing. Quite the tenacity you display. 17 remarked, astonished that her father could still rise after their display of filial devotion. 18 shared her surprise, equally impressed by Dr. Gero's endurance. Nevertheless, the beating must continue. Since you seem unfazed, allow me to provide you with further exercise, you ancient relic. 17 kicked aside the shattered detonator and advanced toward Dr. Gero. 17. You. Dr. Gero, seething with rage, anxiously scanned his surroundings for something to defend himself with. His gaze landed upon the hatch of 16. With 17 and 18 beyond his control, he decided to take preemptive action, ensuring the still unconscious 16 would never awaken. Realizing the severity of the situation was spiraling beyond his control, Dr. Gero dashed toward the hatch, intent on snuffing out 16's life in the cradle to prevent any potential rebellion against him. Are you truly going to detonate 16? Oh dear. To think you would resort to such depths to eliminate one who has yet to awaken. Your wickedness knows no bounds, old man. Suddenly, 18 interposed herself before Drive Gero, blocking his path. 18. You. Dr. Gero's face flushed with rage. I must protect you, old man. With that, 18 delivered a kick aimed at Dr. Gero, sending him flying directly into 17's path. Cough, 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 18. Dr. Gero coughed, blood staining his lips, pained by the encounter. Oh dear, you are bleeding. You must have sustained a grave injury. Such a serious wound necessitates a visit to the hospital, yet there is none in the vicinity. What shall we do? Both number 18 and I lack the strength, so we must rely on number 16 for assistance, remarked number 17, deliberately provoking Dr. Gero. You too, Dr. Gero exclaimed, infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Number 17, number 18, I warn you, if you release number 16, you shall surely regret it. You will find yourselves perishing at his hands. Number 16 is a creation of the white, and he will annihilate everything. Heed my advice and do not let him out. Dr. Gero gasped, his anxiety palpable. Oh, is that so? Number 17 feigned fear. I do not care, he retorted, pulling a face. You. Before Dr. Gero could utter another word, number 17 struck down with a dragon claw. Ah, number 17, you. Dr. Gero trembled, rendered speechless. You're such a nag, old man. Whether in the past or present, just die already, so I may be rid of you. Huh. With a powerful energy wave unleashed, number 17 committed patricide before all present. On number 17, Dr. Gero, filled with resentment, dissolved into nothingness beneath the wave of light. Chapter 23. The Late Arrival of the Great One. As the golden light dissipated, Dr. Gero vanished. He actually killed his own father, Krillin stammered, incredulous. Truly a creature devoid of emotion, Piccolo scoffed. Observing the scene, Vegeta burst into laughter. Like us Saiyans, they are beings without feelings. Familial bonds are mere illusions in the face of absolute self-interest. Vegeta watched number 17 with excitement, admiration evident on his face. Casting a dismissive glance at the ashes beneath his feet, number 17 approached number 18. Let me see what number 16 looks like, he said, leaning in to peer through the porthole of the chamber. Upon seeing that number 16 resembled a classical handsome man around 25 years of age, a spark of excitement flickered across his face. He certainly appears formidable. I wonder if he possesses substance beyond mere appearance. Let's take a look. Number 17 turned to number 18. Are you certain we should open it? The old man warned that he would kill us if he emerged. Do you still believe the old man's words? Have you ever taken his advice seriously? Open the hatch. You understand the curiosity of youth, don't you? Well, if you insist, number 18 replied reluctantly, placing her finger on the switch beside number 16's cryogenic chamber, preparing to awaken the dormant being within. What shall we do if we awaken the next android? Krillin anxiously looked to Piccolo, hoping for guidance. What should we do? How would I know? Vegeta, what are your thoughts? You, the strongest in our team, have no ideas at all? Piccolo glared at Vegeta, his mind racing. Just now, Dr. Gero warned that the appearance of Android 16 would lead to annihilation. Teen was sweating profusely. Androids, it all must come to an end. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens. It was a young boy. Yamcha turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on the arriving Trunks. Androids, do not think you will succeed. Trunks, with a cold expression and fierce aura, made his entrance with an unceremonious kick aimed at Android 17. Who? Android 17 turned his head in curiosity. Bang! With a dull thud, Trunks' kick struck 17's face, sending him crashing to the ground. 17. Upon witnessing 17's fall, Android 18's face was instantly filled with shock. I have arrived late, everyone. Trunks drew his sword, ready for battle. 17. Who are you, really? Looking at the suddenly appeared Trunks, 17 rubbed his face, feeling the sting, and asked with a serious expression, I am here to deliver justice. Last time, Black Goku's uncle helped me and brought peace to the future. Now that he is gone, it is my time to step forward, and it is time to settle the score with Gohan and the others. Trunks, with a cold gaze, slowly drew his sword. Oh, it appears you have lofty ambitions. That kick was rather painful. You piqued my interest. Android 17 excitedly wiped his lips, exuding arrogance. Whoosh! 17's figure vanished, only to reappear right before Trunks. Bang! 17 swiftly delivered a kick, but Trunks effortlessly blocked it. What? 17 was taken aback. Before 17 could recover from his surprise, Trunks retaliated with a punch. Bang! Trunks moved with astonishing speed, his fist striking 17's abdomen, leaving him unable to stand upright. 17 gritted his teeth. Pain etched on his face as he looked at Trunks, unexpectedly coughing up blood. This punch is in vengeance for Gohan. A golden light flashed as Trunks' hair defied the wind, standing upright and gradually solidifying before taking on a golden hue. The Super Saiyan has emerged. In the instant Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, his aura was overwhelmingly grand, surpassing even Vegeta's earlier transformation that had eclipsed Goku's. This scene left the Z fighters watching in awe, utterly astonished. His aura even exceeded that of Vegeta, who had just surpassed Goku. Krillin nervously swallowed hard. The aura emanating from him was not merely a doubling or tripling of power compared to his previous transformation into a Super Saiyan. It was exponentially greater. What transpired? Piccolo's face was drenched in cold sweat, his expression one of astonishment. How could this be? Was I not supposed to surpass him? Why have I been overtaken instead? Where has the fault occurred? As he sensed the overwhelming energy radiating from his son Trunks, Vegeta was struck not only by shock, but also by a profound frustration. The sense of being the strongest in the universe evaporated in the wake of Trunks' explosive power, leaving behind only jealousy and resentment. Golden hair. Can he transform further? I shall see what tricks he possesses. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, the seemingly oblivious Android 17, unable to sense the energy, taunted Trunks by raising a finger in provocation. In the blink of an eye, Trunks teleported before 17 and delivered a heavy punch. The impact was so swift that 17 doubled over in pain, his mouth agape as he began to retch. How incredibly fast! Vegeta watched in a mix of anxiety and astonishment as the scene unfolded before him. Did he think that landing a single blow would be the end? What a farce! Android 17 swung his arm violently at Trunks. In a swift sidestep, Trunks evaded the attack and retaliated with a kick. The force sent 17 reeling, his eyes rolling back in agony. Though 17 attempted to fight back, Trunks was relentless, delivering another punch followed by another kick. With a final blow, 17 was sent hurtling backward. Trunks, his demeanor icy and terse, rushed to 17's side and aimed a fist at his forehead. After a series of attacks, 17 began to adapt. Just as Trunks' fist was about to connect, he managed to raise his arm to shield his face. However, it was futile. As Trunks' strikes continued to land with equal force and pain, 17 writhed in agony, his body creaking as if it had been disassembled. Are you capable of continuing? If not, I shall join you, 18 said anxiously, seeing her brother being pummeled by Trunks. I do not require assistance. I shall face him alone, 17 retorted defiantly, gathering energy for a key blast aimed at Trunks. His movements were swift, but to Trunks, they appeared sluggish as a tortoise. Dismissing 17's attack with disdain, Trunks simply kicked him away. With a dull thud, 17's energy blast was thwarted before it could fully coalesce, sent crashing back towards 18. What an infuriating foe, 17 exclaimed, rising with a look of determination, eager to continue the fight. 17, do not engage alone. That boy possesses considerable strength. Exercise caution, 18 urged, swiftly intercepting 17 as he attempted to charge back into the fray. Trunks expressed his agreement, embellishing the situation with a secondary blow to the fragile psyche of Android 17. Android 18 was right. With your solitary strength, even if you were to burst with rage, you would still not be my adversary. As Android 18 articulated, you're simply too weak. You, was there to boast about having landed a few blows on me? Let me enlighten you. Your explosive power may surpass mine slightly, but in terms of endurance, I possess boundless energy. Given enough time, the victor remains uncertain. Android 17 remained defiant. Endurance, you say? Oh, I am well aware of that. Therefore, I shall unleash my full power and utterly erase you from this world. Retrieving his sword, he bent down to gather energy and unleash his aura. In an instant, Trunks' energy surged dramatically, and under the gaze of the onlookers, a transformation began. His aura continues to grow stronger. What is he doing? Piccolo looked on in confusion. This energy surpasses that of a Super Saiyan. What could it mean? Could it be that he has transcended the Super Saiyan form? Under Vegeta's astonished gaze, Trunks' power escalated, accompanied by crackling lightning. Following a series of thunderous roars, Trunks commenced his metamorphosis. A heavy golden light erupted as Trunks transcended to Super Saiyan 2, preparing to confront androids 17 and 18. The emergence of this second Super Saiyan form left Vegeta in utter shock. Just moments ago, he had regarded Super Saiyan 1 as a treasure. Yet now his eyes brimmed with jealousy towards Trunks. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta was reminded of his own nightmares, witnessing Goku transform into a Super Saiyan before him. While he felt like a mere fool, impotent and powerless, he had once believed that transforming into a Super Saiyan would bridge the gap, only to realize that it had only widened, with his opponent's effects growing ever more radiant. How infuriating! Why has everyone surpassed this prince? I should be the strongest being in the universe. Vegeta seethed with impotent rage at the unfolding reality before him. Swish, swish, swish. Trunks' aura continued to rise relentlessly, the intensity so profound that even androids 17 and 18, who were not yet attuned to sensing energy, felt the weight of Trunks' formidable presence. As they gazed upon Trunks' flourishing Super Saiyan 2 aura, a thought of inevitable defeat began to creep into their minds. Run, 17. Android 18 whispered fearfully into 17's ear. Run? What are you talking about? 17 replied incredulously. I just calculated their combat power exceeds ours combined by more than double. Android 18's face was one of dread. What? 17, bewildered and unable to believe, looked at 18, whose shocked expression led him to think she was jesting. Just as he was about to dismiss her joke, a flash of golden light suddenly zipped past him. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as number 17 widened his eyes and bent down, mirroring number 18's actions. How could the speed be so astonishing? Number 17 fixated his gaze upon Trunks, who had delivered a blow to both him and number 18. Bang! 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 Before number 17 could regain his composure, a flurry of elusive punches manifested upon his face. He could only hear the dull thuds as his visage was pummeled relentlessly, as if crushed beneath a steamroller. When reborn, one must choose their next life wisely. With a thunderous roar, Trunks halted his tempestuous assault and directed a formidable punch towards number 7. Amidst number 17's bloodied state, Trunks landed a powerful strike to his abdomen, sending him flying like a refuse tossed aside, crashing into a heap of experimental components. Dazed and foaming at the mouth, number 17 lay sprawled on the ground, utterly stripped of his previous arrogance, his expression one of despair. Number 18, flee. This guy's truly formidable. Number 17 exclaimed as his eyes rolled back, his mind succumbing to a shutdown. Witnessing number 17's unconscious state, number 18 felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It's your turn, number 18. Trunks concentrated a golden wave of energy aimed at her. Damn it. Number 18 attempted to gather her own energy to resist. However, in the next instant, whoosh, Trunks had vanished from sight, and before number 18 could react, he appeared behind her. Oh no, she thought, sensing impending doom as she turned her head. Just as she feared, Trunks unleashed a powerful energy wave that struck her squarely. Boom! Number 18 was sent hurtling backward, and Trunks relentlessly pursued her, gathering another energy wave aimed at the airborne number 18. Uncle Black Goku had mentioned that in this timeline, you two are not the ruthless number 17 and number 18 I once knew. He offered me a choice, to obliterate you as I did in my future, or to spare you. I have pondered this since my arrival, and from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I noticed something in your gaze. Although you ruthlessly eliminated Dr. Gero, I could discern a hint of tenderness in your eyes, devoid of malice. As Uncle Black Goku stated, you are not the same as the number 17 and number 18 I encountered before. Yet, I cannot choose to spare you. Even if you are indeed changing for the better, your combat prowess is formidable, perhaps even surpassing those I have faced before. As long as that remains, I cannot afford to be lenient. I refuse to let the horrors of the future repeat themselves in the past. Prepare for your demise. Trunks amassed a tremendous surge of energy in his palm, and with a fierce shout, he swiftly propelled it towards the airborne number 18. Whoosh! I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to destroy them. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Android 18, shielding her from a lethal attack. Who is it? Upon witnessing the energy wave being thwarted, Trunks sharply lifted his gaze. Before him stood Android 16, proud and imposing, cradling Android 18 in one arm while looking down at Trunks. You little rascal, the third android. How do you intend to deal with me? Android 17 released the switch that held Android 16 captive, succumbing once more to unconsciousness. Chapter 24, Do Not Give Up. Was Android 16 truly freed? TSK. It's all my fault. I should have struck with greater force. Trunks gazed at the formidable Android 16 emerging from the wreckage, filled with regret. Your combat prowess is formidable. Losing an arm to such a powerful being is somewhat worth it. Android 16 sighed as he glanced at his severed right arm, then swiftly brought Android 18 to stand beside Android 17. Though incredibly fast, Trunks, in his Super Saiyan 2 state, perceived their speed as sluggish, even though Android 16 was significantly stronger than both Android 17 and 18. Do you think I will allow you to escape? Trunks declared with a serious expression, quickly raising his palm to concentrate energy towards Android 16. I cannot flee, but your companions may not survive either. I possess a self-destruct mechanism within me. Should you harbor any thoughts of attack, I will activate it. While you may survive, can you guarantee the safety of those behind you? Android 16 responded, his expression serious, though he felt the weight of Trunks' rising intensity. Self-destruction? Trunks' brow furrowed at this revelation, and his spirit momentarily dimmed. A fleeting, cowardly thought crossed his mind. Perhaps I should let them go. Yet, it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. If I give up, who will protect those I wish to safeguard? Regardless of the outcome, I will not surrender. I shall strive with all my might. In an instant, the image of Black Goku emerged in his mind, reminiscent of a bright and sunny morning. Swish, swish, swish. Black Goku and Trunks engaged in a familiar sparring match. Battling in the air, Trunks launched a punch, but Black Goku evaded with a tilt of his head, countering with an uppercut. Trunks, you're still too slow. At this rate, not only will you fail to achieve Super Saiyan 2, but you won't even be able to fully unleash the limit break form. Black Goku struck Trunks squarely on the chin with a powerful punch. In an instant, Trunks found himself propelled backward. But it's not over yet. Trunks gathered his energy and transcended into the Super Saiyan limit break form. Magic Flash. He concentrated golden energy in his hands, clasping them above his head before crossing them and swiftly launching a fierce attack towards Black Goku, who remained his base form. With such a significant wind-up and no discernible technique, no one would be foolish enough to let you land a hit. Black Goku's expression turned to one of disappointment. At the moment when Black Goku was imparting wisdom to Trunks, a sudden smile graced Trunks' lips, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. What? Black Goku's face contorted with astonishment as he swiftly turned to search for Trunks. Uncle Black Goku is right here. With a resounding shout, Trunks' figure reappeared before Black Goku. A mere illusion. Instant transmission. Black Goku exclaimed in disbelief. Ha! A beam of demonic light shot forth from Trunks' hand, hurtling directly towards Black Goku. With a thunderous crash, Black Goku was struck head-on, enveloped in a cloud of dust. That attack was hardly futile. Trunks panted, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, utterly exhausted. As the dust settled, a brilliant magenta glow enveloped Black Goku, who stood unharmed before Trunks, exuding an air of satisfaction. This is what training is about. That move was worth every moment I invested in your training. I never anticipated you would even master my instant transmission, Black Goku praised, clapping for Trunks. Yet, Trunks felt a wave of despair wash over him. It was evident that he remained leagues away from matching Black Goku's prowess. In that fleeting moment, Black Goku noticed Trunks' sudden despondency. The intended words of praise morphed into stern admonishment. Are you simply going to surrender because your opponent is stronger? Have you forgotten what stands behind you? What is this defeatism? With that, Black Goku instantaneously transported himself in front of Trunks and delivered a furious punch. Bang! The unprepared Trunks was sent reeling, his head snapping to the side as he staggered backward, trembling. You! Trunks attempted to voice a protest, but fell silent. Confronted by Black Goku's serious demeanor and eyes filled with unyielding determination. Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, Master Roshi, Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan. All of them perished to protect this planet. Now, you alone are its guardian. If you give up, who will safeguard it? Do you expect another like me to come and redeem you? In this world, no one will casually assume the mantle of a hero. You might encounter one or two, but only after hundreds of encounters, during which you will have already lost so much. Those who do nothing and wait for others to resolve their issues will ultimately achieve nothing and effect no change. Trunks fell into a contemplative silence. Being a hero is no trivial matter, nor is it a game. It is a profound responsibility. If you choose to bear this burden, you are obliged to carry it through. Once you embark on this path, there is no reason to abandon it. From the moment you commit, your choices are made. In an instant, Black Goku erupted with formidable magenta energy, transforming before Trunks' eyes into a Super Saiyan rose. The air was suffused with a magenta hue, as the divine aura emanated from Black Goku, sweeping across the entire realm with a ferocity so overwhelming that it transformed the once azure sky into a brilliant roseate shade, even altering the very color of the earth for a fleeting moment. Although Trunks could not perceive the divine energy radiating from Black Goku, the stark contrast in power was palpable, rendering Black Goku's strength incomparably superior, as though one were in the heavens while the other remained on the ground. The Super Saiyan rose, presently my most formidable form, suddenly witnessed a transformation in Black Goku's hair color, as a tempestuous energy surged within him. This was the fabled Super Saiyan Rose's ultimate manifestation, a deeper state known in legend. Upon the emergence of Black Goku in his Super Saiyan Deep Rose form, the surrounding creatures within a 100-kilometer radius were rendered unconscious by the sheer intensity of his presence. This marked a further evolution of the divine form, though not fully realized. It represented the pinnacle of my current capabilities. Black Goku clenched his fist, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Trunks, who was visibly inferior in power. Such formidable energy, yet I cannot sense it. This is the essence of the Super Saiyan Rose form. Trunks stared in awe at the figure before him. Listen well, Trunks. In our future training sessions, I shall employ this form against your standard state. The moment you transition from reluctance to a yearning to fight, when you no longer bow before strength, that will signify the conclusion of our training. Even in Super Saiyan 2, Trunks swallowed hard, anxiety gripping him. Even if you have ascended to godhood, Black Goku, gathering his power, unleashed a punch directed at Trunks, who had inadvertently provided Black Goku with a reason to strike. Trunks, in turn, had devised a new training regimen to confront Black Goku's Super Saiyan Rose form head-on without evasion, and to survive. As this thought crossed his mind, Trunks was suddenly seized by a sharp pain in his chest, haunted by past memories of suffering under Black Goku's Super Saiyan Rose form, each recollection akin to a nightmare, causing his body to ache with trepidation. I understand, Mr. Black Goku. I shall never yield to cowardice. With a fierce resolve, Trunks unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Android 16. This unexpected display left Android 16 in shock, drenched in cold sweat, as he had not anticipated Trunks would retaliate with such ferocity. Initially believing his casual remarks would intimidate Trunks, he now regretted underestimating him, contemplating that perhaps he would be better off being rebuilt. A tremendous explosion erupted as Trunks' energy wave collided, creating a dazzling display in the sky. As the energy dissipated, Trunks managed to strike Android 16. However, 16 narrowly escaped with Android 17 and 18, leaving behind only a severed mechanical leg. In the end, it was evident to Trunks that Android 16 had chosen not to self-destruct. As Trunks faced the rapidly approaching energy wave, he chose to evade at the critical moment for the safety of Androids 17 and 18. Undoubtedly, the victor of this psychological battle was the valiant Trunks. With a sigh of relief, he felt as though a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart upon realizing that the anticipated explosion had not occurred, leaving him utterly relaxed. In stark contrast to Trunks' newfound ease, Vegeta and the others watched with grave expressions. For them, the fleeting moment had resembled a celestial clash. The breathtaking speed of the energy wave, which seemed to conclude in the blink of an eye, ignited a twinge of jealousy within Vegeta. Despite having transformed into a Super Saiyan with a might surpassing that of Goku, felt overshadowed. Why was it that others had surpassed him? He believed he should be the strongest in the universe. Vegeta ground his teeth in frustration, reminiscing about the first appearance of Black Goku and the legendary Super Saiyan lineage. Then recalling how Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan had left him far behind. Shortly after, he himself had transformed, only to find himself outpaced by the likes of Android 8 and 17, and then Trunks, whose fighting speed rendered him incapable of keeping up. A profound sense of resentment filled Vegeta's competitive spirit as he pondered how, after 2.5 years of relentless effort, he fell short compared to Trunks. A mere boy and a girl. The flames of anger surged within him. I can achieve that too. How infuriating. Chapter 25, Another Black Goku. Simultaneously, as Trunks confronted the androids, Black Goku, having triumphed over the Time Patrol Goku and the Fusion Warrior Vegeta, utilized his time ring to traverse dimensions. Given the passage of time, that lad Trunks must have already encountered the androids, right? With his strength, he should easily handle whatever followed. Even if Cell were to appear, he likely wouldn't be able to defeat Trunks. Given Trunks' tenacious nature, Cell probably wouldn't even get the chance to absorb 17 before being eradicated. However, if that were the case, my mission would be thwarted. No matter, gaining strength is merely a matter of time. Compared to nurturing a hero's growth, the Destroyer-S techniques are inconsequential. Ding. The host is exhibiting negative behavior towards mission completion. Suddenly, the system's voice peers through Black Goku's thoughts like a siren, causing a ringing in his ears. Ignoring it, he continued to fly forward. What are you doing? I want to talk to you. Don't act aloof. If the Destroyer-S techniques are mastered, the host could unlock the ultimate self technique. I know. The principles of destruction are formidable, I understand. Black Goku replied nonchalantly. This opportunity will be lost if you miss it. The system exclaimed urgently within Black Goku's mind. So what if it is? At the very least, I will rely on my own diligent efforts to learn. Furthermore, do not presume to dictate my choices. I am free in all my endeavors. This is the foundation upon which I offer my services to you, and I hope you comprehend this point. The expression on Black Wukong's face was icy, exuding an air of defiance. The system attempted to interject, yet found itself silenced by the overwhelming presence of Black Wukong, who regarded it merely as a guiding tool. Just as Black Wukong was about to traverse the dimension of Cell, the fabric of time and space before him began to distort. What is happening? Black Wukong questioned. Confusion etched upon his features. Amidst his puzzlement, a figure materialized before him, strikingly similar in appearance. Same hairstyle, same height, even clad in identical attire. Black Wukong! He exclaimed in astonishment. His sudden outburst startled the doppelganger, who turned curiously to meet his gaze. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, both were taken aback. For they were identical. Black Wukong. Black Wukong. Sun Wukong. They both cried in unison, halting in their tracks to scrutinize one another. However, it was the version of Black Wukong infused with Zamasu's essence who soon donned a sinister smile. Are you another version of myself from a different timeline? He. He chuckled darkly. Zamasu. Black Wukong replied with utmost seriousness. Though uncertain of the circumstances that led to their encounter, he acknowledged that their meeting was indeed fate. Assuming that Black Wukong had usurped Sun Wukong in another timeline, Zamasu instinctively sensed a shared ideology and extended an olive branch. Unbeknownst to him, this Black Wukong was no longer the same. I believe you, and I share the same objective. Join me in eradicating the wretched humans, those who engage in ceaseless violence, pillaging, and heinous acts against women, those who recklessly instigate wars and show no gratitude or filial piety. Let us rid the world of these foolish, inferior beings. Zamasu's essence beckoned Black Wukong with an inviting gesture. In response, Black Wukong remained composed. How many times have you traversed dimensions? He inquired gravely. Perhaps the 18th time? Zamasu's essence replied nonchalantly. And how many lives have you taken? Well, considering each time I cross dimensions, I have extinguished the lives of 18 universe deities, along with their attendant destroyers, and put to the dark Goku, embodying the essence of Zamasu, continued, seemingly unaware that this was not my ultimate limit. Do you understand? The counterpart of me from another dimension has initiated the Zero Humanity Project through time travel. To execute this plan, I have traversed through time 18 times, commencing slaughter across various timelines. As of now, I have slain deities in 18 different realms, foolish beings, implementing a human eradication plan, with each massacre amounting to 53 trillion. I firmly believe that it will not be long before, upon my 180th traversal, and in 1800 and ultimately 18 trillion, I will eradicate every single human from this beautiful world. The dark Goku of Zamasu's essence sported a sickly, sinister grin, completely oblivious to the icy transformation of Goku's expression. Thus, it is only natural that the Time Patrol would seek me out. Listening to the words spilling from Goku's lips, the dark Goku suddenly burst into laughter. Are you implying that those worthless beings are concerned? Fear not. My counterpart from another dimension. I've already dealt with most of them. Their strength pales in comparison to mine, especially with your assistance. I am confident that I could even slay the King of Time. Goku fell into a solemn silence, his heart swelling with disdain as he observed the dark Goku reveling in slaughter. "Do not mistake killing for enjoyment," he retorted coldly. "What? Do not mistake killing for enjoyment?" The dark Goku of Zamasu's essence was bewildered, pondering the meaning behind Goku's words when suddenly, Goku appeared before him, delivering a heavy punch. A resounding thud echoed as the dark Goku of Zamasu doubled over in pain, clutching his abdomen and choking. "What are you doing?" he asked, confusion etched across his face. "Revenge for those who could have lived peacefully but were mercilessly slain by your hand." In an instant, Goku teleported above the dark Goku of Zamasu, delivering a fierce stomp. In that moment, the dark Goku's body collapsed, plummeting toward the depths of time. "This is bad." The dark Goku of Zamasu quickly summoned his energy, stabilizing himself just before he could fall. "That was close, you fiend." Just as he steadied himself, the dark Goku intended to retaliate, but suddenly, Goku vanished from sight. Where'd he go? The dark Goku of Zamasu turned to search, but found no trace of him. "I'm right here." He swiftly turned at the sound, only to find Goku enveloped in a white, radiant aura, exuding a potent divine presence. What is happening? Such a powerful aura. What do you intend to do? Are you prepared to betray your ideals? Counterpart from another dimension? The dark Goku of Zamasu readied himself for battle, awaiting Goku's next move. Black Wukong remained silent, his eyes ablaze with fury. What constitutes a lowly being? Why do we, who strive to live, appear as lesser beings in the eyes of your kind? Slowly, Black Wukong lifted his gaze, his eyes now suffused with bloodshot veins, emanating wisps of white steam. Could it be that you are merely another version of me from a different dimension? Zamasu's soul left Black Wukong in a state of bewilderment. Why can you smile? Why do you perceive only ugliness in everything? Answer me, deity, why do you believe that the world owes you something? Black Wukong's voice was heavy, his combat power seemingly multiplying exponentially. Ding! The host has activated the Boundless Ultimate skill. The initial stage of this skill will allow the host to gain an enhancement of the Transcendent Bloodline, magnifying the overall augmentation to over 5 times the base strength. However, this will also inflict a mental and physical toll exceeding 5-fold on the host's body. Be cautious not to overexert or let excessive emotional attachment push the limits, for the consequences will be yours to bear. As the voice faded, Black Wukong, undeterred, continued to surpass his limits. In an instant, the deep rose hue was outstripped by Black Wukong in the state of Boundless Ultimate skill. Yet he did not halt. His anger had escalated to an unbearable extent. He recalled the countless lives snuffed out by Zamasu, the image of that young boy he once saved from the androids, now mercilessly slain by Zamasu. He pondered how the other party may not have even grasped the world enough to make choices, how a once promising future was prematurely extinguished by Zamasu. Uncontrollable rage surged within Black Wukong. What greatness lies in this? Where is the nobility in indiscriminate slaughter? How can such senseless violence be perceived as admirable? Suddenly, faces akin to Zamasu's emerged in Black Wukong's mind. Their laughter, their disdain, their greed, their darkness. What grants you the audacity to sacrifice lives so casually? Black Wukong's divine aura surged, enveloping the entire expanse of time and space like a colossal wave. In an instant, the fabric of reality began to crack under the explosive force of his divine essence, shattering in places. Under Zamasu's soul's astonished gaze, Black Wukong's power continued to swell, akin to the raging torrents of the Yellow River. 5 times, 6 times, 8 times, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 35 times, 40 times, 50 times. Surpassing the legendary Super Saiyan Rose, the boundless ultimate skill Black Wukong emerged. The moment he manifested, the previously sweeping white aura of divine energy recoiled sharply, retreating into Black Wukong's body, securing itself firmly within. Thus, the ever-increasing aura of Black Wukong in the state of Boundless Ultimate skill stabilized. Steady the Boundless Ultimate technique. Black Goku's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. His originally jet-black eyes transformed into pools of piercing clarity, and in anger, his pupils sharpened. The initial appearance of the Boundless Ultimate technique bore no distinction from that of the Free Ultimate technique, yet his gaze was imbued with profound emotional depth. Zamasu's soul. Black Goku exclaimed in recognition. This is not the Free Ultimate technique, but rather the Boundless Ultimate technique. Whoosh! With a silver gleam, Black Goku moved with the swiftness of dawn, rapidly arriving before Zamasu's soul manifestation of Black Goku. You! Zamasu's soul Black Goku began to utter. But his body abruptly flipped, crashing to the ground. In Zamasu's soul Black Goku's perspective, it appeared as though Black Goku merely stood there. Yet he fell without any action taken against him. Damn it! Zamasu's soul Black Goku thought to retaliate, gathering energy into a sphere within his palm. But the next moment, buzz. Suddenly, Zamasu's soul Black Goku found himself disoriented, standing before Black Goku, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. What transpired? Zamasu's soul Black Goku pondered, staring at the unmoving Black Goku before him. Today shall be the day you breathe your last, Zamasu. Black Goku's gaze sharpened, and then another incomprehensible attack struck him. Chapter 26, The Boundless Ultimate Technique. Have you ever flushed a toilet? That spectacle of watching the contents being whisked away by the water? Within the time-space tunnel, Zamasu's soul Black Goku's body oddly shook as if being siphoned by the toilet's water, causing him to sway uncontrollably. What have you done to me? Zamasu's soul Black Goku struggled to escape his predicament, glaring furiously at Black Goku. Black Goku remained silent, observing quietly. You bastard! Zamasu's soul Black Goku could no longer contain his fury and erupted with rage. In an instant, the Super Saiyan rose emerged. As the Super Saiyan rose manifested, Zamasu's soul Black Goku broke free from his previous state. You dare toy with me? I shall deliver retribution. With a face twisted in anger, Zamasu's soul Black Goku unleashed a powerful punch toward Black Goku. The speed was astounding, landing within a second while Black Goku was in a state of the boundless ultimate technique. I landed a hit. You're not as formidable as I expected. I thought you would unleash a divine aura. Yet you are merely. Zamasu's soul Black Goku intended to continue, but suddenly his expression darkened, and he cried out in agony. With a face contorted in pain, Zamasu's soul Black Goku slowly withdrew his fractured arm. Why did my arm break upon striking you? Are your bones truly that resilient? He gritted his teeth, astonished as he gazed upon his shattered right arm. The Dark Goku remained silent, gradually raising his hand to form a fist, slowly aiming it at Zamasu, the motion so languid it resembled that of a snail. Yet, despite this, Zamasu's soul, embodied in the Dark Goku, bore a look of panic. As the Dark Goku's fist inched forward, Zamasu found himself curiously immobilized, as if his body were frozen, forced to endure the slow, turtle-like advance of the Dark Goku's fist brushing against his face. With a soft thud, the Dark Goku's gentle punch connected with Zamasu's soul, resonating with a muted sound. It seemed as though he had merely caressed Zamasu's soul, the impact appearing almost harmless, akin to a mere scraping. Suddenly, Zamasu let out a cry, his entire being propelled backward as if struck by a colossal force, crashing heavily to the ground. He landed softly, as if his palm had merely grazed the earth. It was unfathomable that such a seemingly trivial attack had caused Zamasu's soul to cough up blood, trembling in pain. Feeling the throbbing agony on his face, Zamasu's soul reached up to touch it. Upon contact, he discovered that the side of his skull, supporting the muscles of his brain, had been subtly flattened by the Dark Goku's punch, sending waves of pain through him. Is this a jest? Such a feather-light blow. Zamasu's Dark Goku, in disbelief, reached up once more to feel his head, and upon realizing it was indeed dented, his eyes widened in shock. How could such an insubstantial force injure the body of a deity? How could this be possible? Clutching his aching head, Zamasu's soul slowly rose. Disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at the cold visage of the Dark Goku before him. He genuinely could not fathom why this Dark Goku was not aligned with him. Desperately yearning for understanding, he pondered why he had transformed from a being who loathed humanity into this. Merely hearing of his own violent acts against numerous individuals filled him with rage. Why? Why had you fallen to such a state? Those detestable humans. Why do you show them sympathy? Were we not both united in our disdain for them? Zamasu's soul was consumed with the urgency to uncover the truth. The Dark Goku did not respond, instead slowly raising his arm once more. A sense of dread washed over Zamasu's soul. He sensed an impending strike and quickly raised his arm in defense. Before Zamasu's soul could fully elevate his arm, the Dark Goku had already closed the distance, delivering another punch. Once again, it was a gentle blow, yet Zamasu's features contorted in agony, as if crushed beneath a steamroller. What kind of technique is this? In a frenzy, Zamasu's soul clenched his fists in retaliation, yet the Dark Goku delivered another soft punch. With a thud, Zamasu's soul was sent flying by a surge of white energy, crashing to the ground once more in a disheveled heap. What on earth is happening? Why is it that the attacks appear so slow and light? Yet when they connect, they inflict such pain. The dark Goku of Zamasu's soul caressed his cheek and rose once more, his eyes still filled with lingering confusion. Seeing the dark Goku of Zamasu's soul rise as if nothing had happened, the dark Goku clenched his seemingly weightless fist and approached him. Do not think you can strike me a third time. The dark Goku of Zamasu twisted his neck, his body launching forward rapidly towards the slowly advancing dark Goku, who ambled along like an elderly man strolling through a market. Bang, 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 bang. A flurry of fists flashed by as the dark Goku of Zamasu unleashed thousands of punches upon the dark Goku. It was unclear whether dark Goku was slow to react, chose not to evade, or was simply overwhelmed as he remained unguarded and defenseless, enduring the onslaught without retreat. After thousands of blows, the dark Goku of Zamasu was suddenly racked with pain, spitting blood, his body convulsing in midair before violently hurtling away. Why do I strike you? It is I who suffers? The dark Goku of Zamasu, gritting his teeth in agony, sat up to gaze at the dark Goku, who appeared unscathed and continued to saunter towards him. There must be some underlying issue. Perhaps his speed allowed him to dodge and counterattack. If my memory serves me right, the technique of Ultra Instinct operates in such a manner. A knowing smile crossed the dark Goku of Zamasu's face as he distanced himself from the dark Goku. Since your attacks are swift, how will you respond to my Kamehameha from such a distance? Blue light flickered in his hands as energy gathered. How will you counter this move? The dark Goku of Zamasu, brimming with confidence, unleashed his Kamehameha, believing this strike would leave dark Goku helpless. And a smile returned to his face. Poor human, your thoughts have decayed, rendering you unworthy of bearing the mantle of divinity. Even if you are me, I shall never forgive those who shelter humanity and obstruct the eradication plan. The Kamehameha shot forth, striking dark Goku with immense speed and power, pushing him back several meters. Strangely, the dark Goku of Zamasu was also pushed back a few meters. What is happening? Why does it hurt so? This pain. It is my attack. The dark Goku of Zamasu was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. Why does my attack inflict harm upon me as well? What have you done? Lacking answers. He glanced at the dark Goku, who faced the Kamehameha with an expression of calm. Dark Goku's fury had not waned since entering Ultra Instinct, yet he exuded an air of tranquility and composure. Even with a piercing expression, there is no hint of the turbulent waves characteristic of a Super Saiyan's spirited demeanor, resembling someone whose once tumultuous essence has been dulled by the harshness of life. In the realm of the ultimate void technique, your attacks are ephemeral as are mine. They exist and yet do not, presenting an illusion of presence. It is a paradox of freedom and constraint, of self and others, drifting aimlessly, indefinable and unverified, yet yielding results. The dark Goku spoke softly, his tone devoid of excessive anger, yet each word resonated with a chilling warning. What is this ultimate void technique? The embodiment of Zamasu's soul. The dark Goku endured the pain coursing through his body, gritting his teeth as he glared at the dark Goku struck by the Kamehameha wave. My rage is akin to this ceaseless void, appearing tranquil, yet seething beneath the surface. You may think I am unperturbed, but let me assure you, I shall never forgive you. The dark Goku's expression twisted into a snarl as he raised his hand, viciously squeezing the Kamehameha wave before him. With a mere pinch, his eyes widened in shock, followed by anguished cries. Why, despite the distance, do I feel this pain? Do you not comprehend where I have enhanced my strength? Releasing his grip, he lightly flicked the Kamehameha wave, and instantly, Zamasu's soul, embodied in the dark Goku, bore a grievous wound at his heart, as if struck by a lethal blow. Damn it, perish! The dark Goku of Zamasu bellowed, amplifying the output of the Kamehameha wave. In an instant, the entirety of the space-time tunnel began to warp, the surroundings cracking ominously, resembling a structure on the brink of collapse. Yet, the dark Goku did not flinch. Rather, Zamasu's soul, embodied in the dark Goku, staggered back as if being pulled, each movement bringing excruciating pain. Do you still not realize where my true strength lies, fool? The dark Goku said coldly. I care not. Clenching his teeth, Zamasu's soul fought against the urge to spit blood, instead unleashing a furious shout, further escalating his power output. In the universe of Dragon Ball, strength is derived from one's roar, and so it was for Zamasu's soul as his momentum surged. Before the dark Goku, He ascended to the full power of Super Saiyan Rose, his aura intensifying several-fold. The divine essence that once radiated now retreating within him. Yet even in this state, the Kamehameha wave unleashed by Zamasu's soul failed to inflict harm upon the Dark Goku. Instead, it was as if he had sustained severe injuries himself. In that moment of heightened power, he plummeted just as swiftly. Why? Why do you remain unscathed while I suffer so gravely? Have you reflected my damage back at me? The more I strike, the more you reflect. Is this the extent of your understanding? Or have you yet to grasp that my technique has been elevated 1,000-fold? Skills. The skills of a wretched creature. Boastful fool, prepare to be shattered. The Black Goku, possessed by Zamasu's soul, completely disregarded the words of Black Goku and unleashed the Kamehameha wave with full force, directing it entirely at Black Goku. As the azure light dissipated, Zamasu's soul's Black Goku released the Kamehameha, leaving him feeling as if his very bones had been dismantled. Truly, you are a god of unparalleled foolishness. Suddenly, the blue radiance was torn apart, and Black Goku, unscathed, stood before Zamasu's soul's Black Goku, tightening his seemingly weightless fist. You, despicable. Upon witnessing Black Goku's unscathed state, Zamasu's soul's Black Goku, blinded by fury, charged forward to engage in a fierce clash. Ignoring his own injuries, Zamasu's soul's Black Goku unleashed a torrent of violent strikes upon Black Goku. With an unhurried demeanor, Black Goku evaded the attacks with the sluggishness of an elderly man. Yet each movement was executed with uncanny precision, deftly dodging the onslaught of Zamasu's soul's Black Goku. Regardless of how swiftly the latter attacked, he could not land a blow on Black Goku, who moved with the speed of a feeble elder. Despite the rapidity of Zamasu's soul's Black Goku's strikes, he was utterly incapable of touching Black Goku, whose attacks, despite their slow execution, proved to be equally effective. After a series of exchanges, Zamasu's soul's Black Goku was left battered and bruised. Observing this scene, Black Goku flashed a sinister smile. While the extreme instinct technique did not enhance my offensive capabilities, it significantly bolstered my defense, evasion, and skill, particularly in terms of refined techniques. It is quite amusing. The driving method requires intense emotional obsession. Yet the offensive means are mere cliché techniques lacking sophistication. Gently placing his hand on Zamasu's soul's Black Goku's shoulder, Black Goku gave it a light rub. Instantly, Zamasu's soul's Black Goku felt a twitch in his calf. Looking down in astonishment, he was shocked to discover that his leg had lost all sensation and, as if possessing a will of its own, kicked at his other leg. What? My leg has a mind of its own? Zamasu's soul's Black Goku exclaimed in disbelief, quickly retreating to create distance from Black Goku. Infuriated by Black Goku's relentless antics, Zamasu's soul's Black Goku gathered a purple flame, abandoning any desire to continue the fight. I no longer wish to play with you. Since you insist on aiding humanity, perish here and become a stepping stone in my plan. Zamasu's soul's Black Goku conjured a scythe of energy in his hands. It is time to end this. Black Goku's expression hardened as his arms began to form a circle before him, then drew together, creating a small aperture no larger than a ping-pong ball. Are you praying? Utterly ridiculous. Zamasu's soul's Black Goku mocked. Black Goku paid no heed as he gradually unfurled his palm, then turned it over. In the presence of Zamasu's soul, he placed his left hand upon the wrist of his right hand, directing it towards him. TSK, what are you trying? Do you think this will defeat me? Why has the version of me from another dimension become so childish, so detestable? You despicable fool. Suddenly, Zamasu's soul surged with rage, raising his scythe and swinging it violently towards Black Goku. Be silenced, he proclaimed. The scythe descended, yet Black Goku remained unperturbed, maintaining his stance. It was only when the scythe was perilously close to his neck that he declared, "Perish." With a firm grasp, Black Goku clenched his open palm into a fist. In an instant, the atmosphere thickened, and Zamasu's soul struck Black Goku's neck with the scythe, eliciting a grimace of pain. As the words escaped his lips, Black Goku's form suddenly dissipated, transforming into a wisp of white smoke. What? Zamasu's soul was taken aback, a mixture of shock and fear washing over him. Before his eyes, countless replicas of himself began to fall, their presence inexplicably multiplying around him. Why? Zamasu's soul inquired, bewildered and sensing something eerie. The fallen versions of himself vanished before his gaze, only to be replaced by a flock of crows. as the surrounding space morphed from a tunnel into a boundless expanse of blue sky and white clouds, with an endless staircase ascending into the heavens. I have been defeated, he realized. Suddenly, the scene around him flickered, white light cascading through the air. Under Zamasu's soul scrutiny, the light began to fade, transforming into a flurry of white fist imprints, then morphing into Black Goku's punching motion, followed by the raising of his arm. Ultimately, it culminated in Black Goku's desire to attack, his fist clenched with intensity. Ding! A crisp sound resonated, and Black Goku stood unscathed before him, while he himself remained unharmed before Black Goku. It is over. Buzz. Millions of fists were unleashed, but abruptly vanished, transforming in an instant in Black Goku's hand into a simple gesture of his index finger pressing against his thumb. In front of Zamasu's soul, Black Goku executed this harmless motion, gently tapping his forehead. With that single gesture, he once again beheld the paradise. What technique is this? Zamasu's soul questioned. Black Goku replied in a somber tone. This is the pinnacle of my current skill. Jamazu soul shukulat. Only to suddenly roll his eyes back and collapse, devoid of breath, towards the abyss-like portal of time. Today is the day you shall draw your last breath. Black Goku observed coldly as another Black Goku's silhouette gradually faded away, until only one Black Goku remained. Chapter 27. The Saiyan Bloodline of Ancient Legends. I cannot believe I have been defeated by my own self. How infuriating. The Dark Goku, a manifestation of Zamasu's soul, gazed at the vibrant figure of Goku, his eyes filled with defiance, yet overshadowed by a sense of resignation. As a flash of white light enveloped him, he finally closed his eyes. It was over. Goku let out a deep sigh. The state of no more ultimate technique was lifted, and as the white smoke dissipated, Goku's expression twisted in agony. His body racked with pain as veins bulged ominously. Indeed, I have overstepped my bounds, he thought with a grimace. Clenching his fists, sweat beaded on his forehead as he looked towards the temporal rift beneath him. Ding! Host adaptation to the Ultra Bloodline increased by 45, then 46. Normal and all forms enhanced by 1,800 times. Deep form enhancement by 2,300 times. Ding! Bloodline breakthrough, awakening to unlock the ancient Saiyan legend. The ancient legend of the Super Saiyan bloodline. Listening to the voice of the system echoing in his mind, Goku felt a surge of confusion. However, in the next moment, his eyes sparkled with dark energy as a wild and formidable aura erupted from him. Ding! Host bloodline fusion completed, normal and basic form attributes, including deep form, expanded by an additional 1,000 times under the amplification of the Ultra Bloodline. Fusion complete. The host's normal state and all form attributes increased by 2,000 times, with deep form at 2,500 times. New abilities unlocked, with learning efficiency increased 1,000-fold, mastery of effects perfected, and extraordinary recovery capabilities honed, second only to immortality. Have I grown stronger once more? Goku mused as he clenched his fists, reveling in the newfound power. Ding! Current unlock status of the ancient legend of the Super Saiyan bloodline is 0, now at 1. I am ever closer to achieving my ambitions. Goku twisted his neck, a charming smile playing on his lips. This time, the no more ultimate technique did not automatically manifest under Goku's emotional fluctuations. His control had indeed improved, which was a positive development. Goku tightened his fists, admiration glinting in his eyes, yet his expression soon turned cold. At this point, my presence may not provide Trunks with the growth he requires. My arrival could only hinder his opportunities. Some experiences should be left for the youth to endure. I shall assist him when circumstances spiral beyond his control. In comparison to resolving the Cell issue in the past, the future's androids seem to need my intervention more urgently. If I recall correctly, you were also involved in the battles against the androids, weren't you, Gohan? Suddenly, Goku's gaze shifted to another temporal rift nearby. A future still steeped in tragedy, yet not entirely devoid of hope. Ah, that place is more suited for me. With a sinister grin, Goku surged forth towards it. Without hesitation, his figure vanished alongside the dark Goku of Zamasu's soul. Meanwhile, in another future yet to succumb to complete despair, the sounds of battle echoed, bang, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The familiar figures of a man and a woman loomed above the city, deftly manipulating energy blasts that surged through the air, relentlessly bombarding the unsuspecting residents below. Amidst the cries of terror and despair, the androids known as Android 18 and Android 17 re-emerged into public consciousness. 17, Increase the firepower. Obliterate this first-tier city. How dare they provoke me? They shall all pay the price. Android 18 exclaimed, her fury palpable as she unleashed her energy waves upon the opulent buildings surrounding her. You truly act like a child. Is it not merely a greasy politician who dare to touch you? Must you unleash such wrath and destroy entire families? 17 replied with a mocking smirk, directing his energy blast towards a nearby kindergarten in a frenzied assault. Enough chatter. My anger is palpable. Someone must pay. 18 retorted, her gaze fixating on a sprawling hospital nearby. In an instant, she darted into the hospital, disregarding the presence of the frail and the ailing, launching indiscriminate carnage. The pristine corridors of the hospital soon lay strewn with lifeless bodies, elderly, women, and newborns alike. The anguished cries echoed throughout the establishment, yet 18 felt no remorse. Her focus shifted to the intensive care unit. You unworthy humans who do not deserve to inhabit this earth, she declared, gathering her energy. With a thunderous roar, the entire hospital was reduced to rubble. As she surveyed the destruction, a flicker of discontent crossed 17's face, not due to the massacre of innocents, but because 18 had left no survivors for him. 18, how could you be so excessive? Do you even comprehend the magnitude of your actions? He questioned, addressing her amidst the ruins. What is wrong? Do you pity these lowly wretches? Ha! When will you be able to overlook my transgressions, as they forgive you with a mere flirtation? Even with 99 of my nature, I would be absolved. 18 replied with a mischievous grin. I'm not that foolish. Just leave the next hospital for me, 17 stated, his gaze fixated on a church. That one is mine. He laughed maniacally, charging towards the even grander structure. Hey, 17, leave some people for me. 18 exclaimed in a panic, fearing he would annihilate everyone within, hastily pursuing him. The two soared through the sky, indifferent to the number of lives extinguished, unconcerned with the infamy they accrued. For there would always be those willing to cast a flirtatious glance, to forgive their actions, and to vilify those who refused to pardon them. Meanwhile, at the pulpit of the church, the divine presence lingered, observing every action, no matter how virtuous one's future endeavors may seem. They could never atone for the darkness of their past, regardless of the number of supporters they amassed after committing atrocities. In the eyes of the gods, we are nothing more than jumping clowns. We do not believe in cults, nor do we worship gods. We only seek self-cultivation. Repeat after me. We do not believe in cults, nor do we promote godly religions. We seek only the way of the self. A crowd followed along with the priest standing on the pulpit, a cross hanging on his chest. There were thousands of them, so many voices that the chanting shook the entire church. Run. Everyone here, run. This place is about to suffer a terrorist attack. Leave immediately. Suddenly, a group of heavily armed men stormed into the church, weapons raised. Huh? Who? The priest was startled by the sudden intrusion. Just as he was about to speak, the ceiling was blasted open, shattered into a massive hole. In the next instant, a figure landed rudely on top of the statue's head. Joe, Death Day, happy holidays, everyone. Android 17 smashed the statue to pieces with a single punch. Panic erupted instantly. The believers scattered like rats fleeing a burning street, scrambling desperately toward the church doors. Forgive me, lust-driven, lowly creatures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several energy blasts shot out, landing with perfect accuracy along the only escape route of the fleeing crowd. Who is there? Before the terrified believers' eyes, Android 18 descended with arms spread wide, like an angel falling from the heavens. Androids, all units focus fire. At the command, several tanks rolled in through the main entrance, their cannons locking onto 18. Hearing this, 18 casually turned her head. Oh, green turtles again. You country bumpkins really are clueless. Don't you know this kind of thing is completely useless against us androids? A cruel smile spread across her face as she rapidly formed a key blast in her palm, aiming it at the tanks. Boom! Boom! Both 18 and the tanks fired at the same time. With a deafening explosion, the church was blown apart, reduced to rubble. Strangely enough, only the tanks were destroyed. Android 18 stood completely unharmed. And monsters, the armed men, fell into despair. Their eyes were filled with terror and trembling. For a brief moment, they regretted ever picking up the assault rifles slung across their backs. 17, do it. Yes. As Android 18 and 17 spoke, all sound abruptly ceased. As dawn broke, beneath the pale, panicked moonlight, the church, once filled with warmth and humanity, now resembled an unburied mass grave. Corpses lay everywhere, mixed with the stench of blood, smoke, and scorched remains. The ruins were flooded with a sharp, nauseating smell, like smoked meat burned beyond recognition. Disgusting. Android 18 pinched her nose in disgust as she looked around. Why do you have to go on such a killing spree? One energy blast would have been enough. You didn't need to kill them one by one. Android 17 covered his nose, rolled his eyes, and glanced around, utterly speechless. Who knows why they're so fragile, and their scent is so unpleasant. Inferior beings are indeed inferior beings, always preoccupied with the children of others, their bodies teeming with bacteria. Number 18, in disdain, kicked the lifeless body of the woman before her. Just as number 17 and number 18 were engaged in idle conversation, a robust man clad in martial arts attire, his back adorned with a rice character and a fierce glint in his eyes, suddenly descended upon the scene. Why do you always resort to destruction? He questioned, eliciting curiosity from number 18, who turned her head. Upon doing so, she beheld a figure she knew all too well. The future Son Gohan had arrived. Is that Son Gohan? Has he come to court death once more? She mused. Familiar with the voice, number 17 turned to face the furious and imposing Son Gohan. The last Z warrior of the future had arrived late. Seeing him, both number 18 and number 17 became serious. Are you looking for another fight, Gohan? Number 18 inquired, rolling her neck and shaking her arms to loosen up. I will kill you both here, Son Gohan declared, his voice low and filled with rage, transforming before number 18 into a Super Saiyan. Shouldn't it be that you will be the one to perish? Number 18 retorted disdainfully, charging at him. Thus commenced yet another battle involving the androids. Chapter 28. The Future Warrior Son Gohan. With swift movements, punches and kicks were exchanged. Number 18 and Son Gohan engaged in a fierce melee, trading blows back and forth. In a one-on-one scenario, Gohan held the advantage, quickly pushing number 18 back with relentless force. What? Number 18's face displayed a flicker of surprise and disbelief as she found herself retreating under his onslaught. Realizing that Son Gohan had indeed grown stronger, she prepared to engage seriously. In an instant, her punches quickened and her kicks became increasingly fierce, with a barrage of attacks. Number 18 pushed Gohan back, forcing him into a defensive stance, landing punches and kicks to his face, chest, and abdomen. Despite the shifting tides of battle, Gohan clenched his fists, determined to fight back. With a resolve akin to one facing certain death, he launched a powerful punch. Expecting Gohan to alter his strategy as a result of his aggressive assault, number 18's attention wavered slightly. Bang! In an unexpected turn of events, Gohan's punch connected squarely with her cheek, causing her to grimace in pain and fly backward. The impact sent number 18 crashing heavily to the ground. Her expression twisted in agony. Have you gone mad, you little brat? She exclaimed, covering her fair cheek. A mixture of shock and anger flooding her features as she glared at the panting and pained Son Gohan. Gohan steadied his breath, his expression resolute. Number 18, be prepared to kill me. I will not flee this time, nor will I end up battered and broken like a stray dog looking for a fight. What do you mean? Number 18 stood, her demeanor grave. In my struggle against you, I have come to a profound realization. If I remain perpetually weak, I shall effect no change. Those who cannot alter their circumstances are powerless to achieve anything. I have grown weary of living in the shadow of your despair. Today, I shall forsake my last vestige of hope and confront you in a battle to the death, determined to shatter this cycle of humiliation. Gohan's eyes glimmered with murderous intent, revealing not a trace of retreat. Are you truly resolved to have me kill you? Remarked Android 18 with a mocking expression. It is I who shall end you. You synthetic being. Gohan's gaze sharpened, a golden aura erupting fiercely from within him. I shall be the one to perish. I am destined for doom. Indeed. You heard correctly. Android 18 suddenly raised her hands, laughing maniacally. Gohan paid her no heed. His fists clenched with the determination to die, fighting as he charged towards the android. Whoosh! With astonishing speed, Gohan closed the distance to Android 18. Quite swift, are we? Then I shall. Before 17 could intervene, Android 18 cast him a glance that commanded him to remain still. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With 3 rapid punches, Gohan escalated his assault. Yet, Android 18 merely crossed her arms, effortlessly evading every strike while wearing a taunting expression. Missed. How about this? Gohan gritted his teeth, lifting his leg to unleash a flurry of swift kicks towards 18. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once again, Gohan found himself striking only air, just as he had in their previous encounter. What is happening? Gohan pondered, momentarily perplexed, Yet he pressed on with relentless attacks against Android 18. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Whoosh. Gohan's strikes were like fleeting shadows, moving faster than the speed of sound. Yet he continued to miss, each blow grazing past Android 18. She stood there unscathed, while Gohan's every attempt fell short, regardless of his velocity or ferocity. Witnessing this spectacle left Gohan in a daze. In past duels, he had managed to inflict wounds upon Android 18, albeit rarely. Yet now, he could not even graze her, leaving him bewildered and questioning his very existence. Soon, however, he grasped the reason behind his impotence. You have never fought me with your full strength, Gohan exclaimed in horror. Oh, you've caught on. I was hoping to keep up the charade a while longer, Android 18 replied with a wicked grin. Despair washed over Gohan as the realization struck him that all the injuries he had sustained were merely the result of her holding back. In that moment of vulnerability, time slipped away from him. In the brief interlude of Gohan's astonishment, Android 18 launched her counterattack. Whoosh! Her assault was swift, delivering a powerful sidekick that struck Gohan squarely on the shoulder, leaving him stunned. As the anguished cries of Gohan echoed, Android 18 commenced a relentless assault, swift and precise. Her punches and kicks fell upon Gohan like a torrential downpour, each movement executed with purpose, devoid of any hesitation or gentleness, driving him back with overwhelming force. The tempo of her attacks accelerated further. Gohan, raising his arm in a futile attempt to defend himself, was met with a well-timed kick from 18, striking just before he could shield himself. As he lifted his arm, his head was violently kicked to the side. The impact left him momentarily dazed, his senses clouded. Seizing the opportunity, 18 leaped into the air, delivering a powerful jump kick to his swaying form. The resounding thud reverberated, jolting Gohan back to consciousness. Pain etched across his face as he was sent crashing into a heap of debris. Gohan, groaning in agony, curled up amidst the refuse, clutching his abdomen. How could someone so ferocious be so fragile? Android 18 regarded him with disdain, twisting her neck and shaking her arms as she approached. Father, Trunks, Aunt Bulma, and Uncle Piccolo. Gohan felt a wave of nausea sweep over him, his eyes fluttering shut against the pain. With measured steps, Android 18 came closer. Do you need me to lend you a hand, Gohan? She taunted, extending her hand towards him. No, I do not require assistance from a mere android. He grimaced, barely managing to crack open his eyes to glare at her outstretched hand. Such defiance, yet your body betrays you. Allow me to help you up, she replied playfully. No, go away. Gohan, in a moment of stubbornness, swatted away her hand and, gritting his teeth against the agony, sprang to his feet, throwing a punch at 18. What a proud warrior you are, nearly incapacitated yet still eager to fight. Truly admirable, 18 teased, effortlessly evading his strike. Gohan, undeterred, launched another fierce assault. If only you weren't opposing me, she mused, though she didn't wish for this to end just yet. However, with the clock nearing 5, it was time for her to indulge in her favorite drama, and so she declared, "Farewell, Gohan." A glint of cold determination flickered in her eyes as she caught his incoming punch with one hand and swiftly delivered a punishing kick to his abdomen. The successive blows to his midsection left Gohan reeling, his vision blurring as he fought against the urge to vomit. Android 18 continued her merciless onslaught, each strike punctuated by a rhythm that threatened his very life. A series of rapid punches sent blood spilling from his lips, while relentless kicks left him gasping, his heart stuttering with each impact. The injury sustained by Gohan to his head, chest, and abdomen rendered him acutely aware of the excruciating pain akin to being flayed alive. The agony was so intense that he could hardly blink, dare not loosen his grip, and even refrain from taking deep breaths. As he clenched his fists and retaliated against Android 18 with rapid strikes, his speed seemed painfully sluggish in her eyes. Observing Gohan's continued resistance, Android 18 unleashed a full-force kick directed at Gohan's left arm. In a flash, a burst of white light erupted as sweat from Gohan's arm was violently expelled by her kick. His anguished cries filled the air, and with a series of cracking sounds, Gohan's arm was fractured, robbing him of the strength to lift it. In that moment, he was reduced to wielding only one arm. Despite the searing pain radiating from his limb, Gohan refused to succumb to despair and raised his remaining fist to strike at Android 18 once more. Yet, this effort proved futile, and he was swiftly knocked down by another kick, crashing to the ground like discarded refuse. "Farewell," Android 18 declared, raising her hands as she concentrated a golden energy wave in her palms, aiming it at the incapacitated Gohan. still reeling from the pain. In an instant, a radiant beam of golden light illuminated the desolate landscape as it surged toward the fallen Gohan. Was the finishing move upon him? Gohan, summoning his remaining strength, sat up and concentrated the Kamehameha with his one available hand, preparing to resist the impending assault. In that moment, a blue beam erupted from Gohan's palm, colliding with the golden energy wave launched by Android 18. The two beams met in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand, but this equilibrium did not last long. Soon, the balance tipped in favor of Android 18, and Gohan's Kamehameha began to falter under the pressure of her energy wave. Instantly, Gohan intensified his energy output, determined to mount a fierce resistance. I am far from my limits. There is no way you can defeat me with such ease, he shouted, amplifying the power of his Kamehameha. As he did so, the tide began to turn, and Android 18 found herself momentarily overwhelmed, her golden energy wave being pushed back. You truly are tenacious, Gohan, she remarked, also increasing her energy output, regaining her advantage as the golden wave surged forward once more, overpowering the blue Kamehameha and forcing it back to its original position. Witnessing this struggle, Gohan poured forth all his strength in a final attempt to resist. But the outcome was undeniably in favor of Android 18. Frustrated by the stalemate, Android 18 lost her patience. 17. Stop dawdling over there. My drama is about to start, and my brother is making his big screen debut. Come over here and help me, she called out, directing her ire at 17, who was obliviously engrossed in a comic book he had somehow acquired. Oh, do you need my assistance? I just witnessed the climax. Can't you resolve this on your own? Number 17, visibly impatient, urged to hurry. Move any slower, and I shall end you. Number 18, her forehead veined with fury, retorted. Oh dear, I shall help you. I shall help you. Number 17, realizing he couldn't afford to provoke her, immediately rushed to assist. In an instant, another golden beam of energy joined the fray. The golden energy waves of numbers 17 and 18 fused together, akin to conjoined twins, and surged toward Gohan. Already at a disadvantage, Gohan found himself utterly powerless against the combined might of the android siblings. His Kamehameha wave lost its strength, gradually being consumed. Witnessing the scene, despair etched itself deeply in Gohan's eyes. Aware of his helplessness, he relinquished his struggle, choosing instead to await his inevitable demise in silence. Trunks, you must alter the future for me, for all of us. Gohan's mind conjured the image of Trunks, recalling the sequence of events that began with Goku's death, followed by the demise of the Z fighters, and culminating in the fall of countless others. Memories flooded back to when he first learned of the androids wreaking havoc in the city, igniting a spark of anger within him. Those wretched androids. I shall ensure they pay dearly for their transgressions. Gohan, I wish to join you. I want to lend my strength. Trunks' image flashed before Gohan's eyes. A familiar scene unfolded as Gohan outwardly acquiesced to Trunks' desire to accompany him to the battlefield, while secretly delivering a swift blow to incapacitate him. That moment intercepting him was indeed a prudent decision. Gohan squinted at the approaching golden energy wave, which was now on the verge of engulfing his Kamehameha. As the two waves clashed, the weaker Kamehameha was naturally shattered by the overwhelming power of the golden wave. With the Kamehameha dissipated, the golden wave surged forward, unrestrained, towards Gohan. Trunks, you are our only hope. Gohan tightly closed his eyes, leaving no final words. Boom! The golden wave struck Gohan, yet at the brink of inflicting harm. It was abruptly severed. Without me, can you truly protect the Earth? Gohan. A familiar voice resonated, and Gohan's eyes widened in shock as he turned to face the source. A chill breeze swept through, heralding the arrival of the man clad in the familiar GI, emblazoned with the character for Go. I may have arrived late, but it is not too late. It has been a long time, Gohan. Chapter 29. The Ruthless Persona of Black Goku. Today shall mark the end of your breaths, androids. Dust and debris billowed, yet were swiftly torn asunder by the tardy, but formidable Black Goku. What manner of person are you, daring to come forth and impede us? The expressions of Android 18 and 17 were etched with displeasure as they regarded the sudden appearance of Black Goku, who had interrupted their enjoyment by rescuing Gohan. Their eyes brimmed with hostility. In response, Black Goku remained unfazed, his gaze fixated on Gohan behind him. If I were not here, would you fail to protect Earth, Gohan? He queried, turning to the visibly excited Gohan. Father. Gohan's face lit up with elation upon recognizing Black Goku's features as those of his father, Goku. and tears began to stream down his cheeks. In that moment, the sharpness in his eyes softened, and he wept with the innocence of his childhood. Observing this scene, Black Goku realized he had been mistaken for Goku, yet he chose not to reveal his true identity. Enough with the tears. A hero tasked with safeguarding Earth cannot weep so freely before others. I believe I have imparted this lesson to you, Black Goku stated, mimicking a paternal demeanor. Yes, I understand, Father. I'm just so overwhelmed. I never expected to see you again. It brings me immense joy, Gohan replied, wiping his tears and smiling foolishly. Black Goku silently regarded him without disdain. Leave everything to me. You simply watch from the sidelines, he said, his tone somber as he turned his head away. His imposing figure radiated strength, inspiring both admiration and reassurance in Gohan. As the two finally concluded their sentimental exchange, Android 18 erupted with frustration. 1700. My idol drama is airing. Do you two realize what important matters you have delayed? You should be aware of the consequences of inciting my anger. She glared at Black Goku with fierce intent. Unperturbed, Black Goku's expression remained cold and indifferent. Father, your return is enough. I will fight alongside you. The androids are extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing even Frieza from Namek. Even in my Super Saiyan form, I could not defeat them. Father, we no need for that. You should stay back. Black Goku coldly rejected Gohan's desire to join the fray. But you know my temperament, right? Gohan responded, momentarily silenced but still visibly anxious. Recalling his own harrowing battles with the androids and the torment he endured, Gohan's concern for Black Goku grew, especially upon remembering Goku's demise from heart disease, which cast doubt on the strength of the Black Goku before him. His worry intensified. Finding Senzu beans in this world is quite the challenge. Fortunately, I had previously visited the lookout and procured a few from Korin, Black Goku said, retrieving a Senzu bean from his pocket and tossing it to Gohan. Gohan caught the bean, astonished. After the deaths of the Z fighters, Senzu beans had faded from his sight, becoming a coveted rarity. Upon encountering the sacred beans once more, Gohan was filled with astonishment. Yet, upon realizing that they were acquired by Goku, a sense of rationality returned to him. Today marks the day your breaths shall cease, androids, declared Black Goku, his demeanor frigid and menacing. Such grandiose claims regarding our cessation of breath, Gohan retorted, eager to witness the unfolding of events. A perfect opportunity to channel his pin-up rage from an unsatisfactory idol drama. Android 18, incensed, charged towards Black Goku, prepared for close-quarters combat. The familiar narrative played out once again. In an instant, a flash of magenta light surged as 18 closed the distance, her fist poised to strike. Yet, her limbs abruptly contorted, as if crushed by a steamroller, and she was sent hurtling back to her original position. What just happened? Android 17 stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. In a mere blink, 18 had lunged forward only to be rendered incapacitated, returning in an instant. Ah! 18 cried out in agony, her expression one of shock, as she stared blankly at Black Goku, whose eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. Gohan, astonished, could not comprehend the events that had transpired, merely observing that Black Goku had shifted his gaze, and in that moment, 18's limbs had failed her, all while Black Goku remained utterly motionless. What did you do? Though 17 could not fathom the nature of Black Goku's actions, he recognized the sheer terror that radiated from him through 18's plight. Comparable in strength to 18, she had been incapacitated in the blink of an eye by this individual. Who exactly was he? Although 17 could not sense energy, he felt an ominous presence emanating from Black Goku, realizing that had he been in 18's position, he would have met a similar fate. I must flee. I must escape. Otherwise, I will surely perish here. 17's face contorted in fear as he abandoned 18, sprinting away, exemplifying a profound sibling bond. 17, 18's desperate cry echoed, but he vanished without a trace. Gohan, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of surprise wash over him, entirely unprepared for 17's cowardly retreat. Black Goku, too, was taken aback, for the previous iteration of 17 would never have chosen to flee, regardless of his fear. Nevertheless, Black Goku remained focused. 280 meters, 15 seconds, swift enough. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of magenta energy erupted. In tandem, a nearby building seemed to be cleaved asunder, revealing a circular wound before it rapidly collapsed, barreling towards 17's escape route. A thunderous crash resounded, instantly sealing off 17's path. What has happened? 17 glanced back toward the fallen structure, his astonishment rendering him speechless. Who could have sliced the building? What was going on? He pondered, confusion etched across his face. Time waits for no one. In the blink of an eye, the street and all the buildings before him were struck by an unknown attack, as if they had been obliterated, turning to dust before the very eyes of number 17. The once collapsed edifices transformed in less than half a second into a cloud of dust that could engulf an entire first-tier city. What on earth was happening? Gazing at the swirling debris, number 17 turned his head in terror. As he did, he beheld Black Goku approaching leisurely, a pulsating crimson aura flickering in his hand. The sight of the advancing figure filled number 17 with dread. Recalling the bizarre scene that had just unfolded, he instinctively directed his ire towards Black Goku, attributing the inexplicable events to the very being that had astonished him in number 18. What have you done? Answer me. Number 17 bellowed. Black Goku remained silent, continuing his steady advance. This only intensified number 17's fear. The more he observed Black Goku's inscrutable expression, the more his anxiety grew. The recent calamity weighed heavily on his mind, amplifying his trepidation. In a state of panic, number 17 scanned his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a lost little girl wandering nearby. What are you planning to do? He muttered, his thoughts betraying his intentions. Gohan, sensing number 17's intentions, spoke up in admonition. This is the only way. Number 17's face contorted with menace as he sprinted towards the girl, intent on seizing her and using her as a bargaining chip against Black Goku. In a swift motion, he enveloped the seemingly 7-year-old child in his arms, her innocence lost on her as she was violently abducted. You scoundrel! Gohan seethed, cursing himself for his sluggishness. Ha ha ha! Now you righteous heroes are powerless against me. Number 17's gaze locked on a Black Goku, his excitement palpable. Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve now, he exclaimed with a triumphant laugh, his eyes wide with exhilaration. Upon hearing this, Black Goku halted in his tracks. Number 17, reveling in his perceived victory, wore a mocking grin. But his amusement was abruptly stifled. Black Goku's icy demeanor shifted as he raised his hand towards him. In that moment, Gohan was struck with dread, sensing that something grave was about to transpire. What are you doing, father? He called out, alarmed. Black Goku remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the little girl in number 17's grasp. Mommy, where are you? I'm scared, the girl cried out, her voice filled with fear. Witnessing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Black Goku's face, and his raised hand slowly descended. So, you really can't bear to let go, number 17 thought, a sense of relief washing over him. Yet, in the next instant, a sudden sound pierced the air. Under the astonished gaze of number 17, Black Goku's expression darkened ominously. It was then that he finally comprehended the reason behind the building's gash, resembling a wound inflicted by a blade. It was an unseen strike, invisible to the eye and inaudible to the ear, yet palpable, a cut manifested by an intangible force. The only one who could fathom the terror it invoked was the little girl, who was also struck in the chaos. Mom! The girl rolled her eyes back, collapsing into number 17's embrace, her chest marred by a long, bloody gash. Ah! Number 17, in torment, released the girl, clutching the deep wound on his shoulder that extended to his chest as he lay on the ground, howling in agony. How could you attack while taking the hostage? Gohan began to protest, but Black Goku abruptly tossed a senzu bean his way. Feed her this. I controlled the force of a strike. And though it claimed her life for a brief moment, you still have time to save her if you act quickly, he stated coldly. Understood. Gohan wanted to say more, but recalling Black Goku's words, he swiftly flew to the little girl's side. Upon reaching her, Gohan was horrified by the girl's condition. Her internal organs had suffered severe trauma, and she was on the brink of death, her eyes rolling back and her voice fading. Without hesitation, Gohan administered the senzu bean to her. As the bean took effect, the girl, whose soul had nearly crossed into the afterlife, was revived in an instant, returning from the brink of death. What has happened? The girl slowly opened her eyes. Alive once more. In contrast, number 17 was in a dire predicament. He lacked a senzu bean and was relentlessly pursued by Black Goku. As one more strike was poised to be unleashed, Black Goku, seeing number 17 still in distress, raised his hand again. In that moment, panic surged through number 17, prompting him to stall for time with questions. Why? Why could you strike while I held the hostage? Aren't you supposed to be a hero of justice? Why? He questioned, his voice tinged with desperation. Why? Black Goku engaged him as he had anticipated, but this conversation revealed a shocking truth to number 17. Do you know why I've cornered you here? This place is the city center, densely populated, making it an ideal spot for hostage-taking, where you would expose your vulnerabilities. Perhaps it's not just me. Others like you have realized this. Once a criminal seizes a hostage, those on the side of justice find themselves constrained, unable to unleash their full potential, leaving ample opportunity for the assailants to harm others while preserving their own safety. This tactic has been employed by your kind repeatedly, preying upon those who uphold justice. Such flaws have persisted for a long time, both in the past and in the present. Therefore, Black Goku's tone grew somber. I believe this presents an opportunity to exploit the psychology of those who perceive themselves as the righteous, convinced they would never harm the innocent, and deliver a decisive blow to you. Much like a scenario where robbers take hostages in a shopping mall, challenging the police to act, or where the forces of justice gamble on risking lives to save those dangling from balconies. Thus, I too wager with you, betting that you believe I would engage in such actions. You, number 17, looked on in shock at Black Goku, your eyes filled with trepidation. Similarly, Gohan was equally astonished. Under the gaze of their disbelief, Black Goku continued, recounting the tragedies that incessantly unfold in reality. Some individuals are already suffocated by mortgages and loans. Yet there exists a group intent on amplifying these tragedies, rendering such innocence even more unfortunate. They have committed no wrong, yet they become scapegoats for cruelty. They seek merely to live peacefully, yet are relentlessly bullied by this faction. In my childhood, ensnared in an environment where my father was indifferent, my mother aloof, and my sister treated me like a dog, I harbored an unyielding loathing for such individuals. Those who inflict further misery upon the unfortunate, devoid of justification, and those who attempt to absolve them. I detest such people, wishing for their complete disappearance from this world. Consequently, at the tender age of 8, I embarked on a path of murder. I eliminated those who robbed me of warmth, those despicable beings at school, as well as the teachers who stifled my existence. The first act of killing terrified me, yet I persisted, understanding that their existence would only bring harm to others. My parents, who abused me, and my sister, who treated me like a dog, were no exception. Thus, when I descended into this world and acquired power, I recognized my mission to eradicate individuals like you, those who inflict suffering upon others. I am not the embodiment of pure justice, but rather a proponent of pragmatic justice. As I spoke, the light in Black Goku's eyes grew sharper. Those who live well, who are loved by their parents, with the sweetest smiles. And I long for those who are already unfortunate to be spared from the additional misfortunes inflicted by your kind. I shall utilize my power to ensure that none of you remain. Every last one of you will be expelled from this world, which, though inherently beautiful, has been tainted by your presence. I intend to strip you of the very meaning of your existence. This determination was crystallized during my duel with Zamasu. Overly merciful justice protects no one, just as delayed justice only serves to chill the hearts of those who seek fairness. Those who refuse to make appropriate sacrifices, who cling to everything, can effect no change. Therefore, whether in a shopping mall confronting hostage-takers, choosing to fire and risk the lives of hostages, or on a balcony, risking oneself to save innocents from further harm, I am prepared to sacrifice. I aim to establish a ruthless code of conduct in this brutal world, where only the strong prevail, ensuring that those who exploit their power to oppress justice comprehend the true meaning of ironclad justice. The ruthless cold-bloodedness. I am indifferent to being criticized as long as such matters exist. Why are you so useless? Why did I bring you into this world, scoring only 99 points? Do you believe you are worthy of the money I have spent on you? Do not speak of advanced material. Let me remind you, there are other children to compare with. You surely do not wish for your parents to discover that you are associated with a child named Beichuan, who has been labeled the son of a demon for having killed his own parents. Such incidents must not recur. In an instant, a decisive strike fell once more. Stop it. Father, there are 530,000 residents here. A cacophony of despair erupted. I care not how others may describe me, as long as I can once again behold that smile. In a fleeting moment, a vision flashed through Black Wukong's mind. A child from a poor yet harmonious family. A blissful trio standing together, smiling, under the envious gaze that Black Wukong had cast upon this scene in his youth. A devastating blow descended upon the densely populated urban area of 530,000 residents. Chapter 30. The Azura of the Prison Realm. A cold wind swept through, dispersing the rising dust. Bloodied remnants came into view as Black Wukong mercilessly claimed the lives of all 530,000 individuals in a single stroke. They were all dead. Gohan, clutching the young girl in his arms, stared in horror at the unfolding tragedy. He could hardly believe that 530,000 lives had been extinguished. His gaze, filled with disbelief, fell upon the imposing yet cold-hearted figure of Black Wukong. Can you still sense the energy of number 17, Gohan? Black Wukong suddenly turned to face Gohan. Locking eyes, Gohan could no longer contain his emotions and questioned, Why? Why must you do this, father? Why must you take so many lives? Why must so many be sacrificed? The energy of number 17 is no longer perceptible, yet the previous sensation did not feel like a mere strike. Ignoring Gohan's inquiries, Black Wukong placed a finger on his forehead, searching for the surrounding energy. Father, why? Gohan, in desperation, set the young girl down and strode up to Black Wukong, placing a hand on his shoulder. Startled by this gesture, Black Wukong was compelled to respond. Why? Gohan pleaded for an answer. This question should not escape your lips, Gohan. Black Wukong replied with a frigid gaze. Why not? Because, with a sudden motion, Black Wukong delivered a powerful punch to Gohan's abdomen. The impact caused Gohan to roll his eyes back in pain, reverting from his Super Saiyan form and collapsing before Black Wukong. Your thoughts are foolish, as I have stated. The necessary sacrifices for justice are but a child's game in the face of absolute evil. I believe you have matured, not only in body but also in intellect. After years of battling against artificial beings, you should comprehend the essence of humanity. You have witnessed the pitiable aspects of mankind, but have you ever acknowledged its malevolence? In that dire moment, when I chose to spare Android 17, to the living masses, we were perceived as equally vile. We were merely alleviating their troubles and burdens unilaterally, a practice rife with individuals of such nature. Sacrificing a portion of humanity to eliminate the troubles that afflict all is indeed a cruel endeavor. Yet, this is the law of the survival of the fittest. I do not endorse such actions, but in the face of absolute evil, the refusal to sacrifice will only allow malevolence to proliferate and harm more souls. 530 trillion. The lives I have taken pale in comparison to those of such individuals. There is no absolute justice, only the justice of reality. Black Goku extends his hand towards Gohan. Gohan, lost in contemplation, realizes that he could not have grasped this in the past, but the current world dynamics have smoothed out his once naive heart. Listening to Black Goku, Gohan is reminded of a moment when he was cast out by the local populace, treated as a villain during a resistance against the androids. I believe your experiences surpass those of Trunks, and your thoughts are more profound. Black Goku's words are cold, yet devoid of malice. Trunks, Gohan, perplexed, gazes at Black Goku. Father, when you perished. He turns to explain, for there are still enemies to vanquish. Black Goku's gaze shifts to the struggling Android 18, attempting to crawl away. How despicable! How dare you treat me this way? Curse Science, curse Son Gohan. I will ensure that next time, I shall annihilate all of you. Android 18 grits her teeth and continues to crawl forward. No sooner had she spoken than retribution struck. A crimson energy blade suddenly erupted from behind her, piercing deeply into her heart. The agony overwhelms Android 18 as she twists her body in despair. Turning her head, she beholds Black Goku approaching with a massive pink scythe, reminiscent of a Grim Reaper. Do not come any closer. I was wrong, Scion. I will no longer speak ill of you. I acknowledge my mistakes. I will not kill innocents again. Android 18 pleads with a display of weakness. However, Black Goku's demeanor remains indifferent. Today marks your demise, Android. His expression darkens as he lunges towards Android 18 with the scythe in hand. No, I am willing to give everything, even my own body. As the words leave her lips, Black Goku's scythe plunges once more into her heart. This sentiment, you may reserve for those you believe will forgive you, for the vacuous fools who admire you. With that, Black Goku's eyes ignite with a vivid crimson hue as he commences the brutal principle of 8 strikes to the head, 6 to the skull, 7 to the heart, and 8 to the lungs. The scythe whirled swiftly in Black Wukong's hand, completing the final strike in just 2.5 seconds. Beneath the resplendent magenta glow, the 18th unit met its demise, vanishing alongside the fading radiance. Once again, Black Wukong had extinguished the artificial beings. Was everything an end? Gohan gazed at Black Wukong, sensing that there was still a troublesome adversary awaiting resolution. Black Wukong turned his gaze towards the distance, recognizing the last menace, Cell. This time, unlike before, Black Wukong could distinctly perceive Cell's aura, no longer hindered by a subdued presence. With a remarkable enhancement in his skills, Black Wukong's control and application of energy had evolved dramatically, a stark contrast to his previous limitations. Was he still there? History often echoes with striking similarities. However, the one enforcing judgment upon you is not I, but rather the warrior you despise the most, the Z-Fighter. Black Wukong chose to forego instant transmission, granting this opportunity for growth to Gohan. Gohan, do you wish to grow stronger? Black Wukong asked bluntly. Yes, I do very much, Gohan replied, bewildered. Then desire it. Black Wukong urged, leaving Gohan speechless. Mom, a little girl, revived by the healing powers of the Sense of Being, was still intent on finding her mother. Upon witnessing this, Gohan felt a pang of compassion, his eyes reflecting a gentle kindness. What are you worried about? She is not dead, Black Wukong interjected suddenly, delivering a sharp punch that jolted Gohan back to reality. Ouch! What does this mean? I'm still alive, Gohan exclaimed, cradling his head in pain and glancing at the indifferent and composed Black Wukong. How can some of your age still have such poor awareness of energy? Have you only grown taller over the years? Gohan hung his head in shame. Black Wukong chose not to speak further, instead approaching the little girl who was searching for her mother. You wish to find your mother, don't you, little one? He said, his tone icy. The girl looked up, and upon realizing it was Black Wukong, she was so frightened that she fell to the ground. Remembering the cold expression he had when he had mercilessly dispatched her at 17, her eyes brimmed with fear. Thankfully, Black Wukong did not intimidate her further. Standing silently before her, with a focused determination, he sought out someone with a similar aura to the little girl's, ultimately confirming the direction in a narrow alley 300 meters away. In an instant, Black Wukong arrived at the location, only to be met with hostility, receiving a blow to the head from a thick iron rod. What the hell? Who is this person? The individual who had struck recoiled in terror, stepping back several paces. The resounding crack of the blow was piercing. Merely hearing it caused the onlookers to wince in pain. Yet, the thick-skinned Black Wukong remained unfazed, his focus unwavering on the disheveled woman before him, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of the small girl. Oh dear, have I once again found myself ensnared in this wretched narrative? Black Wukong thought, casting a sharp glance at the group behind him, which included a bewildered, portly man in spectacles who had shed his upper garments, a muscular black athlete, a dark-skinned individual with yellow hair, and a boy with a mushroom haircut. What's going on? Boss, where did this guy come from? He took a hit from me and appears unscathed, the black athlete muttered through gritted teeth, trembling. Calm down. There are so many of us, the mushroom-haired boy replied, feigning composure as he swallowed hard. People like you are ubiquitous, and no matter how much one tries to eliminate you, you seem inexhaustible. What must I do to bring about your extinction? Black Wukong's expression turned icy as he summoned a radiant magenta glow in his palm. The woman behind him, grateful yet anxious at being rescued, urged him, run. Those individuals are strong. You cannot defeat them alone. Black Wukong paid her no heed, his mind consumed with thoughts of executing justice upon the group before him. As he remained silent, one of the black athletes could no longer contain himself and charged at Black Wukong, elbow raised. Feel my elbow strike, the athlete proclaimed as he leapt towards Black Wukong. In the next instant, a sudden flash obscured his vision. His limbs twisted grotesquely, and he began to spin rapidly. Akin to a top, he crashed into various objects before elegantly landing in a trash bin behind Black Wukong. Throughout the entire ordeal, Black Wukong had not moved a single finger. Witnessing this spectacle, the mushroom-haired boy, the bespectacled, portly man, and the dark-skinned individual were left in stunned silence. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, Black Wukong extended his hand toward them. In an instant, an unseen force seized the mushroom-haired boy by his groin, lifting him violently. Vanish, Black Wukong commanded, clenching his fist. A resounding explosion echoed from the boy's groin, and he disintegrated into dust. Within mere seconds, both adversaries had met their demise at Black Wukong's hands. The dark-skinned individual, now gripped by fear, instinctively began to retreat, his legs involuntarily moving back as he witnessed the boy's fate. However, this was not lost on Black Wukong. Before he could run far, the dark-skinned individual felt an invisible force strike his legs, causing him to collapse mid-flight. Ah! He screamed in terror, only to find himself suspended in the air, much like the boy before him. In a moment of anguish, the golden-haired youth felt a heart-wrenching pain as an unseen force clutched at his precious pebble. Still firmly in his grasp, with his eyes rolling back in agony, he was met with the cold indifference of the dark Wukong. The world was once a beautiful place, but the presence of scoundrels like you has rendered it increasingly filthy. While I do not advocate violence as a means of resolution, your malevolence compels me to intervene. In essence, I do not consider myself a hero. Rather, I have traversed many experiences and have gained a profound understanding of individuals like you, whom I have encountered countless times. I am acutely aware that amidst the proclamation of justice, there exist individuals like you, which prevents me from embodying absolute righteousness. Perhaps this is my own vice. For me, I wish my sense of justice to assist those of virtuous character. As for you, I truly struggle to find a justification for protecting your kind, though I acknowledge the innocent individuals intertwined with you, such as the morally upright sons among you, or even your relatives and acquaintances, who compel me to refrain from treating you uniformly. If I do not safeguard you, there will be those who, due to your actions, will be deprived of justice. Thus, I embody a pragmatic form of justice, one that necessitates sacrifice and care when required, a new breed of dark Wukong as justice. Therefore, prepare to experience the agony of being besieged by 1,000 shotgun blasts. As he spoke, dark Wukong clenched his palm. No, the golden-haired youth exclaimed in terror. As the assault commenced, in an instant, the sky reverberated with the sound of a nuclear explosion. As the sound faded, the figure of the golden-haired youth vanished to the northwest. It's your turn, you scoundrel, dark Wukong said with a sinister smile, resembling a ghostly apparition. Monster! You are a monster. Indeed, you must be a monster. The bespectacled man, resembling a corpulent pig, trembled, yearning to flee, but an invisible force held him fast, rendering him immobile as he watched dark Wukong approach with a wicked charm. Monster! I am a demon here to punish your wickedness. He. The visage of dark Wukong became increasingly demonic, his face morphing into that of a flesh-eating fiend. To the bespectacled man, dark Wukong was no hero, but a merciless demon. I must escape. I must survive. I cannot perish in this place. The bespectacled man scanned his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on a boy, equally lost and searching for his mother. Seizing the opportunity, he, like Android 17, broke free from dark Wukong's grasp and threatened him using the child. Little did he know the fate that befell Android 17, nor the chilling depths of dark Wukong's heart and the increasingly sinister gaze devoid of murderous intent. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will. We want. In the eyes of the bespectacled man, dark Wukong raised his palm, gathering blue energy. Mommy, stand still, child. I will soon reunite you with your mother. What are you doing? Stop. Turtle School's Kamehameha. The Kamehameha was unleashed from Black Goku's palm, bringing with it the lethal force that had claimed the boy's life. Upon realizing that the hostage posed no threat, the portly bespectacled man, gripped by fear, pushed the boy aside to use him as a human shield and fled backward. Alas, as he took a step forward, the Kamehameha veered past the boy and struck him instead. In an instant, a colossal wave of blue energy enveloped his entire being. You demon from hell, living among us, cried the rotund man, who then dissipated into the wind like scattered dust. Chapter 31. Gohan's Desire to Grow Stronger. Hasn't he returned yet? Gohan gazed intently at the spot where Black Goku had vanished. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed. Boom! What is happening? Disturbed by the noise, Gohan turned anxiously toward the source. A blue light flared in the distance, and under Gohan's watchful eyes, that beam of energy soared into the sky, gradually piercing the atmosphere. Subsequently, unseen by anyone, it reached Mars, obliterating it. Yet it did not stop there. The devastating force penetrated and annihilated Saturn, Jupiter, Uranus, and Neptune in succession. In the blink of an eye, the 8 planets of the solar system were reduced to mere remnants, leaving only the Sun, Mercury, Venus, and Earth behind, while the Kamehameha continued its relentless advance, leaving barren desolation in its wake. Swish! The instigator, Black Goku, appeared before Gohan, cradling a woman. Father, here is the mother you sought. Black Goku gently set the pregnant woman down before the little girl, searching for her mother. Mom, you have finally returned, the little girl exclaimed, embracing her mother with excitement. It's so wonderful to see you here. In that moment, the mother and daughter wept in each other's arms, a scene profoundly moving. Now we are even. Let us go, Gohan, Black Goku remarked, clapping his hands in preparation to depart. Just as he was about to leave, the woman suddenly called out to him, May I know your name? I wish to thank you. At her words, Black Goku remained silent, casting a cold glance at her before tapping the character for Goku emblazoned on his uniform. The cold breeze swept by, gradually erasing the figures of Black Goku and Gohan from sight. Thank you, Goku the hero, the frightened girl uttered her gratitude. as her voice faded when Black Goku reappeared. It was at the pivotal moment where Gohan had knocked Trunks unconscious. Trunks, wake up. It's Gohan awaken. Gohan implored, slapping the unconscious Trunks who lay upon the rocks. Gohan. After several forceful taps, Trunks' vision blurred with stars, and before long, he was roused from his slumber. Upon awakening, Trunks was immediately engulfed in a surge of emotions. The mere thought of the androids wreaking havoc upon the city ignited within him a profound sense of justice. Gohan, where are the androids? Are they still destroying the city? I must defeat them all. He broke free from Gohan's grasp, rising to his feet with unwavering determination as he gazed towards the distant city. Trunks, you must remain calm. The androids have already been vanquished. There is no purpose in pursuing them now, Gohan implored, attempting to restrain the fervent Trunks. The androids have been eliminated. At this news, Trunks was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of confusion and astonishment. Gohan, could it be? It is not me, Gohan quickly denied, averting his gaze elsewhere. It was him, Black Goku. Gohan's expression dimmed as he glanced toward the figure of Black Goku, who stood at the edge of a cliff, seemingly lost in thought. Just an hour prior, Black Goku had revealed everything necessary to Gohan, wishing to no longer take advantage of him. He disclosed that he was not Goku, but rather an alternate version, Black Goku. Listening to Gohan's words, Trunks curiously followed Gohan's gaze, and at that moment, Black Goku turned his head, resulting in an instant exchange of glances between the two. Were you the one who defeated the androids? Trunks inquired, intrigued. Black Goku, however, ignored him, his cold stare fixated on Gohan. Gohan, do not withhold anything. You must tell Trunks everything. Is it truly necessary? Gohan hesitated, lowering his head. Shall I articulate it for you? Black Goku's gaze was sharp. No, I will convey it myself. Gohan's expression hardened, taking a deep breath. He placed a hand on Trunks' shoulder and recounted every detail of the events that had transpired, the android's failure to utilize their full strength, his near-fatal beating, and everything in between. You nearly perished, and yet they did not exert their full power, Gohan. Trunks exclaimed, his face reflecting disbelief. Indeed, Gohan's expression was one of remorse. Upon confirming the truth of Gohan's words, Trunks felt a wave of despair wash over him, lowering his head in sorrow. Is it possible that even Super Saiyans cannot save this world? To defeat the androids? No. Suddenly, Black Goku interjected, no? Huh. Trunks turned to face Black Goku. Puzzled. Is that truly the case? Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan and was easily overpowered by the androids. Trunks replied, bewildered. The failure lies within your foolishness and recklessness. Your enemies have not even begun to exert their full power, and you remain blissfully unaware. You're not only foolish, but downright ignorant. Charging into battle without targeted training to identify your weaknesses is tantamount to courting death. It is the epitome of folly. There is a saying, all adverse factors in this world stem from the inadequacy of those in charge. Black Goku stated, arms crossed, his words unrelenting. Gohan, upon hearing this, offered no retort, while Black Goku continued to speak without restraint. What has been lost is not the Super Saiyan itself, but the initial stages, the essence of those who have yet to fully develop their Super Saiyan potential. Listening to Black Goku's words, Gohan and Trunks were filled with confusion. Can a Super Saiyan evolve further? Is there a higher realm to attain? Trunks, still in his base form, wore a perplexed expression, mirrored by Gohan's own uncertainties. It's not a matter of can or cannot, but rather do you wish to? If you desire it, you can achieve it. Is it truly possible? Gohan's curiosity was piqued. If it weren't, would I tell you? Black Goku continued. You witnessed my battles against the androids, did you not? At this moment, Gohan recalled that Black Goku had never transformed into a Super Saiyan, dominating the androids in his base form. Trunks remained skeptical, feeling as though Black Goku was deceiving him. Is it really feasible? I struggled to transform into a Super Saiyan, and even during my father's lifetime, he never accomplished it, nor did Gohan. Just as Trunks was engulfed in doubt, a formidable energy suddenly erupted from Black Goku. In an instant, a golden aura surged from within him, swiftly breaking through the heavens and enveloping the surroundings. Black Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, and a tempest arose. Trunks felt his body swaying as if threatened to be swept away by the force akin to a hurricane. As the golden tempest subsided, Black Goku stood before them, revealing the initial stage of the Super Saiyan. This is the Super Saiyan, he stated matter-of-factly. Gohan and Trunks, overwhelmed by the brutal aura radiating from Black Goku, were unable to believe their senses. Next came the intermediate stage, Another golden aura emanated from Black Goku, and in an instant, a fierce wind swept across the land as his physique transformed, muscles becoming robust and well-defined, astonishing the two once more. This is the intermediate stage of the Super Saiyan. My Super Saiyan is rather unique, endowed with a bloodline enhancement that grants greater strength than an ordinary Saiyan, though the path remains the same. Once again, a powerful gust surged forth as Black Goku began to transform anew before Gohan and Trunks. His muscles expanded to a point where every contour of his body exuded strength and solidity, only to retract shortly thereafter, yet his overwhelming presence intensified. This is the full power of the ancient Super Saiyan, which in your terms equates to the full power of the Super Saiyan. I have transcended the Super Saiyan twice. Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief as he recalled his own struggles to transform into a Super Saiyan, feeling a surge of envy. Is this the limit? Gohan inquired, curiosity lacing his tone. No, what precedes is the form I have personally developed, a breakthrough beyond the full power of Super Saiyan. Comparable to a Super Saiyan that transcends even the Super Saiyan, referred to simply as Super Saiyan 2. Black Goku maintained a serene expression. Have you truly reached Super Saiyan 2? Gohan inquired, astonishment etched across his face. No, Black Goku shook his head. Oh, Gohan sighed in relief. I have surpassed Super Saiyan 2. Gasp. Black Goku suddenly inhaled sharply, causing Gohan's previously relaxed demeanor to tighten with concern. Surpassing Super Saiyan 2. What level of Super Saiyan are you at now? Gohan nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead. Well, that depends on my mood. I can achieve any level I desire. Black Goku replied with a devilish grin. You can reach any level you wish. Are you jesting? Gohan thought Black Goku was merely speaking in jest. But that notion quickly dissipated. Black Goku's gaze bore no hint of jest. It was filled with earnestness and gravity, devoid of any semblance of frivolity. You may consider me to be joking, but in truth, I am still far from complete. For now, I am merely an ordinary mortal aspiring to surpass the gods. A cold breeze swept through, causing Black Goku's long hair to dance as if he were a prince of the wind, effortlessly flowing with its currents. Gazing at Black Goku's composed demeanor, Gohan fell into contemplation. If he had not surpassed the Super Saiyan, it would be inconceivable for him to defeat an opponent with power exceeding that of a Super Saiyan in his normal state. This individual, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, surely possessed a remarkable background, and from his perspective, he must be extraordinarily strong, despite the defeat of the androids. Gohan knew that Earth could still encounter formidable foes in the future, and in his current state of weakness, he would inevitably find himself in a similar plight as before. Trampled under the might of the androids. The memory of being overpowered by them flashed through his mind. Everyone, the people of Earth. The resolve to grow stronger stirred within Gohan, as he recalled how feeble he felt against the androids, igniting an uncontrollable urge to become more powerful. If Uncle Black Goku, you have truly surpassed Super Saiyan 2, then please teach me how to transcend Super Saiyan. I too wish to grow stronger. I too want to protect everyone. Gohan exclaimed with fervor. At the mention of Uncle Black Goku, who was only around 17 years old, turned his head, observing Gohan's earnest desire to grow stronger. The image of Trunks seeking his guidance flickered through Black Goku's mind. The ideals of heroes have certainly become fashionable these days, he mused. Black Goku did not refuse. Teaching Gohan aligned with his purpose of traversing this timeline. To grow stronger, one must first endure hardship. Prepare yourself to take a beating. Black Goku cracked his knuckles and reverted to his normal state. I am ready. I will follow your lead. Gohan, filled with determination, transformed into a Super Saiyan, bracing himself for what lay ahead. Thus, the trajectory of another future world began to shift due to the interference of Black Goku. Chapter 32. Another training session of endurance. Gohan refrains from studying, for even he is on the verge of tears. Discussions among Dragon Ball enthusiasts regarding Gohan's evaluations ensue. Whoosh! In the air, the figures of Black Goku and Gohan continuously dart and collide. Gohan, in his golden form, clenches his fists and delivers a powerful punch towards Black Goku. In response to Gohan's assault, Black Goku does not evade. Instead, he casually accepts the blow with his face. A dull thud resounds as Gohan's fist strikes Black Goku's visage. Yet Black Goku remains unfazed, his eyes scarcely blinking. Astonishingly, he endures the hit. Gohan is left in shock. 645 times. This is your attempt to injure me. No. That technique. Upon noticing Black Goku's expression suddenly turned frigid, Gohan senses the impending execution of that particular move and immediately distances himself. Whoosh! In an instant, he creates a gap of 20 meters between them. However, as he establishes this distance, Gohan is left bewildered. Did you think I was going to unleash an energy attack intended for androids? Black Goku smirks mischievously. What's going on? Just a moment ago, I sensed the prelude of an attack in an instant. Why did it not materialize? Gohan, perplexed, gazes at the spot he had vacated, bewildered by the absence of the anticipated assault. You are wondering why the invisible energy slash did not descend, are you not? Black Goku inquires with an alluring grin. Indeed, at that distance, Uncle Black Goku, you clearly had the perfect opportunity to execute the slash. I have previously observed your technique. I could feel you swiftly channeling energy to disperse it while precisely crafting the attack. Just like the alteration in your energy a moment ago. I sensed an imminent attack at that incredible speed. Having fought you for this duration, I have garnered an understanding of your energy manipulation. I surmise that such rapid and extensive energy usage must have invoked that attack. Yet strangely, it did not manifest. Just take a look at your collar, and you shall comprehend. Black Goku interrupts Gohan's thoughts, pointing at his collar. At this, Gohan curiously lowers his gaze. Upon inspection, Gohan is flabbergasted to find a minuscule tear in his uniform. This is a slash? So remarkably tiny. Gohan expresses his astonishment. Your perception is commendable, and your aptitude is remarkable. Within merely a few hours, you have managed to discern my energy slashing techniques. Compared to others, Gohan, you're the most impressive I have encountered thus far. To grasp my techniques in such a brief period is no small feat. Your assumptions are correct. My attack involves manipulating the energy within my body, directing it towards the intended target, and then rapidly releasing it to execute the strike. However, allow me to inform you of one detail. The process of driving energy and subsequently dispersing it to fabricate an attack is rather intricate. Such an attack proves excessively troublesome for me. My mind must conjure images to communicate with my heart, which in turn must contemplate and transmit intentions to the body, necessitating the body to adapt and execute operations. This repetitive process renders even the most ferocious attacks futile against an equally matched opponent, as a slight adjustment on their part allows them to evade with ease. Your implication is clear. Gohan listened intently. By disregarding this entire sequence and allowing the body's intentions to initiate the assault, in conjunction with my current technique for direct release, I can simplify and materialize my fantasies. Much like this, a sinister smile graced Black Goku's lips, and in the next moment, the sea beneath him erupted as though raked by thousands of shotguns, conjuring immense waves that crashed outward. So swift, Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, having failed to perceive the trajectory of the earlier attack. The strikes, grabs, lifts, and drops resemble the motions of limbs, while slicing akin to cold weaponry, and then shooting and exploding like hot arms. This represents a significant advancement in my control over energy, and I am capable of unleashing even more potent and rapid techniques, such as manifesting an entire universe in an instant. However, achieving such feats necessitates a specific skill. The silhouette of an advanced technique flickered through Black Goku's mind. Remarkably powerful. Gohan gulped in awe. This technique appears formidable, yet it demands immense control and consumption of energy alongside a concentrated emotional state. If I were to squander energy as recklessly as I typically do, merely executing a blow powerful enough to cleave the heavens would likely deplete my reserves for an entire day. Can I learn this? Gohan inquired with curiosity. Your current perception of energy is far from proficient. Aspiring to master control is akin to a first grader attempting high school calculus. Black Goku scoffed. High school calculus? If memory serves, I believe I tackled high school problems in first grade. An awkward silence ensued, as Black Goku remembered Gohan's unparalleled intellect. A veritable academic prodigy, surpassing the likes of Tsinghua and Peking University within the Dragon Ball universe. It seems only a fool like me, who shuns study, could be used as such an example. Black Goku sighed heavily. Suddenly, a resounding roar pierced the air, followed by a surge of golden energy breaking through the heavens. Trunks, hearing the sound, caught Gohan's curious glance. As Gohan turned, he beheld Trunks gathering energy, his hair flickering between dark and bright. Could it be? Gohan gasped in shock, as Trunks' pupils turned white, followed by a fierce yell. Huh! With a powerful shout, Trunks' eyes began to glow green. The energy surged forth as if a dam had burst, swiftly engulfing the surroundings like a colossal tidal wave. The golden glimmers continuously flashed across Trunks, radiating an intense and blinding brilliance. The Super Saiyan transformation had indeed been achieved. Gohan, overwhelmed with astonishment, swallowed hard. It was successful, as Uncle Black Goku had said, by properly channeling his energy and gathering it at his back, fueled by rage. He had effortlessly accomplished it. Trunks, elated, watched the explosive aura enveloping his body, joyfully dancing in excitement. Observing Trunks' transformation, Gohan felt a sense of relief and pride. Suddenly, a large hand landed on his shoulder. HM? Gohan turned, only to find Black Goku gazing at him with a serious expression. Your potential is no less than Trunks. You must swiftly find your own path to break through the initial stages. Merely relying on the Saiyan technique of hovering on the brink of death to enhance your combat power is insufficient. You need to comprehend and discover the method to transcend your limitations. Yes, I will do my utmost, Gohan replied, his eyes filled with determination. Then let us continue. With that, Gohan, brimming with excitement, prepared to resume training, and Black Goku wasted no time, launching a punch to commence today's regimen. Another round of rigorous training began. Meanwhile, in the west, cries of despair echoed. You hideous monster! Go away! Get lost! The once thriving area lay in ruins, ravaged by a grotesque creature. Mottled green and merciless, the once peaceful streets were now littered with lifeless bodies. The harbinger of this devastation was none other than Cell, the ultimate troublemaker following the androids. After a cacophony of screams, no one was spared. All were ruthlessly slaughtered by Cell, who consumed them as nourishment to augment his own strength. Cell had grown more powerful, surpassing even the androids, his might now transcending them greatly. Yet he felt no joy. Damn that wretched fool for killing Android 18. It has cost me my perfect form. Infuriating, utterly infuriating. Cell seethed with rage, unleashing a wave of indiscriminate destruction upon the surrounding buildings, turning the once bustling city into mere dust in an instant. Even after venting his fury, Cell remained unsatisfied. Thus, he proceeded to massacre the inhabitants of several nearby cities, leading to a rapid decline in the Western population. Hundreds of thousands were brutally slain, their screams echoing relentlessly. The entire region resembled the Lion Turtle Ridge from the journey to the west, suffused with the scent of human demise. Yet even through this rampage, Cell found no solace, torturing a worker's mother before her eyes, or mercilessly beating a woman in front of her beloved did little to quell his rage. The cries of children in a kindergarten, or the sight of him choking a newborn in the presence of its mother, were still insufficient to provide him with any sense of relief. The wretched humans. Why must you persist in this world? Sheru glared with fury at the terrified beings scattering before him. Let you all perish. He bent down, placing his fingers on his forehead, channeling a concentrated beam of dark energy aimed at those attempting to flee. Whoosh! The energy shot forth swiftly from Sheru's hand, but soon redirected its course. A mouse scurried across the street, and upon seeing the beam poised to strike it, Sheru immediately altered its trajectory. If I proceed, my teacher shall surely be slain. His gaze shifted towards a nearby hospital. With a thunderous roar, in a bid to protect the mouse, Sheru unleashed the dark energy upon the hospital, home to thousands seeking care. The blast obliterated the establishment, erasing countless lives, yet Sheru remained unfazed, hastening towards the mouse, cradling it gently in his hands. Did I frighten you, my dear? The filthy humans would have you perish alongside them. Cursed inferior beings, what do you value life as? What do you deem yourselves superior to other beings? You unworthy creatures, destined for demise. Sheru's countenance radiated wrath as he beheld the bewildered humans before him. After placing the mouse down, Sheru once again gathered dark energy, directing it towards the fleeing masses. Amidst the screams, the frail, the elderly, the sick, the pregnant, and the children found no escape. To this, Sheru felt no remorse. Rather, he exalted himself as a hero. Justice. I am a hero, the divine arbiter punishing your filthy species. I am the terminator of your kind, the abominable beings who are wretched in every breath, every utterance, every smile, every tear. You are the epitome of disgust. Sheru ascended into the air, fingers pointed to the sky, standing upon the clouds as if a deity overlooking the western expanse. As he soared, a throng of fervent admirers worshipped him, painting the bloodthirsty Sheru as a benevolent god gracing the world. Lord Sheru, I implore you, eradicate all humans. I would sacrifice everything for you. Youth is priceless. What are we waiting for? Let us don the green garb for Lord Sheru and stake our youth in his cause. What of marriage and children? Let me bear you a child. In an instant, a fervent throng surged forth, comprising 10% of the Western population, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, rushing toward Sheru to capture the moment. They feared neither death nor consequence, consumed by blind folly. Suddenly, one among them began to chant, "Evils humans! Assist Lord Sheru in the extermination of your kind." With this call, the fervent crowd collectively turned their gaze towards the surrounding individuals who did not share their zeal for Sheru. Human extinction, activate. We believe in Sheru. We trust in the demise of the loathsome humans. A chilling scream echoed as the flames of war engulfed the West. Chapter 33. The Revelation of Murder. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley in the east, I pondered, am I truly a being consumed by disdain for humanity? In the pitch-black alley, a figure emanating dark energy, half of its body clad in mechanical armor, slowly began to speak. "What manner of monster are you?" The voice emerged, mimicking the tones of Android 17, as if channeled through the guise of a cosplayer. "Monster? To be precise, I too am an android, albeit of a rather unique variety." The figure, known as Cell, turned to gaze upon the feeble, near-death form of Android 17. Observing 17's pitiful state, Cell was reminded of the moment when Black Goku's strike had nearly obliterated 17. The devastating force causing a fragment of his being to be transported away in an instant. The sheer destructive power of that attack made Cell swallow hard, realizing how fortunate he was to have injected the cells of the short-lived Piccolo into 17. "Look at you. Thanks to the Piccolo cells I bestowed upon you, you've managed to endure and thrive, 17. You truly owe me your gratitude." Cell's face twisted into a sinister grin, his mechanical eye blinking with a hint of malice. Far in the distance, Black Goku was engaged in a fierce clash. The golden figure collided relentlessly with the dark silhouette, exchanging blows in a relentless dance of combat. Is it impossible to land a hit? Gohan, feeling a twinge of desperation, watched as Black Goku effortlessly evaded his every attack. Frustration boiled within him, prompting him to clench his fists and strike with renewed ferocity, his fists slicing through the air with lethal intent. "You are far too reckless, Gohan," Black Goku admonished. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he slowly raised his palm and flicked it toward Gohan's direction. The timing was impeccable, the flick landing squarely on Gohan's fist, dissipating the force of his blow while inflicting harm in the process. With a mere snap of his fingers, Gohan's right index finger was instantly fractured, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. "How could this happen?" Gohan exclaimed in disbelief. "Your fixation on landing a hit will not make you stronger, Gohan. Remain calm." Black Goku extended his hand, lightly poking Gohan's finger from distance. Bang! In an instant, Gohan felt a surge of pain coursing through him, his vision flashing momentarily as he felt as if he were on the brink of death. Black Goku controlled the force expertly, allowing Gohan to experience a fleeting moment of emptiness in his mind, only to restore his awareness just afterward, achieving the effect of infliction without true harm. To think I could be defeated so easily. Gohan clutched his forehead, recalling the moment when he had glimpsed the King of Hell. Continue. Gently tapping his forehead, Gohan resolved to cease his thoughts and continue the battle. However, at that moment, Black Goku halted his intent to fight further. "Let today's training conclude here, Gohan. There's no need to continue. It's merely a series of exchanges that leave you on the brink of defeat. Your growth today has been sufficient. Take some time to rest and cultivate your understanding." Yet, Gohan felt an inclination to persist, a wistful expression surfacing on his face. Black Goku, however, remained resolute and unyielding. Even if you were to reach a mid-tier level, you would still be unable to fully harness his power. Your body may have developed, but your spirit lacks comprehension. This is akin to a temporary enhancement. Ultimately, it will leave you like a spent arrow. This strength is fleeting. My aim in your training is not merely for you to exhibit superficial prowess, but to ensure a profound transformation within you. A true fortification rather than a mere ability to fight. With a swift motion, Black Goku teleported before Gohan, his left index finger curving to rest upon Gohan's forehead. "What are you doing, Uncle Black Goku?" Gohan inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. "You are lost, aren't you? Do you think I am unaware?" Black Goku's expression turned serious, a flicker of intensity igniting within him. "Indeed, you perceive my confusion," Gohan admitted, somewhat astonished yet understanding. Gazing at Gohan's face, clouded with uncertainty, Black Goku found it difficult not to care, yet he refrained from probing further. "Let us end the training here. You and Trunks should return now." Closing his eyes, Black Goku reigned in the aura emanating from him. He turned to leave, but paused mid-step. Uncle Black Goku, I actually wish to ask you something. What is it? He replied, glancing back. Do you feel nothing about having taken so many lives? Gohan's tone was calm, though his expression remained perplexed. Upon hearing this, Black Goku lowered his head in contemplation, but soon gathered himself to respond. I refuse to justify my actions by claiming sacrifice for the sake of those who should not have perished. I disdain such behavior and abhor it. Yet I am compelled to reflect on it. In the face of merciless foes, I have contemplated countless gentle resolutions. Yet humanity often reveals its ugliest side, and the world proves exceedingly cruel. In such an environment, to save something without making sacrifices is impossible. As I've said, those who cannot sacrifice anything cannot change anything. If you ask me how I feel, I can tell you that I have experienced hunger and cold, only to be bullied by others and ultimately harmed by those who represent justice. I find myself in a paradox, resenting actions while simultaneously becoming one of them. I understand your thoughts, but in the harsh battle between good and evil, only a resolute and unyielding justice can protect those you wish to safeguard. Black Goku's demeanor remained tranquil, though his expression was cold. His heart burned with fervor, having learned to master the display of his emotions. After listening, Gohan fell into contemplation. He understood Black Goku's words, but what weighed heavily on him was the sorrow and pity for those killed by Black Goku. Compared to the Gohan of the past, the future Gohan's thoughts were more mature. After Black Goku's remarks, he quickly grasped the underlying truth. Perhaps it was the result of his experiences that transformed him into a warrior Saiyan, compelled to battle one foe after another. Brother Gohan, it's getting dark. We need to go home for dinner. Mom is making braised fish tonight. Uncle Black Goku, you should join us too. Trunks suddenly appeared, breaking the standoff between Black Goku and Gohan. It is indeed nighttime. It's time for dinner, Gohan said, patting his empty stomach. As dinner time approached, Gohan turned to Black Goku, but noticed he had distanced himself, looking elsewhere. Is that Cell again, stirring up slaughter wherever he goes? TSK, foolish humans, Black Goku muttered. The news of turmoil in the West quickly reached Black Goku, whose keen sense of energy allowed him to investigate the situation. Soon, he learned that humans in the West had begun to turn on one another, while Cell watched from the sidelines, ready to reap the benefits by exterminating them all. Upon realizing this, Black Goku's anger surged, causing his hair to rise involuntarily. What a bunch of utterly foolish idiots, he exclaimed, veins bulging on his forehead as he clenched his teeth in fury. What is going on? Gohan inquired, noticing Black Goku's wrath. Nothing that concerns you. You need to focus on becoming stronger, Gohan. Strengthen yourself, and then you can deal with the final trouble, Black Goku replied coldly, lowering his fingers from his forehead, suppressing the urge to teleport and confront Cell. I understand. It's getting late, and you have nowhere to go, right? Why not join me at the Capsule Corp, or come have dinner with Aunt Bulma? Gohan warmly invited. No, thank you. Recalling the last time Trunks had made a similar suggestion, which led to an awkward situation with Bulma, Black Goku felt reluctant to explain his identity again. To avoid any embarrassment, he dismissed the idea of joining. I'm fine on my own, thanks. Oh, that's too bad. I wanted to introduce you to my mom. Gohan expressed a hint of regret, but upon considering the possibility of mistakenly identifying Black Goku, he abandoned the thought. In that case, let us meet here again tomorrow morning at 7. Gohan waved goodbye. Black Goku nodded in agreement. With no further words exchanged, Gohan bid a brief farewell to Trunks and Black Goku. Meanwhile, at that very moment, cursed humanity, may you all perish. Without further ado, Cell unleashed his fury upon those before him, venting the anguish of his inability to achieve his perfect form. At that moment, another Cell suddenly appeared, intervening. You shall die. Cell concentrated his energy into a devastating beam, aimed at the trembling boy who was paralyzed with fear. We'll deal with this later. I am Cell. A cold wind swept through, and a figure instantaneously materialized beside Cell, seizing his arm with considerable force. Taken aback by this strength, Cell turned his head in astonishment. Before him stood a being that was both identical and yet distinctly different, an evolution of sorts, possessing a thick sausage-like mouth. You or me, but why the disparity? Observing the half-perfect Cell absorbing the essence of Android 17, Cell was profoundly shocked. Our first encounter, am you from another dimension? The half-perfect Cell bore a wicked grin. What do you mean by another dimension? Remove your filthy hands from me, you wretched creature, Cell exclaimed. Disdain etched on his face as he broke free from the grip of the half-perfect Cell. Such a temper, but that is indeed part of me. The half-perfect Cell replied with a sinister smile. Humph, you speak nonsense. Your appearance cannot possibly be me, merely a resemblance in energy. Is that so? Why not test that theory? The half-perfect Cell's eyes glinted ominously. Perfect timing. I was just seething after holding back my previous strike, so you can serve as my punching bag. Cell positioned himself, creating distance before swiftly charging at his counterpart. In a flash, Cell closed the gap, returning to the half-perfect Cell's side in the blink of an eye. However, the half-perfect Cell regarded him with disdain, casually swatting at him without a flicker of an eyelash. The slap landed squarely on Cell's fist, rendering him captured. What? Since you doubt me, allow me to demonstrate just how much stronger I am across dimensions. The half-perfect Cell lifted Cell effortlessly, glaring fiercely before delivering a swift blow. In an instant, Cell was struck in the abdomen, unable to even blink at the sudden assault. The half-perfect Cell unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each one striking with precision, inflicting nearly 600 blows in mere moments, a flurry completed in a single breath. In just 0.2 seconds, Cell found himself battered and bruised, racked with excruciating pain. In this war, the semi-complete Cell cast aside the Cell he had been holding, forcefully slamming it to the ground before ruthlessly placing his foot upon its face in a humiliating display. How is it that you possess such strength? Cell inquired. Bewilderment etched upon his features. Why? It is a consequence of my tragic experiences, replied the semi-complete Cell, his demeanor cold and unyielding. In my timeline, the 17th and 18th androids were mercilessly obliterated by that man in the martial arts uniform, Son Goku, much like in this timeline. Upon learning of their demise, I intended to utilize the time machine to absorb the past versions of the 17th and 18th androids. However, during this endeavor, I was ruthlessly eradicated by Trunks. Everything that belonged to me was taken away, and I could not accept this fate. Thus, I descended into the depths of hell, where I restlessly engaged in battles with the formidable beings therein, all while enduring the brutal tortures and punishments of that realm, training with the hope of one day returning for vengeance. Consequently, in an environment devoid of the 17th and 18th, I honed my body to its peak. Eventually, I became strong enough to slay King Yama and all of his hellish emissaries, escaping from the underworld. Upon returning to the mortal realm, I prepared to commence my revenge, only to inadvertently arrive in another timeline, the one in which you reside, a realm untouched by tragedy. Aware that Trunks would surely exist in this world, I sought out foolish humans to enhance my body, making it more resilient and accentuating my strengths. With my formidable willpower, I grew stronger once more, standing before you now as the transformed Cell, the latest incarnation of my being. Wait, Cell interjected, there still lingers the essence of the 17th within you. Upon hearing this, the semi-complete Cell glanced at his own form. Indeed, I have always harbored a desire to attain my complete form. However, I could only absorb the 17th. Perhaps this is due to that man also arriving here. The semi-complete Cell's gaze turned icy, his mind conjuring the image of Black Goku with a sinister grin. What do you mean by that? Cell questioned, confusion evident in his expression. Have you not sensed the presence of a formidable being arriving in this world? I believe you must have felt it, especially since he has already slain the 18th. The 18th. Suddenly, the aura emitted by Black Goku during the destruction of the android flashed in Cell's mind. That man. Cell clenched his fists, rage boiling within him. Given your expression, it seems you have recalled the situation. Let us join forces. That individual is exceedingly powerful, so powerful that even I, reborn, may not stand a chance against him. I require your assistance. The semi-complete Cell relinquished his foot from Cell, extending a hand in a gesture of camaraderie. Cell hesitated, casting a wary glance at the semi-complete Cell. Are you still concerned about my vengeance for your attack? Should you seek retribution, feel free to retaliate until you're satisfied. TCH, there is no need, it is merely self-inflicted. Regardless of your identity, as long as it can strengthen me, nothing else matters. Cell's face was etched with determination, revealing an unmistakable greed. Rest assured, you will undoubtedly grow stronger, even to the extent of achieving perfection. The semi-perfect being lifted Cell up. Are you truly not jesting? Absolutely not. I have been reborn, and it is not merely my strength that has increased, but my intellect as well. The semi-perfect being exuded confidence, as if orchestrating a grand strategy. Although Cell did not fully comprehend, he could sense that he was scheming something nefarious. Thus, the two Cells commenced their collaboration to defend the future's Final Z warrior. Chapter 34. Black Goku's deception after bidding farewell to Gohan and Trunks. Black Goku wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets of the future city. The urban night was rife with clamor. Even the presence of androids threatening the nation did not deter the resolve of certain merchants seeking profit. Contrary to Black Goku's expectations, he stumbled upon a street brimming with life and familial joy. Is it possible to find such scenes of harmony and prosperity in this environment? Reflecting on the android he had slain that morning, Black Goku cast a bewildered glance around him. His perplexed expression resembled that of a villager venturing into the metropolis for the first time, soon attracting the attention of some observant individuals. Before long, a man with a sharp visage approached him, exuding an air of familiarity. Is this your first time in such a place? You seem a bit out of place. Who are you? Does it concern you? Black Goku replied, his expression icy and unyielding. Oh my, you speak quite coldly. You must have some burdens weighing on you. But fear not. I know a few places that could alleviate your troubles. Would you be interested? Alleviate my troubles? What sort of place? Black Goku inquired. Follow me and you'll find out. I assure you it will be satisfying and even unforgettable. Curiosity piqued Black Goku. Intrigued by the prospect, did not refuse. Very well. Lead the way. With that, he followed the diminutive man, who resembled a rodent, through a series of narrow alleys until they arrived at a lavish bathhouse, adorned with vibrant lights and attended by several women dressed as bunny girls. What are you waiting for? The man beckoned to the group of bunny girls. Yes. The command was obeyed with the promptness of a royal decree, and soon the girls approached Black Goku with eager compliance. Bathhouse. This is the establishment you recommended? Black Goku focused intently on the grand structure, oblivious to the encroaching figures until he found himself surrounded by the enchanting women. Sir, you appear quite youthful. Are you even over 18? The skin is remarkably smooth. Is it due to skincare products? The body is quite robust, and the complexion is truly fair. In a moment, the stunning bunny girls leaned closer towards Black Wukong, who remained indifferent, feeling a wave of nausea instead. I have no fondness for the scent of women. Leave me be. Black Wukong's expression was frigid, exuding a domineering aura that repelled the beautiful bunny girls attempting to cozy up to him. With an air of disdain, he shot a glare at the women beside him. Upon witnessing the icy glare from Black Wukong, the once exuberant women instantly wilted, their eyes losing their playful and flirtatious glimmer. You lot, do you not know to take it slow? You nearly scared off my guest, fools. The men observing Black Wukong's disinterest in women swiftly attributed the situation to the bunny girls, deeming their overt advances as intimidating to the rural newcomer. Consequently, their remarks turned unpleasant. Although Black Wukong was not inclined towards women, he did not wish for others to bear the brunt of his demeanor. As he saw the men berating the persistent bunny girls, he immediately intervened. What are you bringing me here for? Is it merely to witness your insults? If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. There are guests. Please come inside. The men promptly altered their tone, encircling Black Wukong as he prepared to depart. Let us begin without waiting for my prompting. Yes, guests, please come in. With that, the men led Black Wukong into the bathing establishment, sparing the bunny girls from further scorn. Inside the bathing house, Black Wukong was met by another group of women awaiting him. This time, they were not bunny girls, but rather young maidens clad in JK uniforms. Welcome, master, they greeted, bowing in unison. It was indeed a bathing venue. Observing his surroundings, Black Wukong noticed the absence of any male company, raising his suspicions. Guest, please proceed to the front desk to complete the check-in, one of them prompted. Without overthinking or worrying about potential dangers, Black Wukong confidently approached the front desk, where a beautiful attendant was typing away on a computer, finalizing the necessary arrangements. Once the formalities were completed, Black Wukong began the changing process. Following the man's recommendation, he proceeded to the changing room. The process was swift, as he had minimal clothing and soon found himself completely disrobed. After changing, he followed the man to the male bathing center, only to find it oddly designated with a female symbol, and the men inside appeared somewhat diminished in masculinity. This was indeed a communal bathing area, with every door housing bathing supplies and showers. I understand now. I am aware of the path I must take and the actions I need to undertake. Thus you may leave. Oh, very well then. All the bathing supplies inside are complimentary. Wukong slowly withdrew, leaving Black Wukong alone to enter the male public bath. Upon stepping into the public bathing area, within a transparent door leading to a private shower stall, Black Wukong commenced his cleansing ritual. The complimentary shampoo, body wash, and towels were generously applied, followed by a rinse with warm water at 39 degrees. Ouch, that stings. Black Wukong gritted his teeth, a pained expression crossing his face as he gazed at the pattern on his chest, reminiscent of the radiant white halo behind the merged Zamasu. What could this subtly aching design signify? Curiosity compelled Black Wukong to touch it. As soon as he did, a sharp pain shot through his head. Ding! The host has a question. The system will provide clarification. The pattern on your chest signifies that you have unlocked the initial stage of the Wuzai Ji Gong badge. Wuzai Ji Gong. Am I not in a normal state? Currently, while the host appears to be in a normal state, the body still bears the aftereffects of the last activation of the Wuzai Ji Gong. Furthermore, it is essential to inform the host that Wuzai Ji Gong is not merely a form, but rather a realm that cannot be closed. Cannot be closed? Upon hearing this revelation, Black Wukong was momentarily at a loss. The enormity of the energy consumption associated with Wuzai Ji Gong flashed through his mind. If it cannot be closed, does that mean I will be in a constant state of energy depletion? Not all. Currently, the host's Wuzai Ji Gong in its normal state is merely a precursor. In simpler terms, it has not genuinely activated. Instead, it has transformed into a passive layer that enhances the host's combat prowess without consuming energy during typical circumstances. Only when the host actively and fully engages the initial stage of Wuzai Ji Gong will there be any energy expenditure. Passive activation incurs no cost. So, that implies not only will there be no energy depletion, but I can maintain Wuzai Ji Gong at will, anywhere and anytime. A glint of mischief flashed across Black Wukong's face. Indeed, however, the effectiveness compared to the official Wuzai Ji Gong is halved. As previously stated by the system, the effects of Wuzai Ji Gong depend on the host's inherent strength for augmentation. Thus, in the current state, its potency is diminished by half. How does this having manifest? Black Wukong inquired. The effects of Wuzai Ji Gong will be reduced from a 5-fold enhancement to a 25-fold enhancement. A halved effect, then? Would you care to explain why this touch causes pain? Black Wukong asked again. In accordance with the host's inquiry, the Wuzai Ji Gong is currently merging with the host's body. Due to the overwhelming strength of the ancient legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, the adaptation process for this fusion proves somewhat challenging. I see. Upon discerning the circumstances, Wukong ceased his inquiries and devoted himself to bathing. However, after a brief while, his attention was drawn to the unusually reflective showerhead. There must be something amiss, he thought, his expression turning wary as curiosity compelled him to dismantle the showerhead. Upon doing so, he discovered a waterproof miniature camera concealed within. Indeed, this establishment was far from reputable. Anger welled within him, yet he maintained an unsettling calm. Though he had not intended for matters to escalate in such a manner, it seemed today would mark their demise. A hint of malevolence flickered across his visage. Before long, Wukong completed his bath. Exiting the male washroom, he proceeded to the changing room, donned his attire, and made his way back to the front desk. Upon arrival, he found the man who had brought him here waiting expectantly. I am finished. How much do I owe you? Do these suffice? No need for change, he said, presenting several bills to the man, preparing to depart. However, just a few steps away, he was called back by the man. This is insufficient, my dear guest. This amount does not even cover the entrance fee. Excuse me? At the sound of the man's voice, Wukong halted in his tracks. I have given you nearly 600 yuan, and I have not requested any services whatsoever. 600 yuan barely covers the entrance fee, considering you have utilized our scrubbing lotion, shower gel, and bath towels, the man replied with a smirk. What do you mean? Wasn't it stated that the toiletries provided for bathing were complimentary? Wukong frowned. We offer free bathing, not scrubbing. You did use the toiletries while bathing, did you not? Oh, so you were spying on me, Wukong remarked, feigning ignorance. Of course not. Ahem. I mean no. The man quickly corrected himself. Then how do you know? Do you possess some divine sight? Wukong scoffed. Well, I certainly do not, but I merely observed that you appeared unusually pale. The crucial point is whether you used the scrubbing products. I could ascertain that by inspecting the bath towels in your washroom. The man reasoned, hesitating momentarily before formulating a retort. Feel free to check. Wukong replied nonchalantly. I advise you to admit your guilt quickly. Once the evidence arrives, you will have cause for regret. The man, irritated by Wukong's audacity, attempted to undermine his confidence. Yet Wukong remained unfazed, his tone growing increasingly disrespectful. And if I have, does your rule adhere to market standards? Who authorized such conduct? That is none of your concern. In any case, unless you pay us 10,000 yuan, you shall not leave today, the man declared arrogantly. 10,000 yuan for a bath. One might think I committed some heinous act. Even if I had it, I would not give you a single dime. Only a mere penny. Chapter 35. A righteous slaughter. Black Wukong pulled a coin from his pocket and flicked it straight into the man's face. The man didn't react in time. His eye was instantly struck, turning blue and white with pain. That single move completely enraged him. Fine. Fine. Since you refuse to take the hint, I'll spread the video of you bathing. When the time comes, your aunts, your uncles, your parents, your friends, co-workers, bosses, leaders, everyone will know. Let us see whether it feels better for me to fail to get 10,000 yuan, or for someone else to save 10,000 and end up utterly disgraced. We'll see who cries first. The video? You mean this? Black Wukong took out the miniature camera he had dismantled earlier. The camera? When did you? The man stared in shock. Let us see, then, who posts it faster, or who reports you faster. Idiot. Black Wukong stuffed the camera back into his pocket, turned around with a look of disdain, and prepared to leave. But after taking just one step, a large group of women in JK outfits formed a human wall in front of him. Faced with the scene, Black Wukong remained utterly dismissive. Blocking me? Do you think I took out the camera just to let you know I'm holding your leverage? I wanted to tell you. I'll confront you openly, and I'll walk out of here openly as well. Black Wukong's gaze sharpened. In an instant, an invisible gale blasted forward, scattering the hand-holding girls like leaves. When the wind subsided, everyone present was stunned. At the same time, Black Wukong was stunned as well. As the gale died down, an old, weather-worn wooden floorboard was ripped up by the force, flung into the air, revealing beneath it one corpse bag after another, each wrapped around a body. Black Wukong's eyes widened. He could clearly see that one of the body bags had a hole torn in it. Inside lay the figure of the mother and child he had encountered that very morning, the ones he had helped reunite with great difficulty. Thank you, Hero Wu. The girl's words echoed in Black Wukong's mind. Chapter 35. A righteous slaughter. What are you all standing around for? Get him. Take him down. At the man's command, a large group of burly men suddenly rushed out from a back door behind the front desk, charging toward Black Wukong. They carried all kinds of weapons, some even had guns. Black Wukong didn't even look at them. His attention remained fixed on the two figures he had met that morning, their heads exposed from the body bags beneath the floor. Thank you, Hero Wu Bang. A brute rushed up in front of Black Wukong, raised a metal rod, and smashed it down with all his strength. The blow landed squarely on Black Wukong's forehead, producing a loud clang. The rod itself was crushed flat. Idiot. You hit his head. Want that kill him? Then we'll have to wrap him up too, and we're running out of body bags, don't you know? Another man stepped forward and smacked the brute on the head. Just as everyone thought Black Wukong would be severely injured by that strike, he slowly turned his head, his face icy cold, and looked at them as if nothing had happened. Ding! The Super Saiyan bloodline from ancient legend and the initial sign stage of Ultra Instinct have successfully fused under the host's surging emotions. Bloodline Breakthrough Upgrade 1-3. The fundamental attributes of a normal state and all forms have increased by 4,000 times, while the deep form's basic attributes have risen to 5,500 times. As the sound faded, an unparalleled surge of energy welled up within Black Wukong, yet a sense of joy eluded him, fueled by the bloodline of anger. How ironic it is that a hero, who protects others, must witness their deaths to gain strength. Black Wukong let out a low, melancholic laugh. This scene left the approaching brawny men momentarily stunned, rendering them motionless. Has this lad been rendered senseless? What is he rambling about? Forget him. Let's take him down. Just as the muscular men conferred, Black Wukong's figure vanished abruptly, and upon reappearing, a life fell at his hands. Today marks the day of your demise, humans. With a wicked glint in his eyes, Black Wukong kicked the lifeless body of the brawny man before him and drew forth a sword of energy, forged from his own essence. What is that weapon in his hand? The onlookers gazed at the energy sword in bewilderment, but before they could comprehend, Black Wukong had already launched his assault. In an instant, carnage ensued, with flesh and blood flying, as Black Wukong showed no mercy in his slaughter. His speed was astonishing. Anyone, come and stop him. To seize power, speed, intelligence, and combat acumen from those weaker than you, and to consider it amusing? Then let me find some amusement as well. Black Wukong moved like a phantom, lunging towards the numerous brawny men, wildly swinging his energy sword. Swish, swish, swish. The energy sword, suffused with heat, caused the blood upon it to evaporate into white steam, beneath which countless bodies fell. Now it is your turn. Black Wukong glared at the women attempting to flee. We are innocent. We were also captured. Spare us. Innocence, feigning virtue, while luring one person after another into the abyss. Is this not your customary ruse? Spare me your insincerity. The time has come. Today is the day of your demise. With a concentrated gaze, Black Wukong erupted in a magenta aura. In that fleeting moment, the form of the protector transformed into the Super Saiyan magenta state. At this instant, Black Wukong unleashed the magenta not to protect, but to kill. The glimmering blade danced amidst the seemingly serene yet hellish brothel, filled with death and darkness. Please, spare me, spare us. The rabbit-eared hostesses outside quivered, gazing at the blood-soaked figure of Black Wukong, now resembling a crimson specter. The time has come. Today is the day of your demise. In the blink of an eye, Black Wukong extinguished the lives of all within his sight, sparing neither gender, staining the seemingly peaceful yet morally corrupt establishment with blood. Clang! With a dull thud, Black Wukong cleaved the sign of the bathhouse in two, boldly brandishing a blood-red energy sword as he re-entered the establishment. Don't kill me. Do you know who I am? I have the entire national army behind me. My father is the commander-in-chief of this nation. If you kill me, you won't survive. He gazed upon Black Wukong, who approached like a demonic figure, the weight of countless lives resting upon his sword. The man, short with a rat-like appearance, wore a mask of terror as he attempted to leverage his powerful connections. So you have a powerful father, Black Wukong replied with a calm smile. The man, mistaking Black Wukong's pause for leniency, became emboldened. Are you scared? My connections are formidable. Little did he know, such arrogance only ignited Black Wukong's fury further. Collusion between officials and businessmen, oppressing the common people. This is the so-called socialism of your minuscule nation? What a farce! All of you shall perish. A purer, rose-colored divine aura erupted within Black Wukong, and in an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan Rose 3. A flash of pink light enveloped him, his hair lengthening and spiking upwards, resembling a porcupine's quills, cascading down his back to the nape of his neck, while thickening at his temples and behind his ears. In mere moments, his hair reached the level of his chest, and with a primal roar, the true Super Saiyan Rose 3 emerged, the legendary warrior from ancient tales. Black Wukong's expression was frigid, his tone matching the chill. The rose light flickered around him, and the form of Super Saiyan Rose 3, with flowing hair, masked the menacing lack of eyebrows that marked his fierce visage. Who are you? The man stammered, fear radiating from him as he beheld Black Wukong's transformation, sensing the violent upheaval within. Regardless of your transformation, prepare to be obliterated before my weapon. The man drew a handgun from his pocket, aiming it at Black Wukong and pulling the trigger. Zing! Mind your hands, worthless scum. Before the trigger could be pulled, Black Wukong suddenly appeared before him, gripping his forearm tightly. How can you be so fast? What is the purpose of your existence? Why do wretches like you deserve to inhabit this beautiful world? Black Wukong's tone was frosty. Who are you to question me? You piece of trash? The man bellowed, desperately attempting to wrench free from Black Wukong's grasp. After several futile attempts, he realized that no amount of strength could pry himself from the unyielding grip of Black Wukong. Do you desire liberation? I shall grant it to you. Black Wukong raised the energy sword in his right hand high, then swung it towards the man's arm. As the sword descended, a fresh splash of crimson followed. Agonizing cries erupted from the man as pain coursed through his arm. Black Wukong remained impassive, disdainfully discarding the severed limb aside. Much of my tragic childhood was wrought by you dark forces. Losing an arm is but a fitting retribution for your kind. Crushing the energy sword in his right hand, Black Wukong sauntered towards the man. You dare to treat me this way? Listen closely should I survive this. I shall ensure that my father leverages his power to annihilate your entire lineage. The man shouted, desperately clutching his wound as he faced the advancing Black Wukong. Annihilate my lineage? Such grandiose claims. I must admit, I am quite curious. Do you even have a family? Are they aware of your current state? This is none of your business. Just remember this. You are doomed. Dare to share your name? Black Wukong. He replied coolly, remember it well. For I am the one who will extinguish everyone dear to you. What audacity! I shall see whether it is the strength of the nation or your powerless, provincial self that prevails. The man, clutching his severed arm, brimmed with confidence, believing that Black Wukong, a mere insignificant figure, could stir no waves against his vast power. Yet, before he could bask in his arrogance, a voice he longed to hear but dreaded in this moment pierced the air. "Daddy, what are you doing?" As the words fell, a mother and daughter appear behind the man, their presence unknown until now. "My dear, and my daughter, this is bad." The man sensed impending doom, turning swiftly, only to find that Black Wukong had vanished. "Huh, no, please do not harm my family. No, no." Terror-stricken, he turned back to see his wife and daughter, trembling with fear. Now, who is the villain? It has become quite unclear. A flash of magenta light flickered, and Black Wukong, with a sinister charm, wrapped his arms around the man's wife and daughter. Chapter 36. The Clash of Ironclad Justice and Evil. "Please no. My dear, Daddy, which do you prefer, a beautiful wife or a lovely daughter?" Black Wukong's voice turned low and menacing as he seized the necks of the pair, lifting them with brutal force. "Do not lay a hand on my family. You came for me. Let them go." The man shouted frantically. "I have stated my intention. I am here to eliminate those important to you. In my worldview, there is no room for peaceful resolutions, only absolute violence to eradicate evil." As he spoke, he intensified his grip on the woman he held in his left hand, tightening his hold around her throat. The sudden increase in force left the woman gasping for breath, her discomfort evident as she cast a desperate look towards her husband, pleading for salvation. "Please, my dear," she implored. "Spare them, I beg you." The man, overwhelmed with despair, fell to his knees, beseeching, "Please, answer my question. Whom do you prefer, your wife or your daughter? Tell me." The expression of Black Wukong remained frigid as he tightened his grip on the woman. With the surge of pressure, she began to froth at the mouth, her eyes rolling back in distress. "Mama." The young girl, caught in Black Wukong's grasp, began to weep uncontrollably, terrified. "Which do you favor more?" Black Wukong roared, relentlessly increasing the pressure around the woman's neck. As he intensified his grip once more, the woman's sense of suffocation escalated, and she began to tilt her head, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Witnessing this, the man panicked and hastily declared, "I love my wife more. I love her more than anything. Please spare her." His voice trembled as he finally provided Black Wukong with the answer he sought. "You prefer your beautiful wife, then? Why not say so sooner?" Suddenly, Black Wukong released his grip just as the woman was on the cusp of death, allowing her to return to the realm of the living. "Cough, cough. My dear." The man, disregarding his injuries, rushed to check on her as soon as she was freed. "How are you, dear? Speak to me." He gently slapped her bloodied face. "Husband." The woman stirred awake, though she was gravely weakened. "Thank goodness, you're all right." The man sighed in relief upon realizing she was safe, but his heart soon sank again. "Since you prefer your wife, the child need not exist." With an icy glare, Black Wukong seized the girl mercilessly. "What are you going to do? What do you want with my precious daughter?" The man's face contorted with fear. Black Wukong remained silent, his expression growing ever colder. "No, Daddy, please." Crack! A flash of cold light flickered as Black Wukong ruthlessly snapped the girl's neck, extinguishing the life of the 7-year-old in an instant. "Ah!" At that moment, silence enveloped the scene. The man's eyes widened in horror, while the woman gasped in disbelief. Black Wukong gently lowered the lifeless body of the girl, her vacant eyes staring into nothingness. "Now, I ask you once more, do you prefer yourself or your wife?" Black Wukong inquired with a sinister charm, flicking his wrist. "You beast!" The desire to embrace justice, masquerading as a violent outburst in the name of familial vengeance, reveals itself as a hypocritical facade of wickedness. Without mercy, the dark version of Wukong delivered a ruthless kick. Thud! The moment his foot struck, the man's fist was thwarted, and he was sent sprawling to the ground. Infuriatingly, the man attempted to rise, but the dark Wukong's hand lunged towards him, the grasp of a shadowy hand. Whoosh! Swiftly, the dark Wukong hoisted the man up and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. "My dear," amidst the woman's impotent screams, the man's face was battered beyond recognition, transforming his already gaunt features into a swollen, grotesque visage. "Are you feeling a bit more composed now?" The dark Wukong shook his bloodied hand. "Do you consider this justice?" The man's voice trembled as he spoke. "In stark contrast to your filthy malevolence, my sense of justice is noble and pure." The dark Wukong carelessly discarded the man as if he were refuse, then strolled towards the woman with an air of nonchalance. "What do you intend to do?" "Do not lay a hand on my wife. Come at me instead. You may torment me as you wish, I beg you." The man's face was a portrait of desperation. Yet the dark Wukong remained unmoved, callously seizing the woman as if she were mere trash, and pointed his index finger at her temple. Today marks the day you cease to draw breath. Please no. I implore you, do not harm my family. I beg you, spare her. The man screamed hoarsely. But the only reply was the sight of his wife succumbing to the dark Wukong's gentle yet fatal touch at her temple. Farewell, my husband. Ah! The man erupted into anguished tears, his sorrow spilling forth, flooding the ground beneath him. In response, the dark Wukong felt no sympathy. Rather, he coldly mocked him. You seem quite merry. It appears you were eager to witness your wife and daughter depart from this world. You are unforgivable, you scoundrel. What sort of justice is this? What kind of hero indiscriminately slaughters innocent lives? Is this the natural order of things? The man futilely pounded the ground, bellowing at the dark Wukong, his voice so loud that the tears streaming from his eyes trembled with every utterance. Innocent lives? Do you truly expect me to believe that a family steeped in malevolence and senseless killing could ever be virtuous? Human prejudice is like an immovable mountain. No amount of determination can shift an inch. I am acutely aware of humanity's sore compared to your filth. My justice is iron-blooded. Look carefully at the people you killed, the elderly, children, women, even pregnant women. You spared no one, not even infants, compared to your filthy evil. My iron-blooded justice is supremely noble. As he spoke, Black Wukong gathered a rose-pink key blast in his palm, aiming it straight at the man. Apologize to those you murdered. Damn it, impossible, I can't die here. I can't. The man exploded in panic, grabbing a stool beside him and hurling it at Black Wukong. That childish attack. Whoosh! Before the stool could even touch him, an invisible giant hand crushed it to pieces. By the time it reached Black Wukong, it had already turned to powder. Run! Without another word, the man turned and bolted, sprinting out of the bathhouse at full speed, clutching his arm as he fled outside. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as Black Wukong's key blast struck the direction the man was running. The man was so startled he nearly fell over, stumbling as he looked back at the massive explosion and the billowing smoke. Fear clogged his throat as he swallowed hard. No time to admire it. He knew exactly what would happen if he fell into Black Wukong's hands. He ran, desperately. No matter where you run, the result is the same. A figure walked out of the smoke. Whoosh! The dust was sucked away as if by an invisible vacuum, revealing an 80-meter-tall building that had been blown apart. At the same time, Black Wukong's godlike figure appeared, suspended in the dark sky. He stood in midair like a deity, arms crossed, gazing down coldly at the man below. The same man, now scrambling through the crowd, crashing into people in a pathetic attempt to escape. Whoosh! Black Wukong vanished. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind a man. Pretty fast. Keep it up. He casually patted the man on the shoulder. Aya! The man screamed, legs giving out as he fell headfirst to the ground. Seeing Black Wukong catch up, his whole body trembled like a rat facing a cat. In sheer terror, he wet himself. Get away from me. He scooped up a handful of sand and flung it at Black Wukong. Whoosh! The sand burst open in front of Black Wukong's face. He frowned and shut his eyes, clearly irritated. After a moment, he slowly opened them again. When his vision cleared, the man had already seized a middle-aged man, dragging him forward as a hostage. Don't come any closer. One more step and I'll kill him. The man shouted, face pale with panic. Threatening me? Ha! Black Wukong chuckled coldly. Figures. You villains really do have no bottom line. Though honestly, you should grabbed a pretty woman or a handsome guy as a hostage. That might have earned you some sympathy from the onlooking crowd. Taking an ugly middle-aged man hostage? The fairy girls and pretty boys won't care at all. Energy gathered once more in Black Wukong's palm as he mercilessly aimed at both the man and the hostage in front of him. The scene stunned the surrounding onlookers, who had been filming with their phones. What are you doing? Don't tell me you're going to... The man realized the dire situation, but it was too late. The energy emitted by Black Wukong surged forth. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, the shockwave from Black Wukong's attack exploded towards the man and the hostages before them, as well as towards the spectators. A chilling scream echoed through the air, and none present were spared. All were struck by Black Wukong's powerful energy wave, some meeting their demise, while others were grievously injured, with a few even reduced to nothing before they could share their experiences on social media. You scoundrel! The man cried, clutching his abdomen where his broken ribs ached painfully. How could you disregard the safety of the hostages and launch an attack that endangered us all? Do you have no sense of public morality? A bystander, rendered helpless and unable to move, lashed out in fury at Black Wukong. In the pursuit of justice, sacrifices must be made. Shouldn't you reflect on why you were harmed? Black Wukong retorted coldly. It is merely a matter of your own willingness to endure such consequences. If you die, it is only fitting. The man attempted to counter the argument, but a mere glance from Black Wukong silenced him. I did not compel you to witness this, nor did I ask you to stand so close. Your own vile curiosity and desire for sensationalism led you here. Should you blame the chaos of battle for the consequences you face? Black Wukong's indifference was palpable as he surveyed the distant spectators 200 meters away. You, the man began, but his words were cut short as a swift strike from Black Wukong claimed his life on the spot. Within a minute, the 108th onlooker had perished at Black Wukong's hands. Individuals like you seem to have little purpose in life. Your existence bears no significance. Akin to mine as an unwitting agent of harm. Whether you live or die is inconsequential. Black Wukong glared at all the strangers present. Many felt discontent towards Black Wukong, but dared not voice it, well aware of how the populace responded to such audacity. To avoid provoking him further, the gathered crowd fell silent. How infuriating! I refuse to perish here. A loud shout emanated from the man, gritting his teeth as he bore the pain of his fractured ribs and fled towards the rear. Black Wukong pursued him relentlessly, and the two engaged in a frantic chase that led them to a women's restroom. Chapter 37. Absolute Justice. I must escape. I cannot be caught. If I am, it will be my end. I will surely die. The man fled in terror, inadvertently stumbling into the women's restroom, his poor eyesight betraying him. You sure can run, came Black Wukong's voice, chilling him to the core. He has caught up to me. Panic-stricken, the man frantically searched for a place to hide, glancing towards the series of individual stalls to his left. Ignoring whether they were occupied, he yanked on the handles of the restroom doors one after another. Who is it? Such a lack of decency. Are you trying to get yourself killed? My brother is playing basketball right now, and you've startled me. Do you even deserve to be here? Let me down again and again. How do you plan to die? What are you doing? Can't you see someone else in here? Idiot. Damn it. FK off. Your whole family raised dogs like you. Listening to the curses coming one stall after another as he tried to pull doors open, the man's face twisted with rage, but he didn't dare waste time. He kept searching frantically for an empty stall. Finally, after having his ancestors insulted more times than he could count, hope appeared, the very last stall. No time to think. The man dove inside and slammed the door shut. At that exact moment, Black Wukong walked over at an unhurried pace, a blade of key forming in his hand. Hiding in the women's restroom? That's a pretty nasty habit. Black Wukong rolled his neck and swaggered inside. Hearing a man's voice, the women using the restroom were startled. As the footsteps drew closer, some thought a pervert had broken in and were about to start cursing. But the next second, SHHKK. Here, Black Wukong stabbed his key blade straight through the first stall door. With that thrust, the woman inside, mid-business, nearly lost control as her bowels clenched. The blade stopped just 1 centimeter from her body. Aya! The woman screamed at the top of her lungs. Not this one. Black Wukong pulled the blade back, then slammed his fist into the door. Bam! One punch blasted a hole clean through the stall door, perfectly sized for Black Wukong to see the terrified face inside. Seeing it wasn't he the man, Black Wukong looked apologetic. Sorry, my bad. He withdrew his fist, turned, and walked toward the second stall. This one. Black Wukong suddenly snapped his head around and smashed his face straight into the door. Inside the second stall, the woman was still watching a drama on her phone, laughing happily, completely unaware of what was about to happen. Brother, I love you. Yes, jump like that. Crash. With a deafening bang, Black Wukong smashed the door open with his face, glaring viciously inside. Aya! The woman was terrified. Before she could even finish swearing, before the basketball scene on her phone could end, she fainted on the spot. Not this one either. Black Wukong pulled his head back and, completely unfazed, continued greeting stall after stall. Somehow, along the way, he even earned praise. Girls complimented him so much his face turned red. This is the last one. Black Wukong stopped in front of the final stall and rolled his neck. Damn it, it's over. Behind the door, the man swallowed hard, backing up against the cold tiled wall in terror. Under his gaze, Black Wukong stood before the door, calmly sizing it up. I've run into dead ends again and again because of you, Black Wukong said, cracking his knuckles. So how do you plan to die? He raised the keyblade and swung it down toward the door. The man's heart leapt into his throat. Just as he thought this was the end, a sudden voice rang out. We received a report of a violent thug threatening others in the women's restroom. Could it be you? Raise your hands. Several police officers entered the restroom, guns drawn, aiming at the menacing figure of Black Wukong. Ah, the hero of justice. With a wicked grin, Black Wukong conjured a razor-sharp energy blade, shattering the air as he raised his hands in surrender. Arrest him. Did he escape? The man behind the door sighed in relief. But in the next moment, what are you doing? Are you attacking an officer? Stop your actions, or What is happening? Hearing the commotion outside, the man curiously leaned closer to the door. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as a purple energy blade pierced the door, mere millimeters from his face. Drip! The blade sliced his cheek, causing him to recoil in fear. Realizing the blade was almost touching him, he screamed and stumbled back. The blade retracted, revealing Black Wukong's menacing face, twisted in a sinister grin. Oh, so you are here, my dear. The man was paralyzed with terror, sobbing as he looked at Black Wukong's bloodthirsty face through the door's crack, his diaper soaked in fear. Upon confirming that the man inside was indeed a coward, a glint of malice crossed Black Wukong's features. Since it's you, it's worth it. He discarded the 2 police officers he had incapacitated and raised his energy blade, thrusting it toward the restroom door once more. Each strike sent the man into a state of utter panic. Please, spare me. Don't kill me. Bang. Someone save me. Help. The man's cries echoed throughout the women's restroom, causing the women who were using the facilities to tremble in fear. As the sounds of the door being shredded by Black Wukong's relentless attacks filled the air, accompanied by the man's terrified screams, some could no longer bear it. They hastily pulled up their pants and fled. Hearing the commotion, Black Wukong glanced over, and upon realizing they were not officers, he returned his focus to the door. Intent on his target, one by one, the women escaped, leaving only Black Wukong and the frightened man behind. With no regard for restraint, Black Wukong, eyeing the fleeing figures, turned back to the door and delivered a powerful blow. In an instant, a gaping hole appeared, and the man and Black Wukong locked eyes. The fears of man collided with the sinister allure of Black Wukong, separated only by a dilapidated wooden door. Soon, it would be the moment of your demise. Black Wukong regarded his hand, charged with energy blades, with a wicked expression. Please, spare me, the man pleaded. Do you believe that to be possible? With a forceful kick, Black Wukong burst through the wooden door, charging at the man. A cold gleam flashed as he swung the energy blade down upon him. Yet in that instant, no blood gushed forth. Only the image of a hardened projectile cleaved in two. A thunderous roar erupted, and a blinding light flickered before the eyes of both the man and Black Wukong, as the restroom was obliterated. Indeed, this was the place. Was it excessive to use a cannon against mere thugs? Just what was the necessity of such force? As the echoes of conversation faded, an armed SWAT team emerged from the distance. A cloud of dust ascended as the fully armed officers gazed upon the scene, the debris swirling into the heavens, gradually enveloping the surroundings. Employing cannon fire to eliminate assailants hardly resembled the actions of socialist champion of justice. It was more akin to the methods of an imperialistic royal army. A flash of magenta light illuminated the scene as Black Wukong, his attire slightly soiled, approached, dragging the charred remains of the man. The magenta aura swirled around him, captivating all in attendance. Remarkably, he appeared unscathed. Infuriatingly, was his resilience akin to that of an android? A throng of SWAT officers stood in shock. Surrender immediately. Raise your hands and cease all resistance. This is your final warning, you villain who dares challenge the law. One officer shouted at Black Wukong. Law? Huh. If I so desire, I am the law. Black Wukong retorted with a devilish grin, casually discarding the man's burnt corpse. Wait, is that the figure? You have slain the son of the nation's military governor. In that case, let this villain learn the might of justice. Fire. With that command, a swarm of officers raised their weapons, aiming at Black Wukong. The backstage dealings of collusion between government and business. Do they constitute justice? Black Wukong's expression turned icy as he began to harness his energy. The blade in his hand extending with his fury, gradually transforming into a colossal scythe. Sniper. At the signal, bullets rained mercilessly upon Black Wukong. Today marks your end, he declared, tightening his grip on the scythe and casually swinging it towards the SWAT officers. In an instant, the magenta light engulfed the bullets, shrouding the officers in its brilliance. The vibrant glow surged forth, rendering the night increasingly tumultuous. Chapter 38. The Treaty Surrounding Black Wukong. In the Central Conference Hall, following years of devastation wrought by the androids, the 645th meeting convened, where the king addressed the people. Good evening, esteemed figures of the political realm and valiant defenders of our nation. In the vast central conference hall, a row of prominent political figures from across the nation gathered, including various officials, governors, mayors, and even higher-ranking dignitaries. They were seated alongside illustrious military personnel, their esteemed status rendering them akin to local tyrants in the eyes of the common folk, veritable gangsters wielding considerable influence. Yet before the true sovereign, they appeared as docile as children, and none dared to mock them, for mockery had already been buried in the ground. Emperor Harin commenced his address before an array of microphones, cameras, and reporters from state media, articulating his views on the extensive destruction wrought by artificial beings upon cities and the ensuing economic, demographic, and infrastructural losses across provinces. His words were laden with feigned concern and empathy for the populace, yet his tone suggested a desire for expediency, displaying an utter indifference towards the existence or demise of these artificial beings, exuding an air of nonchalance. It was as if he believed that as long as he remained unharmed, the plight of the people was of little consequence, and should matters spiral beyond control, he could simply call upon his father for resolution, treating the lives of the commoners with a disdainful disregard. Within less than half an hour, he concluded his speech, appearing somewhat forgetful as his gaze inadvertently drifted to the notes on the podium. This prompted considerable dissent among some attendees, who yearned to confront the emperor's bodyguard, lamenting the emperor's preoccupation with discharging nuclear waste into the sea rather than addressing pressing matters. Nonetheless, a greater number shared the emperor's apathetic perspective, prioritizing their own comfort and security until retirement, after which they could enjoy the benefits bestowed by the state. Such nonchalance towards national affairs is difficult to reconcile with the notion that these individuals are the creme de la creme, the elite of society, who have received higher education. The emperor concluded with a pledge of the state's commitment to act on behalf of the people, assuring them that one day, all perpetrators harming the populace would face justice. After his address, he bowed before the cameras, eliciting applause from the audience. Amidst the clapping of officials and military personnel, the emperor once again painted a transparent picture of hope for the 645th time. Once the speech was over, all prominent figures, including the emperor himself, dispersed, returning to their respective homes. In the long corridor, the emperor, appearing fatigued, remarked, "The speech has finally concluded. You must be exhausted from such an intense 30-minute address. Allow your subordinates to give you a shoulder massage shortly," replied Commander-in-Chief Fan Dai, who accompanied the emperor. "Indeed, my shoulders have been aching lately," he responded, and the two entered the closed presidential suite. As the doors swung open, they stepped inside cheerfully, only to immediately retreat. "You have returned?" Inside the room, the usual figure of Black Wukong was munching on an apple, trampling upon various prominent individuals, including the commander of the Navy from the Ministry of Defense and the commander of the Army, along with governors from major cities who wielded significant power. Surrounding the emperor were elite protectors, each distinguished in their own right, yet all found themselves treated as mere ground beneath Black Wukong's feet. What transpired? Emperor Fei Ren stood in utter bewilderment, gazing at the familiar faces before him, then shifting his gaze to the imposing figure of the Black Sun Wukong, who nonchalantly crushed them beneath his feet while munching on an apple. "How dare you attempt to assassinate an emperor? Such audacity! Just watch how I deal with you." "Stand down, my lord governor," he commanded. Just as Governor Fan Dai reached for his sidearm, the two commanders of the naval and land forces intervened, calling out to him. "What are you two shouting about? And how did you end up tied up like this? Don't even mention it. It's all this brat's doing. He is utterly inhuman, single-handedly incapacitating the entire national defense system of our land and sea forces. Indeed, he has annihilated the entire central garrison, and now the central command has lost contact with the nation." "What? Are you two jesting?" Hearing the words of the two most authoritative figures in defense, Governor Fan Dai was skeptical and immediately dialed the phone of a prominent defense official. "I'm sorry, the line is currently unavailable." "Damn it, try another one." Initially doubtful, Fan Dai continued dialing, but as the incessant sound of unanswered calls echoed from the receiver, an icy dread gripped him. Could it truly be? Listening to the persistent silence on the line, Governor Fan Dai finally conceded the truth, his gaze turning vacantly towards the Black Sun Wukong, who continued to leisurely nibble on his apple. "Can we sit down and have a proper conversation, esteemed gentlemen?" As he finished the last bite of his apple, Wukong discarded the core and boldly placed his legs upon the waist of a provincial governor. Then, reclining on a multi-million-dollar sofa, he displayed a flagrant disregard for the emperor and the governor, two figures that could instill fear across the nation. This monkey. Fan Dai was infuriated but resigned himself to finding a seat on the sofa. However, just as he was about to settle down, Wukong spoke up. Kneel, you. With a swift motion, Fan Dai stood up, ready to unleash his fury, but in an instant, a forceful strike brought him crashing down to his knees. What have you done to me, you insignificant creature? Clutching his wounded chest, Fan Dai glared at Wukong, fully aware of his mischief. Unfazed, Wukong diverted his attention to Emperor Fei Ren. I dislike seeing you seated, so will you kneel? With a mocking grin, Wukong slowly retrieved a transparent box filled with evidence of corruption involving various political figures, playing with it before the emperor. A total of 645 individuals. Take a good look for yourself. He tossed the box towards Fei Ren, then reclined comfortably on the sofa, seeking relaxation. 645 individuals. Hearing Wukong's words, Emperor Fei Ren curiously opened the box and began scanning the white papers within, one after another. As Black Wukong stated, within lie 645 irrefutable pieces of evidence concerning corrupt figures in the political realm, each inscribed with inescapable guilt, each containing unredeemable malevolence. Every document bears the weight of profound wrongdoing, with no semblance of lightness, only deeper, more insidious sins. Gazing at each damning piece of evidence, Emperor Fei Ren appeared utterly astonished. Where did you procure this? Evidence against 645 individuals? He inquired. Through love, the power of love, replied Black Wukong. A look of rapture adorning his face as he gently caressed the bound and bruised figure of a provincial governor from first-tier city, whose left eye was swollen and right eye blinded, teeth reduced to mere remnants encased in plaster. Love. The sight of Black Wukong's tender touch on the governor elicited an expression of disbelief from Emperor Fei Ren as he regarded him. I compelled them to confess their wickedness through love, without ever resorting to brutalizing them or swinging them like a pendulum. Pure love and my genuine emotions softened the malice within them, did they not? Black Wukong smiled at the governor before him. Indeed, Lord Black Wukong, your gentleness is unmatched. I have come to recognize my own errors, and thus I willingly submit to the punishment of the state. Everything stated is entirely of my own volition, Lord Black Wukong. You did not force me to bungee jump from the summit of Everest, the governor asserted. See? Black Wukong turned to the bewildered Emperor Fei Ren. Beneath Black Wukong's feigned smile, the emperor discerned the governor silently shedding tears in the shadows. Then, what is your true intention behind all this? Surely, it cannot be solely for the purpose of having me punish them. There must be ulterior motives at play, Emperor Fei Ren expressed, his unease hinting at the complexity of the situation. As anticipated, matters were far from straightforward. Apologize to me for disrupting my tranquil existence, for preventing me from enjoying a peaceful slumber, and swear allegiance to me alone. Black Wukong's smile vanished, his gaze turning icy. Swear? Apologize? Emperor Fei Ren was taken aback. The audacity of Black Wukong demanding an apology from a figure of his stature nearly left him speechless. In that moment, the dignity of a monarch surged within him. But just as he prepared to voice his refusal, the ensuing scene left an indelible mark on his memory. Yuan. General Fan Dai suddenly rose, disregarding his grievous wound, seizing a nearby chair and charging at Black Wukong to strike. Fool! Experienced the sensation of being struck by a Barrett. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Fan Dai's left leg was shattered at the knee, sending him crashing to the ground before Black Wukong. The agony radiating from his knee rendered Fan Dai powerless to resist, the chair he had raised falling from his hands as he sank to the ground once more. Control your hands, you worthless trash, came the disdainful admonition. Suddenly, Black Goku teleported before Fan Dai, roughly seizing him by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. You little ant. He taunted, yet Fan Dai remained disdainful. Who is truly the ant here? Is it not a display of arrogance to look down upon others, relying solely on one's strength? Black Goku scoffed. You are no different from your son. My son? You know my son? Fan Dai retorted, incredulous. Not just know him. Our relationship is quite intimate. I am the benefactor who sent him to suffer in hell. Black Goku replied with a mocking grin. Did you kill my child? Fan Dai's voice trembled with sudden fury. This seemed to amuse Black Goku greatly, as he began to elaborate on his deeds with relish. I arrived here solely because of your son. He thought he could kill me, believing I was a mere insignificant ant without power or influence. The result? He perished in my hands, more accurately, at the hands of justice. If you wish to see him again, you must descend to hell. You bastard! Fan Dai, filled with rage, broke free from Black Goku's grip fists clenched, lunging towards him. The outcome was inevitable. With a resounding thud, before Fandai could land a punch, Black Goku struck him squarely on the jaw. The impact sent the man's teeth scattering like corn kernels across the ground. "Oh, my teeth. Fandai cried in despair. Are you curious about how your son met his end? Or perhaps you are not interested in the fate of those he left behind. His children, his wife, and his mother. What do you think happened to them?" Fandai, clutching his bleeding lips, glared at Black Goku with a twisted expression. "I dealt with them," Black Goku began, and a vivid image flashed. An elderly woman with her throat slit, collapsing to the ground while a woman and a maid huddled together in terror, watching the horror unfold. "Run, you fools." As the words left his mouth, the maid snapped back to reality, grabbing the woman and fleeing towards the door. "Today marks the end for you. Families of evildoers." Black Goku grinned malevolently, unleashing a blade of energy towards the defenseless women. The scene returned to the present, with Black Goku reveling in the recounting of how he infiltrated Fandai's home, systematically slaughtering his mother, wife, and maid without sparing a single soul. "What do you call this heroism?" Fandai seethed, his teeth gritted as he glared at Black Goku, yearning to strike back but knowing he stood no chance against him. All he could do was suppress his fury and hatred, biding his time for the day Black Goku would pay dearly for his sins. Yet, Black Goku seemed intent on denying him that opportunity, stepping closer with a sinister smile. "Since you cherish their memories so much, perhaps you should join them. You perpetrator of countless innocent deaths." As the cold light flashed, Black Wukong swiftly unleashed a devastating air blade. "Swish! Quickly dodge!" the Emperor Fei Ren urged. But it was too late. Blood gushed forth as Fandai's throat was slashed, and before a scream could escape her lips, her eyes rolled back as she departed this world, leaving her family behind. Witnessing this horrific scene, even the Emperor Fei Ren felt a surge of fear. He watched as blood sprayed from Fandai's neck, pooling on the ground, while Black Wukong stood there, his expression devoid of emotion. As Black Wukong approached, his face smeared with blood, the Emperor, despite his exalted status, felt a profound dread settling in his heart. "Do not kill me, do not kill me. I am willing to offer you half the kingdom and the terrifying position that comes with it." Black Wukong remained silent, advancing at a leisurely pace with the air blade still in hand. "I will grant you half the kingdom's wealth and ensure you receive 50% of the nation's income each year." Upon hearing this, Black Wukong continued to say nothing. "Is it that you're determined to kill me? Please spare my life. I am but a naive soul, unaccustomed to the ways of the world." The Emperor, in his terror, crawled backward in a panic. "Wait, I apologize. Did you not say you would allow me to establish a treaty of non-aggression?" "Sir, I promise you. No matter what laws you break or what you do within this country, no one will interfere. In the eyes of this nation, you are the strongest being, not just in my realm, but in the entire world." As he spoke, the Emperor dared not look at Black Wukong, who was drawing ever closer, his icy demeanor making him cover his face in fear. "If only you had stated this earlier, we could have avoided such calamities." "Son Wukong." "No, Black Wukong, swear an oath." With that, Black Wukong crushed the air blade and ceased his pursuit. "You're not going to kill me? How splendid." The Emperor Fei Ren finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet he remained cautious, immediately straightening up and kneeling before Black Wukong, his expression grave. He began to deliver an impromptu speech, his tone even more resonant than when he addressed his people with grand promises. His demeanor reflected genuine emotion, devoid of any trace of nonchalance. Imperial Feirein. Pledge on behalf of the nation and its people that from this day forth, the laws of the land shall not apply to Mr. Black Wukong. From this day, XX year, XX month, XX day onward, we shall never interfere with him." The Emperor vowed, urging future generations of emperors, his descendants, to remember this oath as a guiding principle. As Emperor Fei Ren continued to speak, Black Wukong listened attentively. The Emperor spoke at length, delivering what could be likened to 1,000 words, yet he showed no signs of fatigue, fearing to appear dismissive before Black Wukong. Sensing the sincerity in the Emperor's words, Black Wukong decided to halt the Emperor's fervent oration, allowing him a chance to rest. "Very well, I accept your speech. I do not care who knows of this agreement. As long as those in power are aware, I trust you will abide by this treaty. For I assume your nation does not wish to experience a night like this again?" Indeed, Emperor Hiren lowered his head, visibly anxious. Splendid." Black Goku remarked with a satisfied expression. "Remember what I told you, and how you should handle the gift I gave you. I hope you keep it in mind." Black Goku turned to leave, but suddenly halted and tossed a small switch to Emperor Hiron. What is this? Hiron asked, his face etched with tension as he caught the switch. It is the control switch for all nuclear weapons in your nation. I paired it with the locations where I concealed the nuclear arsenal in your country. This is your birthday gift from me. If I recall correctly, today marks your special day. Happy birthday, huh? Upon hearing this, Emperor Hiron nearly fainted, his eyes rolling back as if his soul had departed. If I hadn't delivered my speech properly earlier, the consequences could be dire. Hiron, filled with dread, reflected on the potential crisis that could ensue should the switch fall into the wrong hands. Thus, a night of unprecedented humiliation, unrecorded in either history or folklore, forged a disgraceful treaty that respected Black Goku's personal freedom on this dark night in the nation. Chapter 39. Just a little boy as the peaceful night faded. A beautiful day began anew. Atop a cliff, Trunks urged, "Hurry up, Gohan. Today's training is about to commence." With excitement, he pulled Gohan along. Hey, slow down. I'm carrying something," Gohan replied, carefully following Trunks while cradling a bundle of clothes. In a synchronized pace, they soon reached their destination. They had arrived early, just as dawn broke, prepared for their training. However, Black Goku had reached the spot even earlier. To their eyes, his silhouette was already present, his clothes slightly damp as if he had arrived before the break of dawn. As the sun cast its rays upon Black Goku's face, he relished the warmth. Turning to face Trunks and Gohan, who had just reached the summit. "Are you ready to train?" Black Goku asked in a low tone. "Yes, we're ready," Trunks replied energetically. "But before we begin, please accept this garment," Gohan said, stepping forward and presenting a neatly folded black martial arts uniform. "Clothes?" Black Goku inquired. Curiosity piqued as he accepted the outfit. Upon inspection, he noted that it was identical to the one he wore, except that the back lacked the patch of the character Goku that had been damaged in battle. Fortunately, the heart emblem on the chest bore the same character. "You made this?" he asked, admiring the fabric. "It's quite nice." "It wasn't me, it was Aunt Bulma. She crafted it by hand." "Bulma? Why is she knitting clothes for me?" "Wait, did you tell her about my situation?" The expression on Black Goku's face suddenly turned serious, and his hand, which had been stroking the robe, gradually came to a halt. "Aunt Bulma is unaware. It was I who noticed a tear in the sleeve of your garment and took the liberty to craft a piece for you. Unfortunately, my clumsiness caught Aunt Bulma's attention, and thus she assisted me in completing this robe. I hesitated to inform her, fearing it might cause you unnecessary trouble. So I refrained from sewing your father's character onto the back of the robe." "I didn't know that," Black Goku replied, his vigilance subsiding. As he caressed the robe in his hands, he felt a sense of delight, akin to a prince chosen by a princess or a knight selecting a fitting weapon. Eagerly, he sought refuge behind a tree to don the new attire. After a brief change, the freshly garbed Black Goku stood before Gohan and Trunks. Although his demeanor remained unchanged, the two were nonetheless taken aback by his new appearance. "I shall wear this robe for our training," Black Goku declared with enthusiasm, swiftly assuming a combat stance. "All right, I am ready," Gohan responded, mirroring the fighting pose. A smirk flickered across Black Goku's face as he commenced the second day of his rigorous training with Gohan. The sun shone upon the earth, illuminating the familiar clash of black and gold figures. During this time, Black Goku and Gohan had exchanged blows hundreds of times. "Look out, Uncle Black Goku!" Gohan exclaimed, positioning himself behind Black Goku and unleashing a Kamehameha wave. The blue light surged forth, racing towards Black Goku with the intent to engulf him entirely. A commendation for his growing focus was in order. Suddenly, Black Goku vanished from sight. "Where'd he go?" Gohan exclaimed, his head swiveling in search of Black Goku's figure. "Here!" Black Goku reappeared behind Gohan, tightening his fist and preparing to strike from a distance. Is he attacking from so far away? Has he lost his focus? Surely Uncle Black Goku wouldn't employ such futile tactics. Realizing the imminent danger, Gohan swiftly raised his arm in defense. Just as he anticipated, Black Goku launched an unexpected energy attack. A scythe-like slash descended, inflicting 2 deep gashes on Gohan's arm, causing blood to flow profusely and pool around him. "Your perception of energy has certainly improved, Gohan," Black Goku remarked with interest. It was not merely an enhancement of his energy sensing. Rather, Gohan had developed an instinct during his battles with Black Goku, allowing him to anticipate that the previous strike was more than a simple punch. Experience in combat, perhaps? Although your perception of energy hasn't heightened, your combat experience is commendable. Black Goku maintained a neutral stance regarding Gohan's growth, neither entirely approving nor disapproving. Let us conclude today's training, Black Goku declared, swiftly landing and halting Gohan's training. Is that all? Gohan, momentarily bewildered, initially thought he had misheard, but gradually accepted the reality upon witnessing Black Goku's descent. Trunks, harboring skepticism regarding the abrupt end to the training, began to compare it with the exhaustive session from the previous day, revealing a stark contrast. Gohan remained unaware of Black Goku's thoughts but complied with his command, reverting to his normal state as he touched down. No sooner had Gohan's feet met the ground than Black Goku appeared at the spot where Gohan had been, raising his hand to the heavens and striking the air with force. In an instant, he dispersed the ominous rain clouds overhead, revealing a boundless azure sky devoid of any clouds. Gohan and Trunks exchanged puzzled glances, questioning Black Goku's peculiar actions. Why was Uncle Black Goku striking the sky? Trunks scratched his head in confusion. Did he have an issue with the clouds? Before they could ponder further, a helicopter, pregnant with smoke, plummeted from the sky, hurtling straight towards Black Goku. With remarkable speed, he extended his hand and caught it single-handedly, brazenly placing his hand on the door and forcefully tearing it open to extract the startled pilot within. I've held my patience long enough. Did you think I was oblivious? I gave you a chance to escape, foolishly seeking your own demise. Black Goku hurled the terrified pilot to the ground, then swiftly bifurcated the helicopter, gently retrieving a struggling young boy born from the chaos within. Help! Help! The pilot cried desperately, flailing in midair. Observing the perilous situation, Gohan acted swiftly, catching the pilot and safely guiding him back to the ground. You've been soaring through the skies for ages, and I ignored you, thinking you were simply lost, Black Goku remarked as he landed, cradling the young boy while confronting the pilot with a fierce glare. Devil! The pilot exclaimed in terror, scrambling away from Gohan as he caught sight of Black Goku's menacing demeanor. However, the moment his feet touched the ground, he was tripped by an unseen force. Tumbling clumsily. What is the matter, Uncle Black Goku? Why are you so furious? Gohan inquired, perplexed by Black Goku's rage. Look for yourself, see what he brought. With that, Black Goku tossed the young boy in front of Gohan. As Gohan reached out to catch him, he was nearly overwhelmed by the boy's unexpected weight. So heavy. What is this? Gohan exclaimed, bewildered. A young boy, Black Goku replied with calm assurance. A young boy? Huh? Cradling the seemingly weighty child in his arms. Gohan finally comprehended the fury of Black Goku. Trunks, who had never encountered such a sight before, was taken aback upon hearing Black Goku refer to the immense being in Gohan's embrace as a little boy. Well, little boy, does he still require an airplane for gestation at such a size? Black Goku, rendered speechless, felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he listened to Trunks' audacious remarks. Ouch, that hurts. The pilot slowly rose, appearing to be in considerable pain, as he gingerly straightened his back. However, just as the pilot regained his posture, Black Goku delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing back to the ground. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The pilot grimaced, gritting his teeth in agony. Black Goku remained indifferent, reflecting on the grim possibility that had he reacted even a moment later, the child might not have been born through a cesarean section, but rather through natural birth. Enraged, he summoned a blade of energy in his hand, aiming it menacingly at the man's neck. What are you planning to do? Are you going to kill me? That question should be posed to you. Answer me. Who sent you to cultivate mushrooms? Black Goku's expression turned cold, as the energy blade began to pulsate with a torrent of purple flames. Chapter 40, Maturity. Gohan. Mushrooms? Where? I absolutely adore mushrooms. Where can I find them? The pilot attempted to feign ignorance, yet under Black Goku's chilling gaze, his ruse quickly unraveled. If you do not confess honestly, I shall sever your head. Black Goku raised the energy blade, preparing to strike down upon the pilot. Terrified, the pilot fell to his knees, confessing everything. I'll tell you everything. It was His Majesty the Emperor who commanded me. Please spare my life. I was coerced into this. I am not the mastermind. Just as Black Goku was about to retort, the pilot hastily changed his tune. Mr. Black Goku, you misunderstand His Majesty. He is not targeting you. Rather, he is focused on the recent rampant destruction caused by a certain monster in the West. A monster? Besides me? Who else could be considered a monster in the eyes of your Emperor? Androids? I believe your intelligence network has already informed you of their demise. Speak the truth. Black Goku's skeptical demeanor radiated a frigid intensity as he raised the energy blade towards the pilot's throat once more. It's true. I was merely circling above out of curiosity. It's not as you think. The nuclear bomb was also meant for the West. If you don't believe me, look at the decree in my pocket. As the pilot spoke, he promptly produced a golden scroll resembling a royal edict from his pocket. Intrigued by the object in the pilot's hand, Black Goku snatched it away and scrutinized it for confirmation. Upon unfurling the scroll and observing its contents, which corroborated the pilot's claims, the murderous intent within Black Goku dissipated. Is sacrificing the remaining population of over 20,000 in the West truly the strategy you have devised for the greater good? Black Wukong, unsatisfied, crushed the energy blade and disdainfully inquired, "Ah, my apologies. I am merely here to execute a task and cannot provide you with answers." Indeed. You are but a mere task executor. There is no point in pressing you for information. Return, I shall handle this matter, Black Wukong commanded, tossing the scroll back to the pilot with a grand gesture. You will take charge? Pardon, Lord Black Wukong. Are you truly going to take action? The pilot stammered nervously. Lord Black Wukong? Is this what your emperor instructed you to call me? Black Wukong's piercing gaze fell upon him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the pilot quickly altered his tone. No. It is merely my belief that you deserve such respect. It is in no way a directive from the emperor. After a moment of silence, Black Wukong replied, "Very well, take the nuclear bomb back. The monsters you intend to combat cannot be resolved with a nuclear weapon. Rather than wasting time on dismantling a weapon meant for national protection, you should focus on how to alleviate the suffering of those caught in this conflict. Your aircraft was inadvertently destroyed by me, and I shall personally visit your emperor to apologize in due time. But for now, I am rather occupied, and I hope you can grant me some time." No need for apologies, Lord Black Wukong. Your decision not to pursue this matter is a great fortune for us, and thus there is no need for any apology, the pilot said, swallowing hard, anxious about the possibility of uttering the wrong words and incurring Black Wukong's wrath. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. You have no authority to obstruct my decisions. This is a treaty between your nation and myself, Gohan. Black Wukong's gaze fell upon Gohan, who was cradling a small boy. What is it, Uncle Black Wukong? Gohan blinked in confusion. Hand the boy over to Trunks. Let him escort the child back to where he came from. Is that appropriate? He is quite heavy. Consider it a form of training. Very well, Trunks? Black Wukong looked sternly at Trunks, who stood beside Gohan. Yes, not a problem at all, Trunks replied, brimming with enthusiasm, eager to take the boy from Gohan's arms. All right. Gohan relented after a brief internal struggle, handing over the weighty child to Trunks. He is quite heavy, Gohan cautioned. I'm aware, Trunks assured him, displaying an air of ease, entirely unperturbed by the burden of the nuclear bomb, which weighed several tons as he hoisted it onto his shoulder. This scene did not escape the pilot's notice. While he was not surprised by Gohan lifting the nuclear bomb, having witnessed the recent battle, he was utterly astonished and found it hard to accept that a child like Trunks could carry such a weight. Let's proceed. You lead the way, Trunks declared excitedly. Come on, Gohan, let's head west. It is the perfect opportunity for you to meet the monsters he spoke of. Black Goku gently patted Gohan on the shoulder. Without hesitation, the two departed, Black Goku utilizing instantaneous movement to whisk Gohan away, leaving the bewildered driver in a state of shock, unable to close his mouth. Was this a human? In the west, a chilling breeze swept through. Following the dense aura of the crowd, Black Goku led Gohan to the ravaged landscape of the west. Upon arrival, Gohan was taken aback by the scene before him. Although he had previously witnessed the destruction wrought by soulless androids, the devastation before him was of an entirely different magnitude. The destruction caused by the androids had still left some living beings, yet here, there were no survivors, only pools of blood and neatly arranged clothing. These garments eerily resembled people, as if they were waiting at a bus stop or sipping coffee outside a cafe. The streets were not bustling with life, but rather filled with clothing that moved as if animated. What was going on? Gohan, bewildered by such a sight, expressed his confusion. Could it truly be Cell? Recognizing the perpetrator behind the devastation, Black Goku's expression hardened. What has happened to Cell? Gohan inquired. He is an enemy that must be dealt with by your own hand. Gohan, listen closely. Regardless of what I say next, maintain your composure and do not act impulsively, Black Goku said with a grave demeanor. Okay, Gohan replied, taken aback by Black Goku's sudden seriousness, yet he patiently awaited what was to come, standing beside him like a dutiful student. The truth is, these articles of clothing were once people. Their absence is due to the monsters having drained them of their bodies. All of them perished last night. Do you recall my sudden fury? It was in response to witnessing this scene, as we searched for the monster that transformed these people into such a state. What do you mean? Gohan asked, his face filled with shock. The reason the West population has dwindled to merely 20,000 is due to the massacre caused by that monster I intend for you to grow strong enough to defeat, Cell. I understand, but if you knew, why didn't you tell me yesterday? And why didn't you intervene, as you just did to bring us here? Gohan questioned. In response, Black Goku's expression remained cold, his reasoning straightforward. Because yesterday, you did not possess the strength to participate. Simply put, I refrained from intervening to encourage your growth. Gohan remained silent, staring blankly at Black Goku. Aren't you curious as to why I know Trunks? It is because I am not from this world. I hail from another realm. I can only temporarily address crises, not resolve them permanently. My role is to teach and provide guidance to protect the people of this world. Much like in the previous world where you met your demise. In that desolate future, Trunks faced such circumstances all alone. I indeed possess the capability to assist Trunks in vanquishing all adversaries. However, such actions would simultaneously deprive him of the experiences he rightfully deserves. When he encounters a new foe after my departure, will he be able to bear the mantle, as with the androids? Will he possess the ability to safeguard those he wishes to protect? I fear he shall not. Thus, do you believe it preferable to endure prolonged suffering rather than a swift demise, merely to witness so many lives extinguished? Gohan's expression was one of calmness, not due to resignation, but rather an inability to fully accept the reality. The sight of Black Goku watching so many perish with a tranquil demeanor stirred a tumult of justice within him. A benefactor may assist you momentarily, yet cannot sustain you for eternity. Rather than aiding you through this calamity, it would be more prudent for me to teach you how to navigate it. This is why I've sent Trunks away and chosen to remain. Black Goku spoke in a flat tone. Gohan fell silent, understanding the reasoning, yet grappling with acceptance. While he comprehended Black Goku's perspective, he could not reconcile the notion that thousands must be sacrificed to forge a hero who could save many more. Gohan, with his deep sense of humanity, found his rational mind at odds with his emotions. Logic insisted there was nothing amiss, yet his feelings deemed the approach excessively callous. In that moment, the kind-hearted Gohan found himself ensnared in turmoil. Black Goku discerned this, but refrained from further persuasion, leaving the matter to the passage of time. If you deem me an inadequate hero, so be it. I shall only intervene when the moment is dire. If you wish to avert further loss of life, then muster your resolve swiftly. As Black Goku spoke, he withdrew his serious facade and began to sense the presence of the living. With his formidable perceptive abilities, he effortlessly located the nearby life forms within moments. Were the individuals in hiding? Following the heightened sense, vivid images emerged before him. And upon seeing a multitude of souls concealed underground, he prepared to teleport. Take me with you, Uncle Black Goku, Gohan suddenly interjected. At this, Black Goku turned his head. Upon glancing at Gohan, he noted the maturity and determination etched upon his face. In that brief exchange of gazes, Black Goku perceived that Gohan had transformed into a composed warrior capable of standing on his own. Take me along, Uncle Black Goku. There existed a tacit understanding. Observing Gohan's transformation, Black Goku needed no words to grasp Gohan's intentions. Then let us depart. Whoosh. With that, Black Goku and Gohan vanished from their location. Chapter 41. I am justice. Give me that. My child has yet to drink milk. They've been hungry all day. Your child will not perish for missing one meal. A chilling breeze swept through a dimly lit, yet somewhat vibrant, underground refuge, bustling with the noise of thousands gathered. Within this haven, a gang of robbers with flamboyant hairstyles was attempting to rob a mother nursing her child. Is it not enough that you continue to rob? I have surrendered all my food. My child is still starving, having gone without a meal. If we do not eat soon, we may perish. The woman, her voice hoarse from anger, reached out to embrace the figure of the shammate who had seized a milk bottle from her child. Get away. The shammate, irritated by her persistence, kicked her with force. The impact sent both the woman and the child crashing to the ground. While the adult could endure the pain, the infant, only a few months old, could not withstand the agony and began to wail. This cry reverberated throughout the entire shelter. Hearing the distress, a crowd turned their curious gazes toward them. Some cast the woman disapproving glances, others voiced their anger with expletives, and a few even stood up, ready to unleash their fury upon her. The reactions were varied, yet the consensus was an apathetic disregard for the woman's plight. Despite the fact that the shammate was but one individual. Here, there were no noble heroes, merely cold, unfeeling cameras bearing witness to the events. Cease your crying. I command you. The shammate had initially intended to sip some milk to soothe his throat, but upon hearing the child's cries, he became infuriated, abandoning his drink and kicking at the woman once more. Another blow landed, and the infant's cries intensified, though the mother desperately shielded her child. The baby still felt the pain and wailed louder. As the cries grew more frantic, the shawmate's fury escalated, and he removed his bean shoes, preparing to strike the woman. The sound of the child's distress echoed through the shelter, yet no one intervened or sought justice. Instead, the atmosphere remained eerily quiet, with some individuals pulling out their phones to record the incident for social media. Do not bully the lady. Suddenly, a few children emerged from the throng, brandishing various toys and standing defiantly before the shamate. Where did these children come from? Get lost. The shamate, displeased by the emergence of defenders, pulled out a butterfly knife, disregarding the youth before him and lunging forward. This scene horrified the parents of the children, who erupted in outrage. What a disgrace! What kind of hero do you think you are? You foolish child. Have you lost all sense of reason? Look at how well-behaved other children are compared to you. I raise you with such difficulty. What will I do if you get hurt while trying to play the hero? Let them be. The adults continued to berate their children, filled with frustration, wishing to intervene, but it was already too late. The shamate unsheathed his butterfly knife, showing no regard for the young ones before him, and swiftly thrust it forward, the blade aimed directly at one of the children. In a moment of peril, two figures suddenly appeared to intervene. With a dull thud, the shamate felt as though his blade had struck iron, and out of curiosity, he glanced up. Upon raising his head, he locked eyes with the dark figure of Wukong, whose gaze gleamed with menace. Wukong remained silent, his expression cold as he regarded the shamate. Are you a monster? The punk trembled as he clutched the butterfly knife, stepping back in fear from Black Wukong's indifferent gaze. I'm the demon that will bring you to justice, you worthless scum. In a swift motion, Black Wukong seized the punk's hand, applying relentless pressure. In that instant, the punk felt his palm contort, followed by a searing pain as if it had been crushed by a steamroller, causing him to scream in agony. Ah! He cried out in distress. Damn it! Let go of my hand. Overwhelmed by the pain radiating from his palm, the punk clenched his fist and launched an attack at Black Wukong. Do you still wish to resist, you trash? Unflinching, Black Wukong absorbed the blow with his face. The impact resonated like a hammer striking metal, as the punk's fist collided against Black Wukong's visage. Uncle Black Wukong, are you all right? Gohan, who had come along, peered curiously at the commotion. Don't worry about me, Gohan. I can handle this trash alone. With that, Black Wukong exerted force once more, lifting the punk effortlessly. What are you going to do? Feeling the divine power coursing through Black Wukong's grip, the punk's anxiety surged. Under the weight of his terror, he watched as Black Wukong conjured a purple energy blade in his hand. Today marks the end of your breath. A chilling glimmer flashed, and the man's eyes went wide, his head drooping lifelessly. Yet another soul extinguished at Black Wukong's hands. Unfazed, Black Wukong turned his indifferent gaze toward the frightened woman clutching her child and the onlookers, who recoiled in horror at the sight of blood. Observing the crowd of passive spectators, Black Wukong's frustration boiled over. Thousands of cameras, and yet not a single one can capture the moon properly. Pathetic. With disdain, he callously tossed the punk's lifeless body towards the crowd. This act sent the spectators into a frenzy, yet the earlier display of Black Wukong's ruthless decisiveness stifled their outrage, and they quietly retreated, suppressing their words. Black Wukong, keenly aware of their unspoken fear, addressed the crowd. Who's in charge here? Who can tell me about the whereabouts of a creature covered in green spots? He turned to face them, demanding answers. No one responded. Answer me quickly. I am quite busy. Black Wukong pressed again, yet silence reigned. After two unanswered inquiries, his demeanor shifted, particularly as he noted that the crowd's gaze was not entirely filled with fear. The flicker of light in his eyes dimmed. Initially reluctant to resort to violence, Black Wukong felt a surge of lethal intent. I will ask once more, has anyone seen the monster I described? I am here to eliminate it and save you all. This is my final appeal. The cold expression on Black Wukong's face remained as he inquired once more. Prepared for the possibility of receiving no response, he was pleasantly surprised when a small boy, restrained by his parents, detected Black Wukong's benevolence and promptly spoke up. Brother, is that monster you mentioned the one that resembles a fly, all green and grotesque? Indeed. When was the last time you saw him, and where? Black Wukong turned to face the boy. It was in the western region. The boy began to respond, but a group of oddly dressed individuals abruptly covered his mouth. You are forbidden from divulging Lord Cell's information to anyone. If you dare to utter another word, I will end you. I will kill you. Kill you. Kill you. The boy, terrified, immediately sought refuge behind his mother, who was equally alarmed. Pathetic wretches, came the disdainful remark. Just as one of the Cell fanatics prepared to unleash violence upon the boy and his mother, an invisible strike descended, cleaving him into countless pieces. Continue speaking, child. I shall protect you, Black Wukong declared, seated cross-legged in the air, resembling a deity gazing down upon them. You vile scoundrel, it must be you behind this. How dare you liken Lord Cell to a monster? You deserve to die. You are a hindrance to humanity's extinction. Upon witnessing Black Wukong slay a Cell fanatic, the remaining hidden zealots, emboldened, turned their attention towards him, surging forth as if invigorated. In an instant, a throng of individuals overwhelmed the scene, comprising nearly half of the crowd. Observing this, Gohan felt a surge of anxiety, hastily preparing for battle. Just as he was about to engage, Black Wukong intervened. I shall take care of the killing. You focus on saving lives. Let's divide our tasks clearly. With that, Black Wukong snapped his fingers. A muffled sound echoed. As a horde of Cell fanatics charged at Black Wukong, several invisible, shotgun-like attacks swiftly descended upon them. Bang, bang, bang. The reverberations of gunfire echoed, and blood began to wash over the grim confines of the shelter. Amidst the fearful gazes of the crowd, Black Wukong, drenched in blood, approached with a purple aura coalescing into a blade. In dealing with those whose morals were askew, Black Wukong adopted a ruthless approach, sparing no mercy as he commenced the slaughter of the Cell fanatics. In an instant, the entire shelter became awash with crimson. Help! Lord Cell, it hurts. Please don't kill me. The cacophony of screams and pleas for mercy flooded Black Wukong's ears, but he remained utterly unperturbed. Today marks the end of your breath, he resolutely proclaimed, and under his decisive onslaught, the cries persisted for a full 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, 1,000 lives were extinguished, mercilessly slaughtered by the Dark Wukong. The sheer number of deceased rendered the shelter a gruesome tableau, filled to the brim with lifeless bodies. To the Dark Wukong, this massacre evoked no more emotion than squashing 1,000 insignificant microorganisms. His ruthless actions instilled such terror in the hearts of the already fearful populace that they fell utterly silent, refraining from any rebellious gestures. Rather than feeling satisfaction, the Dark Wukong was consumed by rage, his teeth clenched in fury. Are nearly half of them such wretches? Is this the ilk I seek to save? His icy gaze bore into the onlookers, devoid of moral compass, as he reflected on his unprecedented moment of compassion that now seemed futile and absurd. Big brother, a trembling boy stammered, frightened to respond to the Dark Wukong's inquiry. Speak, I'm listening, he demanded, his face smeared with blood. The monster appeared to the west. In the west, the boy replied. The Dark Wukong did not question the boy's words. He immediately focused his senses toward the west. As he concentrated, he detected a surge of energy, followed by a sudden diminishment, just as he had anticipated. However, as he prepared to teleport, the image that unfolded before him made him hesitate. A splash of green liquid. His expression darkened. Frustrated by the lack of useful information, he resolved to depart. Yet an odd voice interrupted him. What are you pretending for? Do you think yourself a hero, trampling on lives at will? The Dark Wukong turned towards the source of the voice, only to find it emanated from a woman in her 60s. He instinctively averted his gaze, adhering to his principle of respecting the elderly, choosing to disregard her words. However, the woman continued her tirade, persistently berating him, igniting the fury that already simmered within him. Do you think you're something special? Do you believe saving us makes you a hero, you murderer? With a swift motion, the Dark Wukong appeared before the elderly woman. She gasped, startled. Realizing she had been caught in her own words, she instinctively attempted to flee, but before she could move, he seized her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. The onlookers gasped in horror, retreating in fear of being caught in the Dark Wukong's wrath. In full view of the crowd, he hurled the elderly woman to the ground, indifferent to her age, placing his foot upon her. As he stood over her, the Dark Wukong's emotions surged, intensifying rather than abating. In that moment of heightened passion, he directed his pent-up words at the gathered crowd. Am I the cruel one? And what of you? Gazing upon a mother and daughter being bullied, if my act of upholding justice is perceived as malevolence in your eyes, then heed my words. You wretches, in my sight, embody the very essence of evil. You are grotesque, unsightly, impoverished, and feeble, devoid of values, utterly worthless. You are even foolish, ignorant, blind, and sluggish, akin to the discarded scraps of rice dumplings. To compare me to a criminal? I assure you, I am far more intelligent than you, infinitely kinder, more handsome, stronger, and endowed with far greater thoughts. In comparison to me, you are nothing. I surpass you in every aspect. In juxtaposition to you, I am your progenitor, your ancestors, your deity, even a being so great that you should kneel and pay homage. I am your savior. Justice? Yes, I embody justice. The law? Indeed, I am the law. I am everything. As I speak, a golden aura envelopes me, radiating my power. I do not seek to be a hero. I possess the absolute power to grant you life or death at my whim. I loathe your visage. In an instant, I teleport before a scarred face and seize his unkempt brows. Your brows offend me. They shall be plucked. With a violent tug, I remove the brows of the scarred man, who dares not voice his fury. Your eyes, wide and glaring, must be blinded. I proclaim, and with a swift motion, I deliver a fleeting darkness to the one whose eyes are too prominent. Oh, how magnificent I am! Do you understand why I am great? Because I can accomplish all of this solely through my own strength. With but a thought, I could bring about your extinction. What is yours, or his, or this ultimately, is the world that belongs to me, the world of Black Wukong. Do you comprehend? If not, then perish. In a fit of rage, I unleash my power, transforming into a Super Saiyan. The moment this form manifests, an overwhelming aura radiates. Far away, the concealed presence of Cell, poised to annihilate humanity, is seized by a wave of terror upon sensing my might. Sweat cascades down his body, and a tremor courses through him, causing a slight leak of his concealed energy. This very slip reveals his position to me. I found you. Today marks the end of your breath. I turn my gaze towards Cell's location. My eyes ablaze with murderous intent, as lethal as my weapon, shattering the surrounding walls in an instant. With but a mere thought, I obliterate several tons of walls. For as I have declared, my desire to eradicate this group is singular. Yet, in this moment, I hesitate, observing the hopeless masses before him. Black Goku was acutely aware that their moral compass bore little distinction from the malevolent individuals he had previously vanquished. The act of killing them would yield no significant difference, for they too lacked a sound ethical foundation. Yet, among them were individuals with commendable values, which compelled Black Goku to reconsider his intentions. Very well, let humanity endure, he mused, casting a glance at several children within the crowd before vanishing with Gohan, sparing those he had initially intended to slay. Chapter 42, Gohan vs. So please spare me. My family has been virtuous for generations, never aiding the needy, and would sooner give to dogs than to disaster victims. We have always evaded taxes and never concealed millions in our pockets, murmured a corpulent man, resembling a bloated steel beam, to Cell. The familiarity of his words struck a chord. Have we met before? Cell pondered, feeling an inexplicable sense of recognition regarding the man beneath him. Do we know each other? Ahem, of course we do. You must remember me. I am so-and-so, the someone related to so-and-so, who ultimately had dealings with that person. Begone. With that, Cell abruptly lost interest and used his tail to reduce the man to a lifeless husk. In an instant, as the nefarious man breathed his last, Black Goku and Gohan arrived at the battlefield. At last, I have found you, Cell, Black Goku intoned, his voice heavy with portent. Ah, you have come? Gohan and Son Goku, Cell replied, maintaining an air of calm as he turned to face them. I shall engage him in combat, Uncle Black Goku, Gohan declared, his expression resolute. Go ahead. I wish to see if you have truly grown stronger, Black Goku encouraged, patting Gohan's shoulder before stepping aside as a mere spectator. Is Son Goku refraining from fighting because he doubts my strength? Cell observed, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face at Black Goku's decision not to intervene. Very well. Gohan shall suffice. I shall ascertain the limits of my current power. With a grave countenance, Cell began to unleash a torrent of energy before Gohan. In mere moments, his combat prowess surged, radiating an overwhelming force that engulfed the entire northern expanse of the West. Let me show you the price of underestimating me, he proclaimed, launching himself toward Gohan with ferocity. I shall demonstrate the fruits of my training, Gohan replied, bracing himself as he charged at Cell. In a flurry of blows, the two engaged in a fierce melee, exchanging punches and kicks with astonishing speed, darting back and forth, locked in a relentless struggle. Gohan's energy erupted, a golden light flashing as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. With this newfound form, Gohan's base attributes doubled, and he quickly gained the upper hand in his confrontation with Cell, forcing him to retreat under the onslaught. The explosive power of the Super Saiyan is indeed not merely a change of hairstyle and color. It is undeniably formidable. Cell, with an expression of excitement, showed no signs of panic in response to Gohan's transformation, instead maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued to engage. Was he not using his full strength? Why was he so unfazed? Gohan cautiously delivered a kick toward Cell. The strike landed squarely on Cell's head, sending him hurtling backward in a state of utter disarray. Completely unable to defend himself. Unable to evade? What is happening? Observing Cell being effortlessly propelled away, coupled with Cell's earlier calmness and seemingly concealed strength, Gohan felt a profound sense of confusion. He began to wonder if he had become too powerful, if his force was so great that it caught his opponent off guard, or if Cell was merely a facade of strength. Boom! Time did not afford Gohan the luxury of contemplation, as Cell charged at him once more, ready for battle. Cell's speed was remarkable, yet Gohan managed to react in time, raising his arm to block the fierce onslaught. He actually managed to defend against it. Cell appeared stunned. Is this your true strength? It is worlds apart from what Uncle Black Goku described as a formidable challenge. This power is even inferior to that of the weakest android. Number 18. Disappointment washed over Gohan. After 2 rounds of probing, witnessing Cell's lack of formidable prowess, he clenched his fists in anger and struck with great force. The punch landed squarely on Cell's face, contorting it as if it were caught in a door, sending him flying. Gohan had no intention of letting up, and quickly followed up with a series of relentless kicks. In an instant, Cell, airborne, was treated like a mere ball, ricocheting between the sky and the ground at Gohan's whim, utterly defenseless against the barrage. What is happening? Cell was being mercilessly pummeled without the slightest chance to retaliate. Black Goku felt a strange unease. He was all too familiar with Gohan's capabilities. Even with extraordinary talent, it was implausible for him to surpass the strength of Cell, who was on par with Android 17 and 18 in such a short span. Moreover, Gohan had not even reached the mid-tier strength of a Super Saiyan yet. This realization troubled Black Goku. While he found solace in Gohan's newfound strength, Cell's inexplicable weakness filled him with apprehension. Just as Black Goku's gaze was fixated on the battlefield, a cry for help suddenly pierced the air. Help! A monster is attacking. Upon hearing this, Black Goku immediately turned his head. He spotted a small boy, tears streaming down his face, making his way towards the fierce clash between Gohan and Cell. Oh no, this mischievous child. Sensing impending danger, Black Goku rushed forward. But it was already too late. The boy had reached the next point of Gohan and Cell's intense confrontation. In a moment of distraction, Gohan, along with Cell, instantaneously appeared before the child. Ah, child! Gohan suddenly faltered, the speed of his punch diminishing. What an opportunity! With a glint of cold malice in his eyes, Cell seized the moment while Gohan was momentarily distracted, launching a powerful punch at the young boy before him. Gohan, dodge! Don't worry about that child. Black Goku sensed the impending danger and urgently called out. I'm sorry, Uncle Black Goku, Gohan replied, unable to bear the thought of the innocent child getting hurt. He rushed forward, enveloping the boy in his arms and shielding him with his back. Crash! Cell's devastating fist struck Gohan's back with tremendous force. The impact left Gohan momentarily blinded, and he stumbled backward, clutching the boy tightly as he was propelled away. Take this. Seizing the opportunity, Cell aimed another kick at Gohan, who was too preoccupied to defend himself. The same force struck the same vulnerable spot, and Gohan's spine gave way under the strain. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed ominously. Witnessing this, Black Goku seethed with frustration, his fists clenched in vexation. Is this the transformation you've bestowed upon me? What kind of response is this? A record of 0 to 3, damn it. He couldn't bear to watch and covered his forehead with his hand. Having endured Cell's full-strength punch and kick, Gohan grimaced in pain, his face paling as he expelled a torrent of blood, beads of sweat forming on his brow, leaving him too weak even to grit his teeth. Yet, despite his suffering, he mustered a tender smile for the frightened child in his arms. Are you all right, little one? Gohan asked with a foolish grin. I'm fine, the rescued boy replied, wiping his tears, though fear lingered in his eyes. It's good to hear. Big brother will take care of the bad guy shortly. Just stay put, all right? Gohan smiled gently, reaching out to caress the boy's chin. Okay, the boy responded, a brave resolve shining through. Unbeknownst to them, in their moment of conversation, they had completely forgotten about Cell looming behind them. Ignoring me, are you? Think you can manage? Cell charged forward, aiming a kick at the distracted Gohan. With a confident expression, he declared, Did you think I exposed my back for you to feast upon? Suddenly, Gohan, still cradling the boy, evaded the attack and vanished from sight. Where'd he go? Cell's face contorted with panic as he realized he had kicked air. Right here. Gohan's voice echoed as he descended from the sky, delivering a heavy elbow strike to Cell's head. I want to let someone who can harm a child escape. Gohan vowed, kicking toward Cell again, sending him sprawling backward. Come down, young one. Big brother is going to deal with him, Gohan exclaimed, setting the boy down and launching himself at Cell without hesitation. Go for it, big brother. The young boy shouted loudly to cheer for Gohan. Encouragement? How distasteful. Cell abruptly lifted his head, gathering energy into a powerful beam aimed at Gohan, and swiftly launched it. Whoosh! The energy blast shot directly towards the approaching Gohan. A trivial technique. Gohan remained utterly composed. Whoosh! In an instant, a blur flashed by, just as Cell's energy blast was released. Gohan appeared before him and deflected the attack back. With a forceful push of his palm, the energy blast was redirected into Cell's mouth, initiating an explosion. Boom! A dull roar echoed as Cell was engulfed in an explosion, thick gray smoke enveloping him. Gohan, quick to react, moved to safety at the moment of the blast. Looking impressively heroic, yet the bravado was short-lived as he soon doubled over in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Gohan clutched his waist, kneeling on the ground. This scene was witnessed by Black Goku, who, upon seeing Gohan's dramatic display of bravado, followed by sudden discomfort, was left speechless. It seemed this boy was finished. Beep. Amidst the rising smoke and dust, Cell, battered yet still standing with a face marred by injuries and disheveled hair, confronted Gohan. You truly are not so easily defeated. Gohan rose, assuming a fighting stance. Because I am immortal, he chuckled. Cell spat a mouthful of green blood, wincing as he twisted his injured neck. The previous attack had severely damaged his head, and his forehead's antennae took a full 30 seconds to begin healing, taking nearly a minute and a half to fully recover. And the wounds on his face were no different. Once his injuries were mended, Cell maintained his calm demeanor, facing Gohan without a hint of distress. Despite having been bested multiple times, this left Gohan perplexed, unable to fathom how Cell retained such composure after being thoroughly beaten. Curiously, he inquired, what gives you such confidence? Do you have any hidden cards yet to be revealed? If so, hasten to show them, for I intend to defeat you with all my might shortly. I do not wish to see my opponent end their life without having revealed their true strength. True strength? This is my current genuine power. The path to becoming stronger has been sealed, and this is all I can muster, Cell replied, a look of resignation on his face. Enough of this foolery. Let the game come to an end. With a surge of murderous intent, Gohan noted Cell's reluctance to unleash any semblance of strength and resolved to unleash his full power. Dashing forward with incredible speed, reaching Cell in mere moments. It's over. Gohan clenched his fist, preparing to strike down, yet suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Following the calm gaze of Cell, Gohan turned to see what lay behind him. Noticing the peculiar look in Cell's eyes, he curiously glanced over his shoulder. Just then, he spotted a ki blast hurtling directly towards the young boy. Alarmed, Gohan instinctively dashed back. In an instant, as the energy blast was about to strike the child, Gohan used his own body to absorb the impact. A thunderous boom echoed as he gasped for breath, his expression contorted in pain from the ordeal. Are you all right, little one? Gohan asked with concern as he turned to check on the boy. Still distracted? Suddenly, Cell charged forward. Frustration welled up within Gohan. He had intended to comfort the child, but Cell's interruption diverted his focus, forcing him to prioritize the battle. With swift exchanges, Gohan and Cell clashed fiercely, maneuvering through the air and on the ground. I've got this in a bag. You can still surrender. Gohan grasped Cell's arm firmly. Is that so? Cell replied with a disbelieving smirk, gathering energy for another blast aimed at the boy on the sidelines. You despicable fiend. Gohan seethed, gritting his teeth at Cell's cruel intentions toward the child. Reluctantly, he redirected his attention to protect the boy once more. The familiar scenario unfolded. Gohan braced himself against Cell's attack yet again. You fool, you're full of openings. Suddenly, Cell lunged at him, exploiting Gohan's moment of pain to launch a surprise attack. Exasperated, Gohan had no choice but to press on, battling through the agony in his back and the injuries he had sustained. Before long, Gohan cornered Cell once more, yet Cell remained unfazed. Each time Gohan prepared to deliver the final blow, Cell would retaliate against the boy, forcing Gohan to intervene rather than finish the fight. This cycle continued, with Cell cunningly leveraging Gohan's compassion to turn the tide of battle. As time passed, Gohan began to sense the manipulation, but it was too late. Another resounding explosion echoed as Cell unleashed a devastating energy wave, leaving Gohan weak and kneeling on the ground, as if all his limbs had been severed. "You wretched creature." Gohan gasped, clutching his chest as he collapsed, gasping for air. "Me? Despicable?" Cell chuckled at the remark. "You chose to bear this burden, yet you blame me?" With a deliberate pace, Cell approached Gohan, and in an agonizing moment, lifted him effortlessly, delivering several stinging slaps. "You." Gohan glared at Cell through the pain. "Look at you, capable of defeating me, yet you succumb to your own humanity." As Cell spoke, he suddenly charged at Gohan with a powerful headbutt, causing Gohan to stagger back. Dazed and disoriented, "A mere headbutt can render me in excruciating pain?" Gohan clutched his forehead, wincing as he gazed at Cell. "This is the consequence of your distraction during battle, and also the price of your trust in me." "Trust you? What do you mean?" Gohan's expression was one of confusion. "It's nothing. After all, I prefer to convey my messages through actions." Cell smirked slightly, his demeanor undeniably arrogant. "What nonsense are you spouting? Speak clearly." Gohan, bewildered by Cell's cryptic words, struggled to comprehend, but soon clarity dawned upon him. "Big brother." At the sound, Gohan cautiously turned his head. In that fleeting moment, his eyes widened in shock. Drip, drip. The air seemed to freeze, the atmosphere fell silent, and a glint of malevolence flickered in Cell's gaze. "I prefer to let my actions speak, Gohan-san." As his words hung in the air, a knife pierced through Gohan's back, plunging deep into his chest, penetrating his heart entirely. Feeling the surge of pain and suffocation in his chest, Gohan looked back in disbelief. To his utter astonishment, the boy he had saved was gripping the hilt of the knife that had stabbed him. "Why would you stab me? I was meant to protect you." Gohan was utterly perplexed. "I know, but I don't need you." The boy, seemingly harmless, smiled faintly before his expression twisted grotesquely. Under Gohan's horrified gaze, the little boy transformed into Cell, a truly composed version of him. Chapter 43, A Battle Between Humans. Gohan and you share a bond. Yet you toy with Gohan's heart. What is it to act one way in front of others and speak heartfelt truths behind their backs? Gohan finally understood. "It turns out, I am the fool here." Gohan's eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form, succumbing to unconsciousness. So, from a distance, Black Goku observed the scene, torn between laughter and restraint, shaking his head repeatedly. "How was that? My scheming was quite adept, wasn't it?" Cell, with his sausage-like lips, turned his neck as he inquired of Black Goku. "Quite impressive indeed. You handle Gohan, that obedient child, far better than I do." Black Goku cracked his knuckles with a slight smile. "Uncle Black Goku," Gohan called out weakly. "Fool, don't trust strangers so easily. How many times has your mother told you that? Do you grasp the basics? It's no wonder you got stabbed." Black Goku reprimanded him, exasperated. "Uncle Black Goku." Gohan continued to call feebly. Alas, despite his frustration, he knew he had to step in. Whoosh! In an instant, Black Goku teleported in front of both Cells and lifted Gohan. How swift! The non-sausage-lipped Cell looked on in astonishment. Umph! In stark contrast to the astonishment displayed by the other, the sausage-mouthed Cell remained remarkably composed. Upon the abrupt arrival of Black Goku, Cell instinctively contemplated launching a counterattack. However, before the thought could fully materialize, Black Goku vanished from sight, taking Gohan with him. The sheer audacity of their departure left Cell in a state of disbelief. It was inconceivable. If he exerted himself, his speed could surpass that. The sausage-mouthed Cell merely scoffed at the situation. "Uncle Black Goku." Gohan continued to groan in pain. "Cease your whining and consume the Senzu bean, you reckless child." Black Goku chided gently, as he deftly extracted the large blade embedded in Gohan's chest. With remarkable swiftness, he placed the Senzu bean into Gohan's mouth. In that fleeting moment of transition between the realms, Black Goku had comprehended the situation. Just as Gohan was on the brink of death, he had been revived. Upon chewing the Senzu bean, Gohan was instantly rejuvenated, his vigor returning as he rose to his feet once more. Ah, indeed, formidable adversaries, Gohan mused, his hand instinctively brushing over his chest. Understand this. Do not be foolishly compassionate. Such tendencies will only hasten your demise, as you nearly witnessed moments ago. Black Goku admonished coldly. "I understand. It won't happen again." Gohan replied, transforming once more into his Super Saiyan form. The experience of near death had significantly amplified his strength. In a surge of energy, he ascended to the intermediate level of Super Saiyan, breaking through the barriers that had plagued him for the past 2 days. "I did it, Uncle Black Goku!" Gohan exclaimed. his disbelief evident as he glanced at himself anew. Realizing his newfound strength, he beamed with childlike glee. I succeeded. I've reached the intermediate level of Super Saiyan. Be cautious. Do not let your exuberance lead you to another fatal encounter, Black Goku warned. Huh? Gohan, visibly alarmed, instinctively felt his chest. Upon witnessing Gohan's newfound power, the two cells wore expressions of grave seriousness. The Saiyans' innate ability to grow stronger with each battle indeed posed a formidable challenge. Fear not. Have you forgotten that I am here? Black Goku asserted. A Super Saiyan can obliterate you with a mere snap of the fingers. The sausage-mouthed cell, brimming with arrogance, contemptuously gestured at Gohan. You manipulative wretch, this time I shall ensure your utter annihilation. The recollection of his near demise instilled a sense of trepidation in Gohan, reminding him that had it not been for Black Goku's timely intervention, he would have met his end. His expression hardened, bereft of any youthful innocence, replaced by a fierce determination. Exercise caution this time. We no longer have Senza beans, Black Goku cautiously advised. None left, you say? Understood, Gohan acknowledged, adopting a more vigilant demeanor. Just as Gohan prepared to re-engage in battle, one of the cells, the sausage-mouthed variant, began to applaud. Let us have an audience before the clash commences. With a sinister grin, the sausage-mouthed cell stood before a group of ordinary individuals, all bound tightly, who were being herded by a throng of fervent admirers wielding firearms, bringing them before the two cells and Gohan. What do you intend to do? Gohan bellowed in alarm. To add a touch of amusement to the battle, the sausage-mouthed cell replied, his gaze shifting toward a nearby high-rise. Under his watchful eye, yet another group of ordinary people was coerced by his zealous followers, armed with weapons, to line up on the balcony. What are you planning? Gohan, sensing a palpable sense of crisis under Cell's unwavering stare, swallowed nervously. Look there, the sausage-mouthed cell smugly pointed behind Gohan. Turning to follow Cell's gesture direction, Gohan was struck by a wave of horror. He witnessed hundreds, even thousands, of people being herded by the fervent fans, weapons pressed against their heads, as they approached him in an orderly fashion. How many are there? He gasped. 5,000 in total. My dear audience, the sausage-mouthed cell answered nonchalantly. Originally, there were supposed to be 20,000, but many have chosen to become my fans instead. Gohan's face contorted in disbelief as cheers erupted around him. Lord Cell, exterminate humanity. With each chant, the fervent followers synchronized their actions, loading their weapons. What are you doing? Gohan felt a wave of unease wash over him, desperate to intervene. But it was already too late. Under Gohan's anxious gaze, these zealous admirers aimed their weapons at the elderly, children, pregnant women, and even infants. Ah! Help! I don't want to die. A barrage of gunfire erupted, and a wave of despair descended. Stop! Please! Gohan cried out, attempting to rush forward. But as he took a step, chaos ensued. Activate! At the command, Gohan turned his head, only to see a multitude of people being kicked from the rooftop of the 50-story building, plummeting to the ground with a sickening thud. Thud, thud, thud. Like a relentless rain, one after another, they fell, too late to even scream as they perished before Gohan's eyes. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Gohan's fury erupted. Is this what you call a battle? You are mercilessly slaughtering innocent lives. What do you value human life as? His teeth clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. He glared at the sausage-mouthed cell, fists clenched, ready to charge forward. Calm down, Gohan. That cell is a semi-perfect being. You cannot defeat him. He is deliberately provoking you. Do not be deceived. Just as Gohan prepared to recklessly charge, the composed Black Goku seized him, preventing the loss of his rationality. How can you still be laughing after killing so many? Gohan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. What is amusing about this? What is fun about this? What is funny about this? Isn't it entertaining? Cell scoffed. With just a single activation, you humans scream in agony. Where's the lack of amusement in that? You. Gohan gritted his teeth, fury coursing through him. Had it not been for Black Goku restraining him, he would have charged at Cell the moment those words left his lips. Sit still. Black Goku's hand pressed firmly on Gohan's shoulder, forcing him down to the ground to quell his agitation. If you wish to be a true hero, you must first learn to control your emotions. Understand? His tone was frigid, his gaze sharp and piercing. But so many have perished. I cannot contain my anger, Gohan replied, clenching his fists, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent as he glared at Cell. You despicable fiend. In frustration, Gohan pounded his fist against the ground, creating several cracks in the earth and causing a minor tremor. Cell, feeling the vibrations beneath him, couldn't help but beam with delight. reveling in Gohan's frustration and the helplessness he felt in that moment. Isn't it infuriating? Cell taunted, his smile radiant. Seeing me stand here unscathed after slaughtering so many? You must be thinking how utterly useless you are, how you have changed nothing, how you have accomplished nothing. Pathetic, isn't it? Ha ha, that wretched creature. Gohan's eyes widened in anger. If you're so furious right now, it merely signifies your narrow perspective. You need to broaden your horizons, Cell continued, feeling grand as he began to expound upon his rationale. After consuming Android 17 from this world, I realized my vision had expanded. Divinity belongs to the gods, the heavens to the heavens, the earth, and humanity to humanity. Each individual has their destined path. Every life is born into a cycle of corruption and civilization, inevitably intertwining destruction and creation. Thus, from a divine perspective, my slaughter of humanity is an act of reverence for this world, as I rid it of the corrupt. From the heavens, I protect this realm by eliminating those overly civilized who threaten it. From the earth, I recreate the world, restoring it to its original splendor, free from a scourge of humanity. My goal is not mere murder, but a noble cause, to safeguard this world for the sake of this world. You heretical scoundrel. Face me in a duel now. Gohan, stifling his rage, spoke each word laced with intent to kill as he addressed Cell. You paint your bloody massacre as a means of protecting the world. Your justification is utterly flimsy, Black Goku interjected, unable to remain silent any longer. The gruesome massacre. How laughable it is to hear such words from one whose mind is clearly unhinged. Do you truly believe yourself to be magnificent? To slay innocents in an effort to eliminate the 17th target while claiming the lives of 530,000 in a residential area? Are you a fountain of knowledge? The Dark Goku's expression was somber. Cease your pretense of heroism. You are no savior, but merely a villain whose interests align with the protection of humanity, akin to myself. In modern society, your indiscriminate slaughter would have seen you executed countless times over. The sausage-mouthed Cell retorted sharply. Dark Goku offered no defense, listening in silence. Witnessing the son of this nation's military commander taking lives at will, you then justified the annihilation of an entire family and the complete decimation of the central military forces. You even dared to threaten the emperor of this nation to sign a treaty infringing upon personal liberties? Is this the conduct of a hero? Upon hearing these words, both the listeners and Gohan were struck with astonishment. What is going on, Uncle Goku? Gohan inquired, a look of confusion adorning his face. What drove this individual to such depths? The crowd began to murmur, pointing fingers at Dark Goku, completely disregarding the fact that they would soon rely on him for salvation. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Dark Goku wore a look of disdain, unfazed by Cell's seemingly potent accusations. You manipulate the political and military elite of this nation with ease, leaving chaos in your wake. Tell me, what do you deem as justice? In comparison to me, what makes you a hero? You hypocritical murderer. Cell's voice rang out loud and clear, inciting the emotions of the onlookers, who gazed at Dark Goku with tear-filled eyes, eager for his response. An answer? What answer could there possibly be? Is there a need for justification for such actions? If you wish to hear a rehearsed explanation about protection, I can certainly provide one. Dark Goku's demeanor was nonchalant, entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. This casual display ignited frustration among the crowd, who began to vocally berate him. Drawing ire from Dark Goku. Is this what you call heroism? You are less than a dog. Shut your mouths. If you desire protection, then silence the lips that have caressed countless girls, those you have betrayed and discarded. Dark Goku glared furiously at the loudest critic. One glance was enough to render that incessant chatterbox mute, as if struck by a baseball bat. Do you wish to be protected while being so choosy? Listen carefully. My sense of justice does not extend to those of poor character, who are loud and foolish. If you wish to survive, then silence yourselves. Otherwise, I shall eradicate you alongside those even more foolish than you. Go ahead, test me. As he spoke, Black Goku raised his hand, gathering a Kamehameha wave ready to strike down. Upon witnessing this scene, the previously chattering crowd fell into an immediate silence. Would he actually kill the hostages as well? This shocking moment left many of Cell's fervent admirers in a state of terror, completely unprepared for Black Goku's unpredictable actions. Their bodies trembled in fear. In the face of my righteousness, there is no room for weakness. If the sacrifice serves a meaningful purpose, I shall hesitate not. Thus, should you utter another word, prepare to meet your demise, for the necessary sacrifice to eliminate this monstrous killer must be made. Black Goku regarded them coldly, then single-handedly shattered the Kamehameha wave, directing it back towards Cell. Was he truly unmoved by the crowd's words? Indeed, he was far from being as manageable as Gohan. Cell's expression turned tense as he realized that Black Goku was not the self-sacrificing hero he had hoped for. He glanced helplessly at the nearby sausage-mouth Cell. What a ruthless individual. Sausage-mouth Cell was equally astonished by Black Goku's merciless demeanor. I had no intention of engaging in this battle. After all, the hero should be my disciple Gohan. However, as circumstances grew dire and killing became necessary, it falls upon me to take action. Given that you are well aware of so much, you must have conducted a thorough investigation on me in private. Thus you should be prepared for the inevitable consequences of holding hostages against me, Black Goku stated coldly. Sausage-mouth Cell maintained an air of calm. I am indeed aware of that. A heartless individual like you would be difficult for an ordinary person to contend with. However, what will you do when I present these few individuals? Sausage-mouth Cell clapped his hands with a grin. As Cell's laughter echoed, Black Goku felt an unsettling premonition. Could it be? Suddenly, he widened his eyes, anticipating the forthcoming events. Chapter 44, Not Iron-Blooded. Big Brother. The voice resonated as several children emerged from the rear of the crowd, held at gunpoint by a few of Cell's ardent supporters, all under Black Goku's astonished gaze. Upon hearing this, Gohan glanced over. Those children from a shelter? Gohan's expression turned to one of shock. What will you do in the face of such individuals? What sacrifices are necessary? Sausage-mouth Cell wore a smug expression. Was this all meticulously orchestrated by you? Black Goku inquired calmly, turning to face Cell. To combat you. Do you truly believe I would not devise some strategies? Your tone suggests you have known me for quite some time. Black Goku mused, feeling puzzled. I have seen you, but you have not seen me. In terms of our relationship, we are not familiar acquaintances. Rather, I should say, I am the master of your enemy. Cell replied with a somber tone, a hint of malice evident in his final words. The master of my enemy? Black Goku was utterly bewildered. You know Trunks, don't you? I'm a Cell from that timeline. That timeline? Oh, Black Goku took a keen interest in observing the figure of Cell before him. Do not be surprised. It is hatred that has brought me to you. You have inflicted upon me immense suffering, and now I shall ensure you experience profound pain in return. Today is the day of my vengeance. Cell, with a smug expression, retorted, revenge? Is it solely reliant on you and your other self? Or perhaps on them? Black Goku scanned the crowd around them. Or perhaps on them. His gaze shifted to the group of children who had been captured. Any of them could be implicated, he replied. But tell me, are you not curious as to how I am aware of your chaotic exploits in the nation's capital last night? And how I managed to gather this audience? Do enlighten me, Black Goku said, feigning interest. At his words, Cell smirked and clapped his hands. With a swift motion, several fervent fans emerged, dragging a few girls along with them. It's that pervert, one of the girls exclaimed, recognizing Black Goku immediately. You're the ones I encountered in the restroom. He recalled, feeling a wave of embarrassment as he remembered how he had knocked on the stalls, frightening them to the point of paralysis. Do you recognize these girls? Cell inquired. Where did you capture them? Black Goku asked, his expression turning serious. While you were creating a ruckus in the restroom, attempting to kill the children of the military governor. They reported the incident at a nearby police station before leaving, Cell explained. You should thank them. If it weren't for them, I would not have known your sudden surge of energy was aimed at taking the life of an unarmed individual. With a dismissive sneer, Cell spat out a glob of phlegm. Were you tracking me during that time? I certainly did not sense your presence, Black Goku questioned. My body is unique. After experiencing death, undergoing modifications, and finally transforming, my energy signature is rendered undetectable, despite my power being exponentially enhanced, Cell replied with excitement. Did you begin following me from the moment you sensed my aura, right up until you witnessed me compel the emperor of this nation to sign a treaty? Black Goku probed. Indeed, I must admit I was quite astonished. To single-handedly seize control of a nation's nuclear arsenal is truly impressive. Had you not done so, I would never have recognized you as a hero. Fortunately, this precedent has paved the way for my own endeavors. In an instant, a thought flashed through Cell's mind. Why did I not consider this approach sooner? It would be exceedingly simple to deal with that fellow now, with a boastful demeanor. Cell stood over Emperor Hiron. I am the emperor of this nation, Hiron declared defiantly. Emperor, I am the sovereign of this world. Submit to me, O insignificant emperor. The scene shifts back to the present. TSK, that rogue who has violated the treaty. It's no wonder that insolent fool, indifferent to the suffering of the people, suddenly conceived the idea of deploying the little boy in the West this morning. The air stirs as my hair dances in a breeze. Am I not performing splendidly? I have led the government to feign the deployment of atomic bombs in the West, enticing your noble spirit to embody the hero who intervenes and prevents the act from occurring. Do you truly believe I would intervene? Why would I? Black Goku wears a perplexed expression. You are a hero, are you not? A hero who does not indulge in the slaughter of innocents, I presume? Your decision not to harm those girls in the restroom indicates that you are not a hero who has entirely forsaken humanity. I trust your intellect is sufficient to foresee that sparing them would lead to them reporting you, yet you chose not to act. For you do not wish to indulge in senseless bloodshed. Am I correct? Based on this alone, there lies an element of gamble. But witnessing your restraint against a crowd that witnessed your actions confirms that you are not a truly cold-hearted individual. This is further exemplified by your behavior in the refuge. We did not turn a blind eye nor offer scorn towards a mother and daughter who were being bullied, for the virtuous youth do not resort to violence. A slight smile graces the lips of the sausage-lipped Salu. The refuge. To ascertain whether you are indeed devoid of compassion, I deliberately created a sanctuary, a haven filled with those fleeing from my actions, populated by a myriad of characters, the oppressors, the oppressed, the good, the indifferent, the wicked, the deranged. This was a test to determine what kind of hostages would compel you to risk your life in their defense, to forego the so-called necessary sacrifices for the greater good. After much effort to draw you in, I am quite satisfied with the results. Salu glances at the children behind Black Goku. TSK, manipulating the innocence of children. Gohan, listening intently, clenches his fists in anger. The innocence and goodness of children indeed surpass all notions of righteousness. I have come to understand this through you. Do you feel remorse? This is the consequence of your reluctance to harm anyone. Did you believe the fervent admirers within would number merely 1,000? Incorrect. There are 1,500. Lord Salu is astute. Lord Salu is astute. TSK, utterly revolting. Black Goku's face contorts with fury. Regret for your ignorance. Lament your naive belief that there exists goodness amidst such ugliness. Salu snorts derisively. TSK, that despicable scoundrel. Black Goku grinds his teeth in frustration. Big brother, a voice calls. What? Irritated at being addressed, Black Goku turns with intent to unleash his wrath, but suddenly halts. TSK, what is there to cry about? If you continue, I shall spank you. Black Goku's expression turns icy as he gazes at the weeping children behind him. Big brother, we have caused you trouble. Woe is us. It is all our fault. They slaughtered everyone, even our parents, sobbed a girl among them to Black Wukong. What? Shalu. Black Wukong's face contorted with rage as he raised his hand to point at Shalu, but in the next moment, he lowered it again, realizing that blaming myself is futile. Isn't it? Sneered Shalu with his sausage-like lips. Black Wukong fell silent, his head bowed in self-reproach. If only you had been more perceptive, had seen the ambush I set within, perhaps countless innocents would not have perished, and their parents would not have met such a tragic end. Ha ha ha. Shalu cackled maniacally, then extended his hand to launch an energy blast at the children behind Black Wukong. Whoosh! The energy blast was fired. Bang! A large hand suddenly intervened, crushing the blast just before it could harm the children. You have crossed my bottom line, Shalu. As the words fell, Black Wukong, with a satisfied and murderous glint in his eyes, lifted his head. What? Is your so-called righteous compassion meant to champion these foolish people? No one will ever be grateful to you. Ha ha ha. Shalu scoffed derisively. Yes, humanity should be extinguished, exterminated, annihilated. It matters not. Black Wukong replied in a somber tone, displaying indifference. Shalu was momentarily taken aback. I do not care how many remember me, nor how many deem me great. As long as those who were meant to be happy find their joy, and those enduring tragedy can experience happiness, devoid of darkness, oppression, and ugliness, laughing, rejoicing, and being cheerful, does it matter if I'm seen as a villain, justice or not, however one may interpret it? My righteousness has never depended on the approval of the masses or their hopes for justice. I seek to eradicate you, the ones who bring misfortune to others. My justice is to ensure that you, the self-proclaimed noble ones, are entirely vanquished. In an instant, a flood of unfortunate childhood memories surged through Black Wukong's mind. Exiled from this world that should be beautiful, with unwavering determination, Black Wukong stood tall before the children. Eradicate us? Just you? Huh. Do you think I summoned them merely to hear your words? I brought them here to witness how a so-called hero fails to protect them. As he spoke, Shallow unleashed energy blasts at the bound crowd surrounding them. You shall not succeed. Whoosh. At the moment Shallow fired, several invisible slashes descended upon the energy blasts, obliterating Shallow's attack. TSK infuriating. Shallow glared furiously at Black Wukong. Your ride home is about to depart. Black Wukong, gathering energy blades in his hands, stood resolute. Is that so? Very well. Broly, it is your time to shine. Sheru inhaled deeply and shouted into the surroundings, Broly? Upon hearing this, Black Goku felt a chill run down his spine, sensing impending danger. Kakarot. As the voice echoed, Black Goku looked up, and in that fleeting moment, he saw a colossal figure hurtling towards him from the sky. Chapter 45, Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Broly, you seem to have arrived at the wrong set. Black Goku scoffed, then abruptly leaped backward. With a mighty jump, he evaded Broly's explosive descent, yet the children behind him were not as fortunate, tumbling backward helplessly. Ah, hey, you all. Upon hearing their cries, Black Goku anxiously turned his head. Kakarot. The moment Broly landed, he wasted no time and charged towards Black Goku like a lion, his wild golden hair resembling a tattered mop. Preoccupied with the children behind him, Black Goku was unprepared for Broly's onslaught, and before he could react, Broly had seized his leg. This is bad. Realizing the peril, Black Goku attempted to unleash his energy, but it was already too late. Kakarot. Broly swung his arm, forcefully slamming Black Goku down to the ground. Crash. Caught off guard by Broly's immense strength, Black Goku experienced a tumultuous fall, landing heavily on the ground. The pain enveloped him, darkening his vision. Whoa! Broly, in a fit of rage, hurled Black Goku around as if he were a mere toy, causing devastation in his wake, akin to a storm ravaging a parking lot. After being tossed about 7 or 8 times, Black Goku finally regained his senses. With a fierce surge of energy, he transformed into a Super Saiyan during the 9th slam, breaking free from Broly's grasp. However, instead of feeling liberated, he was met with a sharp pain in his ankle. Is my ankle broken? Curiously, Black Goku brought his ankle closer to his eyes, lifting his pant leg to inspect it. Upon seeing his ankle, bruised and slightly swollen from Broly's brutal grip, his heart began to race. Just how strong are you? He marveled aloud. Kakarot, I will tear you apart like a puzzle. Broly gritted his teeth, glaring at Black Goku, before unleashing his fury once more. Whoosh! In an instant, the golden aura clashed with the black energy. Indeed, it proved effective. It seemed that bringing him along had been a wise decision. Observing Black Goku's disadvantageous encounter with Broly, the sausage-mouthed Sheru appeared utterly exhilarated. Is this the key figure in your plan? Where did you meet him? Sheru, intrigued by the formidable aura emanating from Broly, inquired curiously. He is a friend I met on the south planet of the southern galaxy before my departure to the netherworld. From the moment we became acquainted, I sensed his profound disdain for the Saiyans. It was during our initial conversation that I learned of his animosity towards Son Goku, which prompted memories of my demise and the lessons I imparted to Trunks about vanquishing the Dark Goku, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku. As thoughts of vengeance consumed me, our intentions aligned, and we embarked on a collaborative endeavor. The exuberant Salu, with his sausage-like lips, wore a delighted expression. No wonder you maintain such composure. It is evident you possess a formidable ally. Yet, if he is so capable, why resort to elaborate theatrics and hostage situations? Salu appeared utterly perplexed. The answer lies in revenge. After enduring countless humiliations, how could I allow him to perish so easily? Furthermore, witnessing his futile attempts to protect others while being powerless to save them is immensely satisfying. Salu, with a devilish grin, observed the restrained Dark Goku as he fought amidst the crowd. What has happened, Kakarot? Where's the strength that once overwhelmed me? Where's your arrogance? He taunted, as Broly, filled with pride, unleashed a barrage of punches upon Dark Goku. Isn't the Super Saiyan form supposed to grant you unparalleled power? What have you been consuming to cultivate your strength? Dark Goku struggled to evade Broly's relentless attacks. What fuels me? Hatred and fury, of course. Broly clenched his teeth and, in a fit of rage, launched a green energy blast towards the surrounding spectators. Not good. Dark Goku quickly positioned his fingers to teleport. Whoosh! He moved with remarkable speed, effortlessly slicing through Broly's energy blast with a keyblade. Kakarot! Suddenly, Broly charged forward with astonishing speed, closing the distance between them in an instant. Crash! Dark Goku took a solid uppercut to the face. But it was not over. Broly seized Dark Goku and slammed him forcefully into the ground. Dark Goku gritted his teeth in pain. Still, it was not finished. Broly grasped Dark Goku's hair and yanked him up. Bang! Broly's left hook landed heavily on Dark Goku's face. Bang! Another hook followed. Bang! Once more, Broly unleashed a series of devastating punches upon Dark Goku. Yet, it was still not over. Broly, clutching Dark Goku's hair, forcefully pressed his face into the ground and then, as if gliding on ice, ran while dragging Dark Goku along the ground. Crash! 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 The debris flew as Dark Goku's body convulsed grotesquely under Broly's swift movement. Having grown weary of his game, Broly abruptly halted and, treating Dark Goku as a bowling ball, hurled him towards the onlookers, crashing heavily into them. TSK. Black Wukong reacted swiftly, halting just before he was about to crash into the crowd by harnessing his energy. As soon as Black Wukong landed, Broly charged towards him with great speed. Kakarot, after hitting me so many times, it's only fair that I get a strike back, right? A flash of white light erupted as Black Wukong adeptly evaded Broly's attack. Noticing that his strikes had missed, Broly gathered his strength and launched several more punches, all of which were effortlessly dodged by Black Wukong, who treated Broly's attempts as if he were playfully toying with a child. Though not truly invincible, this is more than sufficient to deal with you. Black Wukong rubbed his thumb and index finger together, producing a resounding snap. With a single snap, Broly, still in confusion, was suddenly sent flying, as if struck by 1,000 fists, his body adorned with the imprints of blows. Are you kidding me? He just sent Broly flying. The sausage-mouthed Cell swallowed hard, equally astonished. The two cells exchanged incredulous glances at Black Wukong, who, after snapping his fingers, was now making a heart gesture with his right hand. Just as the two cells were in shock, a golden figure charged towards them. Cell, prepare to meet your doom. Hearing the voice, both the sausage-mouthed Cell and the other Cell turned their heads, only to see Gohan's fist hurtling towards them. Caught off guard, the sausage-mouthed Cell was struck and sent flying. Now it's your turn. Gohan lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick to the sausage-mouthed Cell. TCH. So slow. Dismissing Gohan's attack, the sausage-mouthed Cell chose not to defend himself, preparing to take the hit. However, the force that suddenly gripped his neck made him sense impending doom. Could it be the proud sausage-mouthed Cell bent his waist, only to be propelled backwards with tremendous force. What has happened? He exclaimed in shock. And before he could grasp the situation, Gohan charged at him again, delivering another rapid punch. Learning from his previous lesson, the sausage-mouthed Cell raised his arm to block. Clang! A dull sound echoed as the sausage-mouthed Cell grimaced in pain, although he managed to block Gohan's punch aimed at his head. He still felt a jarring pain in his skull. Your strength? When did you become so powerful? The sausage-mouthed Cell inquired, bewildered. Cell! Gohan's eyes glinted with a murderous intent as he questioned. Do you even realize what you've done? What have I done? You think you can lecture me? Let me tell you, I want to listen. Clang! A dull thud echoed as the sausage-mouthed Cell experienced a sudden, excruciating pain in his abdomen before he could utter a word. Lowering his gaze, he saw Gohan's fist had landed heavily against his midsection. Answer me, Cell. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Gohan's voice was icy. It's merely killing. Why do you play the saint? Cell stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Merely killing? Why does the act of taking a life roll off your tongue so easily? Why is the act of robbing others of their existence treated as casually as passing gas? Answer me, Cell. Answer you? Clang, clang, clang. Just as Cell attempted a retort, a searing sensation struck his face, followed by relentless blows raining down on his abdomen and chest, every part of him being mercilessly pummeled by Gohan. The pain rendered him voiceless. How have you grown so powerful? Cell's face contorted in shock. Curious, are you? Do you wish to know? Gohan gripped Cell's head and delivered several resounding slaps. You little brat, how dare you strike me? Cell seethed with rage. I fear nothing anymore, Gohan declared, swiftly delivering a kick aimed at Cell. Bang! Cell was sent flying by the force of the kick, clutching his abdomen as he tumbled across the ground in agony. That wretched child. Witnessing his other self being ruthlessly beaten, Cell's fury surged, veins bulging as he charged forward. Cell, answer me. Why do you so casually seize the lives of others? What do you consider life to be? Gohan raised his fist and casually swung it behind him. Without even sparing a glance in Cell's direction, he delivered a nonchalant punch that sent Cell crashing backward. How dare you not even look at me? Cell gasped, astonished. Why the utter disregard for the happiness of others? Why strike a child? Gohan bellowed in fury, his voice rising to a roar as his rage intensified. In an instant, the air pressure around him began to warp under the force of his escalating fury. Are you going to? Cell sensed the impending doom, trembling in terror. Uncle Goku was right. Dealing with despicable foes requires appropriate sacrifices. I have long pondered why I could never defeat the androids. Why I failed to protect those around me. It was due to my own weakness. My sense of justice was far too gentle compared to your absolute malevolence. This is why I have faltered, leading to the deaths of so many. I refuse to fail again. I refuse to let more lives be lost. I will bring you down. No, I will kill you. The murderous intent in Gohan's eyes could no longer be contained, his gaze sharpening with fierce determination. In that moment, there was not a trace of tenderness in Gohan's eyes, only the resolve of a warrior ready for battle. I shall obliterate you wretches. A golden aura surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings and forming an invisible tempest that violently tore at everything in its path, banishing all that was bothersome. In an instant, the very fabric of reality transformed. Gohan, in a display that could rend the heavens and weep for the spirits, erupted with an unprecedented might. He transcended the Super Saiyan, making his grand entrance. The grotesque visage of Cell trembled as he faced the wrath ignited by his own malevolence. An iron-willed warrior, once gentle but now unleashed by fury. Gohan, the transcendent Super Saiyan. Chapter 46, Super Saiyan 2 Cell. Have you truly surpassed the Super Saiyan level? You think witnessing a few deaths grants you such power? What a jest. Enraged, Cell rose, charging headlong at Gohan. Do you even deserve to stand before me? In a flash, as Cell advanced, Gohan swiftly closed the distance, positioning himself directly before him. Cell was taken aback by Gohan's speed and immediately swung his fist. Bang! Before he could even land his blow, Gohan delivered a resounding slap, the force so great it knocked several of Cell's teeth free. Do you even deserve to have teeth? Gohan followed up with another slap. Once again, Cell, who had barely retained his teeth, was driven to expel them in a fit of rage. You have harmed so many and yet stand there with such audacity. Do you truly consider yourself magnificent? Do you see yourself as the savior of this world? Gohan. Cell ground his teeth in fury. Crack. Gohan's hand struck again, leaving Cell's face ablaze with pain. Answer me. Do you truly believe yourself to be so great? Do you think yourself remarkable, pushing your luck? In a fit of anger, Cell kicked out, but before he could even move, Gohan delivered a powerful punch straight to his face, shattering his nose and causing a torrent of blood to pour forth. Initiating the extinction of humanity? Gulme, allow me to bestow upon you a few more slaps. Gohan, fuming, spread his palms and unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Cell's face, swelling the already grotesque features further. You little brat. Cell, infuriated, clenched his fists and swung at Gohan once more. You think you can retaliate, you worthless trash? Do you even have a right? Boom! A dull thud resounded as Cell landed a punch on Gohan's face. Yet Gohan remained unfazed, staring intently at the fist that had struck him. What the? Cell's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Did you truly think that landing a hit would wound me? Your naivety is akin to that of a man in love with women, oblivious to the fact that the object of his affection may well be entwined with another. The gaze has turned fierce, reminiscent of a youth in turmoil. Do you truly believe that by extinguishing my life, you can alter the fabric of this world? The true monstrosity of this existence lies not within me, but within humanity itself. My actions merely mimic your own, you foolish creature. I am acutely aware of this, yet I cannot abide by it. Gohan spoke candidly, his resolute gaze seizing Cell by the neck, lifting him with ease. You, who pride yourself on righteousness and superiority, shall experience firsthand what true justice entails. Gohan clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing as he directed a blow toward the sausage-mouthed Cell. Sensing impending doom, Cell swiftly shifted his focus to Broly, engaged in another battleground. Broly, help me. At the sound, Broly turned his curious gaze toward the commotion. Upon witnessing Cell being pummeled like a mere chick, he sprang to the rescue, only to be met with an invisible strike that halted him in his tracks. Distracted mid-battle? Do you wish for me to slay you once more? Black Goku proclaimed, a rose-hued glow emanating from his hands, exuding arrogance. Kakarot, Kakarot. Broly, incensed and humiliated, charged at Black Goku. Perfect, let me showcase my newly developed technique, Black Goku retorted, racing toward Broly with the same radiant energy. In an instant, their golden auras collided. Broly, save me. Cell's face was a mask of despair. Still seeking assistance from others? Cell, even the king of hell cannot absolve you of your sins. Son Gohan, declare it. Gohan, filled with fury, unleashed a relentless barrage upon Cell. In a flurry of strikes, stars danced before Cell's eyes as Gohan's fists rained upon him with the ferocity of a fervent competitor seizing every opportunity. With astonishing speed, nearly 1,000 punches were delivered in mere moments. Yet Gohan showed no signs of respite, instead pouring every ounce of his rage into each blow. Treating Cell as a mere punching bag, he continued his assault, blood splattering and cries echoing, refusing to cease until every fragment of his fury was vented upon Cell's visage. Gohan's wrath was profound, unwavering, an embodiment of death itself, transforming Cell's calm demeanor into chaos, from composure to panic, and ultimately to utter bewilderment. Where's your calm? Your impassive facade? Your bravado, treating the lives of others as mere entertainment? Gohan's eyes darkened as he gathered strength for a devastating strike aimed at Cell. With a powerful blow, Cell's jaw dislocated, his nasal bridge shattered, and teeth scattered as his cervical spine bent at an agonizing angle. Someone intervened. Beside him, Cell observed another version of himself being battered by Gohan, nearing the state of a mere compressed biscuit. In a state of urgency, he began to scan his surroundings. You lot, attack! Cell commanded a group of fervent followers. Yes, Master Cell. The enthusiastic followers rushed toward Gohan without a second thought, disregarding whether he was unarmed, unleashing a barrage of bullets. The bullets flew forth, striking Gohan with unwavering precision. However, it was as if they had merely tickled him, causing no harm whatsoever. Astonished, the fervent followers lowered their weapons. Curse it! Cell seethed silently, his frustration mounting. At that moment, the sausage-mouthed Cell had endured over 2,000 punches from Gohan, rendering his visage unrecognizable. Even with Piccolo's regenerative cells, he struggled to keep up with Gohan's relentless assault as wounds began to fester uncontrollably. This is how you perish. And I apologize for those you have slain, Gohan declared, delivering a swift kick to Cell's groin. Cell cried out in agony. Is this the extent of your pain? You deserve far more suffering, far greater retribution. Gohan retracted his leg, transforming it into a knee strike that sent Cell reeling in pain, his eyes bulging. Can you not regenerate that too? Gohan taunted, before hurling Cell into the air and swiftly following up with a brutal stomp to his groin. Tears streamed down Cell's face as the pain overwhelmed him. Do you even deserve to feel pain, you worthless creature? Gohan executed another precise kick to Cell's groin, sending him flying. Amidst the cries of anguish, Cell collapsed before his counterpart, howling in despair. Are you all right? Cell gulped, trembling as he inquired. What do you think? The sausage-mouthed Cell lifted his head, his expression one of despair. You look utterly wretched, Cell said with disdain, turning his face away. Wretched? Disdainful? Just wait. You too shall find yourself in such a state. I will reduce you to his likeness. Gohan approached with unwavering confidence. You insolent brat, Cell seethed, gritting his teeth, yet feeling powerless against Super Saiyan Gohan. Let us fuse. Thanks to that useless Broly, I may soon be without descendants. The sausage-mouthed Cell grasped the impulsive Cell's arm, his face contorted in pain. Fuse? Are you certain? That is our final trump card. Cell's eyes widened. We cannot delay. Soon it will be too late, and I am on the brink of death. If I take another punch from him, I will surely be finished. Fuse now. The sausage-mouthed Cell's expression was one of helplessness. Must we? I do not refuse, though I had hoped to eliminate a few more foes to enhance my strength. Since you insist, let us fuse. Sheru lifted his own form from the ground. Thank you, Sheru, he mused, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. With a slight smile, the two Sherus clasped each other's hands, entwining their tails around each other's heads. Now, son Gohan, prepare to witness the true power of Sheru, declared the sausage-mouthed Sheru, his face brimming with pride. In response, Gohan remained composed. Be arrogant now. Soon enough, you will regret it, he retorted. As he spoke, Sheru closed his eyes, as did the other Sheru. In that moment, a brilliant green light erupted from their bodies, and under Gohan's calm gaze, the two Sherus began to merge, gradually transforming into a single humanoid figure. Come forth, Shadow. Only by defeating you this way will I find true solace. Only then can you comprehend the despair felt by those you have slain. Gohan shook his arms, refraining from interrupting Sheru's transformation, and began to wait earnestly. As the green light dissipated, a tempest of energy radiated from Sheru, sweeping through the streets and the vast city like a typhoon, reminiscent of Gohan's initial Super Saiyan transformation. Amidst this awe-inspiring spectacle, the transcendent Sheru, now enhanced beyond the complete form of a Super Saiyan, made his entrance, accompanied by a multitude of lightning strikes.